Chapter 1. The system arrives no sooner than my wife's departure. Wu Hao, I'm sorry. I've remembered my lost memories. I still have a blood feud to avenge, so please forgive my departure. I promise you, I will resolve the past grievances as soon as possible and then come back to find you. Until then, promise me that you and our son will live well. Recalling the words his wife had spoken to him with a hint of reluctance in her eyes before resolutely turning and leaving, a helpless expression flashed across Wu Hao's face. But he didn't stop her, because with his cultivation level, he couldn't possibly stop her. Just after his wife left, a mechanical, synthesized voice suddenly rang in Wu Hao's mind. Ding, the Bloodline Investment System has found a host. Ding, the Bloodline Investment System has bound itself to a host. System, I thought I wouldn't have a cheat system, but I didn't expect I still have one. After repeatedly confirming that he was indeed bound to the system, Wu Hao was almost in tears. Wu Hao wasn't a native of this world, that's right, Wu Hao was a transmigrator. Wu Hao originally came from a place called Earth, so he naturally knew about the existence of cheat codes. As for why he transmigrated here, it was because he was hit by an out-of-control truck while helping an elderly woman cross the street against a red light. However, at the crucial moment, Wu Hao pushed the elderly woman out of the way, and then he himself was crushed into a bloody pulp. When Wu Hao opened his eyes again, he was already in this fantasy world where cultivation was possible. After some time, Wu Hao learned that this world was called the Xiantian realm, where the strong could live as long as the heavens and possess overwhelming power. As a native Earthling, it was impossible for Wu Hao not to know about systems or not to yearn for cultivation. Just as Wu Hao was preparing to accept the system's binding, he didn't expect that a long time would pass without the so-called system contacting him. Thinking this through, Wu Hao suspected that his golden finger might be something else entirely. He even conducted numerous experiments, including dripping blood into the ancient ring on his index finger to see if there was any reaction. Of course, the end result was that Wu Hao lost too much blood due to his mistake and fainted. After waking up, Wu Hao stopped his reckless behavior. Since there was no golden finger, he figured his talent must be quite good. With this thought in mind, Wu Hao randomly chose a sect to test his talent, only to find that he was just an ordinary low-grade spiritual root. So, unsurprisingly, he spent a full 10 years in that sect before finally managing to break through from immortal to the peak of chi refining. Then, he failed the sect's assessment and was expelled. After that, Wu Hao found an extremely beautiful fairy in the mountains, but she seemed to have amnesia. He easily tricked her into becoming his wife with sweet words. 5 years into their marriage, Su-Kyoran finally had a child. However, Wu Hao never expected that after giving birth, she would regain her lost memories, shouting about revenge before turning and leaving. Before leaving, she gave Wu Hao some cultivation resources and told him to cultivate diligently, assuring him she would return. The memory ended there. Soon, Wu Hao understood the system's purpose. As the name suggested, it allowed him to invest in his descendants. The better the descendant's spiritual root, the greater the feedback. Low-grade spiritual roots yielded a 10-fold return, mid-grade a 100-fold, high-grade a 1,000-fold, and top-grade a 10,000-fold. If a descendant possessed the legendary Child of Destiny, the return could reach a terrifying million-fold. After understanding the system's functions, Wu Hao couldn't help but feel excited. It meant that the more descendants he had, the higher his cultivation level would rise. If one of his descendants were to become a chosen one, he might only need to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, and with the feedback a million times greater, he could directly become a god. System, where's the newbie gift pack? Wu Hao remembered something and quickly asked. He'd seen transmigrator systems in tomato novels always come with a newbie gift pack, surely his wouldn't be missing one? But Wu Hao's worries were clearly unnecessary. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the newbie gift pack. You have obtained 100,000 top-grade spirit stones and the divine-level cultivation technique, the Heavenly Emperor's Myriad Paths scripture. Top-grade spirit stones, the best cultivation resource before becoming an immortal. Heavenly Emperor's Myriad Paths scripture. After cultivation, one can be invincible among those of the same realm. Fighting beyond one's level is child's play. One can cultivate to the legendary realm. Note, only the host can cultivate this technique. Upon seeing the contents of the newbie gift pack, Wu Hao couldn't help but gasp. Then, looking at the innocent-looking baby lying in his arms, blinking his big eyes, Wu Hao's face showed a hint of anticipation. Rolong, it seems your father's growth depends on you. Wu Rolong, Abba Abba. Wu Rolong was a baby boy born to him and his wife, Su-Kyoran. However, he couldn't begin cultivating yet. He had to wait until he was 8 years old, after his meridians had been properly nourished and he could withstand spiritual energy, before he could begin cultivating. In other words, Wu Hao would have to wait another 8 years before he could embark on his invincible path. After all, relying on his low-grade spiritual root, he might not even break through to the foundation establishment stage even if he cultivated until death. While a low-grade spiritual root grants the qualification for cultivation, it doesn't make a significant difference from a mortal's cultivation speed. Reaching the foundation establishment stage in one's lifetime would be considered quite good. Although he possessed a divine-level cultivation technique, good software is one thing, but poor hardware won't improve. He would need to further enhance his talent later. Soon, 8 years passed in Wu Hao's excited heart, and the little boy in his arms had grown into a small and adorable little boy. Although not as handsome as Wu Hao, he was still considerably better looking than the average person. Today was the day Wu Rolong could begin his cultivation, which meant that Wu Hao was about to unleash his full potential. In the courtyard, Wu Hao looked at Wu Rolong, who stood ramrod straight with a serious expression, and said solemnly, "Son, today is the day you begin your cultivation. Are you ready?" "Father, I'm ready," Wu Rolong shouted loudly. Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction before continuing. "In that case, I will personally guide you in your cultivation." Wu Hao's original cultivation technique was a yellow rank technique, one with a very low ceiling. Although countless techniques in the world could lead to immortality, different ranks of techniques represented different levels of combat power and spiritual energy content. He didn't know Sukioran's background, but before leaving, she still gave Wu Hao enough resources to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and a heaven rank technique. Because the Heavenly Emperor's myriad paths scripture couldn't be practiced by Wu Long, Wu Hao could only reluctantly teach Wu Long the heavenly rank cultivation technique left behind by Sukioran. He could always complete the technique later when Wu Long became stronger. As for Wu Hao himself, after obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's myriad paths scripture, he decisively modified his original cultivation method, thus dispelling any remaining cultivation limitations. After all, chi refining stage cultivation was very fast, and Wu Hao wanted to solidify his foundation, even at the chi refining stage. Because of his prior cultivation experience, Wu Hao quickly reached the peak of chi refining within 8 years, even 2 years faster than he had been in the section. PS Realms, Chi Refining, Foundation Establishment, Spirit Sea, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Deity Transformation, Void Refining, Tribulation Crossing, Saint, divided into Saint, Great Saint, Saint King, Supreme, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor, to be determined later. PS Regarding some settings in this book, feedback won't lead to better results, but rather a certain number of rewards. If readers want better suggestions, settings can be added later. Of course, it depends on reader feedback. If you want better suggestions, please leave a message here. The author will carefully listen to every reader's opinion. Thank you very much. P.S. Regarding the issue of losing power when switching to other cultivation methods, the author feels it's necessary to explain. After all, the protagonist pursues ultimate power, so losing power and starting over is definitely the best option. Furthermore, the current realm isn't particularly strong, it's only the chi refining stage. Losing power and starting over isn't a big deal for the protagonist. Chapter 2 Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Although Wu Hao was only at the peak of chi refining, guiding Wu Rolong's cultivation was still quite easy. Therefore, under Wu Hao's guidance, Wu Rolong quickly and successfully absorbed chi into his body, breaking through to the early stage of chi refining. Because Wu Rolong possessed a superior grade spiritual root, Wu Hao naturally received 1,000-fold feedback. Ding, a breakthrough has been detected in a superior grade spiritual root descendant under the host. 1,000-fold feedback has been provided to the host. As the system's voice faded, a vast and pure surge of spiritual energy directly entered Wu Hao's body, instantly breaking through his bottleneck. Soon, Wu Hao advanced directly from the peak of chi refining to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Wu Hao was actually quite satisfied with his breakthrough. He couldn't become an immortal overnight, right? He could deal with the rest later. Right now, the most important thing was to urge his son to cultivate, and hopefully, get him a few more wives to continue the family line. Wu Hao coveted the million-fold reward of being a chosen one. Father, look. I've broken through to the early stage of chi refining. Wu Rolong ran to Wu Hao, excitedly exclaiming. Wu Hao sighed, his expression somewhat disappointed. Son, you must know that when I was cultivating, it took me less than a minute to break through to the early stage of chi refining. But it took you a full 2 hours. In my opinion, you've been too arrogant. Hearing this, a hint of shame flashed across Wu Rolong's face. He had thought that reaching the immortal path in just 2 hours was already quite an achievement, but he hadn't expected his father to be even more accomplished. It seemed he still needed to work harder. What Wu Rolong didn't know was that Wu Hao had actually spent a full year to reach the chi refining stage, otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 10 years just to reach the peak of chi refining and been expelled from the section. I understand, father. I will definitely cultivate diligently. Wu Rolong looked at Wu Hao earnestly, and Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Good. In that case, I'll set you a goal: breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage within 3 years. Do you have the confidence? 3 years? I understand, father. I will definitely break through to the foundation establishment stage within 3 years. Wu Rolong agreed without hesitation. Wu Hao then took out a storage ring and handed it to Wu Rolong. Seeing his son's curious eyes, Wu Hao explained. This is a storage ring. Inside are the resources I've given you. During this time, you can use these top-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Hearing that it contained top-grade spirit stones, Wu Rolong couldn't help but gasp. He naturally knew how powerful top-grade spirit stones were. It's no exaggeration to say that even great emperors still use top-grade spirit stones, showing just how precious they are. Within the Xiantian realm, cultivators use spirit stones as currency, and the exchange rate for spirit stones is increased 100-fold. That is to say, one top-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 high-grade spirit stones, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 1 million low-grade spirit stones. But most importantly, spirit stones are also resources used by cultivators. If Wu Rolong had a top-grade spirit stone, he estimated that just one would be enough to break through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage or even the spirit sea realm. However, after Wu Hao taught him how to use the storage ring and he saw the number of spirit stones inside, Wu Rolong looked at Wu Hao with a complicated expression and asked, "Father, what is your cultivation level?" "Me? Just an ordinary little cultivator." Wu Hao thought for a moment, then said modestly. After all, he was just a cheat, not yet invincible, so he had to keep a low profile. Wu Rolong, from somewhere, rolled his eyes at Wu Hao. "You, a cultivator who can produce 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, are just an ordinary little cultivator." But Wu Rolong didn't say anything. He just felt extremely curious about his father's cultivation level. To be able to produce 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, his father's cultivation must be very high, right? In reality, no, he was just an ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Wu Hao ignored his son's thoughts at the moment. Just after he sent out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, the system's voice rang out. Ding, detected that the host sent out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, the target being a superior-grade spiritual root. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. 100 million top-grade spirit stones have been stored in the host's system space. Ding, detected that the host sent out one heaven-rank cultivation technique, the target being a superior-grade spiritual root. A 1,000-fold return has been triggered. 1,000 heaven-rank cultivation techniques have been stored in the host's system space. Ding, detected that the host has sent out one Xian-grade storage ring. The target is a high-grade spiritual root, triggering a 1,000-fold return. 1,000 Xian-grade storage rings have been stored in the host's system space. Hearing the system notification, Wu Hao lowered his head in thought. If he gave the spirit stones the system had provided to his son, would this bug still be triggered? Thinking this, Wu Hao decided to put it into practice, but just as he was about to begin, the system's voice rang out. Ding, the host's thoughts have been detected. The system bug has been fixed. Please do not attempt to find system loopholes. Well, I was originally thinking of farming some resources. Wu Hao thought helplessly, but the current resources were enough for his son to use for a long time. Of course, there was another way. Wu Hao could take the 100 million top-grade spirit stones provided by the system, exchange them for resources, and then give them to his son. However, this would put Wu Hao in great danger. After all, top-grade spirit stones are incredibly precious to a foundation establishment cultivator. If anyone knew Wu Hao possessed even a single top-grade spirit stone, a golden core cultivator would likely be tempted to snatch it. This is clearly not a good thing for Wu Hao, who currently wants to develop his strength discreetly. Of course, Wu Hao not only possesses 100 million top-grade spirit stones, but also the resources left behind by Su Qiuran when she left. Therefore, he handed them over to his son without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for sending 10 foundation establishment pills, gaining 10,000 foundation establishment pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for sending 5 core formation pills, gaining 5,000 core formation pills. Ding, congratulations host for sending out. Before long, the resources left behind by Su Qiuran had multiplied 1,000-fold in Wu Hao's hands. Unfortunately, the system only returned items of the same level. Sending out a heaven-rank cultivation technique would only return a heaven-rank technique of the same level, and specifically the original one. Even so, the resources were now enough for Wu Rolong to cultivate to immortality. Once Wu Rolong became an immortal, Wu Hao himself would probably be able to break through to a realm above immortality. Looking at the resources in the system space, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Wu Rolong and said seriously, "Alright, go cultivate. Strive to break through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible." "Yes, father." Soon, time passed quietly. 3 years, or even less than 3 years, just 1 year, and Wu Rolong successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. And Wu Hao, amidst the terrifying feedback, successfully advanced to the Spirit Sea realm. When Wu Rolong was 15, he successfully broke through to the Spirit Sea realm, while Wu Hao also broke through to the Golden Core realm. By the time Wu Rolong was 18, he had successfully broken through to the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, while Wu Hao had reached the late Golden Core realm. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems that the feedback I've received from my son's cultivation alone is still too little. At this rate, when will I ever break through to the Great Emperor realm? Wu Hao thought to himself. He was now in the late Golden Core realm, and his lifespan had reached a terrifying 1,000 years. Cultivation is inherently a matter of defying the heavens. Every successful act of defying the heavens brings immense benefits, including an increase in lifespan. The foundation establishment stage can reach 200 years, the spirit sea realm 500 years, the golden core stage 1000 years, the nascent soul stage 3000 years, and the deity transformation stage 10,000 years. 30,000 years to reach the void refinement stage, 100,000 years to transcend the tribulation stage, 200,000 years to become a saint, 500,000 years to reach the supreme stage, 600,000 years to reach the quasi-emperor stage, and 1,000,000 years to reach the great emperor stage. However, for Wu Hao now, the speed of his cultivation advancement is still too slow. It seems it's time to let Ru Long get married and have children. Thinking of this, Wu Hao couldn't help but look at Wu Ru Long, who was meditating and cultivating. Wu Ru Long, however, shivered, somewhat curious. Strange, why am I sneezing? Could it be that mother misses me? Chapter 3: Choosing a daughter-in-law. Father, do I really want to get married and have children? Wu Ru Long looked troubled and reluctantly asked. He had always been focused on cultivating immortality and hadn't considered matters of romance at all. If his father hadn't spoken up, he probably wouldn't have even considered it. Wu Hao sighed, his voice tinged with melancholy. Rolong, do you know what your mother said when she left? She said she hoped to return to the Wu family to see a house full of happy children and grandchildren. Besides, this huge Wu family, just the two of us, feels a bit too empty. So, I want to hold my grandson, do you understand? Looking at his father's serious expression, Wu Rolong thought to himself, you want a daughter-in-law? Where am I going to find one for you? But he had no choice, he was a filial son, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. But Dad, where am I supposed to find a wife? Aren't we living deep in the mountains now? Wu Rolong asked, somewhat bewildered, as if suddenly remembering something. Wu Hao was taken aback. He then recalled that they had been living in the mountains for over 10 years. Having learned of his mediocre cultivation talent and lack of any special abilities, they had chosen to live in seclusion in the mountains. It was precisely because of this that they met his wife, Su Kioran, in these mountains. The rest of the story involved wanting to keep a low profile, which was why they had remained secluded in the mountains. In other words, the reason their son hadn't found him a wife was because he had never been with a woman before. Thinking this, Wu Hao coughed and then spoke with utmost seriousness. Alright, since that's the case, then I'll take you to visit the nearby cities today. If you see any high-quality, outstanding women you fancy, just tell me, and I'll arrange a marriage for you. Of course, not the kind with too powerful a background. Wu Hao added a reminder. Before entering seclusion, he had some knowledge of the outside world, so he knew that the most powerful city lords in those cities were only at the nascent soul stage. As long as he kept a low profile, he should be fine. Hearing that he could go out, Wu Rolong's eyes lit up immediately. 18 years. 18 years of staying here, he was already tired of it. If his father hadn't said he couldn't go out, he probably would have sneaked out to play long ago. Now that he could finally go out, how could Wu Rolong not be happy? Let's go, we'll head to the cities outside. Wu Hao said, then walked out of the courtyard, and Wu Rolong quickly followed. In the Xiantian realm, most land was unclaimed, so after settling in the mountains, Wu Hao fenced off a large portion of the land to create a courtyard. Whether it was good luck or something else, no demonic beasts had bothered him in recent years. On the way, Wu Rolong was as excited as a child, looking at and touching everything. Wu Hao didn't stop him, since Wu Rolong had spent the last 18 years at home and his understanding of the Xiantian realm was mostly from Wu Hao's own stories. Before long, led by Wu Hao, the two finally arrived at a nearby city. Above the city gate hung a plaque with the three large characters, Sunset City. Pedestrians and cultivators bustled about the city gate, creating a vibrant and prosperous scene. This was the first time Wu Rolong had seen a human being other than his father, and he became instantly excited, shouting, Dad, look! It's a person! Alright, I know. Wu Hao immediately sensed several strange glances from those around him and awkwardly stopped the excited Wu Rolong. It was his fault. He should have brought Rolong to Sunset City more often. He rummaged through his storage ring. While most of the items were top-grade spirit stones, he also had a considerable number of low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. Sunset City's rule was that mortals needed to pay an entrance fee of 50 coins. Cultivators, on the other hand, needed to pay 5 low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, for cultivators of lower cultivation levels, freely entering and leaving Sunset City was a problem. After paying 10 low-grade spirit stones, Wu Hao led Wu Rolong into Sunset City. This was Wu Hao's first time entering a human city in 18 years. Upon entering Sunset City, Wu Hao and Wu Rolong were greeted by a magnificent cityscape. Merchants and pedestrians thronged the city, most of them mortals, but cultivators were also plentiful. Roughly 2 out of every 10 people were cultivators. Looking at this scene, Wu Rolong pondered his next move. Just then, Wu Hao spoke up. Let's go. Let's find an inn and get some rooms to rest. Finding a daughter-in-law isn't something that can be done overnight. After all, a daughter-in-law can't be chosen casually. She should at least have the cultivation level of foundation establishment to become Wu Hao's daughter-in-law. While it's true that higher cultivation levels make it harder to have children, it's easier for those with higher cultivation levels to give birth to offspring with spiritual roots. Wu Rolong naturally listened to his father on this point. The father and son quickly arrived at an inn, and to the innkeeper's astonishment, they pulled out 20 mid-grade spirit stones and booked 2 top-tier private rooms. In the Inn of Sunset City, there were private rooms specifically for cultivators, divided into 4 categories: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. A yellow room cost only 1 low-grade spirit stone to rent, but could only be rented for 1 day. A Profound room cost 10 low-grade spirit stones per day, an Earth room 50, and a Heaven room 100. Wu Hao and his companions didn't know how long they would stay, so they rented for 10 days for now. Sitting on the bed in the Heaven room, Wu Hao waved his hand, summoning the innkeeper. "Esteemed guest, what brings you here?" The innkeeper looked at Wu Hao, his heart pounding with trepidation. After all, Wu Hao had effortlessly produced 20 mid-grade spirit stones as payment for the room without batting an eye, and hadn't even needed change. Anyone with a brain could tell Wu Hao was no ordinary person. Wu Hao hesitated for a moment before asking, "Shopkeeper, this is my first time in Sunset City. My purpose is to find a wife for my son. Do you have any leads?" "Don't worry, as long as the woman's cultivation is at least at the foundation establishment stage and her spiritual root is at least a mid-grade spiritual root, all other conditions are negotiable. Of course, she must be a decent person. As long as you can name a suitable one, this mid-grade spirit stone will be your reward." Hearing Wu Hao's words and seeing him take out another mid-grade spirit stone, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. He himself was a cultivator, but his cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. However, he hadn't sensed Wu Hao's aura at all, indicating that Wu Hao's cultivation was definitely above his own. Considering Wu Hao's casual offer of a mid-grade spirit stone as a reward, Wu Hao's cultivation was probably at least at the nascent soul stage. Thinking this, the shopkeeper's heart pounded with unease, and he quickly waved his hand, refusing. "It is my honor to serve you, senior. Please take the spirit stones back." He was genuinely worried that Wu Hao might kill him after he accepted the mid-grade spirit stones, so for safety's sake, he absolutely couldn't accept them. But Wu Hao immediately became anxious, his face hardening as he said, "Shopkeeper, if you don't accept my spirit stones, are you looking down on me?" With that, a faint aura emanated from Wu Hao's body, instantly filling the shopkeeper with fear. In his perception, Wu Hao's aura was like a raging storm, and he was merely a small boat within it, vulnerable to capsizing at any moment. Thinking this, how could the shopkeeper dare refuse? He quickly accepted the mid-grade spirit stones and then revealed his identity as a prominent young lady from a wealthy and influential family in Sunset City. P.S. I sincerely apologize to all readers. Due to the author's oversight, I forgot that I had low-grade spirit stones. I'm very sorry. Furthermore, for the current protagonist, there's no difference between high-grade and low-grade spirit stones. After all, the protagonist himself doesn't need them, his son can't use them all, and even if he gave them away to future generations, there would be no return on his investment. So, for the protagonist, giving away high-grade or low-grade spirit stones makes no difference, since he won't need them anyway. However, the author didn't expect many people to consider this a problematic point. It was an oversight on the author's part, and I will correct it later. I apologize. Chapter 4: Proposing Marriage. From the shopkeeper, Wu Hao learned of 5 suitable candidates. Of course, they were all around the same age as his son. While age difference wasn't a big deal in the cultivation world, Yulong was still young, and Wu Hao wanted his son to marry someone he loved. After marriage, he hoped his son would have several, even dozens, of grandchildren. As for his son's character, as a father, Wu Hao knew him extremely well. He was kind, upright, and an undeniably good person. In addition, he inherited his and Su Kioran's good looks, making him a handsome man even among cultivators. The shopkeeper recommended the young ladies from the 4-peak Golden Core families in Sunset City, as well as the young lady from the City Lord's mansion. However, after observing them one by one, Wu Hao immediately ruled out the young ladies from the 4 families, citing their poor character. On the road, Wu Hao disguised himself as a pitiful beggar and approached the 4 young ladies to beg, but unexpectedly, they had their men beat him up and drive him away. The 4 great families hadn't expected that they would lose their chance to achieve immortality because of this. So, their final target was the young lady of the City Lord's mansion. According to the information Wu Hao had obtained, the young lady was named Su Qingxiu, the same age as his son, 18. However, her talent was slightly inferior to his son's. She only possessed a mid-grade spiritual root, thus only reaching the early stage of foundation establishment. Soon, Wu Hao investigated the routes Su Qingxiu took daily and also surveyed her reputation in Sunset City. Surprisingly, the reviews were exceptionally good. Everyone said Su Qingxiu was a very kind person, even the most beautiful woman in Sunset City. However, others' opinions were only for reference. Wu Hao preferred to verify things himself. It wasn't until he was lying on the road, and Su Kingxiu had her maid take him to the hospital, that Wu Hao finally decided to make Su Kingxiu his daughter-in-law. After doing all this, Wu Hao took Su Kingxiu's portrait to Wu Rolong and began to speak. "Son, this is the woman I've found for you. Take a look and see if you like her." Wu Hao had initially thought his son would be shy upon seeing Su Kingxiu's portrait, but to his surprise, Wu Rolong's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated for a moment. Wu Hao clearly noticed something amiss, his brow furrowing as he sensed something was wrong, and he asked directly, "Son, it seems you know her." "Yes, I met her a while ago." Wu Rolong didn't hide anything, recounting how he had encountered Su Kingxiu on the street the other day and gotten to know her. Wu Hao immediately chuckled. It seemed Su Kingxiu didn't dislike his son. In this day and age, not disliking equals liking, meaning the marriage had a high probability of going through. So when his father told him to pursue Su Kingxiu, Wu Rolong didn't object. And with the help of his strategist Wu Hao, a mastermind, Wu Rolong quickly won Su Kingxiu's heart. A full half-month had passed. Upon hearing that Su Kingxiu had accepted his son's confession, Wu Hao immediately stood up and said, "Let's go, come with me to the city lord's mansion to propose." "Yes, father." Hearing his father's words, Wu Rolong's tone was extremely excited. After all, how could he not be excited about marrying the girl he loved? Soon, led by Wu Hao, the two arrived at the city lord's mansion. Two guards at the peak of Qi refining stood at the entrance and stopped Wu Hao and Wu Rolong upon seeing them. "Halt! What brings you two to the city lord's mansion? Please inform us, we have important matters to discuss with the city lord," Wu Hao said with a warm smile. A marriage proposal indeed meant discussing important matters. The two guards glanced at Wu Hao and Wu Rolong, sensing their extraordinary bearing, and didn't stop them, instead speaking up. "Please wait here for a moment, I will inform the city lord." One of the guards turned and left, Wu Hao and Wu Rolong not in a hurry. Soon, the guard returned and said, "Please come in, the city lord is already waiting for you in the main hall." "Thank you," Wu Hao said politely, then went inside, Wu Rolong quickly following. When the two arrived at the main hall of the city lord's mansion, they saw a middle-aged man with an extremely serious expression sitting in the main seat, none other than Suan, the city lord of Sunset City. Suan's expression also carried a hint of doubt. He was quite curious about who had come to visit him. The moment he saw Wu Hao, Suan's expression became solemn. As a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages, he couldn't even discern the cultivation level of the cultivator before him. Clearly, this was a powerful figure. Of course, this was also thanks to the power of the Heavenly Emperor's myriad Dao scripture. Unless one's cultivation level was two major realms higher than Wu Hao's, it was impossible to tell what realm he was at. "Fellow Daoist, may I ask your name?" After sensing Wu Hao's extraordinary nature, Suan stood up, a smile appearing on his face as he asked Wu Hao. Wu Hao waved his hand before speaking. "Fellow Daoist, just call me Old Wu." "So it's fellow Daoist Wu, I've long admired your name." Suan feigned sudden realization, though he'd never heard of him before, and spoke with feigned admiration. However, Wu Hao didn't expose him, because he was there to propose marriage for his son. So Wu Hao quickly got straight to the point, explaining that he was there to propose marriage. The moment the words left his lips, Suan's expression turned incredibly grim. "Fellow Daoist Wu, if you've come to propose marriage, I doubt I can agree. I'll only consider my daughter's choice. If she likes him, that's fine, but if she doesn't, I won't force her." "Haha, old Su, you can rest assured about that. My Rolong is all ready with your Kingxiu. Just have your Kingxiu come over, and you'll know," Wu Hao said with a smile. Hearing this, Suan's expression turned suspicious, but he still sent his daughter over. Unexpectedly, when Su Kingxiu arrived and saw Wu Rolong standing next to Wu Hao, her expression became incredibly shy. Suan immediately understood that his daughter was indeed having an affair with the other party's son. Just as Suan was about to say something, Wu Hao spoke up, directly taking out a storage ring and saying, "Old Su, don't think I'm stingy. This is my betrothal gift." Suan was also curious about how much betrothal gift Wu Hao could offer, but after seeing what was inside, he fell silent, then stood up and said with a smile, "Old Wu, don't say anything more. Let the children decide their own affairs." How could Suan refuse? In terms of strength, he felt he was definitely no match for Wu Hao. As for wealth, Wu Hao had already offered 100 top-grade spirit stones as betrothal gifts. Those were top-grade spirit stones. He couldn't even come up with 10, let alone 100. Since Wu Hao had been so sincere, how could he refuse? Of course, most importantly, the two children were in love, otherwise, Suan might not have agreed. Although Wu Hao's family background was unknown, their ability to offer 100 top-grade spirit stones as a dowry meant they were no ordinary family. Allowing his daughter to marry Wu Rolong was certainly not a loss for his daughter. As for why he gave Suan 100 top-grade spirit stones as a dowry, Wu Hao had carefully considered the reasons. After all, Suan was his daughter-in-law Su Kingxiu's father. If resources weren't sufficient, Suan wouldn't be able to improve his cultivation and might die of old age. By then, Su Qingxiu would already be a member of the Wu family. If Suan were to perish, she would be heartbroken. Therefore, Wu Hao was extremely generous in offering 100 top-grade spirit stones to help Suan improve his cultivation. After all, for Wu Hao now, 100 top-grade spirit stones was nothing, he didn't need them. Wu Rolong had only used less than 50 top-grade spirit stones in 10 years of cultivation, so it was better to give 100 as a dowry to Su An. Wu Hao had already made some progress in acquiring resources, but he needed to wait until his son was more available and the Wu family had grown stronger before he could execute the plan more effectively. Soon after, the two of them agreed on a wedding date for their child. Because Wu Hao was in a hurry, they quickly set the wedding date for half a month later. News of the city lord's eldest daughter's wedding quickly spread throughout Sunset City, shocking everyone. After all, Su Qingxiu was seen as an unattainable beauty by the cultivators of Sunset City, so many were curious about who could possibly win her heart. Even members of the four great families went to cause trouble, but were swiftly eliminated by Wu Hao. His son's life was at stake, and Wu Hao naturally couldn't afford to fail. Even with peak golden core experts among the four families, they were no match for Wu Hao. Their cultivation techniques were simply too rudimentary, and their foundations too shallow. That day was also known as the end of the four great families. Chapter 5, The Birth of a Grandson, The Expansion of the Family. 5 years passed quickly. During these 5 years, thanks to Wu Rolong and Su Qingxiu's tireless efforts, their first child was finally about to be born. Outside the delivery room, Wu Rolong paced back and forth, extremely nervous. Although he had already broken through to the golden core stage, he was still very anxious and worried at this moment. Look at you, don't be so nervous. Qingxiu is at least a peak foundation establishment cultivator, she'll be fine. Wu Hao, because of Wu Rolong's breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage, had also advanced to the nascent soul stage. However, he was still not satisfied. If one day the bloodline members of his family reached 10,000, he could probably break through to the great emperor stage in just 100 years. Soon, a loud and clear cry of a newborn baby came from inside the delivery room, and the midwife quickly emerged carrying an incredibly adorable infant. Congratulations, master and young master, it's a son. Is this my child? The midwife carefully took the baby from his arms. Looking at the little one whose eyes were still closed, Wu Rolong truly felt the weight of his responsibility from this moment on. Shortly after, Su Qingxiu, having finished giving birth, also came out of the delivery room, dressed, though her face was still a little pale. Why don't you need to observe postpartum confinement? What a joke! How could a cultivator need postpartum confinement? Dad, you name my child. Wu Rolong looked at Wu Hao beside him, his eyes filled with utmost seriousness. Su Qingxiu also looked at Wu Hao. Wu Hao pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Since he's my grandson, let's name him Wu Qianqian. Qianqian, martial universe, does Dad mean he wants this child to reach the powerful realm of martial universe? What a good name! Wu Rolong muttered to himself, his eyes lighting up. But Wu Hao swore he hadn't really thought that far ahead. He just wanted a bit of mischievous fun, wanting his grandson to have a name like a protagonist's. But clearly, a name like a protagonist doesn't automatically make someone a protagonist. When Wu Hao saw his grandson earlier, he had already noticed the boy's talent only a mid-grade spiritual root, but it was better than nothing. You two need to work harder. I really hope to see our Wu family grow strong soon. Hearing this, Su Qingxiu blushed, while Wu Rolong said with a serious expression, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Alright, while strengthening the Wu family is important, don't neglect your cultivation. Wu Hao said again, after all, one was his son, and the other his daughter-in-law, and he naturally couldn't bear to see them slack off in their cultivation. 2 years passed quickly. During these 2 years, Wu Rolong and Su Qingxiu continued to work hard to strengthen the Wu family, but they didn't neglect their cultivation either. Therefore, Wu Rolong successfully broke through to the peak of the golden core stage, and Su Qingxiu advanced to the spirit sea realm. Furthermore, she became pregnant. His talent wasn't exceptional, he only possessed a high-grade spiritual root. After consulting Wu Hao, the couple decided to name their second child Wu Xianyuan. Time flew by, and 6 years quickly passed. During these 6 years, Wu Rolong and Su Qingxiu each had 2 more children, named Wu Wanggu and Wu Qinlong respectively. Regarding cultivation levels, Wu Rolong broke through to the early nascent soul stage, while Su Qingxiu successfully broke through to the early golden core stage. As for their grandson's talents, one possessed a high-grade spiritual root, and the other a low-grade spiritual root. Wu Hao wasn't surprised. Although his fourth grandson, Wu Qinlong, only had a low-grade spiritual root, Wu Hao had no shortage of resources. He could practically force Wu Qinlong to become an immortal, that's how powerful he was. However, during these 6 years, Wu Hao's cultivation progress wasn't as rapid. After all, only Wu Rolong among the entire Wu family was cultivating, so progress was naturally slower. Therefore, Wu Hao is currently only at the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, fortunately, starting today, his eldest grandson, Wu Qincan, can also begin cultivating. This is good news for Wu Hao, as it means that in 10 years, his grandson will be able to marry and have children, increasing the number of descendants in the Wu family and accelerating his own cultivation progress. Also, to make it easier for his descendants to find suitable partners, Wu Hao moved the entire Wu family to Sunset City, making it easier for Su Qingxiu to return home when she misses her. However, even with Wu Hao giving 100 top-grade spirit stones as a dowry, Suan's cultivation progress is still not optimistic, only breaking through from the early to late nascent soul stage. Under Wu Hao's guidance, his eldest grandson also successfully mastered the family's cultivation technique, the 5 elements yin-yang scripture, a technique left behind by Su Qiuran when she left, and smoothly advanced to the qi refining stage. Of course, Wu Hao didn't react much as Wu Qincan broke through to the early stage of qi refining. After all, Wu Qincan only had a mid-grade spiritual root, which would only provide a 100-fold return. The current breakthrough didn't offer much improvement, but it was a steady, long-term investment, primarily for the future. Furthermore, another 10 years quickly passed. During these 10 years, with a massive investment of resources, Wu Rolong successfully advanced to the late stage of nascent soul, and Wu Qincan had become a peak spirit sea cultivator. Under these circumstances, Wu Hao also successfully advanced to the mid-stage of deity transformation, with a lifespan of up to 10,000 years. As for offspring, Wu Rolong and Su Qingxiu, through their tireless efforts, successfully had 3 sons and 1 daughter, their 5th grandson Wu Wandao, 6th grandson Wu Tiancan, 7th grandson Wu Qishan, and 8th granddaughter Wu Shuiying. Their talents were respectively high-grade, mid-grade, top-grade, and mid-grade spiritual roots. This was the first time Wu Hao had ever seen a top-grade spiritual root. He knew that once a top-grade spiritual root appeared, even a quasi-emperor level expert would probably be tempted to take it as a disciple. After all, cultivators are extremely rare. 1 in 10,000 might not possess a low-grade spiritual root, and 1 in 10,000 low-grade spiritual roots might not even possess a mid-grade spiritual root. In other words, 1 in billions might not even possess a top-grade spiritual root. Once such a person appears, barring unforeseen circumstances, they are almost certain to break through to the supreme or even quasi-emperor level. With a bit of luck and fortuitous circumstances, they might even become a great emperor. However, what excites Wu Hao most right now is that his eldest grandson, Wu Qincan, has finally come of age, and it's time for him to marry and have children. Chapter 6. The 4th Hokage is born, the chosen one. Grandpa, I'm still young, do I really need to get married and have children? Wu Qincan looked at his grandfather, who was urging him to marry and have children, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. Wu Hao, however, earnestly advised him. Qincan, you must understand, the stronger a cultivator is, the harder it is to have offspring. While you're not yet very powerful, you might be able to have a few more, but once your cultivation level is high enough, it won't be as easy to have children as it is now. But, Wu Qincan was about to say something when Wu Hao interrupted him. Alright, I won't say I'm pressuring you too much, just get married within a year. Hearing Wu Hao say this, what could Wu Qincan do? He could only reluctantly agree. Wu Hao's statement that it's difficult to have children when one's cultivation level is high wasn't just idle talk. Otherwise, if great emperors were so prolific, the entire Xiantian realm would probably be filled with their offspring. After all, the benefit of cultivation is increased lifespan, but the drawback is naturally the difficulty of having offspring. With Wu Hao's encouragement, Wu Qincan, who had been diligently cultivating, had no choice but to go out into Sunset City to find a suitable wife. However, because the Wu family was extremely powerful in Sunset City, many people came to their door after hearing that Wu Qincan was looking for a wife, including Suan. Old Wu, I heard that Qincan is looking for a wife? Suan arrived at the Wu family and asked Wu Hao. Wu Hao sighed, his tone wistful. That's right, the child is of age, it's time to get married. In that case, how about I introduce someone to Qincan? After all, she's my grandson. Suan pondered for a moment before speaking. Hearing this, Wu Hao cast a curious glance at Suan. You have connections. Yes, a holy maiden from a nearby sect, named by Yu, 18 years old, with a cultivation level in the mid-foundation establishment stage. From Suan, Wu Hao learned that there were many cultivation sects around Sunset City, and Bai Yu was the holy maiden of one called the Azure Water Sect. Wu Hao knew about the Azure Water Sect. Its patriarch was a powerful early-stage nascent soul cultivator. After settling down in Sunset City, for safety's sake, Wu Hao had investigated the surrounding forces. The most powerful among them was a force called the Bloodstained Sect, whose strongest member was a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator, not someone Wu Hao could easily mess with at his current level, in his own opinion. After pondering for a long time, Wu Hao looked at Suan suspiciously and asked, Old Su, I have a feeling you've been planning this for a long time. Qincan is my grandson, I'll definitely make arrangements for his marriage. Suan didn't hide anything and readily agreed with a chuckle. Soon, the two joined forces and went to the Azure Water Sect to propose a marriage alliance. Now, let alone Wu Hao, even Wu Rolong alone could easily destroy the entire Azure Water sect. Therefore, upon hearing that the bride was to marry the young master of the Wu family, the Azure Water sect master naturally agreed without hesitation. As for the betrothal gifts, a mere 100 top-grade spirit stones would suffice. Let alone 100, even 10 top-grade spirit stones would be beyond the reach of the mere Azure Water sect. Under the pressure of both strength and wealth, the Azure Water sect had no choice but to agree. Bai Yu herself had no objections. After meeting Wu Qincan, the two quickly finalized their marriage, to be held 6 months later. After all, Wu Qincan's talent was already quite good, and the Wu family was showering him with resources. Although only 18 years old, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. Not only in a small sunset city, but even in some top-tier forces, he would be a direct disciple. Therefore, Bai Yu naturally liked Wu Qincan, but it was just liking. As for feelings, that could be dealt with later. Wu Hao observed the personalities of these two and figured that if he didn't interfere, there was a high probability they would end up together. If you ask Wu Hao how he knew, don't ask. He'll simply say it's the intuition of a top-tier love expert. 3 years passed quickly. Under Wu Hao's encouragement, Wu Qincan and Bai Yu gradually developed feelings for each other and soon brought the Wu family their first fourth-generation heir. Wu Rolong, waiting outside the delivery room, watched Wu Qincan pacing anxiously and said irritably, "What's the rush? My daughter-in-law is a cultivator. How could a cultivator experience a difficult childbirth?" Before Wu Qincan could say anything, Wu Hao slapped Wu Rolong on the back of the head, saying irritably, "Back then, you were even more nervous than Qincan. That's because those involved are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly." Wu Rolong said irritably. Now, because his cultivation had reached the late nascent soul stage, his advancement speed had naturally slowed down. Just as Wu Qincan was about to say something, the sky outside suddenly changed. A 7-colored glow shone brightly in the sky, clearly visible even thousands of miles away, and terrifying phantoms could even be seen within the clouds. With the appearance of this strange phenomenon, all the powerful beings in the entire Xiantian realm opened their eyes, intending to investigate its location, but Wu Hao intervened and stopped them. Even so, the commotion caused by the phenomenon was still noticed by many powerful beings. A celestial phenomenon. A person of great destiny has been born. Men, find him. We must bring him under the command of Penglai Island. Hiss. The strong worship him. This is a person of great destiny. Obtaining him means obtaining the world. We must turn the entire Xiantian realm upside down to find him. That direction, it seems to be in the southern region. Go find him. Although Wu Hao didn't hear their words, he couldn't have guessed that because of his grandson, the entire southern region was about to be thrown into turmoil. "Dad, what's happening?" Wu Rolong was also startled by the sudden turn of events, his expression becoming serious. Wu Hao took a deep breath and murmured, looking towards the delivery room, "It seems my great-grandson is no ordinary person." Just as Wu Hao's thought crossed his mind, the system's voice rang out. "Ding, a chosen one has been detected among the host's descendants." So he's a chosen one? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. I just hope this chosen one won't bring any disaster to the Wu family. Wu Hao thought to himself. Although the million-fold reward from a chosen one was very tempting, Wu Hao also knew all too well that every family with a chosen one either ascended to immortality or was sacrificed. But there was nothing he could do. Now that a chosen one had appeared, and it was his great-grandson no less, he could only do his best to try and lead the entire Wu family to success. However, with the system's help, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 7 Refining the Void. "Grandpa, please name my son." Wu Qincan, holding his son, approached Wu Hao, his eyes filled with anticipation. After all, Wu Hao had chosen their names. Wu Hao carefully took his great-grandson from Wu Qincan's arms. Looking at the little guy still sucking his finger, Wu Hao's mind immediately conjured up the child's identity. Name, to be determined. Identity, chosen one, reincarnation of a powerful being. Talent, top-grade spiritual root. Physique, ancient sacred body. Looking at his great-grandson's information, Wu Hao pondered for a long time before speaking. He has been extraordinary since birth, so let's name him Wu Yufan. I hope he won't attract too much attention in his life. "Grandpa, isn't this name a bit not good?" Wu Qincan asked hesitantly. But Wu Hao shook his head, then said with utmost seriousness, "Didn't you notice the unusual phenomena that accompanied Yi Fan's birth? Our Wu family has no power to protect him. There are countless forces in the entire Xiantian realm far stronger than our Wu family. Therefore, the meaning behind his name is the hope that he will live a peaceful and safe life. Only ordinary people can have peace." Hearing his grandfather's words, Wu Qincan finally understood his grandfather's good intentions and was deeply moved. Because Wu Hao concealed the unusual phenomena, even though the powerful forces of the Xiantian realm knew that the person with great fortune was in the southern region, they couldn't find Wu Yifan's location for a while. 8 years passed quietly like this. During these 8 years, the third generation of the Wu family basically began cultivating, while Wu Rolong and Su Qingxiu also suspended their plans to have children and began to cultivate wholeheartedly. Of course, the position of family had naturally fell to Wu Rolong, so Wu Rolong now had to cultivate and manage family affairs, so the pressure was quite great. However, since the Wu family isn't very large yet, and its population isn't numerous, there aren't actually that many family affairs to manage. Great-grandpa, can I start cultivating now? Wu Yufan has grown into a rather handsome young man. Today is his 8th birthday, so he ran to Wu Hao early in the morning, excitedly asking the question. Wu Hao pondered for a moment, then nodded. In fact, Wu Hao had carefully considered Wu Yufan's cultivation method. As the chosen one, and possessing the ancient sacred body, ordinary cultivation methods would only be a burden for Wu Yufan. Therefore, over the past 8 years, Wu Hao had been searching far and wide for a suitable cultivation method for the ancient sacred body, and he actually found one. This is a cultivation method that Grandpa specially found for you, called the ancient sacred method scripture. Cultivating it to its peak will allow you to rival a great emperor in physical strength alone. Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yufan's eyes lit up instantly, and he said with great excitement, "Great-grandpa, I want to cultivate. I want to rival the great emperor." Alright, great-grandpa will teach you cultivation right now." A satisfied expression appeared on Wu Hao's face. Fortunately, this era wasn't like the one he knew before. The ancient sacred body's talent hadn't been severed by the heavenly Dao. This meant Wu Yufan's future potential was definitely higher than that of the heavenly emperor of the past. Soon, Wu Hao successfully taught Wu Yufan cultivation. In just a few breaths, with Wu Hao's abundant resources, Wu Yufan's cultivation soared, directly reaching the peak of qi refining, just one step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. However, Wu Hao suppressed it. The path of cultivation required taking one step at a time. He needed to consolidate his foundation before breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Only by building a solid foundation could Wu Yufan go further and higher in the future. Although he only broke through to the peak of qi refining, the feedback was 1,000,000 times greater. In an instant, Wu Hao's cultivation exploded. Originally, Wu Hao was only at the peak of nascent soul, but because Wu Yufan had begun cultivating, Wu Hao's realm couldn't be contained, directly breaking through to the mid-stage of void refinement. "Great-grandpa, what's this?" Wu Yufan looked at Wu Hao with some confusion and asked. Wu Hao shook his head, his tone extremely serious. "Yufan, you must remember, you can't be impatient when cultivating. Like a towering building, each realm requires solidifying and refining your foundation before breaking through. Only in this way can you reach even greater heights in the future, understand?" "I understand." Wu Yufan immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Wu Hao then showed a satisfied expression. After all, Wu Yufan's future potential was extremely high. Relying on Wu Yufan himself, he could definitely reach an unbelievably powerful realm. Soon, the 4th generation of the Wu family also began cultivating, and Wu Hao's realm began to improve along with the continuous cultivation of the Wu family members. 10 years passed. With Wu Yufan successfully breaking through to the golden core stage, Wu Hao also successfully advanced to the peak of the tribulation transcending stage, just one step away from becoming a legendary saint. Stay calm. Without becoming a great emperor, there's still great danger in the entire Xiantian realm. Wu Hao took a deep breath, clenching his fist. He was not even 100 years old yet, and he had already become a peak tribulation transcending cultivator, a truly unbelievable feat even in the entire Xiantian realm. However, Wu Hao knew that being merely a peak tribulation transcending cultivator, while allowing him to contend with saints due to his powerful techniques, would be certain death against a great saint. Therefore, his immediate priority was to become stronger. Today was also the day of the Wu family's first 4th generation members' coming of age ceremony. Just as Wu Hao was preparing to discuss a marriage with Wu Yufan, he received news from Wu Qinkan that Wu Yufan was preparing to leave the Wu family to venture out into the world. "Great-grandpa, you've come at the right time. I was planning to go out and explore, but father and the others won't let me." In the Wu family's main hall, Wu Yufan stood before Wu Rolong, Wu Qinkan, Su Qingxiu, and Bai Yu. Upon seeing Wu Hao's arrival, Wu Yufan couldn't help but plead with him, knowing that his great-grandfather always doted on him, and he was certain his great-grandfather would grant his requests if he begged. Sure enough, after he spoke, Wu Hao sighed and looked at Wu Yufan, asking again with utmost seriousness, "Are you really planning to go out and train?" "Yes, great-grandpa, I can feel that life in the Wu family is too peaceful, it's not suitable for my cultivation method," Wu Yufan said with unwavering determination. He possessed the ancient sacred body, but he had always cultivated in the extremely safe environment of the Wu family, which was extremely detrimental to his growth. Wu Hao naturally considered this as well, so he didn't stop him, but instead looked at Wu Rolong and Wu Qinkan to offer some advice. "My child is growing up, he'll eventually have to go out and explore. Just remember, the Wu family will always welcome you back." Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yufan's face clearly lit up with happiness. "Thank you, great-grandpa," Since Wu Hao had spoken, what could Wu Rolong and Wu Qincan say? As parents, they naturally wanted their child to be safe and sound. But that wasn't a reason to nip their child in the bud. After giving some instructions, Wu Yufan left, departing the Wu family without anyone knowing. Standing high in the sky, Wu Hao sighed. The chosen ones were indeed never content. But it was good that he was out there. The chosen ones always grew rapidly amidst numerous dangers. In other words, Wu Yufan's breakthrough speed would be faster after leaving the Wu family, and he himself could become stronger even faster. Chapter 8 Breakthrough to Quasi-Emperor. After Wu Yufan left the Wu family to gain experience elsewhere, the third generation of the Wu family gradually settled down and started their own families, producing over 10 great-grandchildren for Wu Hao. Unfortunately, no new chosen ones emerged. The best they produced were merely those with top-grade spiritual roots. However, this was already sufficient for Wu Hao's current needs. Time, like flowing water, slipped through his fingers, and 20 years passed silently. In those 20 years, the cultivation of the Wu family's 30-odd members, coupled with the feedback from Wu Yufan's experiences as the chosen one, allowed Wu Hao to break through a small realm almost every month. 20 years later, Wu Hao's cultivation had successfully surpassed the saint level, reaching the peak of the supreme realm, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to Quasi-Emperor. And today was the day Wu Hao ascended to Quasi-Emperor status. After breaking through to the saint level, one can create a small world using the saintly power within their body. Wu Hao is currently breaking through to Quasi-Emperor within his small world. Otherwise, given his foundation and the terrifying power of the Heavenly Emperor's myriad paths scripture, his breakthrough to Quasi-Emperor would likely be known throughout the entire Xiantian realm. Wu Hao doesn't want to be too high profile right now, so he stayed within his small world to break through to Quasi-Emperor. Is this the strength of a Quasi-Emperor? As a rumbling vibration emanated from within his body, Wu Hao's aura became increasingly terrifying, as if he had reached a limit. In an instant, everything within his small world seemed to freeze. When Wu Hao opened his eyes, he had already broken through to the Quasi-Emperor level. Wu Hao felt that with his current strength, a casual, effortless punch would be enough to destroy the entire Sunset City, and even a significant portion of the southern region, including Sunset City. While Wu Hao might have overestimated his abilities, it was enough to demonstrate the power of a Quasi-Emperor. Especially since, according to Wu Hao's understanding, there were practically no overtly recognized great emperors in the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm seemed to be under some kind of curse. The last great emperor had appeared 1,000,000 years ago. Even the 4 superpowers in the Xiantian realm now only had quasi-emperors at their disposal. Of course, with their resources, even without a great emperor, they could still put up a fight against one. This was because only powers that had produced great emperors and possessed imperial weapons could be called superpowers. Imperial weapons were extremely terrifying. Even a quasi-emperor wielding an imperial weapon could contend with a great emperor. With my current strength, I can't be too high profile. I'll wait until I break through to the invincible realm. Wu Hao thought to himself, making up his mind that he needed to at least break through to the Ascension realm before he could be more high profile. He just wondered how his wife was doing. Thinking of Sukioran, Wu Hao sighed helplessly. It seemed he needed to find some time to visit her, but at least he needed to protect the Wu family first. Currently, Wu Rolong was the strongest member of the Wu family, having broken through to the early stage of the Void Refinement realm. Although still too weak compared to Wu Hao, he was practically invincible around the small Sunset City. But the next second, Wu Hao's brows furrowed, and he vanished from the small world in a flash. At this moment, in front of the Wu family's gate, a figure covered in blood was walking slowly towards the Wu family's direction, his aura extremely weak, as if he would collapse at any moment. Great-grandfather, I'm sorry, I have failed the Wu family's honor. The figure looked towards the Wu family's direction, his face filled with shame, and then he could no longer hold back and collapsed. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Wu Hao appeared in front of him in time and steadily caught him. Seeing Wu Yufan's miserable state, Wu Hao's expression was extremely calm, but the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He never expected that his great-grandson would suffer such a torment simply for going out to train. His grandson was the chosen one of destiny. If he weren't, wouldn't he have already perished? Whoever harmed my grandson, I will make them pay in blood. Without time to think, Wu Hao used his own power to stabilize Wu Yufan's condition, preventing it from worsening. Only after doing so did he lead Wu Yufan back towards the Wu family. Meanwhile, in a vast mountain far from the Wu family, several figures dressed in black robes, their faces obscured, exuded an aura of anger. We were careless. We didn't expect this kid to have a high-level teleportation talisman. If we couldn't bring him back, we wouldn't be able to explain to the Holy Sun. What are you afraid of? Although that kid escaped using a spatial teleportation talisman, we still severely injured him. A mere saint, where could he possibly escape to? Anyway, let's go find him. These were the ones who severely injured Wu Yufan. The reason they severely injured him was because, by chance, they discovered that Wu Yufan possessed the ancient holy body. It's important to understand that the ancient sacred body is renowned not only for its formidable combat power, but more importantly, its sacred blood possesses a miraculous effect on certain cultivators, enabling them to break through cultivation realms. Therefore, they didn't hesitate to attack Wu Yufan. However, they never expected that this saintly being could escape from the hands of these three saint kings. If the saint's son discovered that the ancient sacred body had escaped their grasp, their fate would be dire. Thinking of this, the three shuddered and then chased after Wu Yufan in the direction he had fled. Meanwhile, within the Wu family, upon learning of Wu Yufan's critical injuries and near death, the second and third generation leaders of the Wu family came to his bedside. Wu Hao, having already used his own medical skills, combined with those of his granddaughter Wu Shuiying, had stabilized Wu Yufan's condition. Everything that followed would become clear once Wu Yufan awoke. Wu Qincan stood beside Wu Yufan's bed, his expression extremely grim, while Bai Yu held her son's hand, sobbing. "Grandpa, what exactly happened?" Wu Qincan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and then looked at his grandfather, Wu Hao. Wu Hao shook his head and said, "I don't know either. We'll only know who seriously injured him when Yufan wakes up. Damn it! If I find out who dared to seriously injure my son, I'll tear them to pieces." Wu Qincan said angrily, while Wu Hao felt a strange unease. Wu Qincan was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while Wu Yufan's cultivation level was obvious to Wu Hao early stage of the saint realm. Therefore, anyone capable of seriously injuring Wu Yufan to this extent must be at least a great saint or even a saint king. Even if Wu Qincan worked hard for another 100 years, he might not be a match for them. However, Wu Hao didn't say this. He left his great-grandson's matter to his great-grandson. This was Wu Yufan's inner demon, only by overcoming it could he break through to a more powerful realm. Chapter 9 Wu Yufan awakens, Grandpa entrusts him to me. Finally, thanks to Wu Hao's medical skills, 3 days passed before Wu Yufan slowly awoke. Where am I? Am I dead? Wu Yufan forced open his heavy eyes, looked around at his surroundings, and asked with some confusion. After all, the Wu family was much larger now than before, so it was normal for Wu Yufan not to remember anything. The servants who had been taking care of Wu Yufan rushed off to inform Wu Hao and the others after seeing him awaken. Shortly afterward, Wu Hao and the others hurriedly came in from outside, and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wu Yufan awake. Bai Yu, holding Wu Yufan's hand, burst into tears. "Son, do you know how worried your mother was?" Seeing his mother's tears and the worried faces of his family, how could Wu Yufan not know that he was home? However, his cultivation had been completely destroyed by the attacks of the three Saint King level experts. But Wu Yufan wasn't discouraged. After all, he was a genius with the heart of a genius, so he wouldn't care about such a thing. What was cultivation anyway? He could just cultivate it back. "Mother, I'm fine. I'm perfectly alright, aren't I?" Wu Yufan couldn't help but comfort his mother after hearing her cries. Unexpectedly, this only made Bai Yu even angrier. "Perfectly alright? If it weren't for your great-grandfather's intervention, you'd probably be dead on the way." "I know, I won't let this happen again." Wu Yufan could only repeatedly assure her, and only then did Bai Yu stop pursuing the matter. Wu Qincan also came before Wu Yufan, his expression extremely gloomy. "Son, who hurt you? Tell your father, and I'll avenge you." Forget it, father. You're no match for them." Wu Yufan rubbed his nose, then said somewhat embarrassedly. But Wu Qincan clearly didn't understand, thinking his son thought his father was too weak and didn't dare let him fight, so he continued. "It's all right, son. Tell your father, I'm a powerful cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm." After all, Wu Yufan's cultivation had been crippled when he returned, so Wu Qincan thought the enemy his son encountered wouldn't be very strong. Hearing Wu Qincan's words, Wu Yufan could only sigh helplessly and agree. "Alright, the ones who crippled me were 3 powerful cultivators at the early stage of the Saint King realm." Just 3? Wait, 3 what? Wu Qincan was about to say just 3 early stage Saint Kings, but quickly realized something. His throat felt like it was blocked, and he couldn't say anything. The Wu family members around them were also shocked, clearly not expecting Wu Yufan's cultivation to be so powerful, even able to escape from a Saint King level expert. Wu Yufan himself looked terrified, as if he had just survived a close call. If it weren't for his early saint level cultivation and his powerful ancient saint body, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Although he had lost all his cultivation level, Wu Yufan was confident he could surpass his peak again and become a great emperor. "So, son, what realm have you reached in these 20 years? Wu Qincan swallowed hard, asking with some difficulty. He remembered that before Wu Yufan left the Wu family, he was only a minor golden core cultivator in the early stage. Only 20 years had passed, and he had escaped from the hands of even 3 early Saint Kings. Just how powerful was Wu Yufan? "I only managed to break through to the early Saint stage by chance." Looking at the extremely calm expression on Wu Yufan's face, the Wu family members present unanimously believed that Wu Yufan was bluffing, but they had no proof. Just then, Wu Hao spoke up. "Alright, Yufan has just recovered from his serious injuries, let him rest well. Everyone, go out and do what you're supposed to do. Yes, father/grandfather/great-grandfather. The second, third, and fourth generations of the Wu family had all gone to cultivate, and soon only Wu Hao and Wu Yifan remained in the room. At this moment, Wu Yifan's expression finally became serious. He had originally thought that his great-grandfather, Wu Hao, was just a simple cultivator. After all, how powerful could a cultivator in the southern region be? The entire Xiantian realm was divided into 5 regions: the northern region, the western region, the eastern region, the central region, and the southern region. The southern region was the weakest of the 5 regions, and many people would leave the southern region for the other 4 regions after becoming powerful. But after leaving the Wu family, Wu Yifan witnessed the terrifying power of his grandfather, Wu Hao. That ancient sacred law scripture seemed tailor-made for his ancient sacred body, not to mention the resources. Within the Wu family, the spirit stones one could receive were all top-grade, while outside, even superpowers could only receive high-grade spirit stones. This demonstrated the terrifying power of the Wu family. No, it was great-grandpa Wu Hao. Great-grandpa. Seeing Wu Hao approach, Wu Yifan quickly sat up, supporting himself on the bed. Wu Hao simply waved his hand, indicating there was no need for such formality, and then asked, "So, what do you plan to do with these 3 Saint Kings?" Hearing this, Wu Yifan's expression turned serious. He understood his great-grandfather's meaning. If he spoke up, his great-grandfather might annihilate them. However, he was a genius. Geniuses possess their own pride. Only by personally dealing with their enemies could they achieve a clear mind and a smooth path to immortality. Therefore, without hesitation, Wu Yifan agreed without a second thought. "Great-grandpa, I want to handle this myself." As expected of my descendant. The resources here are enough for you to quickly recover to the Saint Realm or even break through to the Great Saint Realm. Once you break through to the Great Saint Realm, you should be able to deal with those 3 Saint Kings. Also, your ancient saint body is only at the minor completion stage. Reach the major completion stage as soon as possible. With just one glance, Wu Hao could tell that Wu Yufan's ancient saint body was only at the minor completion stage. The ancient sacred body possesses 12 layers of restrictions. Only by breaking these restrictions can the seal of the ancient sacred body be released. Breaking 1 restriction is considered the entry level, 3 restrictions the minor achievement, and only breaking 9 restrictions is considered the great achievement of the sacred body. Currently, Wu Yifan has only broken through 6 layers. Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan gave a helpless bitter smile. "Great-grandfather, I wanted to, but the rare and precious materials needed to break the restrictions of the ancient sacred body are extremely difficult to find. Even with my continuous efforts over the years, I've only found enough to break 6 layers. You don't need to worry about that. The family has grown much stronger over the years, collecting a lot of medicinal herbs in the Xiantian realm. So, search the family treasury, perhaps you'll find the rare and precious materials needed to break the restrictions of the ancient sacred body." In the past 20 years, as his cultivation has grown stronger step by step, Wu Hao has also begun to use the knowledge he learned on Earth to open a trading company in the southern region, amassing great wealth. Since the system's feedback couldn't be reinvested, Wu Hao had to have his family members earn money and give it to him, which he would then distribute to trigger the system's feedback. Over the course of 20 years, the Wu family's wealth had grown to an astonishing level, even rivaling that of the Holy Land. Chapter 10: The Second Chosen One appears. Great-grandpa, so, what exactly is your cultivation level? Looking at the mountain of resources piled up in the Wu family compound, Wu Yifan asked with a complex expression. Wu Hao waved his hand, speaking modestly. "You just need to know that great-grandpa will always be above you all." "That's not necessarily true, great-grandpa. I will definitely surpass you," Wu Yifan immediately declared defiantly, then went to cultivate diligently. Hearing Wu Yufan's words, Wu Hao's face showed a satisfied expression. "Keep striving, young man. Only through your efforts can you become invincible sooner." Just as Wu Yifan went to recover, Wu Hao sensed something, his expression furrowing. His figure vanished from the spot in a flash, reappearing in a delivery room within the Wu family compound. "Grandpa." Upon seeing Wu Hao arrive, the Wu family members present rushed forward to greet him. However, Wu Hao ignored them and instead looked towards the delivery room. "Xian Yuan, is your son about to be born?" "Yes, Grandpa." Wu Xian Yuan nodded quickly upon hearing Wu Hao's words, a worried expression appearing on his face as he looked towards the delivery room. "Grandpa's here, could something have happened to his son?" Soon, a very clear and loud cry of a newborn baby rang out from the delivery room. "Wah!" A short while later, the midwife emerged carrying a newborn baby and congratulated Wu Xian Yuan. "Master, it's a young master." Seeing this, Wu Xian Yuan carefully took the baby from the midwife's arms, then looked at Wu Hao and, after a moment's thought, made his request. "Grandpa, please name my son." Now that the Wu family had grown, naming was no longer Wu Hao's responsibility, it was mostly handled by Wu Rolong. However, since Wu Hao was present today, Wu Xianyuan wanted his grandfather to suggest a good name for his son. Wu Hao, gazing at the little one in Wu Xuanyuan's arms, took him into his own, a satisfied expression appearing on his face, before speaking. Since he's your son, Xianyuan, then let's name him Wu Yudao. Name, Wu Yudao. Identity, chosen one. Talent, top grade spiritual root. Physique, chaotic body. Wu Hao hadn't expected that his family would have two chosen ones. Normally, having even one chosen one was considered quite good. After all, a chosen one needs a powerful force to protect them. If the force isn't strong enough, they'll be dragged down and destroyed. However, this wasn't a problem for Wu Hao. The millionfold feedback would only make him far superior to other chosen ones. Now, even in the Xiantian realm, he could be considered capable of protecting himself. Wu Yudao, Grandpa, do you mean this child can create his own great Dao in the future? Wu Xuanyuan's eyes lit up as he listened to his grandfather's words, muttering to himself. However, Wu Hao swore he had no such intention. Every chosen one has their own path to walk, and even Wu Hao couldn't predict their development. However, Wu Hao did know several possible development paths for chosen ones, which he could arrange in the future. Time flew by, and 8 years passed. During these 8 years, Wu Yufan had fully healed his injuries, and even the restrictions on his ancient sacred body had been broken to the 7th level, making him capable of fighting even a Saint King. Of course, this was only in terms of physical strength. His cultivation level had only just recovered to the golden core stage. Even so, he insisted on leaving the Wu family to venture out into the world. On the day of his departure, his family showed their reluctance to let him go. Bai Yu even pleaded, "Xiao Fan, are you really unwilling to stay home to cultivate? It's far too dangerous outside." "Mother, my mind is made up. Staying at home will only hinder my development. It's better to let me go out. Besides, my enemies are very powerful. If I stay in the Wu family, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to the family." Wu Yufan said resolutely. He had never been one for a peaceful life, only danger and excitement could help him break through quickly. Although he knew his great-grandfather was powerful, since his great-grandfather didn't say anything, he wouldn't expose him. "Alright, Yufan is almost 50 years old. Let him go." At this moment, Wu Hao also stepped forward. Seeing Wu Hao speak up, Bai Yu and the others, despite their reluctance, could only nod in agreement. After speaking with Wu Qincan and his wife, Wu Hao turned to Wu Yufan and said earnestly, "I just hope you'll consider your own safety before you act, and don't act rashly. It would be best if you brought back a great-granddaughter-in-law." Wu Yufan's expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something, before he nodded in agreement. "I understand, great-grandpa. This guy, it seems he has someone he likes." Wu Hao naturally observed Wu Yufan's changes in expression, so he thought to himself, "Normally, the offspring of the chosen one are almost always top-grade spiritual roots, which means that if Wu Yufan has more children, his own breakthrough speed can be even faster." Soon, Wu Yufan waved to the Wu family members from a distance. "I'm leaving, take care." With that, Wu Yufan turned and left without looking back. The Wu family members stood there for a while before following him. "Let's go back. We need to work harder too, otherwise we won't be able to keep up with our son's pace," Wu Qincan said, standing beside Bai Yu, before leading her back. Although Wu Qincan and Bai Yu had tried their best, their talent had its limits. Now, almost 80 years old, they had only broken through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm and the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. If they didn't work harder, their lives would probably remain like this forever. After the Wu family members had all left, Wu Hao turned and departed. He had secretly left a protective layer of his power on Wu Yufan, powerful enough to prevent even a quasi-emperor level expert from killing him. After all, Wu Yufan was his experience point, and he couldn't afford for him to die like that. However, there was another very important matter to attend to: getting the other chosen one, Wu Yudao, to begin his cultivation. With the strong support of these two chosen ones, Wu Hao felt he would soon break through to the great emperor level. Especially Wu Yufan, because his cultivation level had been crippled. Even if he started cultivating again, he would still receive a significant amount of cultivation feedback from Wu Hao. For a moment, Wu Hao even couldn't resist the urge to have Wu Yudao cultivate a technique that required 99 repetitions of the previous one, but the thought was simply too painful, so he couldn't bring himself to do it. Chapter 11: The Great Emperor. "Great-grandpa, can I start cultivating now?" Wu Hao had just returned to his courtyard when he saw Wu Yudao, dressed in white, running towards him with a happy expression. Seeing this, Wu Hao smiled and said, "That's right, Yudao can start cultivating today." Although Yudao is only 8 years old, because of the Wu family's clan rules that resources cannot be wasted on cultivation, all children born into the Wu family undergo a medicinal bath every month to remove impurities from their bodies, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Therefore, Yudao's height has already reached about 2/3 of a normal person's height, which is about 1.2 meters. As for Wu Yudao's cultivation, Wu Hao had already done his research. The chaotic body is a terrifying physique, comparable to, or even surpassing, the ancient sacred body. Once discovered, all the major holy lands would definitely be to take Wu Dao as their holy son. Of course, Wu Hao concealed the unusual phenomenon as soon as he realized Wu Dao was the chosen one, which is why the major powers of the Xiantian realm didn't discover his presence. Otherwise, the southern region, which had already attracted the attention of various holy lands because of Wu Yufan, would likely have been thrown into turmoil again. Getting back to the point, Wu Hao had already made all the preparations for cultivating the chaos body. The most suitable cultivation method for the chaos body was the chaos scripture, but it had been lost in the Xiantian realm. Even when Wu Hao searched for it, he only found the chaos scripture, which could only be cultivated up to the Saint King level at most. After thinking for a moment, Wu Hao looked at Wu Dao with a very solemn expression and said, "Wu Dao, your great-grandfather has something to tell you first. You'd better be prepared." "Great-grandfather, please speak." Wu Dao is ready. Although Wu Dao was a little nervous, he nodded in agreement with his youthful face. Soon, Wu Hao explained the matter of the chaotic body, including that if Wu Dao were to cultivate the chaotic scripture, he could only reach the Saint King level. The remaining fragments of the chaotic scripture would have to be found by Wu Dao himself. Although the chaotic body could cultivate other techniques, none were as compatible with it as the chaotic scripture. Only a chaotic body cultivated with the chaotic scripture could be called a chaotic body. Upon hearing that he could only cultivate up to the Saint King level, a conflicted expression appeared on Wu Dao's face, but he quickly made up his mind and nodded in agreement. "Great-grandpa, I've made up my mind. I want to cultivate the chaotic scripture." "Are you sure?" "If you cultivate the chaotic scripture, then you'll have to go to the Xiantian realm to find the remaining fragments." Wu Hao asked again. Wu Dao turned his back to Wu Hao, speaking with extreme confidence. "Great-grandfather, since heaven has bestowed upon me the chaotic body, it naturally won't leave me without the remnants of the chaotic scripture. Besides, what use is this chaotic body if I don't cultivate the chaotic scripture?" "Alright, in that case, great-grandfather will impart the chaotic scripture to you today." Hearing this, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. What chaotic body wouldn't cultivate the chaotic scripture? Only by cultivating the chaotic scripture could Wu Dao provide him with more cultivation feedback. Of course, even if Wu Dao couldn't find the remaining fragments of the chaos scripture later, it didn't matter, Wu Hao would intervene. By the time Wu Dao reached the Saint King level, Wu Yufan would likely have become a quasi-emperor, and Wu Dao himself would have long since become a great emperor or even higher. In that situation, surely he wouldn't be able to find a mere fragment of the chaos scripture? Because of the solid foundation he had laid earlier, and with Wu Hao's personal guidance, Wu Dao quickly and smoothly entered the qi refining realm. And just like Wu Yufan when he first started cultivating, he directly advanced to the peak of qi refining, only to be stopped by Wu Hao. After giving him some advice on how to consolidate his cultivation before breaking through, Wu Dao nodded in agreement and then excitedly went to tell his parents the good news. As for Wu Hao, since he had already broken through to the quasi-emperor level, even 1,000,000 times the feedback from Wu Dao would only bring him closer to becoming a great emperor. After all, a great emperor's million-year lifespan is no joke, making breakthroughs naturally much more difficult. 3 years passed quickly. During these 3 years, with the accumulation of cultivation by the Wu family members, Wu Hao's cultivation finally broke through to the great emperor realm. The instant Wu Hao broke through to the great emperor realm, countless pairs of eyes snapped open in the various forbidden areas of the Xiantian realm, their pupils filled with shock. That aura, it's a great emperor. How is this possible? Wasn't the Xiantian realm cursed, preventing anyone from breaking through to the great emperor realm? Who cares? Since someone has broken through to the great emperor realm, doesn't that mean the curse has been broken? From now on, it's possible to break through to the great emperor realm. Heaven hasn't forsaken me. Heaven hasn't forsaken me. Someone, go find that newly promoted great emperor. We must find out how he broke through to the great emperor realm. This might be our hope. Countless terrifying figures, hidden in the forbidden areas, murmured as they looked towards the southern region. However, Wu Hao clearly hadn't considered this. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, he concealed his aura, ensuring no one would discover it. After all, there are currently no great emperors in the Xiantian realm on the surface, but what about in the shadows? Wu Hao doesn't want to be high profile so quickly, at least not before he has absolute strength. However, something's not right in the Xiantian realm. It's like a powerful being has blocked the path to the Xiantian realm, preventing it strong from breaking through to the great emperor realm. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, Wu Hao keenly sensed something, and his expression became serious. He could sense that a part of the Xiantian realm's laws of heaven and earth was missing, the missing part being the very law that allows Xiantian realm experts to break through to the great emperor realm. Even Wu Hao himself couldn't do that now, which meant the Xiantian realm was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Keep a low profile, I still need to keep a low profile. Wu Hao thought to himself, his desire to develop discreetly growing stronger. Since Wu Hao wasn't a native of the Xiantian realm, its laws of heaven and earth were useless to him. With the system's help, they were even less able to harm him. System, if I break through to the level of Great Emperor, will I be rejected and forced to ascend? After breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, Wu Hao had gained some understanding of the subsequent realms. This wasn't a system prompt, but rather a cultivator's intuition about the path ahead. As long as there was a path ahead, he could sense it. Wu Hao sensed that the next realm was definitely beyond what the Xiantian realm could withstand, which was why he asked. Ding, the host can use the system's concealment function to break through. The heavenly Dao cannot detect the host's aura and will not force ascension. I see. I understand. Wu Hao thought to himself. He didn't want to ascend too quickly yet. In his previous life, he had read many transmigration novels. If he cultivated to the point of ascension, he might be a renowned genius in the lower realm. But if he ascended to the upper realm, he might be forced to mine. It would be better to wait until he was a little stronger before ascending. Chapter 12, Searching for a Wife. Now that I've broken through to the Great Emperor realm, it's time to go find my wife. Upon reaching the Great Emperor realm, Wu Hao immediately thought of his wife. After all, their years of relationship weren't fake, and he couldn't possibly be alone forever. Therefore, both out of obligation and practicality, he had to find Sukiyoran. However, before leaving, he had to make sure everything in the Wu family was settled. He couldn't let their stronghold be destroyed while he was away. Soon, Wu Hao summoned Wu Rolong. Upon hearing that Wu Hao was going to bring his mother back, Wu Rolong's expression changed, becoming extremely complicated. Although he knew his mother hadn't intentionally left them, the years without her had caused him considerable pain. But what could he do? As Sukiyoran's son, he couldn't simply stand by and watch her suffer. I understand, father. Go ahead. I'll take care of the Wu family's affairs. Over the years, under Wu Hao's guidance, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce behind the Wu family has become the largest chamber of commerce in the entire southern region. Wu Rolong has also become a peak tribulation transcending expert, only half a step away from breaking through to sainthood. Of course, because the Wu family was willing to spend money, they still managed to hire 3 early-stage Saint King experts to oversee the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Combined with the backup plans left by Wu Hao, even a quasi-emperor couldn't do anything to the Wu family. Yes, I will bring your mother back as soon as possible. After saying this, Wu Hao set off towards the outside of the Wu family compound. As for how to find Sukiyoran, Wu Hao didn't really have much of a clue. After all, when he was with Sukiyoran, she was in a state of amnesia, and he didn't know her background. After regaining her memories, Sukiyoran, for Wu Hao and Wu Rolong's safety, didn't reveal her origins. She simply gave them resources sufficient to cultivate to the nascent soul stage before leaving. However, since my wife said she was framed, it's probably some kind of internal power struggle. So let's investigate the forces in the southern or central regions to see if they have a name like Sukiyoran. Wu Hao quickly came up with an idea. He regretted that Sukiyoran hadn't left anything behind, otherwise, even just her personal clothing or hair would have allowed him to find her by following her scent. But it was too late for regrets now. He could only take it one step at a time. However, with his great emperor-level cultivation, finding Sukiyoran would only be a matter of a few years. Meanwhile, in the central region, within the Myriad Flower Holy Land, as one of the 4 superpowers, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land is naturally incredibly powerful. Its patriarch, the Myriad Flowers ancestor, possesses the cultivation of a peak quasi-emperor, and with the aid of an emperor-level weapon, he could even contend with an early-stage great emperor. However, the position of Holy Maiden within the Myriad Flowers Holy Land is currently vacant. Sukiyoran was once a candidate for Holy Maiden, but was framed and ended up in the southern region, where she married Wu Hao. After regaining her memories, Sukiyoran returned to the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Now, many years later, she has become the most likely candidate to become a saintess, thanks to her powerful talent and ruthless methods. But at this moment, Sukiyoran sat by the window in her pavilion, gazing at the blue sky outside, her expression dazed, murmuring to herself, "Husband, I don't know how you and the child are doing now, but don't worry, after I become a saintess, I will bring you and the child here, and then our family will be reunited." Sukiyoran has now broken through to the peak of the saint realm, just one step away from becoming a great saint. Besides Sukiyoran, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land currently has 3 other saintess candidates. The other 2 are still at the peak of the void refinement stage, so they are practically eliminated. Only one candidate remains, a late-stage saint, named Nurong Shui. But at this moment, Nurong Shui's expression in her dojo is extremely gloomy. She hadn't expected that her scheme to kick Sukiyoran out would backfire, and that this wretched woman would actually return, surpassing her to become the most likely candidate for Holy Maiden. But then, a mocking expression appeared on Nurong Shui's face. "Sukiyoran, what you didn't expect is that the Holy Lord and I are father and daughter, right? Just wait, I'll make my move again and eliminate you. That way, my becoming Holy Maiden will be perfectly legitimate." What no one knew was that Murong Shui, one of the Holy Maiden candidates, was the daughter of Murong Huang, the Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. However, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land never selected its Holy Maiden based on status, but on talent. The Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land is chosen every 100 years, and the only requirement is being under 100 years old. There are only 10 years left until the next election, and within those 10 years, she must eliminate Su Qiuran, otherwise Su Qiuran will definitely steal her position as Holy Maiden. She, Murong Shui, would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Soon, Murong Shui realized something, and her expression turned fierce. I remember the vast secret realm will open in a year. All the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land will enter then. And Su Qiuran, I want to see how you survive against 3 peak great saints. He. Thinking of becoming the Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Murong Shui couldn't help but laugh loudly. Su Qiuran, unaware that she had been tricked by Murong Shui, was currently focused on breaking through to the Great Saint Realm. However, the Great Saint Realm breakthrough was extremely difficult, and even with her top-grade spiritual route, it would take her a very long time to complete. This is the Central Region? It's indeed much more prosperous than the Southern Region. Wu Yufan, having overcome numerous obstacles, finally arrived in the Central Region. Upon arriving in the Central Region, Wu Yufan couldn't help but show surprise. This was his first time in the Central Region, and he hadn't expected the spiritual energy content to be almost twice as dense as that of the Southern Region. No wonder stronger cultivators all wanted to come to the Central Region. However, Wu Yufan wasn't thinking about all that at the moment. His current focus was on how to quickly become stronger so he could avenge himself on the 3 Saint Kings who had severely injured him. Currently, Wu Yufan could fight a Saint King with his physical strength alone, but if all 3 attacked together, he might not be a match. Therefore, Wu Yufan planned to wait until he had lifted the restrictions on his ancient saint body to the 8th level, gaining the strength to easily kill a supreme being before making his move. Furthermore, Wu Yufan wasn't reckless. He naturally considered that those 3 Saint Kings might have powerful forces behind them, so for the sake of caution, it would be safer to break through to the 8th level of his physical body and advance his cultivation to the peak of the Saint King realm before taking action. Chapter 13: Rescuing a Spirit Pet. Meanwhile, Wu Hao was heading towards the Central Region, though he couldn't miss the Southern Region either. While it was more likely his wife was in the Central Region, what if she was in the Southern Region? The possibility was small, but not impossible. During his search for Su Qiuran, Wu Hao also had some rare time to appreciate the scenery and people of the Xiantian realm. Now nearly 100 years old, Wu Hao had spent his earlier years focused on becoming stronger. Now, having finally achieved a semblance of self-defense in the Xiantian realm, he could afford to be a little more relaxed. However, when passing through certain places, Wu Hao rarely missed any rare and precious treasures. He was always eager to acquire them, as giving them to Yi Dao and Yi Fan would yield a millionfold return, so he wouldn't let them slip by. Just before Wu Hao passed through a place, he saw a figure dressed entirely in snow-white robes swiftly moving through the forest, followed by several golden core stage human cultivators. I never expected to encounter the legendary 9-tailed spirit fox in this small Wankang mountain range. If we could capture her and sell her, it would be a fortune for us. Are you stupid? Sell her? A 9-tailed spirit fox, if properly nurtured, can break through to the Great Emperor realm. With a Great Emperor spirit pet, where in the entire Xiantian realm couldn't we go? Even the 4 great holy lands would have to be wary of us. Little spirit fox, surrender. You can't escape. In the sky, the 3 early-stage golden core cultivators looked on with delight, their faces filled with barely concealed excitement as they watched the little spirit fox fleeing below. They hadn't expected that simply coming to the Wankang mountain range to find some rare treasures would lead to such a stroke of luck encountering the legendary 9-tailed spirit fox. A stronger 9-tailed spirit fox would naturally run for its life, but the 9-tailed spirit fox they encountered was only at the 3-tailed stage, its strength comparable to a human cultivator at the Spirit Sea realm. Therefore, facing 3 early-stage golden core cultivators, the 9-tailed spirit fox could only flee. However, this wasn't a solution. If the pursuit continued, it would likely be captured by the 3 early-stage golden core cultivators behind it. Damn human cultivators. I just want to live, what's wrong with that? The 9-tailed spirit fox thought to itself. So-called demonic beasts and spirit beasts refer to beings that have gained intelligence, and how could a 9-tailed spirit fox at the Spirit Sea realm be less intelligent than a human? However, demonic beasts can only speak human language after reaching the nascent soul stage, and only at the deity transformation stage can they manifest human form. So, even in its desperation, the 9-tailed spirit fox could only run around aimlessly, hoping to find a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, she was quickly surrounded by the 3 early-stage golden core cultivators, with nowhere to escape. Seeing this, the 9-tailed spirit fox bared its teeth fiercely at them, but as the pressure from the early-stage golden core cultivators descended, it was instantly suppressed and forced to the ground. Ha, little spirit fox, you'd better surrender obediently. It's said that the nine-tailed spirit fox clan are all exceptionally beautiful. Once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I'll have my way with them. One of the early golden core cultivators looked at the nine-tailed spirit fox with eyes full of desire. The nine-tailed spirit foxes are most famous not for their talent, but for their beauty. Therefore, upon discovering a nine-tailed spirit fox, a powerful force will usually capture and tame it. Once it reaches the nascent soul stage, it can transform into human form for dual cultivation. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter a nine-tailed spirit fox here. A figure appeared before the nine-tailed spirit fox, saying with a hint of surprise. The newcomer was Wu Hao. He had originally planned to pass by directly, but after careful consideration, he realized that the nine-tailed spirit fox only needed resources to break through to the great emperor stage. Keeping it might allow it to become the guardian beast of his Wu family. So, after some thought, Wu Hao made his move. The moment Wu Hao appeared, the three early-stage golden core cultivators were filled with shock, clearly not expecting such a powerful expert to be present. However, after recovering, one of the early-stage golden core cultivators took a deep breath and spoke. Senior, we were the ones who targeted this nine-tailed spirit fox first. If you make a move now, it might not be a good thing. Oh, is that so? What if I said I was going to make a move? Wu Hao coldly glanced at them. From the beginning, Wu Hao had no intention of leaving them a way out. After all, if word got out about a nine-tailed spirit fox of this caliber, many people would come looking for trouble. Therefore, to avoid future problems, with a single thought, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, instantly killing the three early-stage golden core cultivators. For Wu Hao, killing cultivators of this level was as easy as a single thought. The nine-tailed spirit fox lying on the ground was also shocked by this scene. She never imagined that such a powerful being existed in the world, who had killed the three human cultivators who had just made her so miserable in a single thought. But most importantly, it was Wu Hao's appearance. If Wu Hao's appearance before he began cultivating immortality could only be considered ordinary, then now Wu Hao was definitely a handsome man among immortals. Furthermore, the nine-tailed spirit fox could feel an extremely close feeling from Wu Hao. This was all because Wu Hao had cultivated the Heavenly Emperor's myriad paths scripture, so all things in heaven and earth wanted to be close to Wu Hao when they saw him, because he possessed an aura of the same origin as them. However, Wu Hao obviously didn't think about all that. Instead, he looked at the nine-tailed spirit fox lying on the ground and then spoke. Would you be willing to become my spirit pet? Wu Hao wouldn't force her. If she didn't agree, he would just kill her. Compared to powerful talent, Wu Hao wanted loyalty more. The nine-tailed spirit fox naturally did not refuse, and quickly handed over a portion of its natal essence. Seeing this, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction, then stored the natal essence in his palm. Soon, Wu Hao successfully signed a spirit pet contract with the nine-tailed spirit fox, thus officially bringing her under his wing. This is not a harem story. There is only one female protagonist, Sukioran. Little guy, you probably don't have a name yet, right? In that case, you'll take my surname, Wu, and your name will be Wu Hu. Wu Hao thought for a moment and then gave the nine-tailed spirit fox a name. The nine-tailed spirit fox, perched on Wu Hao's shoulder, excitedly nodded in agreement upon hearing the name he had chosen. As for why he named the nine-tailed spirit fox Wu Hu, it's because, Wu Hu Takeoff. Chapter 14 Arrival in the Central Region. After taking Wu Hu under his wing, Wu Hao continued his journey towards the central region. He only occasionally rescued innocent people along the way, which was merely a matter of course for him. However, a rumor about a nameless wandering swordsman was circulating in the southern region. Hey, have you heard? A nameless wandering swordsman has appeared in our southern region. If you're in danger, he'll come to your rescue. I've heard. It's said that even a saint-level expert couldn't withstand a single move from that nameless wandering swordsman. Wow, that's terrifying. I'm going to find that nameless wandering swordsman and become his disciple. At this time, Wu Hao was unaware that his unintentional actions had stirred up undercurrents in the previously stagnant southern region. Meanwhile, on Sunset City, there was naturally an imperial dynasty, the Li dynasty, to which Sunset City belonged. Meanwhile, within the Li dynasty, the emperor, a supreme-level expert, frowned slightly as he listened to the minister's remonstrances. He had naturally heard of the nameless wandering swordsman's exploits. Someone who could defeat even a saint with a single move was at least a great saint-level expert, and a wild one at that. Such talent was definitely worth recruiting into their Li dynasty. Alright, judging from the nameless wandering swordsman's performance, he seems to be a righteous person. If possible, he can be recruited into our Li dynasty to hold an important position. Do you have anything else to say? If not, then the court is adjourned. The emperor waved his hand, intending to adjourn the court. But at that moment, a minister stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, are you aware of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, which has recently risen rapidly? Upon hearing the name Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, the ruler of the Li dynasty frowned and inquired, what is that? Soon, the ruler of the Li dynasty, Li Sukan, learned about the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce from his minister, and his brow furrowed as he asked, "You mean, in less than 100 years, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce has risen rapidly, dominating most of the commerce in the entire southern region?" "That's right. Moreover, according to my understanding, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce at its strongest only has 3 early-stage Saint Kings overseeing it. I'm afraid the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce cannot hold on to such a vast empire. Perhaps your majesty could suggest that the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce be incorporated into our Li dynasty?" the minister suggested, and Li Sukan frowned slightly before finally speaking. "Let me consider this matter." Dismiss the court. Soon, only Li Sukan remained in the vast palace. Only then did Li Sukan wave his hand, and the next second, 2 figures at the peak of the Saint King realm appeared beside him. The 2 men were completely shrouded in an impenetrable black cloth. These 2 were Li Sukan's undercover agents, dedicated to performing various shady tasks for him. "You two, one investigate the recently emerged Nameless Wanderer, the other investigate the Wu Clan Merchant Guild. If the Wu Clan Merchant Guild isn't backed by a powerful entity, then recruit them as an vassal of my Li dynasty." Li Sukan rested his chin on one hand and lightly tapped the dragon armrest with the other, simply deciding on the matters concerning the Wu Clan Merchant Guild and the Nameless Wanderer. As the 2 agents disappeared, a playful expression appeared on Li Sukan's face. "The Wu Clan Merchant Guild? You'd better not have any other dynasty's shadow behind you, otherwise, I don't mind wiping you out." In the southern region, there are 3 dynasties of comparable strength to the Li dynasty: the Dynasty of Gods, the Invincible Dynasty, and the Powerful Dynasty. The relationship between these 4 dynasties can only be described as temporarily peaceful, but if any of them dare to extend their reach into the territory of my Li dynasty, Li Sukan wouldn't hesitate to chop off their hands. Meanwhile, Wu Hao was unaware of what was happening here. Although his main purpose was sightseeing, he still traveled quickly, soon bringing Wu Hao to the bustling central region. Is this the central region? It's certainly much more prosperous than the southern region. It's worth noting that golden core cultivators are extremely rare in the southern region, but in the central region, there are roughly 20 golden core cultivators out of every 100 people. This shows how much stronger the central region's foundation is compared to the other 4 regions. But what did that matter to Wu Hao? He came to the central region only to find his wife, everything else was irrelevant. Wu Hao, perched on Wu Hao's shoulder, happily looked around. As for her cultivation level, with Wu Hao's unlimited resources, she had already broken through to the peak of the golden core realm. After all, the 9-tailed spirit fox's potential is limited. As long as one is willing to invest resources, the breakthrough speed is quite fast and very stable. "Alright, Wu Hao, we still have things to do. Let's look for some channels first." After saying this, Wu Hao began to consider his next move. After all, he didn't know where his wife was, and going to look for her rashly would likely only cause her trouble. Therefore, the best way was to find a powerful but not too powerful force and have them search secretly. This would be much faster than searching aimlessly like a headless fly. Just as Wu Hao was about to look for such a force, he sensed something and looked in a direction with surprise. Across the vast expanse of space, Wu Hao saw Wu Yufan, who had arrived in the central region. Wu Yufan looked extremely disheveled, being chased by 3 early-stage Saint King cultivators. However, thanks to the help of the ancient saint body, Wu Yufan was not currently in danger, only appearing somewhat disheveled. Never mind, that's something the chosen one has to go through. Let him handle it himself, there's no danger for him anyway. Wu Hao shook his head and disappeared into the crowd with Wu Hao. Meanwhile, Wu Yufan was so angry he was practically cursing. What was going on? He had only just arrived in the central region and had already encountered those 3 early-stage Saint Kings again. However, since the ancient sacred body had broken 7 seals, the 3 men couldn't stop him if he wanted to leave. Damn it, you just wait. Fortune changes every 30 years, I'll repay this debt 100-fold one day. Wu Yufan glared at the 3 behind him and vanished before their eyes. The 3 early-stage Saint Kings who witnessed this turned pale. They hadn't expected Wu Yufan, who had easily injured them last time, to escape this time. What if they met again? Would Wu Yufan be able to kill them then? This matter can't be delayed any longer. We must inform the Holy Sun as soon as possible, otherwise, once the enemy becomes stronger, we'll truly be helpless. Chapter 15. My wife is actually a saint. For Wu Hao, finding a force that could help him find his wife wasn't difficult, and he quickly found one. The Wind Pavilion, just as its name suggests, could gather information wherever the wind could blow. Upon arriving at the Wind Pavilion, Wu Hao donned a bronze mask, completely obscuring his identity. After entering Rufeng Pavilion, Wu Hao followed the messenger's directions to a room, whereupon an elderly man entered shortly afterward. Esteemed guest, since you have come to Rufeng Pavilion, you should know our rules. Whether you ask or not, you must pay upon entering. The old man spoke with an extremely calm expression. Wu Hao said nothing, simply placing a top-grade spirit stone on the table. I understand the rules. Upon seeing the top-grade spirit stone, the old man's expression changed, his face lighting up with a smile as he asked with increasing respect, "Esteemed guest, what information do you wish to inquire about?" "I'm looking for someone named Sukioran." Wu Hao cut to the chase. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, the old man's brows furrowed immediately before he continued, "Esteemed guest, is the Sukioran you're looking for a cultivator or a mortal?" "A cultivator," Wu Hao said calmly, and the old man quickly turned and left, returning with a thick stack of documents. He slammed the documents onto the table with a thud before speaking. "Guest, this contains information on all Suchiaorans in the entire central region. The price is 10 top-grade spirit stones. Here you go," Wu Hao said, neatly tossing out 10 top-grade spirit stones, and then began to peruse Sukioran's information. Wu Hao naturally had a deep impression of his wife's face, so he flipped through the pages quickly. However, when he opened the first page, Wu Hao froze on the spot. The information on the first page was that of the quasi-saintess of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Wu Hao's wife. Wu Hao hadn't expected his wife to be the renowned quasi-saintess of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. How interesting. No wonder his wife insisted on leaving. So that's why. If the people of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land knew his wife was still alive, even married and had children, they would definitely not let him, who had defiled the quasi-holy maiden and their child, off the hook. Seeing Wu Hao close the message, the old man beside him asked curiously, "Guest, did you find it?" "Yes, I found it." Wu Hao didn't say much, got up to leave, but quickly remembered something, leaving behind a communication stone and speaking. "Give this communication stone to the pavilion master of your Rufeng pavilion. I want to have a talk with your pavilion master." Regarding the Rufeng pavilion's attitude, Wu Hao still wanted to bring them under his control. Even if he couldn't bring them under his control, he wanted to at least maintain a good relationship with them. It might come in handy in the future. Seeing Wu Hao's mysterious demeanor, the old man's expression faltered slightly, but he still had the communication stone put away. After all, judging from Wu Hao's ability to casually produce a top-grade spirit stone, Wu Hao was probably no ordinary person. What if the pavilion master held a grudge against him later because of this? Meanwhile, after returning to the inn, Wu Hao took Wu Hu and headed straight for the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Now that he had found his wife, Wu Hao naturally wouldn't let her suffer any more danger. Besides, Wu Hao had also investigated a lot of information from the Wind Pavilion. For example, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land was currently holding a ceremony to elect a new holy maiden. If Sukioran were to encounter danger, he wouldn't be able to rescue her with his current abilities. With Wu Hao's cultivation at the mid-stage of the Great Emperor realm, he arrived at the Myriad Flowers Holy Land in just a few breaths. Generally, powerful forces like the Myriad Flowers Holy Land would have array formations and restrictions to prevent powerful enemies from sneaking in. Unfortunately, Wu Hao was simply too powerful, rendering the restrictions ineffective. On the contrary, Wu Hao moved with effortless ease. His terrifying emperor-level divine sense searched the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, quickly locating his wife, Sukioran. Thinking of this, Wu Hao immediately headed towards Sukioran's location. At the same time, Sukioran seemed to sense something, her brows furrowing. "This feeling is strange. It feels like I'm about to encounter something very important." But before Sukioran could react, a voice she hadn't heard in a long time, but which she always heard in her dreams, came from behind her. "Wife, turn around." Upon hearing this, Sukioran froze, then slowly turned around and saw the figure she had longed for day and night. "Husband? What are you doing here? You must leave, it's dangerous here." Sukioran initially thought she was hallucinating when she saw Wu Hao, but quickly realized it wasn't. Her husband was truly beside her. However, Sukioran quickly remembered something, her face filled with worry, and she stepped forward to ask Wu Hao to leave. After all, this was the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, and a quasi-saintess of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land absolutely could not have relationships with outside men casually, otherwise, any man who had a relationship with a quasi-saintess would be killed. Although she didn't know how Wu Hao had gotten here, Sukioran didn't believe that Wu Hao had gained strength comparable to the Myriad Flowers Holy Land in less than 100 years. Sukioran had initially thought her peak saint-level cultivation would easily take Wu Hao away, but to her surprise, her power vanished completely upon contact with him, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Sukioran was stunned, but before she could react, Wu Hao pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Wife, I've missed you so much these past few days. So much." Hearing Wu Hao's sudden confession, Sukioran froze, her ears turning bright red, and murmured, "Husband, I missed you too." Then, like dry wood meeting a raging fire, decades of loneliness were completely filled in that one day. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, especially since Wu Hao and Sukioran had been apart for almost a lifetime. The ferocity of their battle was self-evident. Of course, in the end, Wu Hao emerged victorious. The great emperor was simply too powerful and overwhelming. Chapter 16, Please leave it to me, honey. After a passionate encounter, Sukioran lay in Wu Hao's arms, glaring at him with a resentful expression. This guy, he didn't even know how to cherish her. Wu Hao, somewhat embarrassed, touched his nose. After all, his desires hadn't been satisfied in a long time, and with his wife right in front of him, it was normal to lose control. But soon, Sukioran seemed to realize something, her expression becoming extremely serious. Husband, although I don't know how you got into the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, we need to leave as soon as possible. The power of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land is beyond your imagination. Trust me, once I become the Holy Maiden, I will announce your existence. This is all for your safety. Seeing Sukioran's extremely serious expression, Wu Hao couldn't help but smile, then touched Sukioran's nose before speaking. It's all right. Your husband has become very powerful during this time. The Myriad Flowers Holy Land is nothing, it can't harm your husband. Wu Hao wasn't joking about this. After all, there were no great emperors in the current Xiantian realm. Even if the Myriad Flowers Holy Land possessed emperor-level weapons, they couldn't stop Wu Hao if he wanted to leave. Sukioran was slightly taken aback after Wu Hao touched her nose, but quickly recovered, thinking he was joking, and continued. Oh, husband, what are you doing? I'm not joking with you. The Myriad Flowers Holy Land is truly powerful. Anyway, you should leave quickly. There are still 10 years. After 10 years, I will become the new Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, and then I can openly announce your existence. I'm really not joking. Look, men are most afraid of being told they don't believe them, and Wu Hao was no exception. After hearing Sukioran say that he was inferior to the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Wu Hao couldn't hold back any longer. His aura, like a vast ocean, was fully revealed before Sukioran. This silenced Sukioran's earlier attempts at persuasion, her face filled with shock. She truly hadn't expected her husband to have broken through to such a terrifying level in such a short time. Even she, a peak saint, felt a profound sense of crisis, and the aura she had sensed from the quasi-emperor level experts within the Holy Land was far stronger than her husband's. Could it be that her husband had truly broken through to a level where he was no longer afraid even of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land? If she hadn't just measured her husband's size and found it to be exactly the same as before, Sukioran might have suspected that the husband before her was an imposter. But husband, I don't want to be just a pretty face by your side, so how about I handle this myself? After I become the Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, I can be with you openly and honestly. Only then will I be worthy to stand by your side. Sukioran looked at Wu Hao, her eyes filled with sincerity. Hearing this, Wu Hao hesitated slightly, but seeing Sukioran's pleading expression, he sighed and said, Alright, since this is your choice, then you must wear this pendant at all times. It contains my power. Once unleashed, even a quasi-emperor cannot harm you. I knew you were the best, honey. Sukioran smiled sweetly at Wu Hao, then let him put the pendant on her finger. After all, it was a gift from her husband, and Sukioran couldn't refuse. After another tender moment, Wu Hao reluctantly left Sukioran's room. He would be staying near the central region for the next 10 years. After leaving the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Wu Hao sent a message to Wu Rolong, telling him he had found his mother and would be returning home in 10 years. After sending the message, Wu Hao frowned as he looked at the communication stone in his hand, deciding to find something to do. This world is too monotonous. Cultivators can only cultivate, and mortals' methods are too limited. If only there were something like TikTok. Thinking this, Wu Hao quickly came up with an idea. After breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, his memories of his past life became extremely clear. He might be able to transform the entire Xiantian realm into something resembling Earth. However, the Xiantian realm is much larger than Earth, roughly the size of the entire Milky Way galaxy. If he wanted to transform the Xiantian realm into something like Earth, he would probably have to pay a huge price. No sooner said than done. Although Wu Hao's research abilities might have been lacking before, he was now a great emperor. He grasped things quickly. Once he understood the principles, creating something like a mobile phone wouldn't be a problem for him. It took Wu Hao about 15 days to create a computer, as he needed to write code. Looking at the computer in front of him, Wu Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself, why is the cultivation theme suddenly turning into a cyberpunk style? But whatever, he was just too bored. Wu Hao didn't like cultivating, so he figured he might as well develop something to change the world, and most importantly, make money. The lower classes of the Xiantian realm were mortals, and cultivators basically didn't care about mortal affairs. That meant mortals were mostly still living in ancient times. If he could develop a mobile phone, he could earn a lot more money. He spent some time developing the code, about a month, before finally writing out a complete mobile phone system code. The next step was to manufacture the phone and then install the system program into it. Unfortunately, this was a huge project and would probably take a long time. Making those things in the Xiantian realm was also a very challenging task for Wu Hao. Consider it. Become a vassal of our Li dynasty, otherwise the price your Wu clan Chamber of Commerce can't afford. Meanwhile, Wu Rolong was handling business outside the Wu family residence, but a figure completely wrapped in black cloth stood before him, a spy sent by Li Sukin. Sensing the unfathomable strength of the person before him, Wu Rolong's expression immediately turned grim. He had anticipated that the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce would attract attention, but he hadn't expected these people to be so audacious as to openly attempt to rob him. What if I say no? Wu Rolong took a deep breath, his eyes showing no fear. Although he was currently only at the peak of the tribulation transcending stage, he would soon break through to the Saint Realm. Furthermore, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce still possessed 3 early-stage Saint Kings, and his father had never displayed such strength. Therefore, facing the pressure from the Li dynasty, Wu Rolong did not choose to submit. If they dared to try and steal from him, then war would ensue. If his father were here, he would probably do the same, Wu Rolong thought to himself. Chapter 17. The Li dynasty has already decided its demise. Fine, you're quite an interesting person. In that case, die. The spy, upon hearing Wu Rolong's reply, was clearly surprised that he would refuse. But without hesitation, he attacked immediately. Since Wu Rolong was unwilling, they would simply kill him. What they needed was the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, not Wu Rolong himself. Seeing the attack, Wu Rolong's pupils dilated slightly. He clearly hadn't expected his opponent to actually attack without a word. A peak tribulation transcending cultivator was utterly vulnerable before a peak Saint King. Wu Rolong didn't even have time to react and could only stand there helplessly. But just as the spy was about to kill Wu Rolong, a terrifying aura erupted from Wu Rolong's body, instantly killing the peak Saint King spy. Even Wu Rolong and his opponent didn't have time to react. The unexpected turn of events occurred. Such terrifying power. Is this a technique left behind by my father? Wu Rolong stood there for a long while before reacting, muttering to himself. Clearly, he hadn't expected such a powerful enemy to be unable to withstand even a moment's resistance from a power left behind by his father. This also made Wu Rolong curious about his father's cultivation level. Could he have reached the quasi-emperor realm? On the other side, Wu Hao, who was engrossed in his research, seemed to sense something. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked towards the distant southern region. The restriction on Rolong's body has been triggered. Someone has already targeted our Wu family so quickly? As the owner of the restriction, Wu Hao naturally knew whose restriction had been triggered. It was Wu Rolong's. From the beginning, Wu Hao knew that if their Wu family were to establish the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, they would definitely attract attention. However, he hadn't expected the other party to dare to go so far as to kill them. After all, the trigger condition for the restriction left by Wu Hao was that it would only be activated when the power of the restriction was sufficient to kill the person under it. This meant that the opponent's attack just now was enough to kill Wu Rolong. However, Rolong is unharmed, and he didn't even deplete much of the restriction's power, indicating the enemy wasn't very strong. I'll deal with it when I get back. Wu Hao didn't rush back immediately. After all, the matter wasn't too serious yet. Besides, Wu Hao wanted to use this incident as a test for Wu Rolong, to see if Wu Rolong had the ability to handle things independently. Meanwhile, in the Li dynasty, Li Sukan, who was handling state affairs, suddenly frowned. As the master of the spy, he naturally sensed that the spy was dead, and his expression immediately turned grim. Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, who exactly is behind you? Even my Saint King peak level spy is no match for you. In that case, it seems necessary for me to make a trip to the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Clearly, Li Sukan hadn't expected that a small Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce would have the ability to eliminate his spy. Moreover, he had instructed them that if the investigation revealed no powerful force behind the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, then they should be subdued. But now that the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce had dared to eliminate his spy, the matter had escalated to a point of no return. Regardless of who was behind the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, they had to be eliminated. At this moment, within the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, the 3 early-stage Saint Kings sensed the commotion emanating from Wu Rolong's location and quickly arrived. Chairman, what happened? The 3 early-stage Saint Kings were named Liang Feng, Chen Chuqian, and Wang Zheyu. Nothing, just some people sent by the Li dynasty. I've already dealt with them. Hearing Wu Rolong's words, Liang Feng and the others were shocked. Part of their shock was at Wu Rolong's immense power, capable of even killing a peak Saint King. Just now, they sensed the level of the person they had killed, albeit only for a moment, but they still recognized him as a peak Saint King. Another reason was that they hadn't expected the Li dynasty to target their Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. However, considering the chamber's rapid growth in the southern region recently, it wasn't surprising that the Li dynasty had set its sights on them. Chairman, so you just killed someone from the Li dynasty? Chen Chuqian's face was full of worry. Wu Rolong snorted coldly before slowly speaking. What, the Li dynasty is going to attack my Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, and we're not going to retaliate? No, it's not that. It's just that the Li dynasty has several quasi-emperor level ancestors overseeing it. With our current strength, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce is probably no match for them. Chen Chuqian quickly explained. Although Wu Rolong had just killed a peak Saint King, Chen Chuqian and the others didn't believe the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce could be a match for the Li dynasty. After all, if the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce were truly powerful, they wouldn't have hired people like them. Thinking this, Chen Chuqiang quickly explained, "President, you may not know this, but the Li dynasty isn't as simple as it seems. Although the strongest figure on the surface is their ruler, Li Sukan, there's actually a sleeping ancestor within the Li dynasty, a quasi-emperor level being." The three elders' expressions turned extremely grave as they said this. Wu Rolong naturally understood the meaning in Chen Chuqiang's tone and spoke without hesitation. "If you're afraid of being enemies with the Li dynasty, then you can leave my Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce now." "President, we're not afraid, we're just offering advice. We were all taken care of by you when we were in trouble, how could we choose to leave just because you're in trouble?" The three exchanged glances and then spoke in unison. They were all taken care of by Wu Rolong when they were desperately short of spirit stones, and in order to repay him, they became retainers of the Wu Clan Merchant Guild. Although the salary for retainers was higher, their primary motivation was gratitude. Of course, they were also gambling, betting that their guild leader had a power backing no less than that of the Li dynasty. Otherwise, how could they have remained so calm after learning that the Li dynasty was targeting them? "Okay, I understand. You can go now. I have other plans regarding the Li dynasty's actions this time." "Yes, Chairman." After Chen Chuqiang and the others left, Wu Rolong took out his communication stone and sent a message to his father. "Father, the Li dynasty has attacked our Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Do you have the strength to withstand it?" Shortly after, the communication stone vibrated, and Wu Hao's voice came from the other end. "Go ahead and do it. I'll back you up." Wu Hao's words were like a calming agent for Wu Rolong, giving him confidence. "I understand, Father. I will let the Li dynasty know the power of the Wu family." Chapter 18, A Show of Force? Wu Rolong acted swiftly, launching a series of actions against the Li dynasty. Within a month, the Li dynasty's businesses suffered heavy losses. Upon learning this news, Li Sukan's expression turned extremely grim. He clearly hadn't expected the Wu Chamber of Commerce to dare attack his Li dynasty. "Something's wrong, absolutely wrong. The Wu Chamber of Commerce dared to attack my Li dynasty, they must have some backing. They might be waiting for my Li dynasty to fall into their trap." Li Sukan knew that he needed to remain calm, especially in times like these. He couldn't let momentary anger destroy the entire Li dynasty. Now that the Wu Chamber of Commerce dared to so brazenly attack his Li dynasty's businesses, there must be a powerful entity behind them giving them the confidence to act against him. Taking a deep breath, Li Sukan suppressed his anger and waved for a servant. "Make the arrangements. I will be visiting the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce in 3 days." "Yes, Your Majesty." "The Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, I want to see what kind of demons and monsters are behind you. You'd better not make enemies of my Li dynasty, otherwise, I won't hesitate to ask my ancestor to wipe you out." As he said this, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Li Sukan's body. His peak supreme cultivation gave him the confidence to do anything. Meanwhile, Wu Rolong quickly received this message, and a playful expression appeared on his face. "Interesting. They actually dare to come? In that case, let's give them a taste of their own medicine." With the confidence given to him by his father, Wu Rolong was fearless. Especially since the spy had tried to kill him, how could Wu Rolong possibly have a good attitude towards Li Sukan, the mastermind behind it all? 3 days later, Li Sukan stood before the imperial palace. With a wave of his hand, 9 enormous figures flew in from afar, 9 dragons, each possessing the aura of a peak great saint. This was the exclusive vehicle for the ruler of the Li dynasty, the 9-dragon carrier. Li Sukan moved his divine sense, and in the next instant, he appeared atop the 9-dragon carrier. The 9 peak great saint dragons roared, their terrifying cries echoing throughout the entire Li dynasty palace. They then flew towards the Wu Clan Merchant Guild. If it weren't to intimidate the Wu Clan Merchant Guild, Li Sukan wouldn't have used the 9-dragon carrier. The expense was simply too great. Beside Li Sukan were several peak saint king guards accompanying him towards the Wu Clan Merchant Guild. While peak great saint level guards wouldn't be of much use if Li Sukan encountered a problem he couldn't handle, their primary purpose was to have them intervene when Li Sukan couldn't act directly. After all, what was Li Sukan's status? He couldn't be expected to do everything personally, could he? Soon, Li Sukan arrived at the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce atop the 9 dragons riding a board, surrounded by a group of Saint King level guards. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Li Sukan's expression turned grim. The entrance to the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce was exactly the same as usual, showing absolutely no respect for Li Sukan's arrival. Thinking this, Li Sukan's anger intensified. "The Wu Clan had better not let me find out you're bluffing me, otherwise I'll wipe out the entire Wu Clan." As soon as Li Sukan's thought formed, one of the guards at the peak of the Saint King realm arrived above the Wu Clan's headquarters, his voice booming like thunder. "His Majesty has arrived in person. Why isn't the Wu Clan coming out to greet him?" Li Sukan had assumed that by giving the Wu Clan ample face, Wu Rolong would at least show some respect and come out to greet him. But to his surprise, there was still not a sound from within the Wu Clan. Just as Li Sukin was about to erupt in anger, he saw a figure slowly emerge from the Wu clan's headquarters, then look up at Li Sukin and his group in the sky, his face showing no fear as he spoke. "Since your majesty has arrived, please come in. However, not everyone can enter, your majesty can only bring 3 guards." Stepping forward was Wu Qinkan, the 3rd generation of the Wu family. After receiving Wu Rolong's message, he came to the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce to offer assistance. Of course, Wu Qinkan was quite flustered after learning that the Li dynasty was targeting their Wu clan Chamber of Commerce. However, after hearing from his father that his grandfather was very powerful and there was no need to worry about a small Li dynasty, Wu Qinkan dared to step forward. Of course, Wu Qinkan was currently only a minor peak Nasan soul cultivator, so he was somewhat afraid when facing Li Sukin and his group. After all, Li Sukin and his companions in the sky could easily kill him countless times with a single sneeze. Seeing Wu Qinkan enter, Li Sukin's expression turned ugly. Clearly, he hadn't expected that even with his personal intervention, the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce would still show him no respect. "Your Majesty, the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce is so ungrateful. Why should we give them any face? Let's just take action." One of the early-stage supreme-level martial generals who had accompanied Li Sukin looked extremely grim. He approached Li Sukin and made a suggestion. However, it was clear that Wu Rolong's behavior had made Li Sukin even more wary. How could he dare to be so arrogant if he didn't have absolute confidence? "Everyone, stand by. Chen Ziyi, Yuan Qian, Wang Feng, the 3 of you come in with me." The 3 Li Sukin named were his trusted confidants, all at the early-stage supreme level. Hearing Li Sukin's words, the others, though unwilling, could only wait outside. Li Sukin, surrounded by Chen Ziyi and the other 2, arrived at the entrance of the Wu clan Merchant Guild, where he saw the guild's envoy. The envoy wore a polite smile and said, "You must be His Majesty. Please follow me, Your Majesty." With that, he walked directly into the depths of the Wu clan Merchant Guild, and Li Sukin and the others could only follow. Soon, Li Sukin and his entourage arrived deep within the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce. There, Wu Rolong had already prepared a banquet. Upon seeing Li Sukin, Wu Rolong remained seated at the head of the table, a smile on his face, and said, "This must be His Majesty. Please, Your Majesty, take a seat. How dare you? His Majesty is here, and you still dare to sit." Chen Ziyi, known for his fiery temper, was enraged by Wu Rolong's disrespect and was about to attack when Li Sukin stopped him. "Your Majesty?" Chen Ziyi asked, puzzled. Li Sukin took a deep breath, his gaze towards Wu Rolong filled with profound meaning. He could sense that although Wu Rolong was only at the peak of the tribulation transcending stage, he exuded a faint threat. It was that threat that told Li Sukin that Wu Rolong was definitely not simple. Chapter 19 Eat shit. It's alright. I'm here as a guest to Minister Wu today. There's no need for Minister Wu to stand up to greet a guest. I'll simply sit down. Li Sukin took a deep breath, calming himself down. Anyone who could make him feel threatened meant that Wu Rolong had a quasi-emperor level expert backing him. His Li dynasty wasn't without quasi-emperor level experts, but the problem was that his Li dynasty's quasi-emperor ancestor was nearing the end of his lifespan. If he were to reappear, he probably wouldn't even be able to return to his coffin. Therefore, Li Sukin would absolutely not ask his ancestor to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, as far as he knew, the other 3 dynasties were in the same boat. Your Majesty is quite sensible." Wu Rolong looked at Li Sukin, a smile on his face, but that smile looked undeniably mocking. This immediately made Chen Ziyi and the others unable to bear it. "Enough! How dare you mock His Majesty? You all stand where you are. Don't make a move." Li Sukin took a deep breath, his face stern as he stopped Chen Ziyi and the others. He was joking. If they attacked, Li Sukin was certain they would be the ones dead. But Chen Ziyi and the others didn't know this. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Li Sukin ignored them, sitting directly opposite Wu Rolong, a smile returning to his face. "Minister Wu, I'm quite curious. How did you manage to build such a massive Wu clan Chamber of Commerce in less than a century? Is there some secret, or is there some powerful figure behind you?" Everyone was perceptive, so Li Sukin didn't mince words and asked directly. Wu Rolong sighed, a deeply melancholic expression on his face, his voice desolate. "Sigh, I didn't want this either, but when it comes to business, I originally just intended to play around, but I never expected to accidentally create such a massive business guild. It's truly frustrating." Hearing the Versailles-like arrogance in Wu Rolong's tone, Li Sukin's expression froze. Why was Wu Rolong's arrogant expression so infuriating? But Li Sukin still managed to restrain himself from attacking Wu Rolong, and instead laughed heartily. "Minister Wu is quite humorous, but it seems like you've received help from a powerful figure. There are no outsiders present today, so why don't you tell me who's behind you?" "Hey, don't talk nonsense. Who said there are no outsiders? Aren't you an outsider? Besides, why should I tell you who's behind me?" Wu Rolong frowned slightly, retorting mercilessly. Hearing such disrespectful words, Before Li Sukin could even speak, Chen Ziyi and the others behind him couldn't hold back any longer. In their hearts, Li Sukin was always a supreme being, and how could they allow Wu Rolong to insult him like this? How dare you speak such words to His Majesty? I think you've already chosen your death. Die! The hot-tempered Chen Ziyi immediately charged towards Wu Rolong in fury, but at the very moment he made his move, Li Sukin struck him in the abdomen with a palm strike, forcing him to his knees. How dare you? I haven't even given the order. Who gave you permission to attack? Chen Ziyi's face was filled with astonishment, clearly not expecting Li Sukin to actually attack him. He knew he had acted for His Majesty's sake. How could His Majesty possibly lay a hand on him? But Li Sukin was in a predicament he couldn't speak of. Only he could sense the subtle threat emanating from Wu Rolong, and speaking out wouldn't guarantee Wu Rolong wouldn't retaliate. Consider this a lesson. Next time, don't act recklessly without my permission. Li Sukin snorted coldly, ignoring Chen Ziyi behind him, and turned to Wu Rolong, his previous smile returning. Minister Wu, please excuse my rudeness. Ha ha ha, indeed, you flatter me. After all, these days we need to keep our men in line. They must admit their mistakes and stand up straight when punished. What's the point of having us in charge if our men are all running wild? Wu Rolong laughed along, his mockery undisguised. Seeing this, Li Sukin, though somewhat angry, could only laugh along. Just as Li Sukin was about to ask a question, Wu Rolong finally spoke. Your Majesty, some time ago a scoundrel came to me, saying you ordered me to be killed, but I killed him. I wonder if your Majesty knows about this? After all, I'm worried someone might use your Majesty's name to slander you. Hearing Wu Rolong suddenly bring this up, Li Sukin's pupils contracted slightly, but he quickly recovered, his face filled with anger. What? Someone actually dares to lay a hand on Minister Wu? And in my name no less? That's incredibly audacious. Slander. Utter slander. If I find out who's slandering me, I'll make sure they suffer a terrible death. Li Sukin thought Wu Rolong was just trying to intimidate him, but he didn't expect Wu Rolong to coldly snort the next second. Li Sukin, stop pretending. Everyone knows what you did. If you're a man, admit it, and I'll respect you as a man. Hearing this, Li Sukin lowered his head for a moment, then looked up again, his eyes calm, and said indifferently, It seems Minister Wu has his own opinion. In that case, I needn't say anything more. Do as you please. The most urgent matter is to leave this place first. Li Sukin could sense that Wu Rolong was prepared to turn against him when he brought this up, and even had the confidence to survive or even retaliate against these four supreme beings. Since that's the case, then no matter what happens, the most important thing is to leave this place first. If Wu Rolong still pursues them after returning to the Li dynasty, then they will have no choice but to ask the Quasi-Emperor ancestor to kill Wu Rolong. From this day forward, my Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce will launch a full-scale attack on the Li dynasty's industries. A fight to the death. After saying this, Wu Rolong stood up, preparing to leave, but then, remembering something, he looked at Chen Ziyi and the others and sneered. Following a ruler like this, is being a supreme being really that prestigious? Does carrying 9 dragons really make you look good? Hearing this, Chen Ziyi and the others dared not speak their anger, but Wu Rolong didn't stop there. He looked at Li Sukin and sneered. Eat shit. Chapter 28 Disgraceful Departure, the first mobile phone in the Xian Tian realm. Li Sukin and the others left in a disheveled state. Although they were furious, they forced themselves to suppress their anger out of fear. Dad, are we really going to attack the Li dynasty? After Li Sukin and the others left, Wu Qincan approached Wu Rolong, his face showing some worry as he asked. Wu Rolong snorted coldly. The Li dynasty is going to attack your old man like me. If I could swallow this insult, would I even deserve to be your father? Or are you afraid? Afraid? How could I be afraid? Isn't it because the Li dynasty has a quasi-emperor ancestor? Is that why I'm worried our family isn't a match for them? Wu Qincan thought for a moment before speaking. After all, he didn't know what realm his grandfather was at, only that his son was currently the strongest in their family, but even his son could only barely fight a Saint King. He didn't seem to be a match for the Li dynasty. Don't worry, your grandfather said he'll keep an eye on everything. Just go for it. Hearing his father's words, Wu Qincan, despite his worries, could only agree and return to the Wu family to focus on his cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Sukin, after returning to the dynasty, didn't even have time to talk to Chen Ziyi and the others before heading straight to the forbidden area of the Li dynasty. Li Sukin, the current emperor of the Li dynasty, requests an audience with the venerable ancestors. Li Sukin stood respectfully at the entrance of the forbidden area and spoke. The forbidden area was protected by an array. Unless the ancestors granted permission, even as emperor, he could not directly meet with the ancestors. As soon as Li Sukin spoke, the array at the entrance of the forbidden area was quickly released, and Li Sukin entered directly into the forbidden area. Following Li Sukin into the forbidden area, they saw 18 coffins standing there. These were no ordinary coffins, they were coffins of rebirth, capable of greatly extending one's lifespan. A quasi-emperor's lifespan of 600,000 years could be concealed within a coffin of rebirth, extending it to a terrifying 1.2 million years. In the present-day Xiantian realm, let alone becoming a great emperor, even breaking through to the quasi-emperor level was extremely difficult. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, quasi-emperors in the Xiantian realm were generally in a state of slumber. Sukan, what brings you here? An ancient and solemn voice emanated from one of the coffins after Li Sukan entered the forbidden area. Li Sukan quickly replied, "Esteemed ancestors, my Li dynasty is facing a crisis, which is why I have come seeking your assistance." Having said this, Li Sukan quickly recounted the events surrounding the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this, the ancestors inside the 18 coffins fell silent. They naturally believed Li Sukan wouldn't deceive them, so it was highly likely that a new quasi-emperor had emerged in the southern region and was targeting their Li dynasty. After a long while, a voice came from the central coffin. "Go ahead and do it. It seems that because we haven't intervened, everyone thinks our Li dynasty is easy to manipulate. If they dare to retaliate, this ancestor will take action." Upon hearing the words from the middle coffin, Li Sukan's face lit up with joy. He recognized the coffin. Inside lay an ancestor at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, named Li Tianran. "Yes, ancestor." Li Sukan immediately went to carry out the order. Soon, a major battle between the Li dynasty and the Wu Chamber of Commerce was about to erupt. Of course, this battle didn't refer to direct combat, otherwise, the ancestor in the forbidden area would have already risen from his coffin and attacked. This battle referred to a commercial war, which was also Wu Rolong's current thinking. In terms of strength, unless his father, Wu Hao, returned, they probably wouldn't be a match for the Li dynasty. But in a commercial war, he had nothing to fear. Over the years, he had learned a great deal about business from his father and naturally knew what to do. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. While the commercial war between the Li dynasty and the Wu Chamber of Commerce raged on, Wu Hao, on the other hand, was focused on developing his mobile phone. Finally, after half a year, Wu Hao had completed the prototype of the first mobile phone. Looking at the phone in his hand, Wu Hao's face was filled with melancholy. The last time he'd seen a phone was, well, let's just say it was a long time ago. But now wasn't the time for sentimentality. He tried turning the phone on and off, no problem. The interface was still quite clean. After all, the other software still needed to be developed. Isn't my son at war with the Li dynasty? I'll get this thing over to him. With this thought in mind, Wu Hao sped back to the southern region. He had already broken through to the late great emperor stage. With the feedback from Wu Yufan and Wu Yudao, two chosen ones, it was difficult for his cultivation not to improve. Soon, Wu Hao arrived at the headquarters of the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce. Wu Rolong's face was full of pride, because he had recently broken through to the Saint Realm. Keep in mind, he wasn't even 100 years old yet. A Saint Realm expert under 100 years old was extremely rare throughout the entire Xiantian realm. Wu Rolong's excitement didn't last long before he prepared to return to his work. An early-stage saint was nothing compared to the Li dynasty's power. However, the moment Wu Rolong turned around, he saw Wu Hao sitting in his seat. "Dad, why are you back? Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for 10 years? Wu Rolong asked, somewhat surprised. Wu Hao waved his hand and took out his phone. "This is a little gadget I made. Here are the manufacturing process, along with some other small programs and base station construction. I hope you can quickly spread these throughout the entire southern region." Seeing the thick stack of business plans and the novel-looking phone Wu Hao produced, Wu Rolong froze on the spot. But he quickly recovered and excitedly began flipping through the plans. Then he played with the phone, his expression becoming even more excited. He knew that his business acumen was all learned from his father, so Wu Rolong knew that if he could develop this thing, it could truly change the entire Xiantian realm. "Father, I understand. I will get it done as soon as possible." Wu Rolong knew how important this matter was. If they could obtain these items, their Wu clan Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly become the largest power in the entire Xiantian realm. "Okay, I understand." Wu Hao stood up, said this, and left. Since his son had taken on this task, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. He waited for his son to transform the entire Xiantian realm into the way he hoped. He figured it wouldn't take long. After all, in his previous life, less than 300 years had passed from ancient times to the modern era. Now, with his help, coupled with the terrifying mental abilities of cultivators, the transformation of the southern region could probably be completed in 100 years, and the Xiantian realm would undergo a dynastic change in 1,000 years. Chapter 21 gives ancient cultivators a small modern shock. It must be said that Wu Rolong was indeed a talented individual. After obtaining the information from Wu Hao, he quickly and efficiently mass-produced the phones. Of course, simply producing them wasn't enough, all functions needed to be perfected before release. Although the cultivators were very capable, it still took a full 2 months to barely complete the construction of the modern company and the production of various hardware components. President, this thing is amazing. If what the book says is true, then our Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce becoming the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Xiantian realm won't be a problem, Wu Yangfeng said, his face full of excitement as he played with the phone in his hand. At the same time, he was extremely grateful that he hadn't left when the president was down on his luck, otherwise, how could they have possibly received such immense wealth? Sigh, enough talk. Get the base station construction done as soon as possible. Signal strength is paramount. With a signal, our phones can be sold. Also, get all the programmers up and running and complete the development of various programs. I promise you, once our Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce becomes the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Xiantian realm, we will definitely help you break through to the Quasi-Emperor level. Wu Rolong had also learned most of Wu Hao's Pua techniques, so upon hearing Wu Rolong's words, Wu Yangfeng and the other two couldn't hide their excitement. They were practically kneeling before Wu Rolong to express their gratitude. Chairman, we understand. As long as we're alive, we will absolutely not let anything happen to you. Never mind that for now. Go and supervise their work. After learning the technology from Wu Hao, Wu Rolong found a large group of golden core cultivators to quickly learn these techniques. The learning ability of golden core cultivators is naturally exceptional. They grasped concepts instantly and quickly learned to code. 2 months later, they were able to complete the development of some products. Next, all that's needed is for the base station construction to be completed and a signal established before mobile phone sales can begin. Wu Rolong believes that once the phones are released, not only mortals but even cultivators will be extremely interested. After all, traditional communication stones consume spiritual energy, but mobile phones are different. As long as there's power and a signal, they work. Most importantly, communication stones have extremely limited functions, while mobile phones can do almost anything. If they add a holographic effect, Wu Rolong believes it will definitely attract a lot of cultivators. Even if they later develop arrays or something similar, making the phones capable of saving lives, it will absolutely make his Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce incredibly successful. On the other hand, the Li dynasty is also feeling physically and mentally exhausted in its business war with the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. This isn't just because of the series of strange business models promoted by the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, but more importantly, because of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce's terrifying financial resources. It's important to know that the Li dynasty had poured a full 100,000 top-grade spirit stones into this commercial war. Even normal dynasties would struggle to come up with that much, demonstrating Li Sukin's truly massive investment. However, unexpectedly, it didn't create any ripples at all. Instead, the Li dynasty's businesses suffered a steady decline. Damn it, is resorting to force really the only solution? Having confirmed that the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce possessed Quasi-Emperor level combat power, Li Sukin no longer wanted to confront them directly. After all, if he were to enlist the help of his ancestor, the cost would far exceed 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The rebirth coffin's effect was only usable once. This meant that once someone emerged from it, the extra 600,000 years of lifespan would vanish instantly. The ancestors of the Li dynasty had all lived for a very long time, well past 600,000 years. This meant that emerging meant certain death. They wouldn't last much longer. He would absolutely not invoke his ancestors' power unless absolutely necessary. Damn it, we can only hold on for now. My Li dynasty isn't doing well, but can the Wu clan's business empire be any better off? Just wait, the Wu clan will definitely lose. What Li Sukin didn't know was that, thanks to Wu Hao's previous help, the Wu clan's business empire had been receiving resources 10,000 times more each time. So, let alone the Li dynasty, even a holy land might not have as deep a foundation as the Wu clan's. Soon, the day arrived for the opening of the vast secret realm. Lying in Wu Hao's arms, Sukioran's face was full of reluctance as she said, "Honey, the vast secret realm is opening. I'm going inside. Be careful outside during this time, don't go flirting with other women." The latter part of Sukioran's voice carried a hint of threat. If only her hand hadn't been on Wu Hao's soft waist. Wu Hao quickly coughed and said, "What are you talking about, wife? I'm the god of pure love. I would never have a harem in the cultivation world." What's a god of pure love? This was the first time Sukioran had heard this term from Wu Hao, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Wu Hao explained earnestly, "Listen, the so-called god of pure love means someone who will only love one person in their entire life. So, in this life, I will only have you as my wife." Hearing Wu Hao's words, Sukioran felt a surge of satisfaction, but her face wore a haughty expression. Since you've said so, then I'll choose to believe you. By the way, wife, how long are you going to be inside? Wu Hao asked curiously, remembering that secret realms have time limits for opening, and of course, there are also cultivation level restrictions, but these were nothing to Wu Hao. The vast secret realm was created by a peak Quasi-Emperor before his death. It contains his legacy, and countless prodigies have sought to enter and find it over the years, hoping to greatly increase their chances of breaking through to Quasi-Emperor level. Of course, because Wu Hao is an emperor, the restrictions set up by a peak quasi-emperor are no obstacle for him. If Wu Hao wanted to, entering is merely a matter of a thought. Just 1 year, okay? I'll come out after a year. Sukyoran was coaxing Wu Hao like a child. Wu Hao, after hearing that he wouldn't be able to see his wife for a whole year, couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance, but he stubbornly insisted. No, I'm very angry, and I'm hard to coax, unless you feed me milk. They were already an old married couple. How could Sukyoran not understand what Wu Hao meant? She even knew from a single glance from him that she should change her position. Alright, since the baby wants milk, then I, as the mother, have no choice but to breastfeed. But the story took a turn afterward, involving not only breastfeeding but also other things adults like to do. The following content is omitted for brevity. Chapter 22 Honey, I'm going in. The day of parting arrived quickly. Wu Hao watched Sukyoran's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and now they would be separated for another year. Wu Hao felt a pang of sadness. After learning that his wife was going to enter the vast expanse secret realm, Wu Hao had already investigated it thoroughly. First, there was the formation of the vast expanse secret realm. It was created by the vast expanse quasi-emperor who perished in an accident 1,000,000 years ago. His legacy was contained within, but it hadn't been found by anyone for many years. Second, there were restrictions. The vast expanse secret realm naturally had its own restrictions, allowing only cultivators under the age of 10,000 years and below the Saint King level to enter. Sukyoran was clearly in this category. No, I'm still a bit worried about my wife's safety, but it'll be troublesome if I go in. Right, let Wu Yufan go in. With his current strength, he can easily wreak havoc in a small, vast secret realm. Besides, with Wu Yufan's destiny as the chosen one, he might even find the inheritance of a quasi-emperor. Wu Hao quickly made his decision. When he found Wu Yufan was already facing those 3 early-stage Saint Kings, still fleeing. After all, his cultivation level hadn't fully recovered, and his ancient saint body was stuck at the 7th level, unable to break through. So, when facing them, he could only flee in a sorry state. Damn it, how do they always manage to find me? Wu Yufan was filled with confusion. Why did they always find him so soon after he moved to a new place? He hadn't considered the possibility that they might have tampered with him. Just as Wu Yufan was about to escape, everything around him suddenly changed. This unexpected turn of events made Wu Yufan tense up, but a voice that followed made him breathe a sigh of relief. Yufan, great-grandpa? What brings you to the central region? Wu Yufan lowered his guard and turned around. Who else could it be but Wu Hao who had led him away? I have my own business to attend to in the central region, but now I have something I need you to do. Wu Hao looked at Wu Yufan and then explained that he needed him to secretly protect Sukyoran within the vast secret realm. Upon hearing about the vast secret realm, Wu Yufan's eyes lit up. Great-grandpa, how did you know I was also going into the vast secret realm? Well, the chosen one is indeed the chosen one, he certainly wouldn't miss out on such an advantage. It's all right. This is a portrait of your great-grandmother. Remember it. After we enter the vast secret realm, take care of her. If necessary, you can reveal your identity, but don't say I sent you. Wu Hao instructed. After all, this kind of thing is better done secretly, there's no need to do it openly. I understand, great-grandpa. I promise to complete the mission. Wu Yufan solemnly agreed, and then Wu Hao escorted him to the entrance of the vast secret realm. After all, the vast secret realm only requires a Saint Realm cultivation level to enter, regardless of any powerful backing. Even rogue cultivators can enter, which is why its opening always attracts the attention of many forces in the Xiantian realm. Mixed in the crowd, Wu Yufan looked around and quickly spotted Sukyoran. Is that great-grandma? She's really beautiful. No wonder I'm so handsome. Wu Yufan thought to himself. His gaze naturally caught Sukyoran's attention. Looking at Wu Yufan not far away, Sukyoran felt a little surprised. For some reason, she felt a sense of closeness towards Wu Yufan, as if he were family. But before she could think further, the vast secret realm opened. Seeing this, Sukyoran could only suppress her curiosity and follow the crowd into the vast secret realm. Meanwhile, following behind Sukyoran, Mirong Shui watched as Sukyoran entered the secret realm, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Just you wait, Sukyoran. This time, you'll die here when the secret realm opens. 3 great saints at their peak. I'd like to see how a mere saint at their peak can survive. With that, Mirong Shui also entered the vast secret realm. After a moment of dizziness, Wu Yufan and the others entered the vast secret realm. The teleportation method in the vast secret realm was random. Once you stepped into the spatial teleportation portal, you would be randomly teleported to a certain location within the secret realm. When the time was up, if you weren't dead, you would be expelled from the secret realm. If you were dead, you would become nourishment for the secret realm. This vast secret realm is truly enormous, larger than any I've encountered before. Wu Yufan muttered to himself, looking around. He was completely unaware that a ferocious beast at the peak of the Saint Realm had silently approached him from behind, its gaping maw lunging at him. However, the next second, Wu Yufan turned around and cleanly shattered the beast with a single punch, not even a speck of blood or flesh touching him. What a disgusting creature. If my cultivation had returned to its previous state, how could you possibly have gotten close to me? Wu Yufan sighed helplessly. His current cultivation level was only at the peak of the void refinement stage, so a ferocious beast at the peak of the Saint Realm could still ambush him. Of course, Wu Yufan's physical body would detect the attack the instant it made it. Wu Yufan's physical body was practically a bug in the system. After all, those entering the vast secret realm only cared about the immortal Dao realm, not physical strength. This allowed Wu Yufan, a ruthless individual capable of slaughtering great saints and even saint kings at the peak of the void refinement stage, to enter by sheer luck. Alright, let's go find Great Grandma first. Luckily, Great Grandpa gave me a way to find her before we entered, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how. Thinking this, Wu Yufan took out the item Wu Hao had given her from her storage ring. It was a compass, its pointer pointing north. Seeing this, Wu Yufan immediately headed north. He didn't really care about the mere inheritance of a quasi-emperor. After all, with his great-grandfather around, what was a quasi-emperor? Although he didn't know his grandfather's exact cultivation level, Wu Yufan had a feeling that his great-grandfather was definitely stronger than any quasi-emperor. If he protected his great-grandmother's safety, wouldn't it be far more worthwhile for his great-grandfather to grant him some opportunities in a good mood? Meanwhile, Sukioran, after entering the vast secret realm, planned to seek opportunities. Those who entered secret realms either sought out ferocious beasts for battle or to find opportunities to improve their strength. However, Sukioran was unaware that 3 peak Great Saints and 1 peak Void Refinement Cultivator were already heading towards her. Chapter 23 Sukioran was caught up. On the other side, upon entering the secret realm, Sukioran retrieved an exquisitely crafted compass from her storage ring. She channeled her power into the compass, and the tracks of powerful ferocious beasts appeared on its surface. With my current strength, ordinary peak saints are no match for me. Now, I can only find Great Saint level beasts to create pressure and successfully break through to the Great Saint realm. Sukioran is currently only one step away from the Great Saint realm, so she urgently needs a powerful battle to unleash her potential and break through. Once she breaks through to the Great Saint realm, becoming a saintess will be a certainty. Soon, based on the beast aura on the compass, Sukioran found the most suitable target, a beast with cultivation at the early Great Saint stage, and headed towards it. On the other side, simply holding hands upon entry would teleport one to the same area. This was the case with the 3 Great Saint Peak experts who, under Mirong Shue's orders, entered the vast secret realm to kill Sukioran. Upon entering the vast secret realm, the leader of the 3 Great Saint Peak experts took out a jade plate from his storage ring, a gift from Mirong Shue upon entry. After channeling his power into the jade plate, it flew in one direction, towards Sukioran. Seeing this, the 3 Great Saint Peak experts didn't hesitate and rushed towards Sukioran. Meanwhile, Sukioran quickly found the most suitable target, a Great Saint early stage 3-eyed flying eagle. Upon seeing someone trespass on its territory, the 3-eyed flying eagle emitted threatening roars towards Sukioran. Seeing the enraged 3-eyed flying eagle, Sukioran's expression turned extremely solemn. The 3-eyed flying eagle, as its name suggests, has 3 eyes on its head. 2 are used specifically to observe its opponents. Above these 2 eyes is a tightly closed eye, containing the 3-eyed flying eagle clan's inherited talent, the Annihilation Beam. It is said that once that eye opens, no one at the same cultivation level can withstand it. However, Sukioran had no other choice at this moment. With a flick of her wrist, a longsword appeared in her hand, and she attacked the 3-eyed flying eagle. Only by getting close to the 3-eyed flying eagle's body and denying it the opportunity to use the Annihilation Beam could she have a chance to defeat it. Seeing Sukioran attacking it, the 3-eyed flying eagle knew that the person before it was coming for it, and thus roared angrily as it charged towards Sukioran. "Human, daring to trespass on my territory, die." The 3-eyed eagle's body and claws were equally sharp. The instant they made contact, Sukioran's longsword clashed with the eagle's claws. A terrifying force emanated from the eagle, forcing Sukioran back several steps. But Sukioran didn't give up. She charged forward again. Sukioran's speed was incredibly fast, leaving the 3-eyed eagle no chance to unleash its Annihilation Beam. Even its extremely tough fur was marred by blood under Sukioran's relentless attacks. "Human, you're courting death." The 3-eyed eagle roared, finally finding an opening. Its third eye slowly opened. Almost simultaneously, Sukioran sensed an immense threat. Not good. Sukioran's expression changed. The next second, the Annihilation Beam shot out from the 3-eyed eagle's third eye, engulfing her body. But as the third eye slowly closed and the Annihilation Beam vanished, the 3-eyed eagle felt an extremely terrifying sensation behind it. Almost as it turned, a sword shadow swept across its head. The 3-eyed eagle was dead. Phew, as expected of the 3-eyed flying eagle. Even I almost succumbed to its power. After slaying the three-eyed flying eagle, Sukioran took a deep breath. Her aura was somewhat weak. When the three-eyed flying eagle unleashed its destructive beam, Sukioran could only barely withstand it, but she was still affected by the beam and suffered a minor injury. However, the benefits of this battle far outweighed the drawbacks for Sukioran. For example, her combat awareness had improved considerably, and once she got out, she could begin preparing to break through to the Great Saint Realm. After collecting the three-eyed flying eagle's corpse, Sukioran turned to leave. The battle's fluctuations would likely attract attention, and Sukioran didn't like being watched. But the instant Sukioran was about to leave, almost simultaneously, her body seemed to be alerted, and she vanished from the spot. The very next second after Sukioran left, a massive spear phantom annihilated the area within a 10-kilometer radius. Having narrowly escaped death, Sukioran was still shaken, her face filled with shock. That power, it's the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Who on earth is targeting me? After realizing what had happened, Sukioran's expression turned grim. She clearly hadn't expected to be targeted. And judging from the intensity of the attack, it was obvious the attacker intended to kill her. Oh, as expected of Saintess Su, you actually dodged it. Just as Sukioran was about to leave, a figure wielding a spear slowly approached her from afar. Upon seeing the figure, Sukioran's pupils constricted sharply. Dragon-slaying spear, Chen Feng. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Since you're here, Qinbo of the Phoenix-slaying blade and Li Yuan of the Ink Spirit Sword must also be nearby. As Sukioran finished speaking, two figures slowly emerged from beside her. I never expected to be remembered by Saintess Su. It's truly an honor for me, Qinbo. Qinbo, wielding the Phoenix-slaying blade, gave Sukioran a smile he thought was quite charming. Sukioran, however, snorted coldly. Who in the entire central region doesn't know you three flower-picking brothers? Since you've set your sights on me, you must be acting under someone's orders. Let me guess, is it Nirong Shui? Saintess Su, you don't need to know this. Taking money to solve problems, Saintess Su, you might as well go on your way. Chen Feng said expressionlessly and coldly. They weren't mindless, they would absolutely not reveal their employer's identity before killing Sukioran. If Sukioran escaped, it would be their dereliction of duty. You're all cowards. Since that's the case, then come on. Sukioran snorted coldly. Although she knew that Nirong Shui was targeting her behind the scenes, she had no proof. She had originally thought that Chen Feng and the others thought she was doomed and would reveal Nirong Shui's identity, but she hadn't expected them to be so cautious. Thinking this, Sukioran didn't hesitate any longer. She took out a teleportation talisman and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 24 Wu Yufan makes a move. Damn it, after her. Chen Feng and the others only slightly changed their expressions after seeing Sukioran disappear from her spot. After all, they were able to track Sukioran's location even though the one-year deadline for the vast secret realm to close was still far off. With their peak Great Saint cultivation, catching up with Sukioran was clearly just a matter of time. Sukioran naturally realized this as well, and her face darkened. Damn it, I've only been in the vast secret realm for a short time and they've already found me. I absolutely don't believe it's just luck. When did they tamper with this? But Sukioran didn't have time to delve into it, because she sensed that Chen Feng and the others were already closing in. Without time to think, Sukioran could only use another teleportation talisman to escape into the distance. Her immediate priority was figuring out how to survive the entire year inside the secret realm. Sukioran thought to herself, but despair quickly washed over her. Although she had defeated the three-eyed flying eagle, a mere early-stage great saint, it was only at the early stage, and she had only managed to kill it with considerable effort. Chen Feng and the others were all at the peak of the Great Saint realm, far beyond her reach. They would defeat her in a single exchange. Soon, Sukioran ran out of teleportation talismans, and Chen Feng and the others arrived again, surrounding her. Saintess Su, I really didn't expect you to have so many teleportation talismans. You probably don't have any left now, do you? If not, then we'll have to make our move. Qinbo looked at Sukioran with a cold smile. Seeing Qinbo's gaze, Sukioran felt another wave of despair. The reason Chen Feng and his gang were called the flower-picking brothers lies in the word flower-picking. They preyed on any beautiful woman they encountered, and many attractive female disciples from various factions had fallen victim to their cruelty. Damn it, is self-destruction the only option? No, wait, I still have the necklace my husband gave me. His necklace should protect me, right? Sukioran finally remembered that she was still wearing the necklace Wu Hao had given her. According to her husband, it contained enough power to protect her. Although she didn't know Wu Hao's cultivation level, she figured it shouldn't be lower than the Supreme Realm, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move freely within the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. While she didn't know how her husband had broken through from the peak of Qi refining to the Supreme Realm in less than 100 years, Sukioran knew that her husband would never harm her. Seeing Sukioran still determined to resist to the death, Chen Feng and his gang couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. After all, Nurong Shui had instructed them to rape and then kill Su Qiuran. In that case, we'll have to cripple you first, Saint Su. Chen Feng snorted coldly, preparing to cripple Su Qiuran, but just then, a teasing voice drifted from afar. Yo, what are you guys playing? It looks like you're having a lot of fun. Can I join in? Chen Feng and the others turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see Wu Yufan, who had arrived late, looking at Chen Ziyi and the others with interest and asking questions. When Chen Feng and the others saw that the newcomer was just a piece of trash who had only just broken through to the peak of the void refinement stage, they immediately sneered. Kid, blame yourself for witnessing our affair. Then Chen Feng gave Li Yuan a look, and Li Yuan immediately understood. The next second, he drew his longsword and appeared in front of Wu Yufan, bringing the sword down fiercely. Chen Feng and Qin Bo turned around, preparing to defile Su Qiuran, but unexpectedly, a loud boom came from behind them. Chen Feng and Qin Bo's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this sound, because the sound of being struck by a sword was not like this. Thinking this, Chen Feng and Qin Bo quickly turned around and saw Li Yuan standing in place, but the head that should have been resting on his shoulder was gone. Wu Yufan, standing in front of Li Yuan, was completely unharmed, only stained with a few drops of blood. Su Qiuran's pupils contracted slightly, because she had clearly seen that just as Li Yuan was about to kill Wu Yufan struck back, delivering a powerful punch that blasted Li Yuan's head apart. Before anyone could react, Wu Yufan struck again, unleashing a full-force punch that blasted Li Yuan's body apart, not even escaping his nascent soul. By now, everyone present understood that Wu Yufan was playing dumb to deceive them. Damn it, second brother, attack together. Chen Feng was furious. He didn't think Wu Yufan was particularly powerful. After all, the vast secret realm had restrictions that prevented Saint Kings and above from entering. In other words, Wu Yufan was probably only at the peak of the Great Sage realm. His ability to kill Li Yuan earlier was likely due to a sneak attack. However, they clearly overestimated their own strength and underestimated Wu Yufan's. I've been holding back for so long, finally I can have some fun. I hope you can let me enjoy myself. Wu Yufan stretched his body. If it weren't for the strength of his enemies, he would have thought he was a pushover. But just when Wu Yufan thought he could finally have some fun, he didn't expect that in just one exchange, Chen Feng and Qin Bo were both killed by a single punch from Wu Yufan. Seeing this, Wu Yufan was somewhat surprised. Wait, I haven't even used my full strength, how are you all dead? However, Wu Yufan wasn't too concerned. He had already broken through the 7th level of the ancient sacred body's restrictions. Killing a great sage shouldn't be a simple matter, right? It would be truly strange if he couldn't kill them. After killing Chen Feng and the others, Wu Yufan, inheriting the fine tradition of every chosen one, looted the corpses. A chosen one who can't loot a corpse isn't a good chosen one. Soon, Wu Yufan had thoroughly looted the corpses, leaving not even their underwear. Satisfied, Wu Yufan nodded and turned to walk towards Su Qiuran. When Su Qiuran saw Wu Yufan approaching, she finally recovered from her shock, her eyes filled with wariness as she looked at him. She had never seen such a powerful being before. He had actually slaughtered a great sage with only the peak of the void refinement stage. No, something was wrong with his physical body. His physical strength was terrifying. Su Qiuran finally realized just how terrifying Wu Yufan's physical body was. It was probably comparable to a Saint King. However, Su Qiuran didn't know whether Wu Yufan was friend or foe. Although he had just killed Chen Feng and the others, it didn't prove he was a good person. What if Wu Yufan simply didn't like sharing and preferred to go it alone? If Wu Yufan knew Su Qiuran's thoughts, he'd probably kneel down and beg her not to overthink it, otherwise his great-grandfather would kill him. Chapter 25. The descendants of the Wu family greet their great-grandmother. Stop! Stand right here. Don't come any closer. Who are you? Su Qiuran finally reacted when she saw Wu Yufan about to reach her and stopped him. Wu Yufan obediently stopped after hearing Su Qiuran's words. He had no choice, this was his great-grandmother. If his great-grandfather found out he had disrespected her, who knew if he would be killed? Seeing Wu Yufan stop, Su Qiuran breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at him, asking, "Who are you? Why did you attack Chen Feng and the others?" Hearing Su Qiuran's question, Wu Yufan thought for a moment, realizing that his great-grandfather hadn't told him to hide his identity. Thinking this, Wu Yufan immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully addressed Su Qiuran. Wu Yufan, a descendant of the Wu family, greets great-grandmother. Surprised by Wu Yufan's sudden action, Su Qiuran was stunned. However, after recovering, her shock only intensified. No, she did know from Wu Hao that they even had a great-grandson, but Wu Hao hadn't said his great-grandson was so powerful, even a great sage couldn't defeat him. Suddenly, Su Qiuran began to doubt herself. No, as the great-grandmother, her cultivation was actually inferior to her great-grandson's? It would be too embarrassing if word got out. However, Su Qiuran didn't yet believe Wu Yufan's identity. After thinking for a moment, she asked some questions, such as who her great-grandfather and grandfather were. Only then did Sukioran believe that Wu Yufan was indeed her great-grandson. Get up, grandson. After learning that Wu Yufan was her grandson, Sukioran's attitude softened considerably, and she quickly helped him to his feet. After a moment's thought, Sukioran asked, "Did your great-grandfather send you in?" "Yes, great-grandfather said he was worried you might encounter danger inside, so he sent me in to protect you," Wu Yufan answered without hesitation. He was joking, he enjoyed cultivation, but that didn't mean he was ignorant of matters between men and women. Why not say something that could strengthen his great-grandparents' bond? Sukioran felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Wu Yufan's words. She hadn't expected Wu Hao to be so considerate. However, given that they were still in front of her grandson, Sukioran suppressed her emotion and coughed before speaking. "Alright, now that I'm out of danger, you should go do what you're supposed to do." Although Wu Yufan was her great-grandson, since it was their first meeting and an accidental one, Sukioran hadn't figured out how to interact with him. Letting him leave was the best option. But upon hearing this, Wu Yufan's face darkened. "No, great-grandma, great-grandpa's orders were to protect you inside. If something happens to you, or if great-grandpa finds out I deserted my post, he'll probably scold me." "He wouldn't dare. Just say it was me. Go do what you're supposed to do." "Alright, great-grandma, please be careful. Contact me if anything happens." Wu Yufan handed his communication jade to Sukioran before turning to leave. He had another reason for entering the vast secret realm. It was said that the vast quasi-emperor's inheritance contained rare and precious materials that could help his ancient sacred body remove the 8 layers of restrictions. If he could obtain them, it would definitely greatly enhance his strength, and even avenge himself wouldn't be out of the question. After Wu Yufan left, Sukioran finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't let Wu Yufan leave without a reason. She knew that Mirong Shui had probably only arranged 3 enemies for her in the secret realm, Chen Feng and the other 2. After all, 3 great saints at the peak were already quite formidable. This was arguably the strongest measure Mirong Shui could currently employ, so there shouldn't be any other great saints at the peak. And even if there were other great saints at the peak, wasn't there still the necklace her husband had given her? Meanwhile, Mirong Shui, unaware that her entire force had been wiped out, sensed an opportunity for breakthrough and immediately began her attempt within the secret realm. Sukioran, after the deaths of Chen Feng and the others, didn't wander aimlessly within the secret realm. Instead, she found a spot and prepared to break through to the Great Saint Realm. She had been at the peak of the Saint Realm for 2.5 years, and it was time for her to break through to the Great Saint Realm. 6 months passed quickly. Meanwhile, in the southern region, thanks to the tireless efforts of Wu Rolong and his team, base stations throughout the Li dynasty were being constructed. This major move by the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce quickly reached the ears of Li Sukin and his group. Looking at the information presented by his subordinates, Li Sukin frowned slightly, clearly puzzled by Wu Rolong's motives. "Gentlemen, what do you think is Wu Rolong's true intention?" Li Sukin looked at the ministers below and slowly asked. The ministers of the Li dynasty had witnessed the unusual nature of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce during this time, so upon hearing Li Sukin's question, they all lowered their heads and stammered, not daring to speak. Seeing this, Li Sukin snorted coldly. "What's wrong? You all spoke so loudly before about bringing the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce under the wing of our Li dynasty. Why are you all silent now when I ask you a question?" Hearing Li Sukin's words, their heads lowered even further. Li Sukin had been furious lately because of the commercial war with the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, and they feared that if they stood up, they would be eliminated by him. Seeing that the ministers remained unmoved, Li Sukin sighed helplessly, his face full of deep weariness, and waved his hand, saying, "Alright, you may all leave." The court session quickly ended, leaving only Li Sukin in the entire hall. At this moment, Li Sukin's eyes were filled with a sinister glint. Although he didn't know what Wu Rolong was doing, he knew that if left unchecked, it could deal a fatal blow to his Li dynasty. Therefore, he had to stop Wu Rolong. Thinking this, Li Sukin waved his hand, and the next second, 5 figures appeared before him, hidden agents. "You 5, destroy everything the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce has built recently. Leave no one alive." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 5 Peak Saint King level agents quickly left, unaware that what Li Sukin was capable of was already within Wu Rolong's expectations. Therefore, when the 5 agents prepared to secretly destroy what the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce had built, their only fate was death. Chapter 26. You didn't expect that, did you? I still have an array protecting me. Is this what His Majesty ordered us to destroy? It looks utterly vulnerable. Looking at the massive base station tens of thousands of meters tall before him, the spy's face was full of disdain. After all, for a Saint King level expert, let alone tens of thousands of meters, even a colossus hundreds of millions of meters tall would be nothing more than a fragile object that could be destroyed in an instant. Thinking this, the spy attacked, intending to destroy the base station with lightning speed. However, just as his attack landed on the base station, the expected scene of the base station being completely destroyed in one blow did not occur. Instead, a faint blue light appeared on the surface of the base station. Upon seeing this light, the spy inwardly cried out in alarm, and then his attack was absorbed by the array attached to the base station and reflected back with 10 times the power, killing him instantly. The remaining 4 spies suffered the same fate. After attacking the base station, they were all absorbed by the array within the base station and then killed by the reflected attack tenfold. The moment the array was activated, Wu Rolong, inside the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, sneered. I didn't expect Li Sukin to choose the most shameless method again, but I didn't expect my base station to have an array. Even a supreme being couldn't break it, let alone a saint king. Only a quasi-emperor could possibly break it. Thinking this, Wu Rolong was also surprised. He hadn't expected the thing his father gave him to be so terrifying, containing an array within it. That's right, the array set up in the base station was given to Wu Rolong by Wu Hao when he returned. It was a portable array created by Wu Hao. Although the coverage area wasn't large, it was still easy to protect a small base station. In Wu Hao's plan, 10 base stations would be built throughout the entire southern region. Just 10 base stations would be enough to cover every area of the southern region with a 360-degree signal coverage. After all, many materials available in the Xiantian realm were far more advanced than on Earth in his previous life. Wide signal coverage made perfect sense. Currently, about 5 base stations have been built, and the software development is nearly complete. The next step should be to prepare for the phone's release. Thinking this, Wu Rolong ordered his men to hold a new product launch event in 7 days, targeting the entire southern region. The Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce is now a renowned force not only within the Li dynasty but also throughout the entire southern region. Although it was only a war between the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce and the Li dynasty, it had already made other forces in the southern region of similar size to the Li dynasty aware of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce's power. Therefore, after the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce announced the new product launch event in 7 days, many forces expressed their intention to attend. Almost simultaneously, Li Sukin learned of the death of his spy. His face darkened considerably. Although he knew that sending his men to attack the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce's base stations was wrong, he couldn't suppress his anger after learning that all his spies were dead. Sigh, I wonder if that spy who went to find the nameless wanderer has actually found him yet. Just then, Li Sukin remembered that he had a spy searching for the nameless ranger. However, for some reason, the nameless ranger hadn't appeared recently, and his spy had vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to Li Sukin, his spy had already searched for the nameless ranger all the way to the central region. Soon, Li Sukin received news that the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce would be holding a new product launch in 7 days. His expression suddenly turned serious. After all, he had investigated so much without finding out what the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce was up to. Now that he was finally going to know, how could he not be excited? Of course, Wu Rolong wasn't so stingy, so invitations to the new product launch had already been sent to the Li dynasty. Wu Rolong, I'd like to see what you'll release in 7 days. Meanwhile, the rulers of the 3 great dynasties, upon receiving the invitation, couldn't help but show some interest. Although the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce had also established a presence in their dynasties, it hadn't targeted any of their subordinate forces, so the 3 dynasties hadn't paid much attention. However, receiving the invitation to the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce's new product launch inevitably piqued their interest, making them curious about who this person was that was causing Li Sukin such a headache. Oh, interesting. Who sent you to find me? Meanwhile, Wu Hao was strolling through the streets with Wu Hu when, unexpectedly, the surrounding scenery changed abruptly. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hao was taken away. Of course, Wu Hao could sense the attacker's cultivation level at peak Saint King. If Wu Hao didn't want to, the attacker couldn't possibly take him away. Wu Hao was simply curious, which was why he allowed the attacker to take him away. The one who took Wu Hao away was none other than the spy who had been searching for Wu Hao for a long time. Upon seeing Wu Hao, the spy's expression brightened slightly. After all, he had been looking for Wu Hao for so long, and now that he had finally found him, how could he not be happy? The reason the spy was certain that Wu Hao was the legendary Nameless Wanderer was because those saved by the Nameless Wanderer all said that a 9-tailed spirit fox perched on Wu Hao's shoulder. It was precisely because the fox was perched on Wu Hao's shoulder that the spy recognized him. Sir, I am a member of the Li dynasty. My Li dynasty's emperor intends to recruit you. We hope you will become a member of the Li dynasty. We can guarantee to cultivate you to the supreme realm. The spy spoke without hesitation. Of course, Wu Hao saw all of this as nothing more than empty promises. As long as he agreed to go back to the Li dynasty with him, the Li dynasty would have 1,000 ways to make him work for them. Furthermore, what on earth is the Li dynasty? They even dared to attack his son before, so in Wu Hao's mind, the Li dynasty is already a doomed dynasty. Of course, the main question is whether his son or he will destroy it. If his son hasn't destroyed the Li dynasty by the time his wife becomes a saintess and returns with him, then it won't be too late for him to take action and destroy it himself. That's getting off topic. The most important thing right now is to eliminate the spy in front of us. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Wu Hao interrupted the spy. The spy wasn't annoyed by Wu Hao's attitude, but politely replied, "What is it?" Wu Hao leaned close to the spy's ear and spoke. Do you know I have a grudge against your Li dynasty? Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, the spy's pupils constricted sharply, and then he seemed to freeze, not knowing what had happened, because he had been killed by Wu Hao with a single slap. What? My other spy is gone too? Realizing that his spy in the central region was also gone, Li Sukin's anxiety finally subsided. Despite being a peak supreme expert, he didn't actually have many peak Saint King spies, he only had 10. He hadn't expected to lose 7 in less than 10 years. Li Sukin was so angry he almost vomited blood. But there was nothing he could do. He had offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he had to swallow his anger even if he couldn't bear it. 7 days later, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce's new product launch was held as scheduled. Chapter 27: The Shock of the 4 Emperors and 6 Sects. Within these 7 days, Wu Rolong had also finalized all the arrangements for the upcoming new product launch. The software was perfectly fine-tuned, and the pricing for the phones was finalized. Mortal phones would have different configurations, and cultivator phones would have different configurations, so the prices would naturally differ. A mortal phone would cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, and since mortals used copper coins, roughly 1,000 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. This meant that a mortal could afford a phone within a year. Phones sold to cultivators would naturally be more expensive. There were many types, such as phones with built-in arrays and phones capable of withstanding the full force of a cultivator of a certain level, and the prices would vary accordingly. Furthermore, following Wu Hao's plan, Wu Rolong also produced 10 limited edition phones, priced at 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Soon, the 7th day arrived. The Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce had already prepared the venue for the press conference. While press conferences weren't uncommon in the Xiantian realm, the information released was generally geared towards mortals, with separate events for cultivators. It was rare to see someone like Wu Rolong send out invitations to so many people. Meanwhile, outside the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce's press conference venue, the leaders of various powerful forces began to arrive one after another. In the southern region of the Xiantian realm, the most powerful forces were the 4 Emperors and 6 Sects. The 4 Emperors were the Li dynasty, the Gods dynasty, the Invincible dynasty, and the Prosperous dynasty. The 6 Sects were the Blazing Fire sect, the Wounded sect, the Rock sect, the Myriad Sun sect, the Heaven-Slaying sect, and the Flower Dance sect. Each of the 4 Emperors and 6 Sects had a quasi-emperor level expert, and their leaders were all at the peak of the supreme level. To demonstrate their respect for the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, all the leaders of these forces personally attended the press conference. The first to arrive was none other than Shen Wanyun, the ruler of the Gods dynasty, a peak supreme cultivator. As soon as Shen Wanyun arrived, reporters from various newspapers in the southern region outside immediately used their recording stones to document the scene. After all, that was Shen Wanyun, one of the 4 emperors. They rarely had the chance to see him under normal circumstances. However, before they could remain in shock for long, Zhan Ting, the ruler of the Invincible dynasty, also arrived. Upon seeing a familiar face, Shen Wanyun greeted him with a smile. Brother Zhan, it's been a long time. Among the 4 great dynasties, apart from the Li dynasty, whose relationship with the other 3 was not very good, the other 3 dynasties maintained a fairly good relationship. Therefore, upon seeing Shen Wanyun greet him, Zhan Ting smiled and replied, Brother Shen, it's been a long time. It seems the last time we met was during the grand competition of our 4 great dynasties. Indeed, but I remember the next competition should be coming up soon, right? Shen Wanyun thought for a moment, then asked. Zhan Ting nodded. That's right, the next 4 emperors' grand competition will begin in about 10 years. Just as Shen Wanyun was about to say something, Gao Keqiang, the emperor of the powerful dynasty, arrived at the scene. Brother Shen, Brother Zhan, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, Brother Gao. Shen Wanyun and Zhan Ting smiled. Just as the 3 were about to exchange pleasantries, an unpleasant voice came from not far away. What are you 3 talking about? May I join you? Hearing this voice, the 3 frowned, with Gao Keqiang speaking first. Gentlemen, it's getting late, I'll go in first. Wait for me, let's go in together. Seeing Shen Wanyun and the other 2 go in together, completely ignoring him, Li Sukin's already unpleasant expression darkened further. However, Li Sukin quickly took a deep breath, calming himself down, and then walked towards the press conference venue. After all, the most important thing today was to find out what Wu Rolong was up to. As for the 3 dynasties' rulers, their relationship was already bad, so there was even less need to try to improve it now. Just after the 4 emperors arrived, members of the 6 sects gradually followed. Of course, only the sect leaders of the Zhantian sect, Huawu sect, and Wan Ri sect attended in person. The grand elders of the Lai Ri sect, Poshang sect, and Panshi sect were present. The 6 sects have always been reclusive, rarely interacting with the outside world except for accepting disciples. If Wu Rolong hadn't sent them invitations, they probably wouldn't have come. Besides the 4 emperors and the 6 sects, Wu Rolong also invited forces with supreme-level experts to the press conference, as well as the renowned Southern Region Cultivation Daily. The cultivation world, to some extent, involves interpersonal relationships, so the existence of a cultivation daily isn't surprising. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a distinction between the righteous and demonic paths. As the time came, Wu Rolong took a deep breath, walked to the center of the stage, smiled at the invited guests, and said, "Welcome everyone to the new product launch of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. Today, we'll be bringing you a product that can change the entire Xiantian realm." The moment the words fell, the guests below became curious, especially those from the 4 emperors and 6 sects. They were all wondering where Wu Rolong got his confidence to claim he had brought a product that could change the entire Xiantian realm. However, when Wu Rolong took out his phone, everyone's eyes widened in curiosity. After seeing Wu Rolong's demonstration and explanation of the phone's functions, everyone present gasped. If what Wu Rolong said was true, then this thing called a phone might truly have the power to change the entire Xiantian realm. Well then, such a powerful product naturally has a price. So, what is its price? Originally, its price was very high, but after I spent the whole night persuading the higher UPS of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, we finally reached a price that we all think is very reasonable. Please look at the big screen. Duan. When the price was announced, the powerful figures present gasped in astonishment. A treasure that could connect people in every part of the southern region and allow them to see how people lived was so cheap, only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was the mortal version. Immediately after releasing the mortal version, Wu Rolong released the immortal cultivator version. Upon hearing that the immortal cultivator version also included life-saving and cultivation-aiding functions, all the powerful figures present could no longer remain silent. Especially Li Sukan, who was determined not to let this technology fall into the hands of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. It absolutely had to be in the hands of his Li dynasty. As for the other powerful figures, they didn't share Li Sukan's thoughts. After all, it was obvious that if the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce dared to release technology of this level, then there must be someone backing them, possibly even a quasi-emperor level being. In this situation, it was clearly much better to be on good terms with the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce than to be at odds with them. Chapter 28: The Alliance Between Major Powers, Li Sukan's Loss of Composure. This must be Chairman Wu. He's indeed a handsome man. Is he married? What nonsense are you spouting? How could someone like Chairman Wu possibly be interested in someone from your invincible dynasty? Chairman Wu, since you've come to visit my powerful dynasty, I'll prepare 180 beautiful brides for you. Get lost. Chairman Wu looks like a pure-hearted war god. Chairman Wu, I have a daughter, and she's incredibly beautiful. Would Chairman Wu do me the honor of meeting her? Seeing the 3 rulers of the 3 dynasties extending such generous offers, Wu Rolong couldn't help but shudder. If his wife found out, he'd be kneeling on a washboard when he got home. Thinking of this, Wu Rolong quickly refused. Please, everyone, don't say any more. I'm already married. Hearing that Wu Rolong was married, Shen Wanyun and the others couldn't help but look dejected. Seeing their dejected expressions, Wu Rolong couldn't bear it any longer and sighed before speaking. Gentlemen, Zhan Ting said, my Wu family still has many fine young men who are unmarried. If it's alright, I think we could introduce them to some of our sons. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanyun and the others' eyes lit up. Although they couldn't marry Wu Rolong, marrying into the Wu family and building a good relationship with them would be a good thing. So, Shen Wanyun and the others quickly agreed with smiles. But just then, Zhan Ting changed his mind and asked, by the way, Chairman Wu, could I possibly get a copy of that limited edition phone in advance? Seeing Zhan Ting speak up, Shen Wanyun and Gao Keqiang weren't about to be outdone. Chairman Wu, give me one too. Me too. Wu Rolong naturally didn't refuse. Limited edition phones were meant for cultivating relationships with various powerful forces, and Shen Wanyun and his group were clearly among those the Wu family needed to befriend. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones were nothing to Shen Wanyun and his group. It was well worth it to build a good relationship with Wu Rolong. After all, although they were focused on cultivation, they could see that if the phone were actually released, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, as the publisher, would definitely reap huge benefits. They might even become the most powerful force in the entire southern region, perhaps even able to challenge the 4 Holy Lands. Thinking of the 4 great Holy Lands, Shen Wanyun and the others couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. Although their forces each had quasi-emperor level experts, they were no match for the 4 great Holy Lands. A single one of the 4 great Holy Lands could easily sweep through the entire Xiantian realm, simply because each Holy Land possessed an emperor weapon. A quasi-emperor with an emperor weapon was simply not on the same level as one without. A quasi-emperor in the early stages wielding an emperor weapon could be invincible below the great emperor level, demonstrating the terrifying power of emperor weapons. With Wu Rolong's help, Shen Wanyun and the others quickly learned how to use the mobile phone, and a sense of novelty appeared on their faces. The mobile phones were automatically bundled with SIM cards upon release. Although there are only 5 base stations currently, they already cover most of the southern region. Once the remaining 5 base stations are completed, signal coverage will extend to the entire southern region. Soon, Shen Wanyun and the others left one after another. Although reporters from the southern region Cultivation Daily wanted to interview Wu Rolong, he repeatedly deflected Wu Qinkan's questions. Just as Wu Rolong was about to rest, he heard a voice slowly approaching. "Wu Rolong, let's talk." Wu Rolong turned around and saw Li Sukan standing not far away, his expression inscrutable. Wu Rolong merely gave a cold laugh and then directly refused. "Li Sukan, I think there's nothing to talk about between us, so there's no need." With that, Wu Rolong prepared to leave, but Li Sukan continued. "Wu Rolong, do you think your Wu family can protect something like this with its strength? This isn't something your Wu family can safeguard." Hearing this, Wu Rolong paused slightly, but didn't turn around, his tone slightly amusement. "So you mean? You want my Wu clan Chamber of Commerce to hand over this technology to your Li dynasty?" "No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that our Li dynasty would invest, and we'd split the profits 50-50. If the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce encounters danger, our Li dynasty will definitely do everything in its power to help you." Although his words seemed to place the Li dynasty and the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce on equal footing, Wu Rolong could actually hear the arrogance in Li Sukan's tone. Wu Rolong didn't like this tone, and besides, what level was his Li dynasty? Did they even deserve to protect the Wu family? Therefore, almost without hesitation, Wu Rolong refused. "I'm sorry, but my Wu clan Chamber of Commerce has no intention of allowing anyone to invest. If my Wu clan Chamber of Commerce encounters danger, we don't need your Li dynasty's help." "That's settled then." Wu Rolong finished speaking and left, not even glancing at Li Sukan. Li Sukan's expression grew increasingly grim. He clearly hadn't expected Wu Rolong to be so disrespectful. This further solidified his resolve to take action against the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this time it wouldn't be a commercial war, but a full-scale war. After all, if such terrifying technology fell into the hands of their Li dynasty, Li Sukan was absolutely confident that within 10,000 years, the entire Li dynasty could be elevated to the same level as the 4 Holy Lands. On the other side, Wu Rolong naturally anticipated that the release of the mobile phone would cause a huge uproar throughout the southern region and even the Xiantian realm. After all, for the extremely monotonous lives of the people of the Xiantian realm, the mobile phone was undoubtedly a revolutionary product. This is similar to how, before the advent of mobile phones, people's greatest pleasure was having children, but after the advent of mobile phones, their greatest pleasure became scrolling through Douyin, TikTok. With the rapid dissemination of the southern region Cultivation Daily, the news quickly spread throughout the region, causing a huge uproar. After all, to them, such a thing was a celestial artifact, usable only by cultivators. Could mortals really use it? Of course, many felt the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce was just making a fuss and wouldn't actually release it. But Wu Rolong didn't step forward to explain. The sale would begin in 7 days, and everyone would know the truth then. The Wu clan Chamber of Commerce was now considered a top-tier chamber of commerce in the southern region, with branches throughout the region. On the 7th day, the entrance to the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce was packed with people, all there for the so-called mobile phone. Chapter 29. The Li dynasty is preparing to take action, and the goodwill of the 3 major dynasties. Are you sure this thing is something the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce could actually make? Meanwhile, within the forbidden area of the Li dynasty, the 18 patriarchs of the Li dynasty, having learned of the events outside, looked at Li Sukan and asked. Li Sukan quickly nodded and said, "That's right, patriarchs. If we let the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce go unchecked, it might truly threaten the status of our Li dynasty." The 18 patriarchs were all astute individuals and naturally understood the importance of this matter, but they still needed Li Tianran to speak before they could act. After a long while, Li Tianran, lying in the central coffin, finally spoke. "Since the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce is already an enemy of our Li dynasty, then we will not give them even the slightest possibility of threatening our Li dynasty. So, make your move. This time, I will personally lead the team." Hearing Li Tianran's words, all the patriarchs present were shocked. Li Tianran was the oldest and most terrifying patriarch present, meaning that if he made a move this time, he would have no chance of survival. Li Sukan further dissuaded him. "Patriarch Tianran, you absolutely mustn't. You are the strongest in our Li dynasty. If you were to appear, our Li dynasty would likely be targeted by the other 3 great dynasties. Quasi-emperor level experts are rare, and peak quasi-emperor level experts are even rarer." Li Tianran was one of the peak quasi-emperor level experts. Besides Li Tianran, the Li dynasty also had another peak quasi-emperor level expert named Li Siking. It was precisely because the Li dynasty possessed 2 peak quasi-emperor level experts that it held the top position among the 4 great dynasties. Losing even one would likely make them a target for the other 3. However, Li Tianran had made up his mind. He looked at Li Siking and slowly said, "The Li dynasty is entrusted to you. I once said that if there was a chance to elevate the Li dynasty to the same level as the 4 Holy Lands, I would gladly give my life. And now, that opportunity has arrived. Hearing Li Tianran's words, the patriarchs of the Li dynasty present fell silent. They weren't as noble as Li Tianran, they were thinking about survival, otherwise they wouldn't have entered the coffin of rebirth. Unless a terrifying opportunity allowed them to break through to the great emperor level, they would absolutely not emerge from the world. I will not reveal my identity in this operation. I will secretly eliminate everyone in the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce, leaving only Wu Rolong alive. If I fail, you must not seek revenge, Li Tianran said resolutely. The next second, he lifted the coffin, revealing his magnificent body to everyone present. Li Sukin was deeply moved by this scene. He hadn't expected that ancestor Tianran would be willing to go to such lengths for their Li dynasty, and he shouted uncontrollably, "Farewell, ancestor Tianran. Fellow deus Tianran, take care." The other ancestors also looked at Li Tianran with heavy hearts, for Li Tianran's emergence from the coffin meant that his days were numbered. As expected, within minutes of Li Tianran emerging from the coffin, his aura weakened. This was normal. Li Tianran was merely a peak quasi-emperor with a lifespan of only 600,000 years. It was only through the miraculous power of the rebirth coffin that he had endured for a full million years. Now that he was out of the rebirth coffin, the heavenly Dao naturally sensed the anomaly and reclaimed Li Tianran's extra lifespan. However, Li Tianran remained unmoved. He had anticipated this outcome and had no regrets. The next second, Li Tianran vanished into the void, heading towards the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce under the cover of night. Meanwhile, within the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce, Wu Rolong had anticipated Li Sukin's attack and had ordered his staff to leave headquarters beforehand. Wei Yangfeng and the others left with expressions of reluctance. "President, if the Li dynasty really dares to attack us, wouldn't it be our responsibility to leave you here alone?" Chen Chuqian's expression was unwavering, and he prepared to stay. Wei Yangfeng and Wang Zheyu did the same, but Wu Rolong dismissed them. "You should leave first. Given the Li dynasty's nature, the people they send won't be weaker than quasi-emperors. Staying here will only be suicide." Although Wei Yangfeng and the other two had broken through to the mid-stage Saint King realm with Wu Rolong's help, they were still no different from mortals against a quasi-emperor. Besides, last time I was able to kill a peak Saint King. Do you think I would face a quasi-emperor from the Li dynasty without any chance of victory? Hearing this, Wei Yangfeng and the others remembered that the spies Li Sukin had sent had died at Wu Rolong's hands, and realized that if they stayed, they would only become a burden to Wu Rolong. Without much hesitation, Wei Yangfeng and the others told their leader to be careful before fleeing into the distance. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce, three late-stage quasi-emperor level experts had appeared unnoticed. Clearly, they were patriarchs sent by the three great dynasties. What Wu Rolong could foresee, Shen Wanyun and the others could also foresee. Therefore, to do Wu Rolong a great favor, Shen Wanyun and the others spared no expense to persuade a late-stage quasi-emperor level patriarch to come out of seclusion, waiting for the Li dynasty to arrive so they could rescue Wu Rolong from their clutches. In this way, Wu Rolong would owe them a favor. However, what they didn't expect was that all of this was being observed by Wu Hao. Interesting. I didn't expect my Wu clan Chamber of Commerce to attract so much attention so quickly. Wu Hao thought to himself, hiding around the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce. The difference in cultivation level allowed him to easily detect the ancestors of the three great dynasties, while the ancestors of the three great dynasties couldn't detect him at all. Meanwhile, Wu Hao sensed an aura of a peak quasi-emperor level expert approaching from afar, presumably from the Li dynasty. Should I just wipe out the Li dynasty? Wu Hao thought to himself that destroying the Li dynasty was nothing to him now, but he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, the Li dynasty was his son's enemy, so naturally, it should be his son who destroyed it. However, by the time Wu Rolong reached the level capable of destroying the Li dynasty, Wu Hao would probably have already ascended to the upper realm. Chapter 31 vs 3. You too, which quasi-emperor ancestor do you think the Li dynasty will send? In the shadows, the late-stage quasi-emperor ancestors from the three great dynasties couldn't help but speculate. These three ancestors were Shen Zilei, ancestor of the Gods dynasty, Zhan Qianzhong, ancestor of the Invincible dynasty, and Gao Zhanchao, ancestor of the Powerful dynasty. It's hard to say. After all, the Li dynasty's foundation is far more profound than our three great dynasties, so I don't know which one it will be. Shen Zilei pondered for a moment, then spoke with an extremely solemn expression. Zhan Qianzhong and the other nodded in agreement. They knew that their three great dynasties combined only had 30 quasi-emperor ancestors, while the Li dynasty alone boasted 18. This demonstrated the Li dynasty's immense power. Therefore, under normal circumstances, unless the two dynasties joined forces, they would be no match for the Li dynasty. Just as Gao Zhanchao was about to say something, he sensed something, and his expression became extremely solemn. They've arrived. The instant his words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows and stood before Wu Rolong. Upon seeing the person's face, Shen Zilei and the other two were all surprised. Wearing a mask, we can't tell who it is, but we can still sense that their cultivation level is at least at the peak of Quasi-Emperor. So it's either Li Tianran or Li Siking. Zhang Qianzhong took a deep breath, his expression already grim. After all, they hadn't expected the Li dynasty to be so generous, directly sending a Quasi-Emperor peak ancestor. Even the other three great dynasties only had one Quasi-Emperor peak ancestor each. Unless there was a danger of their dynasty's annihilation, they wouldn't have awakened such an ancestor. Now, the Li dynasty had actually mobilized a Quasi-Emperor peak ancestor, naturally causing them to become serious. So what do we do now? Just watch Wu Rolong get hurt? Gao Zhanqiao's eyes flickered as he asked. Shen Ziliai and Zhang Qianzhong took a deep breath before speaking. What are you afraid of? Did you sense his aura? Extremely weak. That means his lifespan is running out, and he's not at his peak. Plus, there are 3 of us. 3 against 1, we can wear him down. With that, Shen Ziliai and Zhang Qianzhong walked outside, and Gao Zhanqiao could only sigh helplessly and follow. Meanwhile, interesting. Did they know my Li dynasty was going to make a move, so they sent everyone away beforehand? Feeling the Wu clan chamber of commerce behind him was empty, Li Tianran thought gravely. Clearly, he hadn't expected Wu Rolong to do this. But there was no other way now, he could only take Wu Rolong back first. Thinking this, Li Tianran remained silent and charged towards Wu Rolong. However, just as he was about to reach Wu Rolong, 3 figures appeared in front of him, shielding him behind them. Upon seeing the faces of the 3, Li Tianran's expression immediately turned serious. He hadn't expected the 3 great dynasties to send 3 late-stage Quasi-Emperor level experts to protect Wu Rolong, but even if he knew now, it was too late. Besides, he might not be a match for the 3 of them. You 3, either get out of here, or die. Li Tianran was covered in thick disguise, and even his voice was extremely hoarse, making it impossible to identify him. Zhang Qianzhong looked at Li Tianran and coldly snorted. We knew your Li dynasty would make a move against Chairman Wu, so we came to protect him in advance. As for you, your disguise is so thorough. Is it Li Tianran or Li Siking? But if I'm not mistaken, it should be that guy Li Tianran. After all, that old guy Li Tianran doesn't have much time left, so it's not surprising that he came out. It has to be said that Zhang Qianzong's analysis was extremely effective. After hearing Zhang Qianzong's analysis, Li Tianran no longer hesitated and attacked with a killing move. He couldn't afford to prolong the battle. His physical condition was deteriorating, so he had to finish off Zhang Qianzhong and the other 2 quickly and then kidnap Wu Rolong. Seeing Li Tianran attack them, Zhang Qianzhong and Shen Ziliai's expressions also became excited. These 2 were known for their fighting prowess, but they hadn't fought since breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor level. Now, being able to fight again was naturally a cause for great joy. Following Zhang Qianzhong and Shen Ziliai's attack, Gao Zhanqiao followed suit without hesitation. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted between the 3 and Li Tianran. However, because Li Tianran's cultivation at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor level was higher than all 3, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. But all of this was only superficial. If it dragged on any longer, Li Tianran would be unable to hold on any longer. Thinking of this, Li Tianran no longer hesitated and chose to unleash the killing weapon he had brought with him. Shen Ziliai and the other 2 sensed something, their expressions changing slightly. They had no time to dodge and could only use their natal spiritual treasures to block the attack. Even so, they were still violently blasted away, some even spitting out blood when they landed, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Li Tianran. This aura, is it an emperor weapon? No, it's a pseudo-emperor weapon. Before Li Tianran floated a longsword radiating an incomparably dazzling golden light. The aura emanating from it made the 3 late-stage Quasi-Emperor experts, Shen Ziliai and his companions, feel immense apprehension. Clearly, this had surpassed the level of a supreme artifact, reaching the level of a Quasi-Emperor weapon. Why wasn't it a true Emperor weapon? Because Shen Ziliai and the other 2 knew perfectly well that if it were a true Emperor weapon, the Li dynasty would have already become the 5th Holy Land, and they certainly wouldn't have survived that sword strike. Even so, Li Tianran, possessing a Quasi-Emperor weapon, was far beyond their capabilities. Thinking this, Shen Ziliai and the other 2 felt despair. They hadn't expected that protecting just one person would cost them their lives. However, what they didn't expect was that after severely injuring all 3 of them with a single sword strike, Li Tianran ignored them and turned to attack Wu Rolong. His target had always been Wu Rolong. Of course, the most important thing was that severely injuring the 3 with his sword had already depleted much of his strength. If he were to finish them off, he might not be able to escape. Shen Ziliai and the other 2 could only watch helplessly as Li Tianran passed by them. But the next second, they noticed something, and their expressions changed slightly. They noticed that Wu Rolong's expression hadn't changed from the beginning. Whether it was Li Tianran's appearance or their battle, Wu Rolong's expression always conveyed a sense of complete control, as if Li Tianran was nothing to him. Chapter 31. Wu Hao makes his move, killing a peak Quasi-Emperor with a flick of his finger. Dad, why aren't you making a move? Watching Li Tianran engage in combat with Shen Ziliai and the other two, Wu Rolong wondered curiously. Don't rush, now's not the time. Let's observe first. Wu Hao secretly transmitted his voice, and upon hearing this, Wu Rolong could only wait. From the very beginning, Wu Rolong knew his father had returned and had been observing everything from the shadows. Although he didn't know his father's cultivation level, Wu Rolong chose to unconditionally trust him. After all, the higher his current cultivation level, the more he could feel the terror his father had displayed back then giving him 100,000 top-grade spirit stones so casually. The resources provided over the years have been abundant, far exceeding those of any Holy Land. Therefore, any member of the Wu family now is far stronger than a disciple of a Holy Land. Even after seeing Li Tianran defeat Shen Ziliai and the other two and charge towards him, Wu Rolong remained unmoved, believing his father would intervene. Sure enough, the next second Wu Hao appeared before Wu Rolong, looking at Li Tianran with an extremely calm expression and saying, either get lost, or die. Wu Hao could see that even if he didn't kill Li Tianran, he wouldn't last another 6 months. It was better to let him experience the feeling of slowly dying in agony. However, Li Tianran was only slightly startled by Wu Hao's appearance, and then, without hesitation, he attacked. He now had no way out. He could either kill Wu Hao and take Wu Rolong back, or slink away and die a painful death within 6 months due to the backlash of his lifespan. Li Tianran preferred the former. When Shen Ziliai and the other two saw Wu Hao appear, their expressions turned to shock. If someone had been hiding nearby, they would have definitely noticed, but they hadn't sensed Wu Hao's presence at all. This meant that Wu Hao's cultivation level was definitely above theirs, definitely at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Shen Ziliai and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, they hadn't attacked Wu Rolong earlier, choosing instead to protect him, otherwise, they would have surely died if Wu Hao had attacked. However, the current situation wasn't optimistic. Li Tianran wielded a pseudo-emperor weapon, making him far stronger than a normal peak Quasi-Emperor. Wu Hao might not be a match for him. Li Tianran shared the same thought, manipulating his pseudo-emperor weapon to attack Wu Hao. However, the next second, a scene that shocked him unfolded. Wu Hao simply extended 2 fingers, effortlessly deflecting the attack of the pseudo-emperor weapon, a weapon powerful enough to destroy the entire Li dynasty. Li Tianran could no longer suppress the shock in his eyes. Clearly, Wu Hao's power far exceeded his expectations. You're not a Quasi-Emperor, you're an emperor. Li Tianran's tone was utterly astonished, even forgetting his pretense. If Wu Hao truly was an emperor, then his disguise would be meaningless to Wu Hao. Wu Hao could still uncover his identity. Moreover, besides the fact that Wu Hao was an emperor, he couldn't fathom how Wu Hao could so easily withstand the full force of a pseudo-emperor weapons attack. The 3 people, Shen Ziliai and his companions, were also stunned. Good heavens! They had initially thought Wu Hao was just an ordinary peak Quasi-Emperor, but they hadn't expected him to be a potential great emperor. You must know that there isn't a single great emperor in the Xiantian realm right now, neither openly nor secretly. It's said that a long time ago, a severe upheaval occurred in the Xiantian realm, severing its path and preventing future generations from breaking through to the great emperor level. Therefore, the current Xiantian realm can only reach the peak Quasi-Emperor level at most. Further advancement is simply impossible. If they had only guessed that Wu Hao was a great emperor before, what happened next confirmed that he truly was. Wu Hao simply exerted a little force with 2 fingers, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the pseudo-emperor weapon. The next second, it shattered. Hey, I wasn't even serious yet, how did your pseudo-emperor weapon shatter? Wu Hao looked at Li Tianran, his mockery undisguised. Seeing this, Li Tianran was filled with both anger and fear. He never imagined he would encounter a great emperor in his lifetime, and what was worse, this great emperor was an enemy of his Li dynasty. Thinking this, Li Tianran, determined never to betray the Li dynasty, attempted to self-destruct in front of Wu Hao. However, it was clear that Wu Hao wouldn't let him. With a flick of Wu Hao's finger, Li Tianran didn't even have time to self-destruct, he was instantly killed. After killing Li Tianran, Wu Hao sighed helplessly. Sigh, I wasn't even serious yet, how did I die? The 3 people watching from afar, including Shen Ziliai, felt Wu Hao's actions were like showing off, but they didn't argue, since Wu Hao genuinely had the right to do so. Having confirmed that Wu Hao was indeed a great emperor, Shen Ziliai and the other 2, disregarding their injuries, quickly stood up and ran to Wu Hao. Thank you so much for saving our lives, senior. They were joking. Wu Hao was a great emperor. Although they didn't know how he had broken through to great emperor, that didn't stop them from currying favor with him. He was a great emperor. The power of a great emperor was far more terrifying than an emperor weapon. Although a quasi-emperor wielding an emperor weapon could achieve combat power comparable to a great emperor wouldn't give a quasi-emperor the opportunity to activate an emperor weapon, at least not a truly powerful great emperor. Get up. Since you fought for my son, please accept these 3 pills. They will help you recover from your injuries. Wu Hao thought for a moment and then tossed 3 pills to Shen Ziliai and the other 2. Upon seeing Wu Hao bestow the pills upon them, Shen Ziliai and the other two hurriedly put them away. Let alone pills, even if Wu Hao gave them excrement, they would still have to accept it with a smile and say, "It smells so good." That's the terrifying aspect of a great emperor. However, after seeing the quality of the pills, Shen Ziliai and the others couldn't help but gasp. They're actually emperor-grade pills. Pills are also classified into grades, from lowest to highest: yellow grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, then saint grade pills, supreme grade pills, and finally emperor grade pills. Emperor grade pills, as the name suggests, are pills used by great emperors. Given their current condition, if they were to consume an emperor grade pill, its medicinal power would likely not only help them recover from their injuries, but might even allow them to break through to the peak of quasi-emperor. Chapter 32: The Fear of the Li Dynasty. Thank you so much for the pills, Senior. Shen Ziliai and the others truly knelt down this time, speaking to Wu Hao with immense gratitude. They had been trapped at the late quasi-emperor stage for tens of thousands of years. Although breakthroughs in minor realms didn't increase their lifespan, they brought them one step closer to becoming great emperors. What if they were fortunate enough to break through to great emperor in their lifetime? Moreover, hadn't the senior before them also broken through to great emperor? In other words, the path wasn't closed, and they too could break through to great emperor. Alright, you can all go back now. By the way, don't spread what happened here today. And don't attack the Li dynasty. The Li dynasty dared to attack my son, so naturally, my son must avenge them. Also, don't reveal my identity, understand? Wu Hao instructed Shen Ziliai and the other two. A flicker of pity for the Li dynasty flashed in their eyes, and they quickly nodded in agreement before turning and leaving. Just after Shen Ziliai and the other two turned and left, Wu Rolong's extremely resentful voice came from behind Wu Hao. "Dad, isn't it a bit too much to ask me to destroy the Li dynasty? It's alright. You reached the Saint Realm in less than 100 years. Give you 1,000 years, and you should be able to reach the Supreme Realm. At that time, I'll bestow upon you an Emperor weapon. With the blessing of an Emperor weapon, destroying the Li dynasty shouldn't be a problem." Wu Hao looked at Wu Rolong and said with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Rolong was first stunned, but quickly recovered, saying in utter shock, "Dad, you have an Emperor weapon?" Having spent a long time in the Xiantian realm, Wu Rolong had learned more and more, and naturally knew how terrifying Emperor weapons were. There were only 4 Emperor weapons in the entire Xiantian realm, and it was precisely because of these 4 Emperor weapons that the 4 Holy Lands existed today, demonstrating the terrifying power of Emperor weapons. Just as Wu Rolong thought his father possessed an Emperor-level weapon, Wu Hao shook his head a second later and said, "Although I don't have an Emperor-level weapon, I can forge one." Actually, forging an Emperor-level weapon isn't difficult. Given some time, and with instruction in forging techniques from a descendant of a top-grade spiritual root, Wu Hao could quickly advance his forging skills to the point of forging Emperor-level or even Immortal-level weapons. Hearing that his father could forge Emperor-level weapons, Wu Rolong's breathing quickened. After learning from Wu Hao about the materials needed for forging an Emperor-level weapon, he ordered his men to gather them. After resolving the matters concerning the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, Wu Hao didn't linger and chose to return to the central region. After all, his wife was still in the secret realm. Although he couldn't go in, watching her from the outside was still quite nice. Wu Hao thought to himself with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Sukin was pacing anxiously back and forth inside the Soul Lamp Hall. In the Xiantian realm, one only needed to reach the Golden Core stage to channel a wisp of their power into the Soul Lamp, and the condition of the cultivator could be observed through the Soul Lamp. The principle of when a person dies, the lamp goes out applies here as well. Just as Li Sukin was filled with anticipation, a crisp bang rang out, freezing him in place. He turned around in disbelief. The soul lamp at the highest point of the soul lamp hall shattered, revealing Li Tianran's name on it. Seeing this, Li Sukin's heart shattered along with the soul lamp. He knew his ancestor had failed. He only hoped that his opponent hadn't confirmed his ancestor's identity as a member of the Li dynasty when he died. Soon, Li Sukin arrived at the forbidden area. After learning of Li Tianran's defeat and death, the remaining 17 ancestors fell silent. Clearly, they hadn't expected that someone who had once shared the coffin with them would vanish into thin air. However, the most shocked was Li Siking. As one of only 2 quasi-emperor peak experts in the entire Li dynasty, he knew that Li Tianran possessed a pseudo-emperor weapon. If the attacker was also a quasi-emperor peak expert, they should have been no match for Li Tianran. There are only 2 possibilities: either the opponent possesses a true emperor-level weapon, or their strength far surpasses Li Tianran's. Neither is something the current Li dynasty can afford. Thinking this, Li Siking's tone became incredibly dejected as he transmitted his voice. Su Kun, from now on, do not oppose the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce again. Otherwise, the Li dynasty will only face certain death. Hearing Li Siking's words, Li Sukin quickly replied, "I understand, ancestor. I will find a way to strengthen the relationship between the Li dynasty and the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce." I will absolutely not go to war with the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Li Sukin wasn't stupid, he naturally knew that the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce was not something the Li dynasty could afford to offend. Even if they sent all their quasi-emperor ancestors, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, unless someone is completely foolish, the best course of action is to cease hostilities with the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce and find a way to form a marriage alliance with them. Only in this way will the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce refrain from attacking the Li dynasty. However, Li Sukin's plan was far from reality. From the moment Li Sukin dared to send his spies to attack Wu Rolong, the Li dynasty's fate was sealed: annihilation. Is this the inheritance of the vast expanse quasi-emperor? Looking at the colossal tower that had appeared in the vast expanse secret realm, Wu Yufan's eyes were filled with astonishment. After leaving his great-grandmother's side, Wu Yufan searched the entire vast expanse secret realm. Of course, he didn't overlook any ferocious beasts or rare treasures he encountered. After all, no one was a match for him. But just a day ago, as if sensing something, Wu Yufan rushed towards the very center of the vast expanse secret realm, only to find a million-meter-tall tower had appeared there without his knowledge. At this moment, a strange thought lingered in Wu Yufan's mind, that entering would grant him a tremendous opportunity. After some thought, Wu Yufan couldn't resist and went inside. He had come specifically for the vast inheritance of a quasi-emperor, and the giant tower before him was the most likely place to find that inheritance. What Wu Yufan hadn't expected was that his arrival would finally bring forth the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor. Almost simultaneously with Wu Yufan entering the giant tower, the next second, everyone in the vast mystic realm sensed something and looked excitedly towards its center. This feeling, could it be the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor? Hiss! Go check it out. It said that a million-meter-tall giant tower has appeared in the center of the vast mystic realm, containing the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor. What? Wait for me. I need to get my hands on the vast quasi-emperor's legacy. Instantly, everyone in the vast mystic realm rushed towards its center, and Wu Yufan, the first to enter the giant tower, had already arrived at its center. Chapter 33. Young man, I really like you. Is this the place where the vast quasi-emperor's legacy is passed down? Wu Yufan had already entered the giant tower. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of darkness, as if the entire world had been magnified. Extending his divine sense, he discovered that the world before him was far too vast for him to fathom. Just as Wu Yufan turned around, he realized that the path he had entered through had vanished. His brows furrowed involuntarily. But at that moment, a hearty laugh came from behind him. Ha ha ha, young man, were you guided here by destiny? As Wu Yufan turned, a colossal phantom had appeared before him. Upon seeing it, Wu Yufan's expression showed a slight shock. Before entering, he had investigated the vast quasi-emperor, and naturally recognized the old man before him as none other than the vast quasi-emperor. After a moment's thought, Wu Yufan realized the old man was likely a remnant soul left behind by the vast emperor, so he bowed to the vast emperor before him. Junior Wu Yufan greets senior vast emperor. It seems there are still people in this era who know of this old man. The vast emperor was extremely satisfied with Wu Yufan's reaction, smiling as he stroked his non-existent beard. Looking at the mighty quasi-emperor, Wu Yufan sighed helplessly before asking, "Senior, since you're here, can I receive your inheritance?" "Yes, this is indeed my inheritance site. I've been observing you since you entered. To be honest, young man, I'm quite fond of you." The mighty quasi-emperor finally reacted, coughed, and looked at Wu Yufan with utmost seriousness. But this sent a chill down Wu Yufan's spine. Could the mighty quasi-emperor have a thing for men? Thinking this, Wu Yufan involuntarily took 2 steps back, wondering how he would escape if the mighty quasi-emperor attacked. However, it seemed he had no chance of escape from a peak quasi-emperor. But his great-grandfather was outside. If something happened to him, his great-grandfather wouldn't abandon him, would he? Upon seeing Wu Yufan's actions, the vast emperor seemed struck a blow, realizing his words had indeed been ambiguous. He coughed and said, "Ahem, my words might have been ambiguous. What I meant was that your talent is outstanding, the most exceptional of all those who entered." Hearing this, Wu Yufan understood the vast emperor's meaning, but still kept his distance. Once suspicion was planted, the guilt was already established. The vast emperor sighed but said nothing. Wu Yufan, however, seemed to have thought of something and looked at the vast emperor, asking, "According to what you've said, senior, can I directly receive your inheritance?" Then, under Wu Yufan's expectant gaze, the vast emperor shook his head. "No, although your talent is outstanding, the inheritance was left to me before my death. I am now merely a remnant soul, so even if I greatly admire your talent, I cannot directly pass it on to you. But since you've already entered, you're ahead of the others for a while, so your chances of obtaining the inheritance are slightly higher." "All right." Wu Yufan sighed helplessly, then was sent by the vast expanse quasi-emperor to accept the inheritance challenge. About 10 minutes after Wu Yufan left, a second person entered, then a third, a fourth, and soon most of the people in the vast expanse secret realm had arrived at the inheritance tower. and Wu Yufan was now far, far ahead of them. Meanwhile, outside, after cultivating for about 5 years, Wu Yudao also displayed terrifying talent, breaking through to the peak of the nascent soul stage in 5 years, just one step away from breaking through to the divine transformation stage. This shocked the entire Wu family, except for Wu Hao, of course. Husband, Yudao's talent is so terrifying, shouldn't we find him a good teacher? That evening, in Wu Xuanyuan's room, his wife, Li Yulong, had just finished practicing with him and asked hesitantly, holding him in her arms. After all, Wu Yudao's current talent meant he could probably break through to the Saint Realm in just 20 years, and currently, only Wu Rolong and Wu Qixin in the Wu family had reached that level. At that point, no one in the Wu family would be able to guide Wu Yudao. Hearing his wife's words, Wu Xianyuan couldn't help but consider them. Indeed, he and his wife were only at the peak of the void refinement stage, still one step away from transcending the tribulation. And judging by the current trend, their cultivation would soon be inferior to their sons. It was time to find him a good teacher. You make a good point, but let's ask my elder brother and father for their opinions first. If possible, I think we should also ask grandfather. Wu Xianyuan said, and Li Yulong nodded, a hint of fear appearing in her eyes, especially when she thought of Wu Hao. After all, although Wu Hao had never actually fought, his legend circulated within the Wu family. It was said that his cultivation was definitely at the supreme or even quasi-emperor level, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to protect such a large family fortune. Otherwise, the emperor of the Li dynasty wouldn't have so readily apologized and offered a truce. The next day, Wu Xianyuan gathered Wu Qinqin and the others, and after hearing Wu Xuanyuan's words, they nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi is a prodigy of our Wu family, and finding a master for him is essential. However, Yi possesses a chaos body, and this secret must absolutely not be revealed. Otherwise, the people of the 4 sacred lands will definitely come to snatch him, and if they can't, they might even resort to murder. Wu Wandao's words made Wu Xianyuan and the others ponder this issue. Indeed, the 4 sacred lands have always been known for destroying prodigies if they can't have them, which is precisely why they have solidified their position. If news of Wu Yudao possessing the chaos body were to spread, the 4 holy lands would likely arrive at the Wu family very soon. If Wu Yudao didn't join them, they might even destroy the entire Wu family. After some discussion, they quickly passed the problem on to their father, Wu Rolong. Upon hearing this news, Wu Rolong pondered for a moment and chose to pass the problem on to his father. Leave it to your grandfather to handle. When Wu Hao learned that Wu Xianyuan and the others wanted to find a master for Wu Yudao, he was utterly dumbfounded. No, he was a great emperor. When did he need to find a trashy quasi-emperor to be his grandson's master? Therefore, Wu Hao refused without hesitation. There's no need to find a master for Wu Yudao. Just let him go out and train. With me protecting him, nothing will happen to him. After all, in Wu Hao's understanding, the chosen ones were basically raised in a hands-off manner. Take Wu Yufan, for example. Wasn't he raised in a hands-off way and still reached such a powerful level? Moreover, what is destiny? Destiny means that the time is not right, and it is impossible to kill someone, just like Xiong Ba. Chapter 34 Wu Yudao goes out for training, and the mobile phone is sold. Although somewhat skeptical of their grandfather's decision, Wu Xianyuan and the others didn't object, especially after hearing that Wu Yudao's talent was no less than Wu Yufan's, and that keeping him in the Wu family would only hinder his growth. Wu Xuanyuan's expression towards Wu Qinqin was full of smugness. It was as if he were saying, "Look, my son's talent is almost as good as yours." Who knows how Wu Qinqin had been boasting about his son's talent to Wu Xianyuan and the others all this time. Alas, he was forced to become a burden to his son. Wu Xianyuan and the others had long been fed up, and now that they had a chance to retaliate, they naturally wouldn't miss it. And so, Wu Yudao, completely bewildered, was kicked out by Wu Xianyuan. Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong even gave him a long, earnest pep talk. "Son, remember to cultivate diligently while you're out there, and be careful of your safety. Don't contact us unless absolutely necessary, these are your resources." After saying that, Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong disappeared. After all, with cell phones now available, contacting each other wasn't difficult. Under Wu Rolong's tutelage, everyone in the Wu family had a cell phone and their own family group chat. However, because the cell tower hadn't been built in the central region yet, Wu Hao hadn't joined the group chat. In the blink of an eye, the day of the phone's release arrived, and the entrances to all the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce branches in the southern region were packed with people. When the members of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce opened the doors and saw so many people, they were startled, but quickly recovered and greeted them with smiles. "Don't rush, come one by one to buy a phone, line up, otherwise we won't sell." Hearing this, the people surrounding the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce quickly formed a queue. Of course, today was the first day of sale, and those who came were mostly cultivators. Ordinary people wouldn't pull out 10 low-grade spirit stones to buy a phone without knowing its capabilities. Soon, as people lined up, the phones began to be handed to them. Under the guidance of the sales staff, they quickly learned how to operate the phones, and couldn't help but marvel. Clearly, they hadn't expected the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce to have such great capabilities, able to connect everyone's phones, allowing everyone to communicate, even between people in the southern region. It only took a few minutes to reach each other. A day passed quickly. Wu Rolong, sitting at headquarters, wore a relaxed expression, while Wang Feng and the others around him were somewhat anxious, until the final news arrived. President, today our mobile phone sales reached 95 million units, including 50 million ordinary cultivator versions, 35 million refined cultivator versions, and 10 million deluxe cultivator versions. Sales reached a staggering 103,550 top-grade spirit stones. Hearing this incredible sales figure, everyone present couldn't help but get excited. This was only the first day. It meant that mobile phone sales would continue to rise. Of course, Wu Rolong had also added a little something extra to the phone, an array to extend its lifespan and prevent it from being disassembled, thus preventing duplication. As for lifespan, a mortal's phone would be unusable after 10 years, while a cultivator's would be unusable after 100 years, and that's for the ordinary cultivator version. The exquisite and deluxe versions would last 500 and 2,000 years respectively. After all, those were paid for, so the phone had to last longer. Alright, everyone quiet down. Give the orders, it's time for all the software to start running. We can't let our phone be exposed as having quality problems on day one. Wu Rolong stood up and addressed the crowd. Wang Feng and the others shouted in unison, "Yes." Meanwhile, the first cultivator from the southern region to receive the phone was Chen Yuming, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. He had bought it out of boredom after seeing that it didn't require many spirit stones and was advertised as having entertainment and aiding cultivation. With the help of the shop assistant, Chen Yuming had figured out the phone's function. After connecting to the internet, he could play games and socialize. For an extra fee, there were also cultivation assistance functions, such as gathering spiritual energy. However, Chen Yuming clearly didn't want to use the spiritual energy gathering function yet. After all, if he just wanted to gather spiritual energy, he could simply set up an array. He wouldn't need the phone at all. Soon, Chen Yuming found an app called Microwave and clicked on it. It was said that you could see other people's lives on it, with no limit on cultivation level. After clicking in and completing the registration process, Chen Yuming quickly saw a message. The sender was none other than Wan Yun, the Emperor God of the Gods Dynasty. Greetings everyone, I am Wan Yun, the Emperor God of the Gods Dynasty. Starting today, I have joined Microwave. On the phone screen, the image of Wan Yun, the Emperor God of the Gods Dynasty, was clearly displayed. Moreover, it wasn't just Shen Wanyun, the emperors of the other three great dynasties also released videos one after another, causing Chen Yuming to gasp dozens of times in astonishment. What? I never imagined that a small mobile phone could be used by the emperors of the four great dynasties. Chen Yuming was unaware that the emperors of the four great dynasties had already been using the most luxurious mobile phone 7 days earlier than them at the launch event, far more advanced than the people of the Xiantian realm. They simply couldn't release their phones back then because there was no internet connection. Chen Yuming wasn't the only one shocked. Other beings in the southern region and the people of the four great dynasties were also stunned. Within the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, the Holy Lord Murong Huan listened to the news from his scout, his expression extremely grave. The four Holy Lands each had branches in the 5 regions, so they received the news shortly after the phone's release. Interesting. This kind of thing must be in the hands of my Myriad Flowers Holy Land. I, the Holy Lord, will now take action. A glint of ambition flashed in Murong Huan's eyes. If he could bring this kind of technology, like mobile phones, under the control of his Myriad Flowers Holy Land, then his Myriad Flowers Holy Land would surely surpass the other 3 Holy Lands and become the #1 Holy Land. The other 3 Holy Lands are the Azure Lotus Holy Land, the Gentle Water Holy Land, and the Thunderclap Holy Land. Upon learning of the phone's existence, the Holy Lords of the Azure Lotus Holy Land, the Gentle Water Holy Land, and the Thunderclap Holy Land understood the gravity of the situation. They gathered their weapons and headed towards the southern region, determined to bring the phone under their control no matter what. At the very least, they couldn't allow it to fall into the hands of rival forces. Meanwhile, Wu Rolong, unaware that the Holy Lords of the 4 Holy Lands were on their way, was happily managing his Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. With the phone's release, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce was generating a staggering daily net profit of tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. This was just one day, that's 3.65 million a year. Even the 4 Holy Lands combined only earn about that much in a year. If this continued, surpassing the 4 Holy Lands would be no problem at all. Chapter 35 The 4 Holy Lords Gather. Strange, the Myriad Flower Saint Lord left the Myriad Flower Holy Land and headed towards the southern region. Could it be heading for the cell phone? Meanwhile, Wu Hao's divine sense was enough to cover a large portion of the central region. He keenly detected the Myriad Flower Saint Lords passing by, and combined with the direction the Saint Lord was heading, Wu Hao quickly determined that the Saint Lord was likely heading to the southern region. What could the southern region possibly hold for the Myriad Flower Saint Lord now? Nothing more than the cell phone. Thinking this, Wu Hao didn't hesitate and secretly followed. After all, the Myriad Flower Saint Lord was a peak quasi-emperor, and possessed a genuine emperor-level weapon. If he were to attack Wu Rolong, the methods Wu Hao had left behind might not be enough to stop him. But while Wu Hao was following Murong Huang, he also sensed 3 other auras similar to Murong Huang's not far away, all seemingly heading towards the southern region. Interesting. It seems even the 4 great holy lands have been alarmed by this casually invented gadget and are trying to seize it. Wu Hao thought to himself, then continued to silently follow behind Murong Huang. Despite Murong Huang being a peak quasi-emperor, Wu Hao was currently a late-stage great emperor. If he wanted to remain undetected, even at a distance of 2.5 meters, Murong Huang wouldn't notice him. The 4 holy lords moved extremely fast, quickly arriving in the southern region and following their previously obtained location to the Wu clan's Chamber of Commerce. Just as Murong Huang was about to speak, he sensed something, abruptly looking towards a distance, a cold smile playing on his lips. Li Teibei, as expected, you've come too. As Murong Huang's words fell, a middle-aged man dressed in blue robes, carrying a long sword, appeared in the distance. This man was none other than Li Teibei, the Holy Lord of the Azure Lotus Holy Land. But Li Teibei's face didn't show the joy of reminiscing with an old friend. Instead, it wore an expression of utter certainty. What? You can come, but I can't? And those 2 hiding over there, come out. As Li Teibei finished speaking, 2 more figures slowly emerged from the void beside him. Upon seeing the 2 figures, Murong Huang's expression darkened further, for the 2 were Lin Shui-ro, the Holy Master of the Soft Water Holy Land, and Lei Wanyun, the Holy Master of the Thunderclap Holy Land. Old thief Murong, are you planning to hog the spoils? Aren't you afraid that the 3 of us will join forces against your Myriad Flowers Holy Land? Lei Wanyun's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Murong Huang. In a 1-on-1 fight, the 4 Holy Lands would be evenly matched, but in a 3-on-1 situation, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land would undoubtedly lose. However, the 4 Holy Lands would absolutely not go to war unless absolutely necessary, because if they did, the resulting turmoil would be enough to disrupt the entire Xiantian realm. Old Murong, do you think you're the only one who knows? If we knew, we would definitely come too. The situation here is too complex, you can't handle it. Leave it to me. Lin Shui-ro covered her mouth and sneered at Murong Huang, but Murong Huang refused without hesitation. The 3 of you, give me what's here, and I, Murong Huang, will owe you a favor. How about it? Are you kidding? If any of these holy lands controlled these things, they could probably rule the Xiantian realm and become its masters within 100 years. If they dared to give these things to Murong Huang, they'd be cursed to death by the people of their holy lands when they returned. Therefore, without hesitation, Li Teibei and the others refused. Seeing this, Wu Hao, hiding in the shadows, became curious. How would the 4 holy masters resolve this matter? Just then, Murong Huang spoke. Since we can't obtain them, how about destroying them? If no one is willing to back down, then the best solution is to destroy these things. In this way, no one can threaten the status of our 4 holy lands. At the same time, the relationship between our 4 holy lands can remain as it is. Murong Huang's tone was extremely serious. This was the best solution he had come up with after much thought. If he didn't want the 4 holy lands to go to war, then destruction was the last resort. Otherwise, even if one of the holy lands obtained this technology, the other 3 holy lands would definitely not stand idly by. The best solution would be to destroy the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce, thus preventing a war among the 4 holy lands. As Murong Huang finished speaking, Li Teibei and the other 2 fell silent. Clearly, they hadn't expected Murong Huang to come up with such a method. Li Teibei spoke first. Go ahead and make your move. I'll only ensure you don't get the phone technology, or perhaps my Qinglian Holy Land can cooperate with the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce. As a righteous sect, Li Teibei would never commit the act of annihilating an entire family. Following Li Teibei's words, Lin Shui-ro chuckled. I'm not that violent. If your Myriad Flowers Holy Land wants to make a move, then go ahead. But my Gentle Water Holy Land might not stand idly by and might even help the Wu clan Merchant Guild. Indeed, wiping out an entire family is too much, so I choose to stand with the Wu clan Merchant Guild. Lei Wanyun nodded, speaking earnestly. Looking at their faces, if it weren't for the fact that everyone's strength was equal, Murong Huang would probably have already killed them. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Murong Huang asked, so, what do you think should be done to resolve this? Can you 3 really just watch a small Wu clan Merchant Guild reach the same level as our 4 great holy lands? It's simple. Make the Wu clan Merchant Guild give us a portion of its profits, and we'll provide them with protection. Li Teibei said without hesitation. Preventing the Wu clan Merchant Guild from reaching the level of their 4 great holy lands was simple. Their 4 great holy lands would come to the Wu clan Merchant Guild and collect protection money. All they needed to do was ensure that the protection fees paid by the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce exceeded their remaining profits, and then the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce would never rise to power. Lin Shui-ro and Lei Wanyun nodded in agreement, they shared the same idea. However, Emperor Mirong did not think so. After all, if things were like this, when would his myriad flowers holy land ever have a chance to rise to prominence? But now he could not refuse. He had to either refuse or become enemies with the other three holy lands, either go along with it and maintain the status quo. Given his current strength, it was clear that Emperor Mirong didn't have the power to overturn the table, so he could only sigh and agree. The four quickly reached an agreement. The Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce would contribute approximately 90% of its revenue to be shared equally among the four holy lands. Even after the division, the four holy lands' revenue would still be higher than the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce's, thus preventing the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce from ever surpassing the four holy lands. However, the ideal was far from reality. Wu Hao had taken their advice to heart and sighed helplessly. He simply wanted his son to run a successful business. Why did people always seem to be courting death? First the Li dynasty, and now the people from the four holy lands. But there was no other way. He had to intervene now, and knowing his son as he did, he knew his son would never agree. So, either he personally defeated the four holy landmasters, or he would watch helplessly as they fled. Chapter 36: The Shock of the Four Holy Lords. Just as the four holy masters were about to summon Wu Ralong, they sensed something and their expressions changed slightly. The surrounding scenery shifted instantly. Before the four holy masters could react, they found themselves in a desolate mountain range far from the Wu Clan's Chamber of Commerce. Wu Hao had even set up an array around them, making escape impossible. Who is it? Sneaking around like that? Show yourself! The four holy masters' expressions were extremely grave. Lei Wanyun said angrily. They hadn't expected to be taken away so easily in the Xiantian realm. They were filled with anger and frustration, but even more so with shock and fear. As Lei Wanyun finished speaking, Wu Hao stepped forward, clapping and laughing. Gentlemen, it's an honor to have heard so much about you. Seeing Wu Hao emerge, the four men present were utterly shocked. They hadn't sensed his presence at all. Even now, with him right before them, they couldn't perceive his true cultivation level. There were only two possibilities: either Wu Hao possessed a pseudo-emperor weapon powerful enough to withstand the detection of a quasi-emperor level expert, or Wu Hao's cultivation level was above theirs, and they were already the most powerful quasi-emperors in the Xiantian realm. The only ones stronger than them were great emperors. But either possibility was bad news for Mirong Huang and the others. Since Wu Hao could appear before them and lead them away undetected, it meant he was absolutely confident in his abilities. At least, he could withstand the combined attacks of the four of them. Furthermore, Wu Hao's words, "It's an honor to have heard so much about you," meant he knew their identities and could guess that they might be carrying an emperor weapon. In other words, Wu Hao possessed at least the combat strength of a great emperor. Thinking of this, Mirong Huang and the others' expressions became extremely solemn, prepared to act at any moment. "Fellow deist, may I ask what brings you here?" Li Teibei smiled and then looked at Wu Hao, inquiring. After all, the most important thing right now was to find out whether this man before them intended to attack. If he didn't, that would be ideal. Hearing this, Wu Hao also smiled at Li Teibei and said, "Nothing much, it's just that the four of you are coveting my assets, which makes me very unhappy." Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Mirong Huang and the others were shocked. Clearly, they hadn't expected that the person before them was actually the true master behind the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. But then again, if the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce didn't have any powerful figures backing it up, it would have been wiped out by the local forces of the southern region long ago. How could it have developed to the point where the four of them had come looking for them? Upon learning that Wu Hao was the true mastermind behind the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, Li Teibei immediately backed down, looking at Wu Hao and saying dryly, "Fellow deist, you should have said so earlier. We're all family. How could I possibly covet your business? This is completely fabricated." "That's right, fellow deist. How could I possibly covet your property? Everyone in the entire Xiantian realm knows that my Ro Shui Holy Land is the most friendly place, and we would never bully the weak." Lin Shui-ro also played the victim, since avoiding a fight would naturally be the best outcome. Lei Wanyun was the same, he immediately chickened out. The three great sages have all backed down, so it's not shameful for me to back down too, is it? Mirong Huang thought to himself, and then without hesitation, he also backed down. Seeing the four of them back down, Wu Hao couldn't help but sneer before speaking. "If it weren't for me, you probably would have already attacked the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Don't say ignorance is bliss. Since you've already made your move, my solution is simple: all four of you come at me together. If you can withstand one of my attacks, this matter will be over." Hearing Wu Hao's words, the four holy lords stood up and exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anger. They thought Wu Hao was far too arrogant. The four of them, plus their divine weapons, possessed the combat power of a great emperor. In other words, the four of them were equivalent to great emperors. Even if their senior was truly a great emperor-level expert, he might not be able to withstand them. However, this was indeed an opportunity. If they could successfully make Wu Hao give up, or even injure or kill him, then the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce would be theirs to dominate. Thinking this, Li Teibei and the others exchanged glances and, without further hesitation, looked at Wu Hao and spoke. Senior, we agree. Let's go. With that, Li Teibei and the other three immediately summoned their respective Holy Land's imperial weapons. The Azure Lotus Holy Land's imperial weapon was a longsword, the Gentle Water Holy Land's imperial weapon was a water-stabilizing divine pearl, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land's imperial weapon was a Buddha's Wrath Lotus, and the Thunderclap Holy Land's imperial weapon was a lightning halberd. After summoning their imperial weapons, Li Teibei and the others directly controlled them and attacked Wu Hao without holding back. Although they didn't know Wu Hao's cultivation level, choosing to hold back at this moment would be a foolish move. With the four Quasi-Emperors at their peak unleashing the full power of their imperial weapons, it would only take a short time to destroy an entire region. Wu Hao, watching their attacks, was completely bewildered. He had originally thought that the full-force attack unleashed by the four Holy Lords controlling their imperial weapons would be enough to injure him. But in reality, Wu Hao could sense that even if he stood still, the four imperial weapons might not be able to harm him. Thinking this, Wu Hao sighed helplessly, then simply threw a punch. In an instant, terrifying power sent all four imperial weapons flying, the aftershocks even continuing their trajectory towards Li Teibei and the others. Seeing this, Li Teibei and the others were filled with shock and fear. The worst-case scenario they could imagine was Wu Hao reaching out to intercept the attack from the four imperial weapons, but they hadn't expected him to interrupt their attack with a single punch, the force of which still lingered and continued to assault them. Be careful! Lin Shuiro shouted, then unleashed her most powerful imperial technique to try and defend against the attack. Li Teibei and the others did the same. However, they hadn't expected that even the residual force would send them flying, spitting out a mouthful of Quasi-Emperor blood the moment they hit the ground, already suffering considerable injuries. Sigh, I wasn't even serious yet, how did you all fall down? Wu Hao looked helplessly at the disheveled Li Teibei and the others lying on the ground. After all, he truly hadn't been serious, that was just a normal punch. If he had thrown a serious punch, or even a full-force punch, the entire southern region would probably have been destroyed in an instant. Don't underestimate the terror of the Heavenly Emperor's myriad paths scripture. While it might take an ordinary late-stage great emperor some time to destroy the southern region, for Wu Hao, it would only take an instant. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Li Teibei and the others couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of Quasi-Emperor blood. They could accept that Wu Hao, even at full strength, had sent the four Emperor weapons flying and severely injured them, but they couldn't accept that Wu Hao hadn't even used 1/10 of his power to seriously injure them. This was far too much of a blow to Quasi-Emperors. Chapter 37. The four Holy Lords were even more shocked. Thank you for your mercy, Senior. Although injured, Li Teibei and the others struggled to their feet and addressed Wu Hao respectfully. After all, they could tell Wu Hao wasn't lying. If he had been serious, they would have truly been defeated. Alright, I keep my promise. You withstood my attack, so I'll spare your lives. But if you ever dare to plot against the Wu clan again, not only you, but even the Holy Land behind you, I will uproot, Wu Hao said to Li Teibei and the others. It wasn't that he couldn't kill them, but he was simply too lazy to. Besides, killing them would require dealing with many aftermath. For example, the four Holy Lands would be thrown into chaos, and they might even foolishly come seeking revenge, only to be accidentally wiped out by him. The Xiantian realm would also fall into chaos. Although Wu Hao's only concern was the safety of the Wu family, he didn't want to see that happen, so he decided to spare the four Holy Masters' lives, provided they knew what was good for them. Thank you, Senior. Li Teibei and the others quickly replied. Senior, may I ask what realm you are? Are you perhaps a legendary great emperor? Li Teibei's eyes lit up as he asked, and Lin Shiru and the others also became excited. They hadn't thought much about it before because they were enemies with Wu Hao, but if Wu Hao was truly a great emperor, did that mean he could break through to the great emperor realm now? As if guessing their thoughts, Wu Hao sneered. Don't overthink it. The Xiantian realm can't break through to the great emperor level yet. As for me, I only managed to break through by luck. The Xiantian realm currently lacks the necessary Dao principles for breaking through to the great emperor level, so no matter how hard you try, you won't succeed. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Li Teibei and the others' excitement quickly turned to despair. After all, they only had about 200,000 years left to live. If they couldn't break through to the great emperor level, they would face a natural death, turning to dust. But just as they were in despair, Wu Hao changed his tone again. However, on the other hand, as long as you don't do anything reckless, you should be able to break through to the great emperor level. After all, the Xiantian realm is about to recover, and then you will be able to break through to the great emperor level. Upon hearing this, Li Teibei and the others became excited and gratefully thanked Wu Hao. Thank you, Senior, we understand. In that case, we'll take our leave. With that, Li Teibei and the others quickly turned and left. They needed to return to their sacred land to inform their ancestor about this matter. The Xiantian realm would soon be revived, and they would be able to break through to the great emperor realm. Watching their hurried departure, Wu Hao couldn't help but shake his head. In truth, he couldn't be sure if this was true, but both of his grandsons were chosen ones, which meant they were destined to break through that hurdle and become great emperors. Perhaps if one of them became a great emperor, it would trigger the revival of the great Emperor Dao principles throughout the Xiantian realm, leading to a resurgence of the Golden Age. Of course, all of this was Wu Hao's speculation. The actual situation would have to wait and see. However, judging from the current situation, Wu Yufan would probably break through to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm within 1,000 years, and Wu Yudao might be close as well. In short, it all depended on the circumstances. If things didn't work out by then, he could always revive the entire Xiantian realm once his cultivation reached a certain level. It wasn't impossible. Meanwhile, within the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, Wu Rolong was unaware that the four holy lords had already visited once and been taken away by his father. He was currently focused on handling the affairs of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. But when he looked up, he found his father standing before him, startling him. "Wow, Dad, your sudden appearance was quite frightening. Alright, I've come to see you this time because I have something for you to do." Wu Hao waved his hand, calming Wu Rolong down before explaining his matter. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Rolong's expression turned thoughtful, and he began to consider the matter seriously. Indeed, our Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce is currently the largest in the entire southern region, but there's no trace of it in the other four regions. If we want to expand and strengthen the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, we need to prepare to open branches in those four regions. Wu Hao came to Wu Rolong precisely to persuade him to open branches in those four locations. Wu Rolong indeed considered this matter seriously, then looked at Wu Hao and asked, "So, Dad, who do you plan to send? You decide." If someone goes to one of those four regions to serve as the head of a branch of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, they will receive an additional 100 top-grade spirit stones annually. Wu Hao entrusted the decision to Wu Rolong, who immediately felt somewhat troubled, but couldn't refuse. After all, he was now the head of the Wu family. He couldn't rely on Wu Hao for everything. "You need to start relying on yourself now. You can't always depend on me. I'll only intervene when your life is in danger. Everything else is up to you," Wu Hao said earnestly, wanting to raise an independent and self-reliant person, not a coward who always needs his help. Wu Rolong understood this. His expression hesitated for a moment before hardening, and he spoke firmly. "I understand, Dad. Alright, handle this matter quickly. I can provide the money, but the rest is up to you. I won't interfere too much." Wu Hao stood up, gave his instructions, and left, leaving Wu Rolong alone to ponder the matter, deciding who to send. But after much deliberation, Wu Rolong still felt that a family meeting was necessary to let everyone choose together. Most importantly, it had to be voluntary. Wu Hao didn't think about all that. All he wanted was to get the signal covering the entire Xiantian realm as soon as possible, so it wouldn't interfere with his gaming and Douyin, TikTok, viewing. Meanwhile, within the three great dynasties, Shen Huanyun and the others, having overheard their ancestors' refusal to discuss the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce after his return, felt a surge of curiosity. However, they were powerless to change their ancestors' silence. But judging from the Li dynasty's drastic change in attitude towards the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, it was likely that the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce possessed powerful experts, certainly no less formidable than the strongest among the four great dynasties. Otherwise, their ancestor wouldn't be behaving this way. At this moment, Shen Ziliai and the others paid no heed to Shen Huanyun's thoughts. Upon returning to the dynasty's forbidden area, they consumed the pills bestowed by Wu Hao to heal their injuries and begin their attempt to break through to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Once they reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, they would no longer need to fear the Li dynasty. No, even now, they no longer needed to fear the Li dynasty, because Li Tianran had perished, and even his pseudo-emperor weapon had been shattered. Chapter 38: Obtaining the Inheritance. Gentlemen, you must be curious why I've gathered you all here. As you can see, our Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce has grown powerful enough that the small southern region can no longer contain us. According to our ancestor, it's time for our Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce to expand into the remaining four regions. And the purpose of this gathering is to elect the branch presidents for the upcoming trips to the other four regions. Are there any of you willing? Upon hearing Wu Rolong's words, the Wu family members below erupted in excitement. As members of the Wu family, they naturally knew how high the Wu family's status was in the entire southern region. It's no exaggeration to say that if they were ever given a hard time while on business, simply mentioning the Wu family's name would suffice. If someone dared to disrespect them, they'd have their phone and internet cut off. We'd see if they were afraid. Patriarch, this is a great act of merit for the Wu family, expanding its territory. I, Wu Pingyan, naturally want to participate. Patriarch, I, Wu Anlin, am willing to go and enhance the prestige of the Wu family. Patriarch, me too. Seeing the extremely enthusiastic attitude of the Wu family members below, Wu Rolong nodded in satisfaction. He had originally thought the response might be lukewarm, given that it involved leaving the Wu family, but he hadn't expected so many people to rush out. With such people thinking of the family, it would be difficult for the Wu family not to soar to great heights. Ahem, alright, this matter will be decided by me, the Patriarch. Those who wish to go can register with Qiankan. Wu Rolong said to the crowd, then turned and left. Soon, Wu Rolong obtained the list of Wu family members who planned to go to the other 4 regions to serve as presidents of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce branches. Good heavens! Almost the entire Wu family was planning to go, but this matter required utmost care. Therefore, Wu Rolong didn't choose casually, but after careful consideration, he finally decided on the list of those going to the other 4 regions. The list consisted of Wu Wandao, Wu Tiankan, Wu Qishan, and Wu Shuiying. After all, except for Wu Qishan, the other 3 had already reached the peak of the void refinement stage, making them mid-level combatants within the Wu family. Sending these 4 was perfectly appropriate. Since they were going to establish a branch of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, they needed considerable strength, as well as sufficient courage and strategy, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to compete with other chambers of commerce. Soon, Wu Wandao and the other 3 arrived before Wu Rolong. Father. The 4 looked at Wu Rolong, who nodded, gesturing for them to sit down. After the 4 sat down, Wu Rolong spoke. This time, the 4 of you will be going to the other 4 regions to establish branches of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Are you confident? Father, rest assured. If it's just a simple business battle, we are absolutely confident. But we are afraid that someone might lack martial ethics and attack us directly. Wu Qishan said seriously. Although Wu Qishan wasn't the chosen one, he possessed a top-grade spiritual root. Furthermore, even ordinary members of the Wu family received better resources than the holy sons and daughters of the Holy Lands. Therefore, Wu Tiankan had already broken through to the peak of the Saint Realm. Hearing Wu Qishan's words, Wu Rolong nodded solemnly. You're right, but there's no need to be afraid. I'll have Liang Feng and the other 2 accompany you to the northern and eastern regions. As for the central region, your grandfather is currently there and should be able to help, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Wu Wandao and the others felt relieved. With the help of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, Liang Feng and the other 2 had also broken through to the late-stage Saint King realm. With them there, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce branch would indeed be safer. As for the central region, with their grandfather there, even the Holy Lands shouldn't be able to do anything to them. What Wu Wandao and the others didn't know was that even the Holy Lords of the 4 great Holy Lands had already been severely punished by their grandfather. If they knew the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce had established a branch in their territory, they might even protect the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wu Wandao and the others made ample preparations, arriving at their respective locations and establishing branches of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce. It was difficult at first, but with time, they could quickly make the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce bigger and stronger. After all, their foundation was undeniable. Meanwhile, inside the vast Secret Realms Inheritance Tower, Wu Yufan had reached the 5th and final level of the trial. Oh, is it a mirror image challenge? Wu Yufan looked at the figure slowly emerging from the darkness ahead, a figure identical to himself, and thought with some surprise. But quickly, Wu Yufan shook his head and charged towards the figure before him. Although the mirror image was similar to Wu Yufan's original body, it was clear that the mirror image couldn't match Wu Yufan's phenomenal growth rate. It was quickly seized by Wu Yufan and killed with a single punch. Just as Wu Yufan passed the 5th level of the trial, the cultivators inside the Inheritance Tower hadn't even reacted before they were teleported out. Suddenly appearing outside, everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment, clearly not knowing what had happened. Did someone obtain the inheritance of a vast quasi-emperor? Otherwise, how could we have been teleported out? Most likely. Damn it, who stole my opportunity? If I find out, I'll kill their entire family. This kid better be from a holy land, otherwise, he's probably doomed. Many people looked towards the Inheritance Tower, their expressions extremely solemn. At the same time, they were also very curious about who had obtained the vast quasi-emperor's inheritance. They had only barely reached the 3rd level of the trial after all this time, while this person had passed the 5th level so quickly. Could it be a holy son or daughter of some holy land? Mirong Shui, who was in the crowd, looked rather grim after seeing this scene. Could it be that bitch Sukioran obtained the inheritance of the vast quasi-emperor? What are Chen Feng and the others doing? Why haven't they sent me a message yet? Mirong Shui had instructed Chen Feng and the others to send her a message after killing Sukioran, but there was still no news from them. Therefore, Mirong Shui began to worry, fearing that Sukioran was the one who had obtained the inheritance. If Sukioran had truly obtained the inheritance of the vast quasi-emperor, even as the daughter of the Holy Lord, she might not be able to secure the position of Holy Maiden. The Myriad Flowers Holy Land was that cruel, only the most talented could become Holy Maidens. At this moment, Sukioran was unaware of what was happening here. She had already broken through to the Great Saint Realm. Chapter 39 The Vast Secret Realm closes, Supreme Level Combat Power. As expected, it was you who received my inheritance. Upon seeing that the recipient was Wu Yufan, the vast quasi-emperor showed no surprise. After all, he had decisively activated the inheritance only after recognizing Wu Yufan's talent. Unlike other inheritances, the vast quasi-emperor's inheritance could only be activated once. This meant that if no suitable person was found to activate it, the vast quasi-emperor would have to relinquish the inheritance. Wu Yufan was the most talented person the vast quasi-emperor had seen in millions of years, which was why he had activated the inheritance without hesitation, ensuring Wu Yufan received it. Wu Yufan did not disappoint, successfully obtaining the inheritance. Just lucky, Wu Yufan said modestly. After all, he was only slightly more talented, had slightly more resources, and slightly better luck than others. If someone else had everything he had, they might do even better. Wu Yufan had always thought this way, but to the vast emperor, it sounded like the kid was just showing off. But this was the successor he had chosen. What could he do? He'd just have to accept it. Kid, you must be the legendary ancient sacred body, right? Getting back to the main topic, the vast emperor's attitude became serious. Upon hearing this, Wu Yufan didn't hide anything and nodded directly. The vast quasi-emperor's face also showed an expression of "I knew it," and he continued, "Indeed, such terrifying physical strength can only be achieved by the legendary ancient sacred body. Legend has it that when the ancient sacred body is cultivated to a high level, it can even tear apart an emperor with its bare hands. However, the ancient sacred body has innate restrictions. Only by collecting certain rare and precious materials and using their assistance can these innate restrictions be broken, thus achieving the legendary effect of tearing apart an emperor with bare hands. And I happen to possess a rare and precious material sufficient to help the ancient sacred body break through the 8th layer of restrictions. Since you have received my inheritance, then I will lend you a hand." With that, the vast quasi-emperor extended a finger, and a ball of light shot out from his fingertip, directly entering Wu Yufan's mind. Instantly, Wu Yufan felt an extremely vast wave of memories rushing towards him. Inheritance is not merely about resources, it also includes insights into that realm and combat experience. This is why many people experience a significant increase in combat power after receiving the inheritance of a powerful being. However, inheritance can only occur after death. Thank you, Senior. Having received the inheritance from the vast quasi-emperor, Wu Yufan was confident that if he were to face those 3 Saint Kings now, he could easily defeat them. No need to thank me. This is your good fortune. It's just a pity that I won't be able to witness this golden age. Perhaps you could even break the curse that prevents you from becoming an emperor. The vast quasi-emperor waved his hand and then looked at Wu Yufan, speaking, "Alright, my time is running out. In that case, I'll help you one more time." Having said that, the vast quasi-emperor, with a mere thought, conjured several rare and precious materials from his storage ring, surging towards Wu Yufan. As these rare and precious materials approached Wu Yufan, they transformed into the purest energy under the vast quasi-emperor's control, flowing into Wu Yufan's body. Wu Yufan didn't hesitate. He immediately circulated his internal cultivation technique. With the vast quasi-emperor's help, the 8th layer of restrictions on his ancient sacred body was silently breaking down, and his cultivation level was rapidly recovering, soon returning to the peak of the sacred realm. After about an hour, the vast quasi-emperor's body began to become increasingly illusory. Finally, just as the vast quasi-emperor was about to disappear, the 8th layer of restrictions on Wu Yufan's body was broken. Thus, the ancient sacred body's combat power had completely recovered to a terrifying level, invincible below the quasi-emperor level. Inspired by Wu Yufan's feedback, Wu Hao's physical strength outside also began to surge. Although he didn't know the exact level, Wu Hao could sense that it was definitely stronger than his current cultivation. In other words, Wu Hao, relying solely on his physical strength, could now be invincible against a great emperor, and could even contend with those above the great emperor level. Tisk tisk tisk, I really look forward to all the restrictions on the ancient sacred body being lifted. When that day comes, my physical body will be able to tear apart an immortal emperor with my bare hands, Wu Hao thought to himself. After breaking through to the great emperor level, Wu Hao also learned about the realms above the great emperor: Red Dust Immortal, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Emperor. Moreover, according to Wu Hao's understanding, even the ancient sacred body wasn't the pinnacle. By collecting suitable rare and precious materials, the ancient sacred body could advance to the next level. However, what kind of physique the ancient sacred body would possess after the advancement was something Wu Hao didn't currently know. Actually, the author just hasn't decided yet. Thank you, Senior. One day, I will make sure your name resounds throughout the entire Xiantian realm. Watching the vast quasi-emperor's body slowly dissipate into nothingness, Wu Yufan bowed earnestly. After all, he had received a debt of gratitude from the vast quasi-emperor, and he had to repay this debt. Meanwhile, outside the inheritance tower, because the entire secret realm operated based on the vast quasi-emperor's inheritance, now that the vast quasi-emperor's inheritance had been obtained, the vast secret realm would naturally disappear as well. The cultivators waiting outside the inheritance tower hadn't even reacted before they were teleported out one after another. Wu Yufan, inside the inheritance tower, was also teleported out, blending directly into the crowd. This was naturally a measure set up by the vast quasi-emperor to protect his inheritors from having their inheritance stolen by powerful individuals. Outside the vast secret realm, as it was preparing to close, people from various factions gathered before it to await the emergence of their respective sects' talented disciples. However, upon seeing their chosen disciples emerge, they were taken aback. Normally, the disciples shouldn't have been out for another 2.5 months. Before they could even think, the disciples of the Four Holy Lands approached their elders and reported that the legacy of the vast quasi-emperor had been obtained by someone else. Upon hearing this news, the elders of the Four Holy Lands didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately sealed off the area. After all, the vast quasi-emperor, being a legendary figure, possessed undeniable strength. It was said that he had reached the half-step great emperor level. Even the holy lords of the Four Holy Lands might not be his match without the aid of an emperor-level weapon. Therefore, the Four Holy Lands would absolutely not allow the vast quasi-emperor's legacy to fall into the hands of someone outside their domain. However, they were far too slow for Wu Hao. The instant Wu Yufan emerged, he was taken away by Wu Hao, without anyone even noticing. Chapter 40. You seem quite shocked that I survived? After a thorough inspection, the elders of the Four Holy Lands were astonished to discover that none of those present had received the inheritance of the vast quasi-emperor. The holy lords of the Four Holy Lands quickly arrived, but they appeared pale, as if they had received too much in return. Even so, no one dared to utter a word. Nirong Huang and the others surveyed the crowd before finally sighing and saying, "All right, let them leave. The person who received the vast quasi-emperor's inheritance isn't in here." "What? Holy Lord, we surrounded this place immediately. How could they have escaped?" An elder at the peak of the Supreme Realm was filled with shock. As a Supreme Realm expert, he would have been able to sense anyone leaving. Li Tebei shook his head. Perhaps it's a method left behind by the vast quasi-emperor. After all, as the strongest person in the Xiantian realm back then, even we were extremely wary of his methods. He might have used other means to make his successor leave, fearing we would persecute him. Hearing Li Tebei's words, the people from the Four Holy Lands present found it somewhat unbelievable, but it seemed there was no other explanation. As for the vast quasi-emperor's inheritance, if someone had truly obtained it, the Four Holy Masters would have been able to sense the aura of the inheritance and locate the person. Since they couldn't find it now, it could only mean that the person was truly not here. Su Qiuran glanced around and, noticing Wu Yufan's absence, quickly guessed that perhaps her grandson had obtained the inheritance. At the same time, she was extremely relieved that her grandson had escaped first, otherwise, the Four Holy Masters might not have let him go unless he joined one of the Four Holy Lands. Otherwise, the Four Holy Masters would likely have killed him outright. The next second, as if sensing something, Su Qiuran looked towards the distance. There, Nirong Shui stood, a dark expression on her face, seemingly shocked that Su Qiuran had survived. Su Qiuran had known for some time that Nirong Shui was targeting her, so she wasn't particularly surprised. She quickly approached Nirong Shui, raising an eyebrow and speaking with disdain. "You seem shocked that I survived? How could that be? We're from the same holy land. How could I be shocked that you survived? I'm just shocked that you've broken through to the Great Saint Realm. You must have obtained some considerable fortune in the secret realm, right?" Nirong Shui took a deep breath, forcing a smile. But in Su Qiuran's eyes, it could only be described with two words: hypocritical. "Stop pretending. I know Chen Feng and the other two were sent by you. Just wait, once I become the Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, I'll show you how to torture you to death." Su Qiuran whispered disdainfully in Nirong Shui's ear. The Wu family has always been known for their vengeful nature, a trait inherited from Su Qiuran. While Wu Hao is also vengeful, he pales in comparison to Su Qiuran. Hearing Su Qiuran reveal this, Nirong Shui's pupils dilated slightly. She had initially thought Su Qiuran had simply been lucky to avoid Chen Feng and his companions. However, judging from Su Qiuran's words, it seemed Su Qiuran had indeed encountered Chen Feng and his group, and they had most likely met with misfortune. Nirong Shui had finally broken through to the peak of the Saint Realm, believing that even without killing Su Qiuran, she could still compete with her for the Saintess position. But she hadn't expected Su Qiuran to actually kill Chen Feng and his companions and successfully advance to the Great Saint Realm. That's the Great Saint Realm. Even among the Saintesses of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land throughout history, very few have broken through to the Great Saint Realm before the age of 100. Su Qiuran has become one of them, and it seems she can now firmly hold on to her position as Saintess. Thinking of this, Nirong Shui's murderous intent surged, but she quickly remembered something, took a deep breath, and said, "Since that's the case, then we'll just wait and see." After uttering these harsh words, Nirong Shui turned and left. She had to ensure that Su Qiuran couldn't become the Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land within the next 9 years, otherwise, once Su Qiuran became the Holy Maiden, she would definitely not be able to stay in the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. She knew she had made many enemies outside, and it was precisely because they feared the power of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land that they hadn't rashly attacked her, otherwise, Nirong Shui would have been dead 800 times over. Watching Nirong Shue's departing figure, Su Qiuran remained unmoved. To her, Nirong Shue was an insignificant person. If she hadn't been framed, she probably would never have had any connection with her in this lifetime. My wife's infuriating. Should I kill her? Seeing his wife being humiliated like this, Wu Hao, the god of pure love, almost couldn't resist killing Nirong Shue on the spot. But Su Qiuran stopped him, her expression full of cold laughter. Husband, she's my enemy. Let me handle her. If you just kill her like this, wouldn't that be too easy on her? Looking at his wife's expression, Wu Hao silently mourned for Nirong Shue for a second. Having provoked his wife, Nirong Shue had really messed with a nutcase. After failing to find the inheritor of the mighty Quasi-Emperor, the people from the four Holy Lands were furious, but they could only let everyone leave. As for Su Qiuran, after returning to her Holy Land, she spent some time with Wu Hao, filling the emptiness and loneliness of a whole year. After being taken away by Wu Hao, Wu Yufan couldn't wait to find the 3 Saint King experts who had been chasing him, intending to take revenge. Meanwhile, the 3 early-stage Saint King experts who had been chasing Wu Yufan were searching for him, but they never expected Wu Yufan to appear before them, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. He, all this for nothing. Kid, are you coming with us, or should we cripple you and then take you away? The leader of the 3 black-robed cultivators stepped forward, completely unaware that Wu Yufan's aura had recovered to its peak, or even surpassed it. Upon hearing their words, Wu Yufan raised an eyebrow, and after a long pause, spoke with utter arrogance. I think there's a third option. I'll cripple you, then have you lead me to your lair, destroy your lair, and then I'll destroy you. Chapter 41 Blood Soul Gate. Hearing Wu Yufan's incredibly arrogant words, the 3 of them were stunned for a moment before speaking angrily. You dare to challenge me, you brat. Die. The moment their words fell, the 3 attacked simultaneously. They had already witnessed Wu Yufan's extraordinary abilities. In such a short time, he had actually reached a level comparable to a Saint King. If it weren't for their secret technique of combined attacks, which was enough to rival a late-stage Saint King, they would have been completely helpless against Wu Yufan. It was precisely to suppress Wu Yufan's talent and prevent him from surpassing them that they had no choice but to relentlessly pursue him, wanting to cripple him as quickly as possible and bring him back. Otherwise, if their holy son found out about this, they would likely face certain death. Seeing the 3 of them attack together, Wu Yufan clenched his fist, looking quite intrigued. I'll use you all to test my current strength. I'll start with 10% of my power. After speaking, Wu Yufan unleashed a punch. The greatest strength of the ancient sacred body lay in its physical power, which was Wu Yufan's current reliance. As Wu Yufan's seemingly ordinary punch landed, although the 3 men's expressions were hidden behind their masks, the tremors in their bodies clearly showed fear. Not good, block it. The 3 could only hurriedly block, but were still blasted away by Wu Yufan's punch, their blood splattering across the sky. Wu Yufan was quite satisfied with his current power. Even a mere tenth of his strength was enough to severely injure 3 early-stage Saint Kings. If he unleashed his full power, even a supreme being would perish. Alright, I'm not playing with you anymore. Let's finish this quickly. Wu Yufan no longer hesitated. He planned to quickly cripple the 3 men, then trace the clues to their backers and destroy them. A force capable of nurturing 3 Saint Kings must have considerable resources. The thought of robbing of acting on behalf of heaven further fueled Wu Yufan's fighting spirit. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Wu Yufan unleashed a punch, using only 30% of his power, enough to cripple them, so he didn't need to use his full strength. Not good, use the combined attack technique. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically. They could sense that this punch was definitely not something they could normally withstand. So, without hesitation, the 3 men immediately used the combined attack technique they had learned. Their skin turned crimson, and the next second, countless streams of blood spread from their bodies, converging in front of them, and quickly, they fused and solidified into a phantom image. This was the combined attack technique they had learned, Blood Soul Fusion Strike. This would allow their 3 blood souls to fuse together, summoning the Blood Soul God and unleashing power far exceeding their individual strengths. Seeing them unleash their combined attack, Wu Yufan showed no fear. He even found it somewhat amusing. Previously, he had been somewhat hesitant, or if the 3 had immediately used the Blood Soul Fusion attack, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. But now, even with the Blood Soul Fusion attack, the 3 of them were no match for him. As the Blood Soul Fusion Strike was unleashed, the Blood Soul God summoned by the 3 directly pointed a finger. The next second, a crimson beam of light shot from its fingertip, colliding directly with Wu Yufan's Heavenly Emperor Fist. Unfortunately, it was instantly engulfed by Wu Yufan's Heavenly Emperor Fist. The Heavenly Emperor Fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck the Blood Soul God. Before being shattered, the summoned Blood Soul God's eyes lit up, as if it had discovered something, but it didn't even have time to utter a sound before being suppressed and killed by the Heavenly Emperor Fist. After killing the Blood Soul God's avatar, the Heavenly Emperor Fist's residual power remained undiminished, directly attacking the 3. The 3 didn't even have a chance to react. being sent flying by the heavenly Emperor Fist, crashing into over a dozen mountains before coming to a stop. By the time Wu Yufan arrived, all the aura of their cultivation levels had vanished. They had been crippled by Wu Yufan's single punch. Fortunately, the three were physically strong enough, otherwise, they would have been killed by Wu Yufan just now. Looking at the three severely injured and dying men, Wu Yufan's eyes showed no pity. If he hadn't escaped by sheer luck, he would probably be dead already. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will kill them. This was Wu Yufan's consistent principle, derived from the Wu family rules. Alright, now, I'll ask, you answer. If I'm not satisfied with your answers, I can't guarantee what I might do. Wu Yufan approached the three men, squatted down in front of them, and spoke casually. The leader of the three shouted without hesitation. You're dreaming. I will never tell you any information. Oh, is that so? Wu Yufan sneered, then delivered a punch, instantly killing him. The moment he killed him, the two men next door were filled with shock and fear. They clearly hadn't expected Wu Yufan to be so decisive. Shouldn't he have asked first, then refused, and then promised them benefits, like letting them live, before they revealed the Blood Soul sect? Why did Wu Yufan just kill them directly? What about you two? Have you thought about what to say? Wu Yufan looked at the other two and continued to press. The other two knew that Wu Yufan was now truly ruthless, killing without hesitation, so they dared not hide anything. One of them was about to reveal the information about the Blood Soul sect. The next second, as if sensing something, his body exploded, splattering filth from his body. Wu Yufan, protected by his power, wasn't splattered with filth, but the other man, witnessing this, was completely stunned, speechless. Wu Yufan frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. He had originally planned to investigate the forces behind the three of them before making further plans, but he hadn't expected their backers to be so cautious, having even placed restrictions within their bodies. Revealing any information about the Blood Soul sect would result in their bodies exploding and dying. As for you, forget it. You look like you're terrified. Just kill you. Wu Yufan looked at the remaining person, but seeing the other's stunned expression, he sighed after a long while, intending to give him a quick death. Unexpectedly, the other person suddenly shouted, "Don't even think about it. I will absolutely not tell you anything about the Blood Soul sect. Even if you beat me to death, I will never tell you that the Blood Soul sect is located in the Burial God Valley. Even if you torture me, I will never tell you that the Blood Soul sect has countless quasi-emperor level experts and countless emperor level weapons." Hearing the other's words, Wu Yufan was dumbfounded, clearly not expecting such a tactic. Blood Soul sect, holy son, damn, I forgot that this was possible. The Blood Soul sect's restrictions were designed so that those under the restrictions wouldn't voluntarily reveal information about the Blood Soul sect, but not so that they would be forced to reveal it. Clearly, this Blood Soul sect envoy had thought of this loophole, which was why he revealed the Blood Soul sect's information, hoping to exchange it for his life in Wu Yufan's hands. Chapter 42. Hello, we meet again. Interesting. Hearing the information and performance of the Blood Soul sect envoy before him, Wu Yufan nodded in satisfaction. The remaining Blood Soul sect envoy hurriedly inquired, "My lord, now that I've revealed the truth, can you spare my life?" "Of course, but I'll spare you this time. The next time we meet, it will be your death." Wu Yufan looked at the envoy with interest, and the Blood Soul sect envoy nodded quickly. "Don't worry, my lord, I'll leave the central region right now and find a secluded place where I'll never see you again." "You'd better be." Wu Yufan stood up and vanished before the Blood Soul sect envoy's eyes. The Blood Soul sect envoy took a deep breath, slightly suppressing his injuries before standing up, intending to leave. He vowed never to cross Wu Yufan again. Such a terrifying prodigy was not someone he had offended. Moreover, in less than 100 years, Wu Yufan had already attained power surpassing the Saint Realm. Given time, even the Blood Soul sect would likely be unable to subdue him. However, just as the Blood Soul sect envoy was about to leave, he was enveloped by a shadow. Looking up, he was horrified to see Wu Yufan smiling broadly before him. "Hello, we meet again. Fuck your mother, if you can't play, don't play." Seeing this, the Blood Soul sect envoy could immediately see that Wu Yufan had no intention of giving him a way out. So, gritting his teeth, he prepared to self-destruct. Even if it meant self-destruction, even if it meant death, he wanted to make Wu Yufan suffer. Unfortunately, given the absolute difference in strength, he couldn't even manage self-destruction. Wu Yufan slapped him, turning his body into a bloody mist. "You piece of trash, do you really think I'd spare you? Don't be naive," Wu Yufan said coldly. They'd been hunting him for so long, and had almost killed him. How could he possibly let them off just because they'd revealed information about the Blood Soul sect? Besides, the most dangerous thing on the path of cultivation is being soft-hearted. An enemy is an enemy, it's either you die or I live. Therefore, Wu Yufan didn't feel despicable for his actions. After all, only the victor has the right to talk about whether something is despicable or not. I just didn't expect the Blood Soul sect to be so powerful, hiding in the Valley of Burial Gods, and even possessing a quasi-emperor level expert. It seems I won't be able to take revenge anytime soon. Wu Yufan wasn't reckless, never had been. So, after learning of the Blood Soul sect's formidable strength, Wu Yufan pondered for a moment and decided that he needed to at least lift the restrictions on his ancient sacred body to the 9th level and reach the quasi-emperor level in his immortal Deo cultivation before seeking revenge against the Blood Soul sect. Otherwise, he was highly likely to be caught off guard and suffer a crushing defeat. On the other side, within the Burial Valley of Gods, known as the most terrifying forbidden area in the entire Xiantian realm, lies a place where an extremely horrific and brutal battle erupted in ancient times. Countless supreme beings, quasi-emperors, and great emperors perished here, leaving behind a terrifying pool of blood energy that generates a terrifying malevolent aura. Therefore, even supreme beings and quasi-emperors dare not set foot in the Burial Valley of Gods again. And what no one expected was that the Blood Soul sect was located within the Burial Valley of Gods. At the center of the Burial Valley stood a massive doorway. Despite its unassuming appearance, passing through it led to the headquarters of the Blood Soul sect. Just after Wu Yufan killed the 3 Blood Soul sect envoys, the 3 soul lamps in the Soul Lamp Hall, which controlled the life and death of all members of the Blood Soul sect, went out. The Blood Soul sect elder, witnessing this, glanced at it indifferently, then raised his hand and drew the 3 soul lamps into his hand. The next second, a small rune array appeared in the Blood Soul sect elder's hand. As the elder unleashed the Blood Soul secret technique, countless thin, blood-red threads flew through the void towards the distance. They quickly arrived outside the Blood Soul sect, outside the Burial God Valley, reaching the spot where the 3 Blood Soul sect envoys had been slain in just a few minutes. At this moment, Wu Yufan had not yet left. Just as Wu Yufan was about to turn and leave, he sensed something, his brow furrowing. Before he could react, he saw 3 thin, long, blood-red threads attacking from afar. The blood-red threads landed directly on the spot where the 3 Blood Soul sect envoys had been killed. In an instant, drawn by the blood-red threads, the 3 Blood Soul sect envoys, who had been blasted into a bloody dance by Wu Yufan, began to slowly revive. But when Wu Yufan saw this, his brows furrowed deeply. A demonic secret technique. Is this the work of the Blood Soul sect? The instant Wu Yufan finished speaking, the 3 Blood Soul sect envoys were resurrected, but their expressions and behavior were extremely strange, resembling puppets. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their aura was far stronger than the previous Saint King, having already stepped into the Supreme Realm. Seeing this, Wu Yufan's heart sank. This was resurrection. Even a great emperor couldn't resurrect a dead person, yet the Blood Soul sect could. The implications were obvious. The power behind the Blood Soul sect was likely far beyond Wu Yufan's imagination. While Wu Yufan was pondering, the 3 Blood Soul sect envoys, as if they had spotted their target, roared and charged towards him. Seeing this, Wu Yufan had no time to think and could only passively choose to fight. Although the 3 Blood Soul sect envoys were resurrected and strengthened to the early stage of the Supreme Realm, they existed as puppets or simply knew how to fight, displaying no discernible strategy. Therefore, Wu Yufan quickly found their weaknesses and killed them one by one. After killing the last Blood Soul sect envoy with a single punch, Wu Yufan's expression became extremely solemn. He was gambling that the Blood Soul sect envoys wouldn't be resurrected again, otherwise, even he would be no match for them. The difference between a supreme being and a quasi-emperor is vast. Even with Wu Yufan's extensive combat experience, it's impossible for him to defeat a quasi-emperor simply by breaking the 8th layer of restrictions with his ancient sacred body. He would need to reach at least the peak of supreme being cultivation, coupled with the ancient sacred body, to defeat a quasi-emperor, even if it's a puppet. Fortunately, the Blood Soul sect's envoy didn't revive. Seeing this, Wu Yufan left with peace of mind. After Wu Yufan killed the Blood Soul sect envoy again, the Blood Soul sect elder who had intervened opened his eyes and muttered to himself. To be able to kill a resurrected early-stage Saint King, one must at least be a top expert among those in the Supreme Realm. Our Blood Soul sect should not be too high-profile for now. It's not too late to kill them after our Lord is resurrected. As he said this, the Blood Soul sect elder's gaze involuntarily turned to a large red mountain deep within the sect. From afar, it appeared as a red mountain, but upon closer inspection, countless red blood energies could be seen surging within, looking extremely eerie and terrifying. Chapter 43 Murong Shui discovered. Wu Hao was obviously unaware of the Blood Soul sect's affairs, or perhaps his current level was insufficient to handle them. Wu Hao only knew that during this period of feedback, his cultivation had broken through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm, just one step away from becoming immortal, a terrifying existence who could stand proudly above the entire Xiantian realm. I wonder when more descendants of the Chosen Ones will arrive. If that happens, they might be able to break through to a more powerful realm faster. Wu Hao thought to himself that once his wife had resolved the matters concerning the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, he must return to the Wu family as soon as possible to urge the family members to start having children. Meanwhile, Murong Shui ordered people to investigate Su Qiuran's experiences over the years. She refused to believe that Su Qiuran hadn't revealed any flaws. In the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, besides lacking strength and talent, there was another reason why one couldn't become a holy maiden: those who had committed morally reprehensible acts or harmed the interests of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. The Myriad Flowers Holy Land once had a saintess of exceptional talent, but she was stripped of her title because she fell in love with someone. Mirong Shui refused to believe that Su Qiuran hadn't committed any morally reprehensible acts over the years. Finally, 9 years passed thanks to Mirong Shui's relentless efforts. During these 9 years, Mirong Shui was on the verge of collapse. If she couldn't find something that could prevent Su Qiuran from becoming the saintess, then even with her father being the Mirong Emperor, it would be difficult for her to become the saintess of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Just when Mirong Shui was about to break down, things finally took a turn for the better. "Miss, we've found something." A servant quickly approached Mirong Shui, respectfully presenting her with a recording stone. Mirong Shui was nearly in despair. She would have readily stripped naked and lay on the bed if someone offered her body to become a saintess, let alone a mere recording stone. However, her eyes lit up when she saw what was inside the recording stone. It showed a scene from Wu Hao and Su Qiuran's wedding day. He, Su Qiuran, I didn't expect you to get married. If people found out you got married before becoming a saintess, how many people do you think would agree to let you become one? In the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, a saintess is not merely a symbol of talent and strength. In fact, she's more like a celebrity, revered by the entire Holy Land. Imagine the terrifying reactions people would take if they discovered their favorite female celebrity had gotten married. Even if the higher UPS of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land wanted to protect Su Qiuran, they probably wouldn't be able to, unless she could break through to the Saint King realm within that time. But how could that be possible? Meanwhile, Su Qiuran, boom. Finally, I've broken through to the peak of the Great Saint realm, just one step away from becoming a Saint King. Su Qiuran broke through from the late Great Saint stage to the peak Great Saint stage, just one step away from reaching the Saint King realm. At this moment, Su Qiuran's talent surpassed that of any saintess in the history of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Becoming a great emperor might not be impossible for her. Of course, all of this was thanks to Wu Hao's help. "Husband, I love you to death." Su Qiuran hugged Wu Hao, who was lying on the bed, and kissed him passionately. Wu Hao didn't seem to mind, scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, with one hand while speaking. "Alright, I remember we'll be choosing the newest saintess of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land in 3 days, right? Let's quickly resolve things here and then go back to the Wu family. After all, our Yu Long and the others miss you a lot." In the past 9 years, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce had successfully stabilized its presence in the 5 domains of the Xiantian realm and successfully established cell phone signals throughout the entire Xiantian realm. This is why Wu Hao could see videos from all over the Xiantian realm even in the central domain. As for whether there was any trouble? Of course not. After all, Wu Hao had just finished off the 4 Holy Lords. How could they possibly attack the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce? Since the 4 Holy Lords hadn't made a move, the other forces naturally wouldn't dare. Thus, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce successfully completed its layout throughout the entire Xiantian realm. Upon hearing this, Su Qiuran recalled Wu Rulong's adorable face as an infant, and then nodded earnestly in agreement. "Husband, I promise you, I'll announce your existence in 3 days, and then I'll go back to the southern region with you." After all, the southern region was their beginning, their root. Although they could now contact each other directly by phone, Su Qiuran didn't do so, intending to wait until they met in person. After all, meeting by phone would lose the element of surprise. But just then, Wu Hao's body trembled, making Su Qiuran curious. "Husband, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just a small breakthrough." Wu Hao waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Su Qiuran looked at Wu Hao with an expression as if he were a monster. "Husband, you really are a monster." "Thank you for the compliment." Wu Hao humbly waved his hand in agreement. Just now, with the help of feedback, Wu Hao's cultivation successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Great Emperor realm, reaching the terrifying Red Dust Immortal realm. At this realm, Wu Hao felt he could easily destroy the entire Xiantian realm, and he knew this wasn't an illusion, but something he could truly do. Of course, most importantly, the cultivation technique Wu Hao practiced was simply too powerful, making him absolutely invincible within his realm, allowing him to destroy a lower realm with only the Red Dust Immortal level. "Alright, prepare for what happens in 3 days. I'll take you back to the southern region in 3 days." "Okay, I understand." Soon, 3 days passed quietly, and during these 3 days, the entire Myriad Flower Holy Land gradually became lively. The disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land were usually engrossed in their cultivation, rarely drawn out by anything. The selection of the Holy Maiden was one such event. Who do you think will be this year's Holy Maiden? I think Senior Sister Su has a better chance. After all, she broke through to the Great Saint Realm 9 years ago, and now she's probably even more unfathomable. If she's not chosen, I'll suspect there's something fishy going on. Indeed, I also feel Senior Sister Su has a better chance. The others are still only at the Saint Realm. They have no chance against Senior Sister Su for the Holy Maiden position. I'm putting it out there, if senior sister Su isn't the holy maiden, I'll chop off my head. Listening to the discussions among the myriad flowers Holy Land disciples along the way, all unanimously agreeing that Su Kioran was the final choice for the holy maiden selection, Murong Shui couldn't help but sneer. Just you wait, Su Kioran. I'll expose your hypocrisy soon. In the past selections of saintesses in the myriad flowers Holy Land, there have been instances where someone, after becoming a prospective saintessie, developed feelings for someone and had a relationship with them, only to have their prospective saintessie position revoked by the myriad flowers Holy Land. Murong Shui believed that Su Kioran would ultimately suffer the same fate. Chapter 44 My lord, times have changed. Inside the myriad flowers Holy Land, its high-ranking officials had already gathered. After all, the selection of the Holy Maiden was a prestigious event for the myriad flowers Holy Land. Murong Huang sat among the high-ranking officials. Although his attitude appeared extremely serious, his face was pale. The injuries he sustained 10 years ago from being severely wounded by Wu Hao had not yet healed. Even so, he didn't show anything. After all, today was a big day for the Holy Land of 10,000 flowers, and he couldn't afford to make a mistake. I wonder how Xiaoxiu's preparations are going. If she's not well prepared, even if I were her father, it would be difficult to arrange for her to become a saintess. Murong Huang thought to himself. His status within the myriad flowers Holy Land was already very high. If he could make his daughter, Murong Shui, the Holy Maiden, it would further solidify his position as Holy Lord. Therefore, compared to Su Kioran, who possessed greater talent, Murong Huang preferred his daughter to become the Holy Maiden. However, although Murong Huang was the Holy Lord, the entire myriad flowers Holy Land wasn't solely under his control. If he rashly didn't choose Su Kioran, whose talent and appearance surpassed Murong Shui's, as the Holy Maiden, he feared it would be difficult to gain the approval of the Holy Land's higher UPS. Thinking of this, Murong Huang began to ponder what to do next. Meanwhile, in Su Kioran's training ground, Su Kioran lay in Wu Hao's arms, kissed him, and then stood up, saying, "Husband, since that's the case, I'll be leaving now. I will announce your and the Wu family's existence after becoming the Holy Maiden." "Okay, I'll be waiting for you." Wu Hao glanced at Su Kioran, his eyes filled with thought. This selection process wouldn't be so simple this time. But no matter what, he, as her husband, would never stand idly by if his wife were wronged, especially since he had already surpassed the Great Emperor realm and reached the mortal immortal realm. If the Myriad Flowers Holy Land was courting death, he wouldn't hesitate to send the entire Myriad Flowers Holy Land to hell. Soon, Su Kioran finished dressing and headed towards the main hall of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Mok1 and Lin Yaowan, the two previously selected as prospective holy maidens, also arrived. However, both knew their presence was merely a formality. After all, although they had accumulated strength over the past 10 years and broken through to the Saint Realm, they were nothing compared to Su Kioran. They could only watch helplessly as Su Kioran became the holy maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. As for Murong Shui, she sat in her proper place with her eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. The main hall of the Holy Land was packed with disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Inner and personal disciples were inside, while outer disciples were outside. Without exception, they had all come to witness who would become the Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Of course, in their hearts, they already had a very clear answer: Su Kioran. If Su Kioran wasn't the Holy Maiden, they would all suspect something was amiss. Soon, with Su Kioran's arrival, the disciples present erupted in excited shouts. Saintess Su! Saintess Su! Saintess Su! The terrifying shouts could be heard clearly even outside the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, and the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, upon seeing Su Kioran, were as excited as fervent fans. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and incredibly talented, who wouldn't like her? Faced with the cheers of the disciples, Su Kioran simply smiled gently and waved her hand. "Thank you all for your support, but the matter of becoming the Holy Maiden hasn't been fully decided yet, so let's cheer again after I become the Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden Su is so beautiful. I want to have her baby. Holy Maiden Su is mighty. If she weren't the Holy Maiden, I'd do a handstand on a red stone. Long live Holy Maiden Su." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Su Kioran walked step by step into the main hall of the Holy Land, and smiled tactfully at the high-ranking members of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land sitting at the front of the hall. "Greetings to the elders, greetings to the Holy Lord. Well, Kioran, since you're here, please take a seat." The elders naturally held Su Kioran in high regard, so they quickly greeted her upon her arrival. The seating arrangement had been made beforehand, and Su Kioran was seated next to Murong Shui. Soon, Su Kioran took her seat, and upon seeing Murong Shui with her eyes closed, her brows furrowed. Based on her understanding of Murong Shui would never be so calm. She would only act this way when victory was assured. However, in terms of strength, talent, and appearance, Murong Shui was clearly no match for her. In this situation, there was only one way for Murong Shui to turn the tide: she had found evidence against her. Could it be that she found evidence of my marriage to my husband? But that shouldn't be possible. Back then, my husband and I lived in seclusion in the mountains. No one should have known we were married. Could it be that someone just happened to pass by and I didn't notice? Never mind, if Mirong Shui really exposes it, I won't mind giving her a big surprise. Thinking this, Sukyoran closed her eyes and began to wait. As noon approached, Mirong Huang slowly opened his eyes and spoke. Everyone, it's noon. I hereby announce the start of the selection process for the Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. All disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, please take out your mobile phones and vote for your favorite prospective Holy Maiden. As Mirong Huang finished speaking, the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land all took out their mobile phones, opened the official website of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, and began voting for the 4 prospective Holy Maidens. That's right, it was mobile phone voting. After the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce had been stable in the central region for 5 years, Wu Kishan held a press conference to launch his mobile phone, and within 5 years, he successfully spread the presence of mobile phones throughout the entire central region. As for Wu Wandao and others, they had also stabilized the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce and successfully spread mobile phones throughout the region. As for Mirong Huang and the others, they found that mobile phones had indeed brought convenience to their lives. Furthermore, due to Wu Hao's terrifying power, the entire Manhwa Holy Land began to vigorously promote the use of mobile phones among its disciples. Even the selection of the Holy Maiden this time was conducted using mobile phones. It can only be said that the Manhwa Holy Land has indeed kept up with the times. Chapter 45 Mirong Shui's exposure enraged the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. As Mirong Huang finished speaking, the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land began a frenzied vote. Of course, the voting qualifications varied depending on the disciples' level. Outer disciples received only 1 vote, inner disciples 10, direct disciples 100, outer elders 1,000, inner elders 10,000, guardian elders 50,000, and Mirong Huang, as the Holy Lord, received 100,000. Of course, Mirong Huang alone couldn't guarantee Mirong Shui's election as Holy Maiden, so he initially ordered his own faction to vote for her. Therefore, Mok1 and Lin Yaowan were clearly the least popular, having barely broken 10,000 votes after half an hour. This was only because some people voted for them out of pity. Mirong Shui and Sukyoran, on the other hand, weren't as far behind as expected. They were simply 100,000 votes apart. Sukyoran had 200,000 votes, while Mirong Shui had 100,000. Of course, without Mirong Wang's intervention, Sukyoran would likely have received 300,000 votes, but the current situation was far from optimistic. The gap between Sukyoran and Mirong Shui remained consistently around 100,000 votes. Mirong Shui simply couldn't gain the upper hand. Seeing this, Mirong Huang no longer concealed his intentions and directly cast his 100,000 votes for Mirong Shui. This was based on the premise that the gap between Mirong Shui and Sukyoran was not significant, otherwise, Mirong Huang would never have voted for Mirong Shui. However, immediately after Mirong Huang's intervention, the 5 guardian elders also began voting. 4 voted for Sukyoran and 1 voted for Mirong Shui, directly pulling the vote count back up and even surpassing Mirong Shui by 50,000 votes. Soon, the 1-hour voting period ended, and the final rankings were revealed in the Holy Land's main hall. Mok1 came in last with 20,000 votes, Lin Yaowan third with 50,000 votes, Mirong Shui second with 350,000 votes, and Sukyoran first with 450,000 votes. Seeing this, the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land cheered. Senior Sister Su is awesome. I knew Senior Sister Su was the Holy Maiden. Long live Senior Sister Su. Thank you, Senior Sister Su, for not letting me go to Chishi. I knew it. If Senior Sister Su wasn't the Holy Maiden, I'd suspect there was something fishy going on in our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Hearing the disciples' cheers, the elders who had voted for Sukyoran showed satisfied expressions. After all, they had always had high hopes for Sukyoran and believed that if she became the Holy Maiden, she would surely lead their Myriad Flowers Holy Land to new heights and restore its ancient glory. Emperor Mirong sighed helplessly. Although he had largely guessed this was the likely outcome, he still felt a pang of sadness when it actually happened. However, he couldn't bring himself to oppose the entire Myriad Flowers Holy Land just to make his daughter the Holy Maiden. His strength was far from sufficient for that. If this led to the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land leaving for other Holy Lands, it would be a loss for his section. Thinking this, Emperor Mirong stood up, intending to announce Sukyoran as the new Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. But at that moment, Mirong Shui, who had been keeping her eyes closed, finally stood up and decisively said, "Wait, I have something else to say." Seeing Mirong Shui stand up, Sukyoran frowned slightly, thinking, so it was true? It seems I have to prepare for the worst. But Emperor Mirong's eyes lit up. Could it be that his daughter had another trick up her sleeve? Thinking this, Emperor Mirong coughed and then spoke slowly and deliberately. "Mirong Shui, what did you stand up to say?" Mirong Shui walked unhurriedly to the center of the Holy Land's main hall and looked at the crowd present, speaking slowly. "What I'm about to say concerns your Holy Maiden Su." Hearing Mirong Shui directly target Su Qiuran, many of Su Qiuran's followers present were enraged. What's wrong with Mirong Shui? Is she angry and embarrassed? Or is she planning to expose some dirty secrets? Who cares? Our Saintess Su is the best. We'll always protect the best Saintess Su. I want to see what kind of ivory Mirong Shui can spew from her dog mouth. Many people looked at Mirong Shui with hostility in their eyes, eager to see what tricks she would pull. But Mirong Shui ignored them all, took out the recording stone, and looked at the high-ranking members of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, saying, "Gentlemen, here is a wedding video of our Saintess Su. I think you should all see it, to see what Saintess Su has been deceiving us about." Before anyone could react, Mirong Shui directly played the image from the recording stone. A scene suddenly appeared from the recording stone, showing the day Su Qiuran and Wu Hao got married. Upon seeing the scene, the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land were shocked. They had never expected Su Qiuran to be married. Su Qiuran was their goddess, and the news broke their hearts. Su Qiuran, seeing this, remained remarkably calm. She had stayed in the Myriad Flowers Holy Land only for one outcome: to become a holy maiden. From the beginning, she hadn't intended to hide it from the people of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. She was waiting to announce it after becoming a holy maiden. Clearly, Mirong Shui's actions had provided Su Qiuran with a perfect opportunity. Before Su Qiuran could speak, Mirong Shui continued, pressing her for an answer. As you all have seen, Su Qiuran married someone before even becoming a holy maiden. This clearly violates the principles of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Personally, I believe Su Qiuran is no longer qualified to be a holy maiden. Furthermore, I swear on my life that all the scenes here are real. If you don't believe me, you can check them yourself. As Mirong Shui finished speaking, everyone present fell silent. However, the scene Mirong Shui had imagined of her disciples learning the truth and condemning Su Qiuran, then kicking her out, did not occur. Instead, everyone spoke with sorrowful expressions. Saintess Su, we won't hate you just because you're married. You must be happy. That's right. If Saintess Su suffers any injustice, leave that man and come back to our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. We will always be your family. Yes, although it's heartbreaking, we still want to sincerely say, Saintess, you must be happy. Saintess Su, keep going. You will always be the best Saintess in our hearts. Mirong Shui? Chapter 46, When Emperor Mirong speaks, is the end game already set? Mirong Shui, as if struck by a sudden thought, couldn't help but sneer. Yes, the opinions of the disciples didn't matter much, even though they had participated in the selection of their chosen saintess. But in reality, the most crucial factor lay with the higher UPS of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Even if all the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land voted, they would only have enough for a mere 100,000 votes. Therefore, the final decision rested with the higher UPS of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Thinking of this, Mirong Shui's eyes flashed with hope as she looked to her father, Mirong Huang. Mirong Huang, of course, knew Mirong Shui's thoughts, so he coughed and spoke righteously. Quiet. With Mirong Huang's words, the disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land fell silent and looked at him, and Mirong Huang spoke without hesitation. Gentlemen, the Grand Elder said, our disciples of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land have always required the approval of our higher UPS before marriage, especially the Holy Maiden. However, Su Qiuran has rashly married a stranger, violating the rules of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Therefore, I hereby announce that Su Qiuran's position as Holy Maiden is hereby revoked, and she will be replaced by Mirong Shui. Hearing her father's words, Mirong Shui felt a surge of excitement, her eyes filled with smugness and provocation as she looked at Su Qiuran. But just then, the Grand Elder spoke. Holy Lord, this seems somewhat inappropriate. Qiuran is the most powerful prodigy in the history of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land, having broken through to the peak of the Great Saint Realm before the age of 100. I think we should show her leniency. Indeed, Holy Lord. Besides, we haven't even learned who Qiuran's deist partner is yet. If she is also a prodigy, I think we can give Qiuran a chance to continue being the Holy Maiden of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. The second elder also spoke up, and after the first and second elders spoke, the third and fourth elders followed suit. Yes, to strip Qiuran of her title as Holy Maiden for such a trivial matter is far too unfair to her. I feel the same way. We must give Qiuran a chance. Hearing the four guardian elders step forward, a flash of anger crossed Mirong Huang's face. Clearly, he hadn't expected that a mere Su Qiuran would provoke the intervention of four guardian elders. To understand the title of a Dharma Protector Elder, one must possess a cultivation level at the late Quasi-Emperor stage. Within the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, or indeed any Holy Land, only Saint Kings can become Outer Sect Elders, Supremes Inner Sect Elders, and only those at the late Quasi-Emperor stage or higher can become Dharma Protector Elders. Among them, the three elders besides the first and second elders are all late Quasi-Emperors, while the first and second elders are at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor stage. Of the 5 Dharma Protector Elders, only the 5th elder is a member of Mirong Huang's faction. Therefore, upon seeing the first elder and the others step forward, the fifth elder immediately approached Mirong Huang and spoke. Gentlemen, the fifth elder said, we've been colleagues for so long, we should all know that the sect rules cannot be changed. The reason our Myriad Flowers Holy Land has remained strong for so many years is because of these rules. I admit that Su Qiuran's talent is indeed the most powerful holy maiden in the history of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land, but we cannot set this precedent for her. If we arbitrarily change the sect rules, where will the dignity of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land be? Furthermore, even Mirong Xue's talent is only slightly inferior to Su Qiuran's. Making Mirong Xue a holy maiden wouldn't be a disgrace to our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. As for Su Qiuran, our Myriad Flowers Holy Land will not punish her for her mistakes, but we will not make her a holy maiden either. This is the best solution. I believe is currently the best one. Upon hearing the fifth elder's words, the second elder immediately burst into curses. Get lost. How can you compare them? Qiao Ran and Mirong Xue are about the same age, but one is at the peak of the Great Sage realm, and the other is at the peak of the Saint realm. There's absolutely no comparison. Normally, I wouldn't say anything, but now that such a promising talent is being stifled, how can I stand idly by? In short, I'm stating my words here. If Su Qiao Ran isn't a saintess, then this Myriad Flowers Holy Land is better off not staying. As the second elder finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. They hadn't expected the second elder to go to such lengths for Su Qiao Ran. Mirong Wang's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he said somewhat grimly, Second elder, if you take back your words now, I, the Holy Lord, can pretend I didn't hear you. What do you take our Myriad Flowers Holy Land for? Before the second elder could speak, the first elder reassured him before finally speaking. Holy Lord, the treatment of Su Qiuran was truly inappropriate. If Qiuran's talent were ordinary, we wouldn't say anything, but even you, Holy Lord, are only a saint at Qiuran's age. Moreover, with Qiuran's talent, leading our Myriad Flowers Holy Land to a new peak is not impossible. Therefore, my suggestion is to treat her leniently. As for her dais partner, killing her is fine, but the most important thing is to ensure Su Qiuran continues to willingly serve as a disciple of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. The moment the Grand Elder finished speaking, he inexplicably felt a chill, but quickly dismissed it. He was a quasi-emperor at the peak, in the entire Xiantian realm, besides a Holy Lord level figure, who else could harm him? It was just an illusion. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Mirong Huang pondered for a long while before speaking. Since that's the case, then Su Qiuran will have to become my personal disciple. As for the position of Holy Maiden, Su Qiuran is no longer fit to hold it. Therefore, let Mirong Xue become the new Holy Maiden. While the Grand Elder and the others hesitated somewhat regarding Mirong Wang's decision, they did not refuse. After all, what they wanted was for Su Qiuran to be of use to their Myriad Flowers Holy Land. If a prodigy of this caliber could grow into a powerful force, then their Myriad Flowers Holy Land could surpass the other three Holy Lands and become the strongest power in the Xiantian realm. Of course, they were unaware of the Wu clan's power, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to entertain such a strange idea. After making his decision, Mirong Huang turned to the assembled crowd, his gaze fixed on Su Qiuran as he spoke. Now, after discussion among myself and the elders, we unanimously agree that Su Qiuran is no longer suitable to serve as the Holy Maiden. Therefore, we have decided that Mirong Xue will assume the position of Holy Maiden. As for Su Qiuran, after this decision, I have decided to accept her as my personal disciple. Su Qiuran, would you be willing? Chapter 47 I refuse. Emperor Mirong takes action to suppress me. Upon hearing Mirong Wang's words, the disciples present were all outraged, believing it to be a highly unreasonable decision. From the beginning, they had been puzzled by the Myriad Flowers Holy Land's practice of testing disciples' partners, but because it was the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, they assumed there must be a reason for it, and coupled with their fear of the Holy Land's power, no one stood up. However, now that this sect rule affected Saintess Su, they naturally wouldn't stand idly by any longer. After all, she was the saintess they had chosen. Mirong Huang, however, ignored their thoughts. The disciples were just disciples, they would accept it with time. The most important thing now was Su Qiuran's opinion. If Su Qiuran was willing, the second daughter could be kept, if not, she would be eliminated no matter what. Su Qiuran simply lowered her head in silence for a moment, then looked up at Mirong Huang and the others with icy eyes, and sneered. I never knew you holy lords were so hypocritical. Just because I got married, you stripped me of my right to become a holy maiden. But this mere Mirong Xue is far inferior to me in talent and appearance. How can she possibly become a holy maiden? If this is the Holy Land's attitude, then I refuse. As she said this, Su Qiuran looked at Mirong Huang and the others with unwavering determination, speaking without backing down. Moreover, based on her understanding of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, this matter was far from over. They might even kill her husband. If she had known the Myriad Flowers Holy Land was full of such people, she would have preferred to stay in the southern region with her husband from the beginning. As Su Qiuran finished speaking, the disciples outside shouted excitedly. Saintess Su is mighty. Truly the saintess I admire. Go saintess. No matter what, I've decided you are the saintess. Nirong Shui is trash. If this is how the sect is, then I'd rather not stay in the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Upon hearing Sukioran's reply, Nirong Huang and the others' faces turned furious. How dare you, Sukioran? You have no nerve. This holy master is merely following the sect rules. Not crippling you is already a great favor. Instead of being grateful, you spout such arrogant words. Are you courting death? Among the past saintesses of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, there have been those who stood up to object and even pledged their lives to others without the Holy Land's approval. However, without exception, they all ended up having their cultivation crippled and their saintess titles stripped, suffering a tragic fate. And Nirong Shui, witnessing this scene, was also desperately shouting in her heart. Sukioran, continue. I want to see you crippled and become a disgrace to everyone. So what if I'm courting death? If the Holy Lord and the others insist on this, then I, Sukioran, will withdraw from the Myriad Flowers Holy Land from this day forward. Becoming a holy maiden was Sukioran's goal from the moment she was adopted by the inner elders of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, and she has been striving towards this goal for many years. Becoming a saintess was practically Sukioran's obsession, but now, if she had to choose between it and her husband, she felt the saintess's position wasn't so important anymore. As Sukioran finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Clearly, no one had expected her to make such a choice. The next second, an elder stepped forward, approaching Sukioran with a furious expression. Sukioran, did I adopt you so you could do something like this? Now apologize to the Holy Lord and beg for their forgiveness, and only then will your life be spared. The elder who stepped forward was Lin Tianyi, the inner sect elder who had adopted Sukioran, a peak supreme cultivator. However, he was now extremely anxious. He had raised Sukioran, and although they weren't related by blood, he had long considered her his own daughter. Naturally, he couldn't bear to watch her die before his eyes. Thinking this, Lin Tianyi turned to Nirong Huang and the others and spoke. Holy Lord, esteemed Dharma protectors and elders, please grant me some face. Kioran only spoke those words in a moment of anger. Please allow me to take her back to calm down for a while. Having said this, Lin Tianyi intended to leave with Sukioran. Sukioran naturally understood that her adoptive father was acting in her best interest, so she could only let him take her away. However, how could Nirong Huang swallow this insult? Having just suffered humiliation at Wu Hao's hands not long ago, he naturally couldn't afford to suffer another. The next second, Nirong Huang's angry voice followed. Elder Lin, you say you'll give me face? What face do you have in front of this holy lord? You want this matter dropped? Unless you agree to take one of my moves, otherwise, expel Sukioran from the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi's pupils dilated. He clearly hadn't expected Nirong Huang to say such a thing. With Kioran's talent, she was at least capable of breaking through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor, or even reaching the Great Emperor level wasn't impossible. Moreover, he had worked diligently within the Myriad Flowers Holy Land for so many years, yet he received no respect whatsoever from Nirong Huang. Lin Tianyi knew that if he accepted Nirong Huang's words, he would surely die. But if he didn't, Kioran would be the one to die. Thinking this, Lin Tianyi gritted his teeth and looked at Nirong Huang, saying, Holy Lord, I accept your attack. Make your move. Upon hearing this, Nirong Huang's face darkened further. He had originally intended for Lin Tianyi to be more sensible and stop interfering with Sukioran, but now that Lin Tianyi had gone this far, he would only lose face if he didn't intervene. Thinking this, Nirong Huang no longer held back and unleashed a palm strike. He only used a fraction of his power. Whether Lin Tianyi survived would depend on his luck. Chapter 48. Wu Hao makes his move, Nirong Emperor dies. Although it was only a single layer of power, it was still the power of a peak Quasi-Emperor, something Lin Tianyi, a peak supreme, couldn't withstand. Therefore, Lin Tianyi was prepared to die. However, Sukioran didn't allow Lin Tianyi to prepare for death. She sighed and said, Husband, aren't you going to make a move? Everyone didn't understand what Sukioran meant, but the next second, they understood. A figure appeared in front of Lin Tianyi, simply extending a hand and instantly dissipating Nirong Huang's attack into the world. This scene shocked everyone present. Clearly, no one expected someone to intervene and save Lin Tianyi in front of Nirong Huang. After all, Nirong Huang was currently in a rage. How could someone dare to save Lin Tianyi without angering him? Nirong Huang was clearly angry, but upon seeing Wu Hao's face, he was immediately startled, and his body trembled slightly. How could he forget? He simply couldn't forget that 10 years ago today, Wu Hao had beaten him and the other 3 holy lords like dogs, and they were utterly powerless to retaliate. However, the surrounding high-ranking officials clearly hadn't noticed Nirong Huang's unusual behavior. Upon seeing that someone had actually blocked Nirong Huang's attack, especially the elders who usually clashed with Lin Tianyi, they angrily rebuked him. Boy, who exactly are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land? Aren't you afraid the Holy Lord will be enraged and kill you right here? That's right. Don't think you're so great just because you managed to block the Holy Lord's attack. In fact, the Holy Lord only used a fraction of his power. Don't be fooled by your current unharmed appearance, you're probably already severely injured and on the verge of death. Holy Lord, I beg you to kill this scoundrel to protect the reputation of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Please, Holy Lord, intervene to protect the reputation of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Many elders echoed this plea. But now, Mirong Huang was already contemplating killing them all. Attacking Wu Hao? Where did he get the guts? Even the 4 Holy Lords plus the Imperial weapon weren't a match for Wu Hao. How could he possibly be one now? Shut up, all of you. Mirong Huang suddenly erupted in fury, leaving the elders who had spoken earlier exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Lin Tianyi, seeing that someone had intervened to save him and recalling Sukioran's earlier words, turned to Sukioran and asked, Kioran, is this your deist partner? Yes, master, this is my deist partner. Looking at Wu Hao's retreating figure, Sukioran's eyes were filled with deep affection as she spoke. Although Lin Tianyi didn't know Wu Hao's cultivation level, judging from how easily Wu Hao could withstand Mirong Huang's attack, his strength was probably not low. But so what? The Holy Lord hadn't unleashed his full power, and with the Holy Lord wielding an emperor-level weapon, unless Wu Hao was a great emperor, he was definitely no match for the Holy Lord. Just as Lin Tianyi was about to plead for Wu Hao on behalf of Mirong Huang unexpectedly approached Wu Hao and, to everyone's surprise, bowed deeply without saying a word. Senior, I didn't know the Holy Maiden's deist partner was you. I have been very rude. If I had known, I certainly wouldn't have refused. Please, Senior, give my Myriad Flowers Holy Land a chance? Mirong Huang, head bowed, swallowed hard. He knew Wu Hao's power, and that was precisely why he was even more afraid. If Wu Hao angered him because of Sukioran, the entire Myriad Flowers Holy Land might suffer an undeserved disaster. Mirong Huang's behavior astonished everyone present. Clearly, even though they were foolish, they could see that Mirong Huang's attitude towards Wu Hao was because Wu Hao was so powerful that even Mirong Huang dared not provoke him. It wasn't that Mirong Huang was being foolish, stupidly apologizing to an unknown nobody. The 5 guardian elders not far away also wore extremely solemn expressions. They could sense that Wu Hao possessed absolutely no aura. This wasn't something a normal person could do. At the very least, one had to have reached the Great Emperor level. Thinking of this, the 5 guardian elders couldn't help but gasp. A living Great Emperor? It must be understood that there were currently no living Great Emperors in the entire Xiantian realm. Even the 4 Great Holy Lands could only challenge Great Emperors by relying on their imperial weapons. But in reality, if a Great Emperor were to appear, even the 4 Great Holy Lands might not be a match for him. This alone demonstrates the terrifying power of a Great Emperor. If the person before them was truly a Great Emperor, and a living one at that, then Mirong Huang's attitude was absolutely justified. The surrounding environment became extremely quiet as Mirong Huang bowed his head in apology, so quiet that everyone could only hear their own heartbeats. However, it was clear that Wu Hao wouldn't let Mirong Huang off easily, so he said calmly, You think I have to forgive you just because you apologized? There's no such thing as a free lunch. How about this, since you used a layer of power on Elder Lin earlier, you'll take a single strike from me, also using a layer of power. If you do that, this matter will be over. How about it? Hearing Wu Hao's words, Mirong Huang's expression turned extremely ugly. After all, Wu Hao had already used a layer of power, and even he and Li Teibei couldn't withstand it. Could he possibly withstand it alone? But now he had no choice. If he didn't choose, Wu Hao might slaughter the entire Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Thinking of this, Mirong Huang took a deep breath, looked at Wu Hao, and agreed. I agree. I hope Senior will keep his promise. In his heart, Mirong Huang thought that Wu Hao's strength couldn't possibly have surpassed that of a great emperor in just 10 years. It was highly likely that he hadn't undergone any significant transformation. Although using even a single layer of force would severely injure him, it's still better than Wu Hao disregarding martial ethics and attacking with all his might to kill him. Thinking this, Wu Hao and Mirong Huang appeared in the sky above the Myriad Flowers Holy Land in the next second. After Mirong Huang summoned the Buddha's Wrath Lotus and made all the preparations, Wu Hao made his move. With a simple finger strike, he shattered all of Mirong Huang's preparations. Even the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, the pride of the entire Myriad Flowers Holy Land, was shattered by Wu Hao's single finger. That one finger instantly killed Mirong Huang. This could be considered a blessing from Wu Hao, allowing him to die without any pain. After witnessing this scene, the people of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land below were extremely shocked. They hadn't expected that their Holy Lord, even with the enhancement of an Emperor-level weapon, would still be killed by Wu Hao with a single finger. Although they didn't know if Wu Hao had only used a fraction of his power, no one dared to ask, fearing that Wu Hao would also use a finger strike on them. After defeating Mirong Huang, Wu Hao returned to Sukioran, whose eyes were filled with shock. She clearly hadn't expected her husband to be so powerful. Sukyoran had initially thought Wu Hao was only at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm, but now it seemed he had actually broken through to the legendary Great Emperor level. Although she was very curious about how her husband had cultivated to the Quasi-Emperor level, Sukyoran dismissed the idea of asking. She figured her husband would tell her automatically if he wanted to, there was no need for her to ask. Chapter 49. Do you have any objections to making him the Holy Lord? What, do you have a problem with this? Wu Hao approached Sukyoran and pulled her into his arms. He then looked at the 5 guardian elders not far away, their expressions clearly showing resentment. Wu Hao had killed Mirong Huang, but an emperor-level weapon was far more valuable than a peak Quasi-Emperor. Even the emperor-level weapon had been destroyed by Wu Hao, meaning the foundation of their Myriad Flowers Holy Land had been destroyed, and they probably couldn't remain among the 4 great holy lands. How could the 5 guardian elders not be furious? However, because Wu Hao's strength was too great, they could only force a smile. No, Senior, you did well. We've disliked Mirong Huang for a long time. It's thanks to Senior's intervention that Mirong Huang was killed, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to resist killing him too. You'd better be. Wu Hao looked at them with a half-smile, then turned to Lin Tianyi and said with utmost seriousness, "Thank you so much, Uncle Lin, for taking care of Kioran all these years." With that, Wu Hao bowed to Lin Tianyi, who was somewhat flattered and quickly helped him up. "Fellow deist, there's no need for that. After so many years of care, Kioran has become like my own daughter. It's only right that I step forward." Hearing this, Wu Hao shook his head and said with utmost seriousness, "It's different. If it weren't for Uncle Lin, I'm afraid I wouldn't have met my Kioran. I see that the Myriad Flowers Holy Land currently lacks a Holy Lord. How about you become the Holy Lord?" This was the best repayment Wu Hao could think of for Lin Tianyi. After becoming the Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, he would use his resources to help Lin Tianyi break through to the Quasi-Emperor or even the Great Emperor level, which would also be a way of repaying Lin Tianyi for raising Sukyoran all these years. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi instinctively retorted, "Fellow deist. Uncle Lin, if you wish, you can simply call me Wu Hao," Wu Hao said with utmost seriousness. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi could only sigh and then said, "Wu Hao, with my current strength and experience, I am not yet qualified to be the Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. You should retract your decision." Wu Hao shook his head. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change it. The 5 guardians not far away were initially angry upon hearing Wu Hao's words, but quickly realized something, their eyes lighting up. That's right, Lin Tianyi wasn't just an ordinary peak supreme, he had the backing of Wu Hao, a great emperor. If Lin Tianyi could become the Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, wouldn't that mean Wu Hao would also become the Holy Land's patron? Thinking this, the first elder stepped forward first, looking at Lin Tianyi and speaking without hesitation. "Elder Lin, in my opinion, you are the most suitable candidate to become the new Holy Lord of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Don't be so reluctant, Senior Wu must have his reasons for doing so." "Yes, Elder Lin, just accept it." "No, we should call you Holy Lord Lin now." The other elders also stepped forward to speak. After all, losing Emperor Mirong in exchange for gaining a powerful emperor as a backer was a huge win for the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Perhaps even Emperor Mirong hadn't anticipated that the people of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land would so quickly transform their grief over his loss into the joy of gaining the emperor's backing. Hearing so many people step forward, Lin Tianyi hesitated, turning to Sukyoran. "Kyoran, what do you think I should do?" "Master, agree." Sukyoran smiled in Wu Hao's arms. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Tianyi had no reason to refuse and could only nod in agreement. Thus, Lin Tianyi became the new Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, while Mirong Xue's eyes were filled with disbelief. Clearly, she hadn't expected that even after her father's fall, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land would have to apologize with smiles on their faces. "No, I disagree. How can you do this to my father? He died for the sake of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. How can you choose a new Holy Lord so quickly? Even for my father's sake, you should at least wait a while before choosing a new Holy Lord." Mirong Xue stepped forward, her attitude breaking down. But the Grand Elder just looked at her and snorted coldly. "Humph, you have the nerve to say that? Isn't it because he offended Senior Wu? He brought this all on himself. And you, Senior Wu and Saintess Su are such a perfect couple, why did you stand up and cause trouble?" Having said that, the Grand Elder ignored the disbelief in Mirong Xue's eyes and turned to Sukyoran, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Saintess Su, you are the true Saintess this time. Would you be willing to become the Saintess of my Myriad Flowers Holy Land again?" The Grand Elder's attitude was extremely obsequious. After all, Sukyoran wasn't important, what mattered was that her deist partner was the Great Emperor. If Sukyoran could become the Saintess, then from now on, their Myriad Flowers Holy Land could instantly become the leader of the 4 great Holy Lands. However, Sukyoran had no intention of becoming the Saintess anymore and shook her head. "Forget it, I no longer have the intention of becoming the Saintess." Having seen through the true colors of the myriad flowers Holy Land, Sukyoran had given up the idea of becoming the saintess. Besides, her original plan was to wait until she became the saintess before being able to be with Wu Hao. But now that Wu Hao had stepped forward, becoming the saintess again was meaningless. Hearing Sukyoran's reply, the Grand Elder was about to say something more when he saw Wu Hao staring coldly at him, as if he would be met with Wu Hao's wrath if he dared to say anything more. Thinking this through, the Grand Elder could only sigh and agree. Since this is Saintess Su's decision, we respect it. However, if you ever tire, the gates of our myriad flowers Holy Land will always be open for you. And you, Mirong Shui, because you slandered Saintess Su, your Saintess qualification will be revoked. Lin Yaoan will take over as Saintess. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Mirong Shui's eyes were filled with disbelief, and she said angrily, "How dare you? I am the Saintess this time. I am the most talented. What is Lin Yaoan? She is no match for me." Lin Yaoan, who had been observing the scene, widened her eyes in surprise, clearly not quite accepting the immense joy she was receiving. However, after recovering, she quickly and excitedly said, "Thank you all for your guidance, elders. I, Lin Yaoan, swear that I will fulfill my duty as Holy Maiden and will not bring shame to our myriad flowers Holy Land." Chapter 50 Returning Home. Even with her impotent rage, Mirong Shui couldn't change the elders' minds. After all, the whole affair stemmed from her. "Mirong Shui, because of you, such a huge trouble has arisen. Therefore, your cultivation is hereby crippled, and you are expelled from the myriad flowers Holy Land. Do you have any objections?" The Grand Elder looked at Mirong Shui with extremely calm eyes and spoke, deciding her life or death with a single sentence. At this moment, Mirong Shui knew that the tide had turned. If she didn't know what was good for her, she would likely be killed here. Although she was crippled and forced to leave the myriad flowers Holy Land, with her foundation here, she could recover to the Saint Realm in no time. Moreover, with her talent, she could easily find a good position in another Holy Land, and perhaps even break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, one day avenging herself. Thinking of this, although Mirong Shui was extremely angry, she could only suppress her anger and nod in agreement. The next second, the Grand Elder attacked, unleashing terrifying Quasi-Emperor power upon Mirong Shui, completely destroying her cultivation. Mirong Shui's face aged rapidly. She was already over 90 years old. Without a strong foundation of cultivation, she would naturally become a frail old woman. However, Mirong Shui didn't say anything. Her foundation was still there. Given time, she could quickly recover to the Saint Realm. Moreover, she refused to believe that, apart from the myriad flower Holy Land, the entire Xiantian realm couldn't accommodate her. When the opportunity arose, she would make everyone pay the price. She would let everyone present today know that the fault lay not with her, but with the world. "Elders, may I leave now?" Mirong Shui didn't want to linger in this sorrowful place any longer, so she turned and walked slowly towards the outside. None of the elders present stopped her, as they believed Mirong Shui's crime didn't warrant death, and this was already the best punishment they could give her. However, just as Mirong Shui was about to leave, Wu Hao spoke up. "Stop!" Upon hearing Wu Hao speak, Mirong Shui paused slightly, and everyone present looked at Wu Hao with curiosity, wondering what this young master wanted to do. Mirong Shui slowly turned around and looked at Wu Hao respectfully, asking him, "Senior Wu, is there anything else you wish to say?" It must be said that although Mirong Shui is now an elderly woman, her natural beauty still makes her appear quite charming. Mirong Shui believed that if her attitude was humble enough, Wu Hao wouldn't make things too difficult for her. However, Mirong Shui was wrong. Wu Hao wasn't easily swayed by moral blackmail, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in the Xiantian realm by sheer luck after helping an old lady jaywalk. Looking at Mirong Shui, Wu Hao sneered, his tone cold. "Just now I settled the score between the myriad flowers Holy Land and you. Now I'll settle the score between you and my wife. Isn't that right, wife?" Wu Hao turned to his wife, Sukyoran, who looked up, smiled, and nodded. "Yes, yes." Then Sukyoran looked at Mirong Shui, her voice filled with murderous intent. "Mirong Shui, 70 years ago, when I went out to train, you sent people to hunt me down. Luckily, I survived and met the love of my life. Originally, I didn't intend to hold this against you. After all, if it weren't for you, I might not have met my husband. But after I returned to the myriad flowers Holy Land, you insisted on courting death, sending people to target me every time. But I was lucky and strong enough to survive. And 9 years ago, in the vast secret realm, you actually sent the 3 flower-picking brothers to hunt me down. If my grandson hadn't been there, I probably would have died. Between you and me, there is an irreconcilable feud. Today, unless you die, this matter will not end here." Hearing Sukyoran's words, Mirong Shui's pupils constricted sharply. Clearly, she hadn't expected Sukyoran to reveal all this. The disciples outside, after hearing Sukyoran's words, seemed to remember something, their expressions changing slightly. "Yes, I remember that 70 years ago, senior sister Su did indeed disappear for 5 years before returning." "That's right. During that time, I remember many people spreading rumors in the Holy Land that senior sister Su had died outside and wouldn't return. Only after senior sister Su returned did this rumor fall apart. Hiss, if what senior sister Su said is true, then Mirong Shui is truly a heartless viper. Mom is right. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive. Mirong Shui is so beautiful, yet she still lies. Truly, the most poisonous heart is a woman's heart. Listening to the surrounding voices, Mirong Shui's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at Su Qiuran. She realized that from the moment Wu Hao stepped forward, Su Qiuran was doomed. Thinking of this, Mirong Shui looked at Su Qiuran, her tone filled with murderous intent. Su Qiuran, you've won today, but I, Mirong Shui, will never admit defeat. If I have the chance, I will definitely come back for you, I definitely will. With that, Mirong Shui decisively severed her own heart meridian, dying before everyone present. Watching this, Su Qiuran felt a great sense of relief. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. If she hadn't been more skilled, she would probably be the one who died. Wu Hao's words instantly turned Mirong Shui's body into dust and vanished. With his red dust immortal strength, he could naturally see that Mirong Shui was truly dead, beyond any hope of resurrection. Alright, everyone, now that everything here is settled, we too will be leaving. Wu Hao, carrying Su Qiuran, turned to the Dharma protectors and the others, then looked at Lin Tianyi and took out a storage ring. Uncle Lin, there are some resources inside, enough for you to break through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, then contact me. This is my WeChat ID. With that, Wu Hao handed the storage ring to Lin Tianyi, then took out his phone and added Lin Tianyi as a friend on WeChat. Wu Hao's actions were clearly a message to the Guardian Elders. Lin Tianyi was under his protection. If they didn't want to die, they should diligently assist Lin Tianyi in becoming a Saint Lord. The Guardians naturally understood Wu Hao's intentions and couldn't help but sigh. However, the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. Although they had lost an Emperor-level weapon, they had gained a Great Emperor as a backer. Moreover, if they pleased Wu Hao, they might even be able to obtain a method from him to break through to the Great Emperor level. After doing everything, Wu Hao hugged Su Qiuran and smiled, saying, "Wife, let's go home." "Yes, husband, let's go home." Chapter 51. Wu Rolong, with an excited expression, is the new chosen one. Inside the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce in the southern region, Wu Rolong was handling the affairs of the chamber. After 10 years of accumulation, Wu Rolong had successfully advanced to the early stage of the Great Saint Realm. After all, with only a high-grade spiritual root, breaking through to the early stage of the Great Saint Realm within 10 years was already quite remarkable. This is really a headache. Wu Rolong stretched, and as he continued working, he received a telepathic message from his father, Wu Hao. "Hurry home, your mother is back." Upon receiving the message, Wu Rolong was initially stunned, but quickly stood up excitedly. "What, mother is back?" Upon learning this news, Wu Rolong immediately abandoned his work and rushed home. After all, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce was just something he played around with. If he had a successor, Wu Rolong probably would have already quit. Upon hearing this news, the Wu family members who were training in the southern region all rushed back to the Wu family home. One reason was Su Qiuran, their grandmother, but the most important reason was that they hadn't seen the mysterious patriarch Wu Hao for a long time and naturally wanted to see just who this patriarch, who had brought the Wu family to its former glory, was. At this time, Wu Hao also returned to the Wu family home with Su Qiuran. The Wu family Wu Hao referred to was, of course, the Wu family he and Su Qiuran had previously lived in the deep mountains. Wu Rolong and the others naturally knew this, so upon learning that Wu Hao had brought Su Qiuran back, they all hurried towards the Wu family home deep in the mountains. When Wu Rolong returned to the Wu family home, he saw Wu Hao and Su Qiuran sitting on a swing chair hanging from a large tree in the courtyard. Their faces were full of nostalgia, both deeply reminiscing about the days when they lived there. "My lord, do you remember when you pursued me first?" "Of course I remember. I originally planned to settle down around here, but then I unexpectedly found you unconscious in a river not far away, and brought you back." Wu Hao also recalled what happened back then, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He remembered that after realizing his talent was mediocre, he came to settle in this mountain area, believing that peace was a blessing. But one day, while out and about, he encountered Su Qiuran floating in the river. Without hesitation, Wu Hao rescued Su Qiuran, took her home, and cared for her diligently. He then successfully won her heart with his silver tongue and won her over. Su Qiuran clearly remembered something as well, her face flushing slightly, and she gently punched Wu Hao's arm. "You're one to talk. At first, I thought you were a good person, but I never imagined you saved me with ulterior motives." If I didn't have ulterior motives, how could I have the best wife in the entire Xiantian realm?" Wu Hao shamelessly chimed in, causing Su Qiuran to blush again. We don't know why Su Qiuran always blushes. But anyway, Wu Rolong, who was not far away, finally couldn't hold back and coughed, saying, "Father." Wu Hao and Su Qiuran finally realized what was happening. So Kyoran's expression became incredibly serious, but her eyes held a resentful look as she gazed at Wu Hao, as if to say, "It's all your fault for making me look bad in front of the children." After they both regained their composure, Wu Rolong led Wu Qinqin and the others to stand before them. Looking at Su Kyoran sitting next to her father, Wu Rolong felt a complex mix of emotions. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Su Kyoran. Because of her, he had received no maternal love during his childhood. Even after learning that Su Kyoran had left out of fear of being hunted down by their enemies, the resentment remained, albeit slightly diminished. Originally, Wu Rolong had prepared himself not to forgive Su Kyoran upon this meeting. However, upon seeing her, he found himself unable to bring himself to hate his mother. His eyes reddened, and he looked at Su Kyoran, his voice trembling with emotion. "Mother! Rolong, you've suffered so much these past years." Su Kyoran's eyes reddened, and she stood up to embrace Wu Rolong. Wu Rolong choked back tears, which intensified until he burst into loud sobs. Who could know his suffering? Wu Hao only wanted him to cultivate, he longed for a mother's love too. After crying in his mother's arms for a while, Wu Rolong finally came to his senses, wiped his eyes, and spoke. "So you're back this time, are you leaving again?" "No, I'm not leaving this time. Everything's settled, and it's time for me to stay home and look after my children." Su Kyoran's face was full of loving affection, which made Wu Rolong's heart tremble. Was this the legendary motherly love? But before Wu Rolong could say anything more, a strange phenomenon appeared in Sunset City not far away, but Wu Hao immediately suppressed it. So only Wu Rolong and the others saw it. "Husband, what happened?" Su Kyoran's expression turned serious as she looked at Wu Hao and asked curiously. Wu Hao replied with a slight smile. "Nothing, just that your grandson has been born, and it's quite a commotion." Wu Rolong then remembered something and spoke up. "Oh right, today is the day Wan Gu's wife is giving birth." Hearing this, Su Kyoran's face lit up with joy. If she couldn't take care of her grandson, then she could take care of the grandson. Thinking this, Su Kyoran looked at Wu Hao and said, "Husband, let's go back. We can see what kind of person my grandson is." Wu Hao naturally had this in mind. He waved his hand and led Wu Rolong and the others back to the Wu family home. Inside the Wu family residence, Wu Qinqin and the others had already gathered. They all knew of Wu Hao's return and that Wan Gu's wife was about to give birth, so they all wanted to see what kind of person their nephew was. Father, grandfather. Upon seeing Wu Rolong and Wu Hao enter, Wu Qinqin and the others immediately stood up, their tone extremely respectful. After speaking, Wu Qinqin and the others noticed Su Kyoran standing beside Wu Hao. They quickly recognized her and greeted her respectfully. "Grandma." Hearing Wu Qinqin and the others call her grandma, Su Kyoran was still somewhat incredulous. After all, she was not even 100 years old. Had she become a grandmother, or even a great-grandmother, so soon? For mortals, this age might be reasonable, but she was a cultivator, a peak great sage at that. However, Su Kyoran quickly accepted that the people before her were her grandchildren. After all, she had encountered her great-grandson in the vast secret realm. "Yes, you must be Qinqin, Xian Yuan, Wangu, and Qinlong, right?" Except for Wu Wandao, Wu Tianqin, Wu Qishan, and Wu Shuiying, who had gone to the other 4 domains, all the 3rd-generation members of the Wu family had come here. As for the 4th generation, Wu Yufan was being hunted down at the time, while Wu Yudao, with his exceptional talent, had entered a top-tier power to become an apprentice. Chapter 52 Wu Li. As Wu Hao and the others waited anxiously, the midwife quickly emerged carrying a small, adorable baby. "Master, patriarch, it's a boy." The midwife handed the infant to Wu Wangu. Looking at the child in his arms, Wu Wangu was overwhelmed with emotion. Clearly, he hadn't expected to become a father so soon. Meanwhile, Wu Hao had already scanned his grandson's identity information. Name, tentative. Destiny, chosen one, reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Talent, low-grade spiritual root. Physique, space-time divine body. Note, this child's behavior is extremely cautious, his natal immortal artifact is lost. Looking at his grandson's profile, Wu Hao's expression became extremely solemn. In truth, for a chosen one, talent is nothing special. Take the revered Han Tianzun, for example. Initially, his cultivation was met with skepticism, but he became invincible later. Moreover, for those destined for greatness, the system doesn't consider talent, it directly provides feedback a millionfold. "Grandpa, Grandma, how about you name my son?" Wu Wangu, holding his son, approached Wu Hao and Su Kyoran, his face incredibly earnest as he requested. Glancing at his wife, Wu Hao suggested, "Wife, since you're back, how about you name this grandson?" Hearing this, Su Kyoran's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. Looking at her grandson, she pondered seriously for a long time, and then, for some reason, a name appeared in her mind. Let's call him Wu Li. I hope he can soar like a great tree, having a smooth and successful life. Is that so? Thank you for the name, Grandma. Wu Wangu said excitedly, taking his son from Su Kyoran's arms. But soon, Wu Wangba sensed something, and his expression turned serious as he looked at Wu Hao. "Grandpa, I can sense a powerful force within Lier's body." "What is it?" Everyone looked at Wu Hao after hearing Wu Wangba's words. Wu Hao pondered for a moment before speaking. "That's right, your perception is correct. Wu Li does indeed possess a special physique. His special physique is the legendary time-space divine body. It's said that at its highest level, it allows one to control both time and space." Hearing that his son possessed such a terrifying physique, Wu Wangba was initially stunned, but quickly became overjoyed. After all, his eldest and second eldest brother's offspring both possessed such terrifying physiques. If his son didn't, wouldn't he be ashamed? As for talent, Wu Wangba knew that his son only had a low-grade spiritual root, but the Wu family was currently not lacking in resources. Wasn't his fourth brother, Wu Qinlong, also a low-grade spiritual root? However, with the Wu family's massive investment of resources, he had forcibly advanced from a low-grade spiritual root to a high-grade spiritual root. Note, improving the quality of spiritual roots can also change the system's feedback rate. Under Wu Hao's strong advocacy, no one in the Wu family now has a low-grade spiritual root, and even those with mid-grade spiritual roots are extremely rare. "Wangba, how about I take care of your son?" Looking at the petite and adorable Wu Li before her, Su Qiuran's face softened. After all, she was already a great-grandmother, or even a senior great-grandmother, and had never raised a child before. Now, she had a ready-made one. Lacking experience with children, Su Qiuran naturally wanted to try it out. Upon hearing this, Wu Wangba was initially taken aback, but quickly agreed excitedly. "Grandma, we agree." Although he didn't know his grandmother's cultivation level, considering his grandfather's strength, as the woman who had won him over, his grandmother's strength was definitely not simple. Besides, his grandmother wasn't taking his son back to the central region. She could see him whenever she wanted within the Wu family. Even the two prodigies, Wu Yufan and Wu Yudao, weren't raised by their grandfather. They only received his guidance after they were old enough to cultivate. Compared to this, having his son raised by his grandmother was obviously a much better option. As for Wu Wangba's wife, although she was somewhat reluctant after learning about it, she nodded in agreement. She believed that if her son grew up with Su Qiuran, he could go further and achieve greater things in the future. As for Wu Hao, he had no objections, as long as the little guy didn't interfere with his and his wife's practice of procreation. However, judging from Wu Hao's current situation, he estimated that even if he and his wife fought for 100 years, they might not be able to conceive. After all, according to the laws of cultivation, the more powerful a being is, the harder it is for them to have offspring. Now that he was already a mortal immortal, and his wife was about to break through to the Saint King level, under normal circumstances mortal immortals wouldn't be with Saint Kings. In short, whether they could conceive now truly depended on luck. After Wu Li was born, Wu Hao looked at the Wu family now. The Wu family was still largely located in Sunset City, but the city was no longer large enough to accommodate them. Even his former in-law, Suan, who had received help from the Wu family over the years, had only broken through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. This was a realm Suan would never have dared to dream of in his entire life, but after becoming Wu Hao's in-law, everything seemed like a dream come true. "Alright, let's move the entire Wu family here. Sunset City is too small now, it can't accommodate us anymore," Wu Hao said, looking at Wu Rolong and the others. Over the years, Wu Qinkan and the others had more children, but it was as if their luck had vanished. But then again, it makes sense, parents of a chosen one need a very strong destiny to achieve that. It's already quite remarkable that Wu Qinkan and the others had even produced one chosen one. Moreover, it's because of Wu Hao's existence that the Wu family has the potential to have 3, or even more, chosen ones in the future. To get back to the point, the Wu family's population has already exceeded 3 digits. Continuing to stay in Sunset City would only limit the Wu family's development. After hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Rolong spoke up. "Yes, father. I was just about to say this. Our Wu family really should move to a different place." After all, this was the place Wu Hao had arranged for the Wu family before he went to the central region to bring Su Qiuran back. That's why Wu Rolong hadn't moved the Wu family elsewhere for so many years, waiting for Wu Hao's decision. Wu Hao nodded, glanced around, and instantly the entire southern region's environment appeared in his mind. Now, Wu Hao possessed the strength of a peak red dust immortal. Exploring the southern region was incredibly easy for him. As for the lack of spiritual energy, that was not a concern. After all, Wu Hao had some skill in formations, setting up a small spirit gathering array was a piece of cake. Soon, Wu Hao found a suitable place for the Wu family to settle down. "Alright, I've found a place. Let me go and prepare." Before anyone could understand the meaning of Wu Hao's words, he had already disappeared. However, they would soon find out what Wu Hao meant. Chapter 53 Annihilation of the Forbidden Land. Excellent, a truly magnificent 9 dragons paying homage to the mountain formation. Wu Hao had arrived at the Forbidden Land of Annihilation, a forbidden area in the southern region. Looking at the mountains before him, he nodded in satisfaction. 9 mountain ranges stretching for thousands of miles appeared before Wu Hao, and at the end of these 9 ranges stood a towering mountain 1,000,000 meters high. From a distance, the 9 mountain ranges resembled 9 divine dragons lying prone on the ground. The 1,000,000-meter-high mountain appeared to be receiving the worship of the 9 divine dragons, looking incredibly majestic and imposing. Seeing this terrain, Wu Hao's heart stirred slightly, and a trace of his aura inadvertently leaked out. But at that moment, a colossal figure silently appeared behind Wu Hao, opening its blood-red maw to bite him. If an ordinary supreme being were suddenly attacked like this, they would be unable to react in time and would be torn to pieces. However, Wu Hao remained unmoved. With a thought, a sharp blade shot out from his body, instantly slaying the colossal creature behind him, a creature powerful enough to swallow the entire Sunset City whole. Even in its dying moments, the creature's eyes were filled with disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend that such a small human could possess such immense power. Looking at the fallen behemoth behind him, Wu Hao's brow furrowed slightly. In fact, he was somewhat familiar with the Forbidden Land of Annihilation. Each region had its own Forbidden Land. The northern regions was called the Frost-Devouring Forbidden Land, the western regions the Twilight Forbidden Land, the central regions the Eternal Night Forbidden Land, the eastern regions the Soul-Devouring Forbidden Land, and the southern regions the Annihilation Forbidden Land. It was said that even Saint Lords dared not easily venture into places called Forbidden Lands, a fact Wu Hao had deeply understood after breaking through to the Red Dust Immortal Realm. Having broken through to the Red Dust Immortal Realm, Wu Hao had finally gained a thorough understanding of the 5 forbidden zones. Even a great emperor, let alone a quasi-emperor, would face a significant risk of death if they entered. However, for Wu Hao, it was no longer a problem. While the affairs of the 5 forbidden zones might be thorny or even insurmountable for the entire Xiantian realm, they were merely a minor inconvenience for him. If it weren't for finding a suitable relocation site for the Wu family, Wu Hao probably wouldn't have come to the Extinction Forbidden Zone. Alright, let's deal with the troubles in the Extinction Forbidden Zone first. This terrain is absolutely ideal for the Wu family. Combined with my great formation, it should ensure the Wu family's eternal prosperity. Thinking this, Wu Hao began to act. With his current strength, he could roam freely in the Xiantian realm. If he wanted to hide, even fellow Red Dust Immortals wouldn't be able to detect his presence. He had only let his emotions slip out when he saw the terrain of 9 dragons paying homage to the mountain, which the ferocious beasts within the forbidden area noticed. Without delay, Wu Hao continued to wander through the forbidden area of annihilation, quickly arriving at its center. In the center of the forbidden land of annihilation stood a massive mountain, and from its summit, countless wisps of pale black gas slowly descended, spreading throughout the entire forbidden land. Sensing this gas, Wu Hao's expression grew extremely solemn. In his perception, the forbidden land's existence was due to this gas spreading across an area of millions of miles. Ordinary creatures that inhaled this gas would quickly lose their minds, becoming preoccupied with killing any living thing they encountered. The creature that had just attacked Wu Hao was one corrupted by this unknown gas. According to Wu Hao's perception, even a tribulation transcending level expert couldn't withstand this gas for more than a day, and even Saint Realm experts were at risk of being corrupted. However, this was nothing to Wu Hao. Nothing could even get within a meter of him. Thus, Wu Hao, enduring the mysterious gas, reached the mountain summit. There, at the top, was a huge crater. Without hesitation, Wu Hao jumped down. He had already ascertained the situation inside before entering, so he wasn't worried about being unable to handle it. Soon, Wu Hao arrived at the center of the pit and saw a black bead floating on the ground. Wisps of pale black gas emanated from the bead, polluting the entire forbidden area. Seeing this, Wu Hao stepped forward to put the black bead into his storage ring, but just as he was about to do so, the system's voice rang out. Ding, detected that the bead before you is an opportunity for the chosen one. Host, please do not interfere. Unexpectedly, the long-absent system suddenly reappeared. Hearing the system's words, Wu Hao was stunned for a moment, then frowned and asked, "System, you said this bead is an opportunity for the chosen one? What does that mean?" Ding, literal meaning. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao remained silent for a moment, then decided not to interfere further. After all, he could deal with the bead before him, but what about afterward? If it affected the path of his descendants, he would be the one who suffered in the end. It would be better to let his descendants, the chosen ones, handle this matter. Moreover, Wu Hao could sense that the 5 forbidden areas had become forbidden areas because of this bead. Even a great emperor would face extreme danger entering them. Forget it, since that's the case, let my descendants handle this matter. Besides, I wonder which descendant it will be. Wu Hao shook his head and then disappeared into the forbidden area. As for the new Wu family, Wu Hao found a slightly less grand arrangement than the 9 dragons worshipping the mountain in the Extinction Forbidden area. Soon, Wu Hao returned to the Wu family and took Wu Rolong to the place he had found. He instructed Wu Rolong to complete the construction of the new Wu family as soon as possible. Upon seeing the majestic mountain before them, Wu Rolong quickly nodded in agreement. With the current power of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, creating a completely new Holy Land wouldn't be a problem for Wu Rolong if he wanted to. Since Wu Hao is capable of forging imperial weapons, Wu Rolong has been searching for materials to forge imperial weapons in recent years, also that his Wu family can have their own imperial weapons as soon as possible. Wu Rolong didn't want his Wu family to rely solely on his father to solve problems. With an emperor-level weapon, the Wu family wouldn't need to worry about any Holy Land-level forces, even if Wu Hao wasn't around. Back at the Wu family, Wu Hao added Sukioran to the family group chat. Currently, only 4th-generation descendants and above can join the family group. 5th-generation descendants and below cannot. After Wu Hao added Sukioran, Wu Yufan, who was still training outside, and Wu Yudao, who had joined a top-tier force, both sent messages out of curiosity. Wu Yufan, welcome, great-grandma, to the group chat, but I'm being hunted down right now, please don't mention me. Wu Yudao, hello, great-grandma, I'm Wu Yudao. I'm currently cultivating in Tianyu Mountain. Wait for me, I'll be home to see you soon. Wu Sun, welcome, great-grandma. Sukioran, hello everyone, I'm Sukioran, the wife of your ancestor Wu Hao. P.S. The author promises to update 2 more chapters for every 1,000 additional requests, with no upper limit. Chapter 54 Blood Soul Sect in Action. Within Tianyu Mountain, Wu Yudao was cultivating in his own training ground. After being expelled from the Wu family, Wu Yudao traveled towards the central region, training along the way. Whether due to good fortune or sheer strength, Wu Yudao encountered no danger along the way and successfully arrived in the central region, joining the top-tier power, Tianyu Mountain. While Tianyu Mountain wasn't as powerful as the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, it only lacked an emperor-level weapon. Without an emperor-level weapon, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land might not have been a match for Tianyu Mountain. Especially since Tianyu Mountain sect leader, Wu Shenna, was known as the strongest person below the Great Emperor level, invincible against Quasi-Emperors, and had achieved the terrifying feat of fighting 2 peak Quasi-Emperors single-handedly without being at a disadvantage. As for why he didn't join one of the 4 Great Holy Lands, it was because the 4 Great Holy Lands only opened their sects to recruit disciples once every 10 years, and Wu Yudao had missed that opportunity. Left with no other choice, he joined Tianyu Mountain. In any case, aside from the emperor-level weapon, Tianyu Mountain was actually considerably stronger than the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Because of his chaotic body and top-grade spiritual root, Wu Yudao caused a sensation among the powerful figures of Tianyu Mountain after attending the disciple acceptance ceremony. He was immediately accepted as a personal disciple by Wu Shenna. Wu Yudao did not disappoint Wu Shenna. Before joining Tianyu Mountain, he was already at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage. In just 10 years, he had broken through to the terrifying peak of the Saint Realm, only 1 step away from advancing to Great Saint. After breaking through to the peak of the Saint Realm, Wu Yudao slowly stood up and muttered to himself, "Now I've reached the peak of the Saint Realm. I only need 2 more major realms to break through to Saint King. At that time, the Chaotic Emperor's chaotic scripture will no longer be enough to sustain me. I must return home and seek my great-grandfather's help." Thinking this, Wu Yudao took a step and disappeared from the Daist arena, quickly arriving before Wu Shenna's arena. "Master, this disciple pays his respects." As Wu Yudao finished speaking, a slightly aged voice came from behind the tightly closed doors of the dojo. "Yudao, come in." With that, the doors slowly opened, revealing an elderly man with gray hair, but exuding an aura of overwhelming power that was immediately apparent. This was none other than Wu Shenna, the sect master of Tianyu Mountain. Upon entering, Wu Yudao did not hesitate and went straight to the point, stating his purpose. "Master, this disciple has urgent business to attend to at home." Upon hearing this, Wu Shenna frowned, and after a long pause, spoke. "You've cultivated on Tianyu Mountain for quite some time now, it's time you went down to take a look. Appropriate relaxation is essential for better cultivation. However, the commotion you caused when you joined Tianyu Mountain was immense. If you rashly descend the mountain, you might attract the attention of hostile forces." Hearing Wu Shenna's words, Wu Yudao's expression turned serious. He naturally knew what Wu Shenna was referring to, but he had a compelling reason to go. Thinking of this, Wu Yudao sighed, his face earnest and his tone resolute. "Master, this disciple has a compelling reason to return. If I cannot return, I fear my cultivation will be greatly affected." Since Wu Yudao had already said so, how could Wu Shenna refuse? He could only agree and gave him a considerable amount of life-saving items, enough to withstand even a late-stage Quasi-Emperor level expert. Furthermore, after Wu Yudao left, Wu Shenna specifically dispatched a late-stage Quasi-Emperor level elder to secretly protect him. After all, Wu Yudao was their most talented disciple of Tianyu Mountain, and if he grew stronger, Tianyu Mountain would rise in status as well. And things unfolded exactly as Wu Shenna had predicted. Not long after news of Wu Yudao's departure spread, Tianyu Mountain's rival forces learned of it and, for the first time ever, gathered together. After all, Wu Yudeo's talent when he became a disciple had shaken many forces in the central region. It could be said that if it weren't for Wu Shenna's protection, Wu Yudeo would probably have been kidnapped by other forces long ago to eliminate any future threats. But even after so much time had passed, their designs on him remained undiminished. Tell me, what are your plans? The day before Wu Yudeo was to descend the mountain, the demon-slaying valley, a rival force of Tianya Mountain, gathered all its opposing factions together. Their target was naturally Wu Yudeo. After all, if Wu Yudeo were allowed to grow unchecked, Tianya Mountain, which already held them in a superior position, would become even stronger, and they would never have a chance to rise again. What else can we do? Within Tianya Mountain, the martial saint protects him, so we can't do anything to that brat. But if he leaves Tianya Mountain, are we still helpless against him? A burly man, shirtless and covered in scars, spoke with a ferocious expression. 2 golden longswords were strapped to his back. This was none other than Dao Hahuan, the sect leader of the Golden Saber sect, one of the top forces. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. If they could eliminate Wu Yudeo, they would naturally be more than happy to do so. Protected by the sect's protective array within Tianya Mountain, even if they attacked together, they couldn't break through it, let alone kill Wu Yudeo. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to strike a fatal blow, otherwise, Wu Yudeo, once on guard, probably wouldn't come out so easily again. But just then, Mo Kinran, the employer of Pomo Valley, spoke up. What you can think of, that old fellow Wu Shenna has definitely thought of as well. Therefore, Wu Yudeo will definitely be protected by many powerful figures this time. Perhaps that old fellow Wu Shenna has personally protected Wu Yudeo. Impossible. Only Wu Shenna can activate the sect's protective array in the entire Tianya Mountain. Moreover, according to my understanding, Wu Shenna cannot leave Tianya Mountain either. Therefore, Wu Shenna will definitely leave Tianya Mountain with Wu Yudeo. Shi Wuxin, the sect leader of the Green Serpent sect, shook his head decisively. Upon hearing this, everyone realized something and their eyes lit up. These top-tier forces only had one peak Quasi-Emperor expert each. If Martial Saint couldn't leave Tianya Mountain, wouldn't that mean that at most only a late-stage Quasi-Emperor could protect Wu Yudeo this time? Thinking this, Mo Kinran slowly said, "In order to kill the holy son of Tianya Mountain, my demon-breaking valley is willing to send a late-stage Quasi-Emperor ancestor. Our Golden Saber sect is also willing to send a late-stage Quasi-Emperor ancestor. The Azure Serpents sect agrees." Soon, the leaders of the 5 top-tier forces present agreed that each would send a late-stage Quasi-Emperor ancestor, a total of 5 late-stage Quasi-Emperor ancestors to assassinate Wu Yudeo. Such a formidable lineup would likely astound Wu Yudeo, who would then choose to remain in Tianya Mountain and have his great-grandfather come in person. However, unfortunately, Wu Yudeo couldn't. He was about to reach the bottleneck of the Chaos Scripture, the Saint King realm. Returning to the Wu family to see his great-grandmother was one reason, but another was to inquire about the whereabouts of any remaining Chaos Scriptures from his great-grandfather. After finalizing their plan against Wu Yudeo, the other 4 leaders of the 4 major forces quickly returned to their respective factions. As for Mo Kinran, he turned and went to the forbidden area of the demon-breaking valley. Deep within the forbidden area stood a cultivator shrouded in black robes. If Wu Yufan were here, he would definitely recognize the attire as that of a Blood Soul Sect envoy, though the Blood Soul Sect envoy standing before Mo Kinran only possessed the aura of a peak Quasi-Emperor. Looking at the envoy before him, Mo Kinran's expression turned solemn as he spoke. If I sacrifice 5 late-stage Quasi-Emperors, plus a chaos body, can it truly help me break through to the Great Emperor realm? That's for sure. As long as you become a member of my Blood Soul sect, let alone a Great Emperor, what's wrong with breaking through to the mortal-immortal realm? A chilling aura emanated from the Blood Soul sect envoy. Although they were at the same cultivation level, for some reason, Mo Kinran felt a heavy threat emanating from him. If they were to fight, he knew he was no match for him. Chapter 55. If you don't do it, there are plenty of Quasi-Emperors at the peak who will. Mo Kinran is now 500,000 years old. If he doesn't break through to the Great Emperor realm soon, he will die of old age in another 100,000 years. Just then, a person claiming to be an envoy of the Blood Soul sect approached him, promising to help him break through to the Great Emperor realm, but on the condition that he find a way to lure out 5 late-stage Quasi-Emperors and a person with a special physique. Self-preservation is the only goal in life, and Mo Kinran wouldn't let go of even the slightest possibility of breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, so he had no choice but to agree. That's why Mo Kinran personally planned everything, and the Blood Soul sect envoy had secretly overheard everything. By the way, why were you so sure I would agree? Remembering something, Mo Kinran looked at the Blood Soul sect envoy, wanting an answer from him. From the moment they met, Mo Kinran sensed a strong sense of confidence emanating from the other party, who seemed completely unconcerned about his refusal. The Blood Soul sect envoy sneered. Ha ha ha, your lifespan is nearing its end. You wouldn't miss any chance, no matter how small, to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Our Blood Soul sect won't act rashly, we investigated before approaching you. And even if you refuse, it doesn't matter. There are countless quasi-emperors in the entire Xiantian realm desperately seeking to break through to the Great Emperor realm. If you won't do it, plenty of other quasi-emperors will. Hearing this, Mo Qinren's expression turned incredibly ugly, yet he couldn't refute it. Indeed, based on his understanding of other quasi-emperors, if the opportunity to break through to the Great Emperor realm were presented to them, they wouldn't necessarily refuse, even if it meant sacrificing their sect members or relatives. That's how immortals are, given the chance, they'll advance without hesitation. Oh, right, I should remind you, it's not 5 late-stage quasi-emperors anymore, it's 6. The Blood Soul sect envoy seemed to remember something and reminded him. What? You've even set your sights on people from my demon-breaking valley? Mo Qinren's expression was incredibly grim. He hadn't expected that even a late-stage quasi-emperor from his demon-breaking valley would be targeted. The Blood Soul sect envoy approached Mo Qinren, patted him on the shoulder, and chuckled. It's all right. Once you break through to the Great Emperor realm, you can have as many late-stage quasi-emperor experts as you want. Besides, you have no choice but to comply now, do you? Mo Qinren took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Indeed, once he broke through to the Great Emperor realm, he would be invincible in the entire Xiantian realm, except for the mysterious and unpredictable Blood Soul sect. Thinking of this, a hint of apprehension crept into Mo Qinren's eyes as he looked at the Blood Soul sect envoy. This did not affect the plan's progress, and soon the day arrived for Wu Dao to leave Tianyu Mountain and return home. Ancestor, rest assured, I will definitely protect the Holy Sun. As long as I am alive, the Holy Sun will be safe. Under the orders of Marshal Saint Na, a late-stage quasi-emperor ancestor from Tianyu Mountain named Chen Wushuan secretly followed Wu Dao. Standing atop Tianyu Mountain, Wu Shenna watched Wu Dao depart and sighed helplessly. For some reason, he felt a vague unease, as if something was about to happen. I hope Wu Dao will succeed this time. With my methods and Elder Wushuan's protection, even a peak quasi-emperor might not be able to harm him. Meanwhile, back in the Wu family compound, Wu Xianyuan, who was in seclusion attempting to break through to the Saint realm, felt a sudden unease and quickly broke free from his cultivation. What's going on? Why do I have this feeling that something terrible is about to happen? Wu Xianyuan felt a deep sense of dread and unease. The feeling was oppressive and made him very uncomfortable. Soon, Wu Xianyuan emerged from seclusion and saw his wife, Li Yulong, standing before his cave. Li Yulong's face was also filled with unease, which intensified upon seeing Wu Xianyuan. She approached him and couldn't help but speak. Husband, I feel very uneasy, like something terrible is about to happen. Hearing his wife's words, Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong exchanged a glance, then without hesitation, rushed towards their grandfather, Wu Hao. Soon, they arrived at Wu Hao's courtyard, where Wu Hao was watching with doting eyes as Su Qiuran played with his grandson, Wu Li. At this moment, the two couldn't care less about anything else and went to Wu Hao to tell him what had happened. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's expression became slightly grave. Wu Dao was a chosen one, and it was normal for him to experience some tribulations in his life, but under normal circumstances, nothing bad would happen. However, Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong didn't know this, they were only concerned about the safety of their child. Thinking of this, Wu Hao sighed and said, "It's alright, I'll go check." Hearing that their grandfather could intervene, Wu Xianyuan and Li Yulong breathed a sigh of relief, their worries lessening considerably. Since Grandpa has intervened, his son should be alright, right? Back in the central region, Wu Hao knew Wu Dao was cultivating on Tianyu Mountain. It wasn't that Wu Hao intentionally wanted to pay attention. Wu Hao was currently at the peak of the mortal-immortal realm, just one step away from breaking through to true immortal, and his divine sense range was vast enough that a slight probe would reveal the situation. Therefore, upon learning that Wu Dao might be in danger, Wu Hao immediately headed towards Tianyu Mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Dao had encountered 5 late-stage quasi-emperors from the demon-breaking valley. Seeing the 5 menacing late-stage quasi-emperors appear before him, Wu Dao's expression was extremely grim. He hadn't expected that simply going down the mountain would attract the attention of 5 late-stage quasi-emperors, especially since he was only at the peak of the Saint Realm. Just as Wu Dao was pondering how to handle the situation, a figure appeared before him, shouting, "Holy Sun, run! Leave this to me! Peerless ancestor, what are you doing here?" The moment the other party appeared, Wu Dao recognized him, his expression changing slightly, and he said with some surprise. But Chen Wushuan didn't say much at this moment, only leading with the words, "There's no time to explain, you go first," before charging towards the 5 late-stage quasi-emperor experts. Seeing this, Wu Dao gritted his teeth, then turned and fled towards Tianyu Mountain. He knew that staying would only be a burden to Elder Wushuan, a clean escape might even give Elder Wushuan a chance to survive. But just as Wu Dao turned to flee, several blood-red pillars of light rose from the ground around them, instantly forming a scarlet cage that surrounded them. Chapter 56, A Deadly Situation? Wu Yufan makes a dazzling appearance. Damn it, did you plan this all along? Chen Wuxuan looked at the scene before him, then at the 5 late-stage quasi-emperor level experts, his expression turning grim. However, to Chen Wuxuan's surprise, the 5 late-stage quasi-emperor level experts opposite him were also exchanging bewildered glances. Something was wrong, this wasn't in the script. However, these 5 tacitly agreed that it must be the work of the opposing force. They could only hope that to successfully eliminate the holy son of Tianyu Mountain here, no mistakes could be tolerated. But soon, their expressions changed. Something was wrong. If it was to eliminate Wu Yudao, then why did they feel their own blood energy being constantly drained, and not just blood energy? Something's wrong. Why is my own blood energy being drained? Who set up this formation? The patriarch of the Golden Saber sect spoke angrily, his expression extremely ugly. The others couldn't help but chime in. This wasn't the work of my Green Serpent sect. How could it be something my Joyful Union sect did? Check it out, I'm having my power drained too. It wasn't my Iron Puppet sect either. Everyone's expressions involuntarily turned to the patriarch of the Demon-Slaying Valley, but at this moment, the patriarch of the Demon-Slaying Valley, Mo Liangzin, also had a grim expression. Without much thought, the other 4 could naturally guess that they had probably been tricked. Just then, the Blood Soul sect envoy appeared from the shadows, clapping his hands. He, not bad, you've finally taken the bait. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Blood Soul sect envoy, the Golden Saber sect patriarch and the others quickly guessed that the current situation was probably caused by the other party. And upon seeing Mo Qinren standing next to the Blood Soul sect envoy, Mo Liangzhen's expression was one of disbelief, and he exclaimed in shock, "Valley Master, what are you doing?" Mo Qinren's expression remained calm, showing no intention of explaining, or perhaps he was simply too guilty to speak in front of his sect's elders. However, the Blood Soul sect envoy beside him spoke up enthusiastically, sneering, He, can't you see? Your Valley Master has sold you out, for a chance to break through to the Great Emperor realm." Hearing this, Mo Liangzhen and the others were filled with disbelief. Just then, Chen Wuxuan spoke, his tone laced with undisguised mockery. Interesting. You originally planned to attack the Holy Sun, but you ended up being sold out yourself. Following Chen Wuxuan's words, the Joyful Union sect's patriarch, Li Suhuan, changed his tone and said, "Let's join forces. If we don't join forces now, we might really not be able to escape later." Hearing this, Chen Wuxuan remained silent for a while before speaking. "Fine, I can join forces with you, but I need you to swear an oath to the Heavenly Dao that you will not harm me or the Holy Sun from this day forward. Otherwise, you can all wait to die." Hearing Chen Wuxuan's words, Mo Liangzhen and the others gritted their teeth in anger, accusing Chen Wuxuan of taking advantage of their vulnerability. However, it was clear that they had no other choice but to join forces with Chen Wuxuan. Although Chen Wuxuan was at the same late-stage quasi-emperor level as them, his strength far surpassed theirs, at least equivalent to 2 late-stage quasi-emperors. With Chen Wuxuan joining them, their chances of surviving would be much greater. As for Mo Liangzhen, after being betrayed by his own Valley Master, he had become disillusioned with the Demon-Slaying Valley and thus made a heavenly oath without hesitation. Seeing that they had all made heavenly oaths, Chen Wuxuan no longer hesitated and joined forces with them to attack the Blood Soul sect envoy and Mo Qinren. However, the Blood Soul sect envoy, having witnessed this, sneered, calling it amusing, and then snapped his fingers. Instantly, the power of the formation intensified, directly suppressing Chen Wuxuan and the others to the ground. What? The formation's power is actually this strong? The Green Serpent sect's patriarch, Serpent Spirit, exclaimed in disbelief, his pupils widening. The array alone could suppress them, let alone the Blood Soul sect envoy and Mo Qinren. Seeing his ancestor and the others suppressed, Mo Qinren spoke up to remind them. "Don't forget what you promised this Valley Master. He had done so much to break through to the Great Emperor realm. If he couldn't, he would truly go mad." The Blood Soul sect envoy sneered. "Don't worry, this envoy naturally remembers it." Hearing the Blood Soul sect envoy's words, Mo Qinren nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he felt a sharp pain. Looking down, his eyes were filled with disbelief. A hand emanating dark, eerie energy pierced through his chest. Why? Mo Qinren turned to look at the Blood Soul sect envoy in disbelief. Although he couldn't see the envoy's face clearly, he could tell the expression on the envoy's face must be extremely happy. He, you didn't really think I'd help you break through to the Great Emperor realm, did you? Don't be naive. With the mere blood energy of 6 late-stage quasi-emperors, you can't possibly break through to the Great Emperor realm. Most importantly, you're a peak quasi-emperor blood catalyst. Hearing the Blood Soul sect envoy's words, Mo Qinren's eyes were filled with rage as he roared. "Damn it, you dare to deceive this Valley Master. Since that's the case, then let's." Before Mo Qinren could finish speaking, he was torn to shreds by the Blood Soul sect envoy's power. Countless terrifying blood energies were drawn by the formation and gathered at the top center, where a blood-red pill was slowly taking shape. Seeing this, Mo Liangzin and the others were filled with disbelief. They clearly hadn't expected that a powerhouse like Mo Qinren would be killed in a sneak attack. Even so, Mo Qinren was still a true peak quasi-emperor. At this moment, despair had settled in their hearts. After all, it seemed that unless a powerful figure passing by discovered the anomaly and intervened, they had no chance of survival. Just then, Wu Hao, the powerful figure who happened to be passing by, appeared outside the formation. Looking inside, Wu Hao fell into deep thought. He had clearly seen what was happening inside, but he was curious. As a transmigrator with a system as a cheat, he should theoretically be immune to the machinations of heaven. If that was the case, how was Wu Yudao, the chosen one, supposed to survive? While Wu Hao was wondering, he noticed a figure approaching from a distance, pursued by 3 quasi-emperor level experts. It was none other than Wu Yufan, the one being chased. Chapter 57: A clever trick to kill with a borrowed knife. Damn it, all I did was accidentally peek at your holy maiden bathing. Was it really necessary to chase me like this? Wu Yufan looked at the 3 early-stage quasi-emperor level experts relentlessly pursuing him, his face full of helplessness. The 3 early-stage quasi-emperor level experts behind Wu Yufan, upon hearing his words, could no longer suppress their anger. Boy, stop right there. Come back with us and apologize to our holy maiden, and maybe we'll spare your life. Stop. If you don't stop, we'll really kill you. Hearing their words, Wu Yufan's thoughts drifted back to a period of time. At that time, he was traveling in the northern region, and while passing by a large mountain, he accidentally saw Lin Zixin, the holy maiden of the soft water Holy Land, bathing in the wild. Why would a holy maiden of a holy land have to bathe in the wild? Even if it's just bathing, shouldn't basic safety measures be taken? However, Wu Yufan had misunderstood. That area belonged to the soft water Holy Land, inaccessible to ordinary people. Wu Yufan's entry was purely by chance. What followed was simply that the holy maiden of the soft water Holy Land discovered Wu Yufan, shouted, "You lecherous scoundrel, die!" Wu Yufan, realizing his mistake, fled, only to be chased by 3 early-stage quasi-emperor level experts. Currently, Wu Yufan could be considered invincible at the Supreme Realm, but against a quasi-emperor, he was still powerless, forced to flee, pursued all the way from the northern region to the central region. Just as Wu Yufan was pondering how to escape, he heard his great-grandfather's voice transmission. "Yufan! Great-grandfather, is that you?" Hearing Wu Hao's voice, Wu Yufan's eyes lit up. If his great-grandfather was here, then he would be safe. "Yes, it's great-grandpa. Great-grandpa has a way to help you escape. Head in that direction. Your cousin is in danger, attacked by demonic cultivators. If you guide those 3 to your cousin, they will naturally abandon you and attack those 3 demonic cultivators." Hearing this, Wu Yufan's eyes lit up, and he quickly headed in the direction Wu Hao indicated. Wu Hao watched this scene without interfering. He knew that the cultivators of the Xiantian realm were extremely hostile to both the righteous and demonic paths, let alone the Blood Soul Sect envoy who intended to break through to the Great Emperor level. Once those 3 elders of the Soft Water Holy Land saw this, they would inevitably attack the Blood Soul Sect envoy. With the addition of Mo Liangzin and the others, the Blood Soul Sect envoy would only be able to flee in disgrace. Soon, Wu Yufan arrived at the vicinity of the formation, following his great-grandpa Wu Hao's guidance. Although the Blood Soul Sect envoy had set up a disguise to make the surroundings appear normal, in reality, a quasi-emperor could easily detect the formation's existence with careful examination. Because of his status as the chosen one, Wu Yufan was much stronger than other cultivators of the same realm. After some investigation, he sensed that something was wrong and quickly hid in the vicinity. The instant Wu Yufan concealed himself, the 3 early-stage quasi-emperor elders of the Soft Water Holy Land arrived. After searching the area and finding no trace of Wu Yufan, their expressions furrowed. If they didn't bring Wu Yufan back, the Holy Maiden would likely hold a grudge against them. Although they were early-stage quasi-emperor elders with high status within the Soft Water Holy Land, they couldn't afford to offend the Holy Maiden, Lin Zixin, who was the daughter of the Holy Lord, Lin Shuru. After a careful search, they finally discovered something amiss. "Humph, you brat, you think you can escape our pursuit by setting up an array here? Come out now." The 3 early-stage quasi-emperor experts suddenly attacked, bombarding the array. Inside the array, Chen Wushuan and the others were pale. They could sense that if things continued like this, they would be refined within minutes. Wu Yudao had already fainted, his power steadily dissipating. At the top of the formation, a pill was slowly taking shape, seemingly nearing completion. Once the Blood Emperor pill is refined, I'll break through to the Great Emperor realm. At that time, the entire Xiantian realm will submit to my Blood Soul Sect. Just as the Blood Soul Sect envoy was indulging in his fantasy of ruling the Xiantian realm, he sensed an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation emanating from outside the formation. What's going on? Before the Blood Soul Sect envoy could react, the formation was shattered in the next second. What? The Blood Soul Sect envoy's expression darkened. He hadn't expected anyone to ruin his plans. He had prepared everything, so why couldn't he break through to the Great Emperor realm? Meanwhile, the three quasi-emperor elders of the Soft Water Holy Land were bewildered by the scene before them. Wait a minute, weren't they chasing Wu Yufan? Why did it seem like they'd been dragged into some inexplicable mess? Before they could even grasp the situation, Mo Liangzin and the others who had fallen to the ground stood up and addressed the elders of the Soft Water Holy Land. Thank you for your help, fellow deists. This person before us is a demonic cultivator. Please help us eliminate this demon. What? A demonic cultivator? The elders of the Soft Water Holy Land's expressions changed slightly upon hearing Mo Liangzin and the others' words. After exchanging glances, they decided to join forces to deal with the Blood Soul Sect envoy first. As for Wu Yufan, they could pursue him later. They figured their holy maiden was understanding and would understand. Seeing the 9 people attacking him, the Blood Soul Sect envoy's expression was extremely ugly. Given time, he would definitely kill all 9 of them. But most importantly, he had no time. He could sense the leaders of the Golden Saber sect and other forces approaching from afar. After the formation was broken, the elders of the Golden Saber sect and others had contacted their respective leaders. In other words, if he lingered any longer, the Blood Soul Sect envoy would likely be stranded here. Looking at the half-finished Blood Emperor pill in the distance, the Blood Soul Sect envoy gritted his teeth. He couldn't worry about anything else, he had to leave first. Just you wait, I will definitely return for revenge one day. After saying this, the Blood Soul Sect envoy emitted an extremely dense blood mist, obscuring the vision of Chen Wushuan and the others. When the blood mist disappeared, the Blood Soul Sect envoy, along with the half-finished Blood Emperor pill, vanished without a trace. Chapter 58 1 Blood Emperor pill was given away, and 1 million Blood Emperor pills were given in return. Where's my holy son? Where did my great holy son go? Although he was furious that the Blood Soul Sect envoy had escaped, Chen Wushuan quickly realized where was their holy son? Where was their great holy son? Just as Chen Wushuan was about to question Mo Liangzin and the others, Wu Hao's voice transmission appeared in his mind. Don't worry, Yi Dao has already gone home. I am his ancestor. Hearing Wu Hao's voice transmission, Chen Wushuan couldn't help but gasp. He was a late-stage quasi-emperor, yet even so, he couldn't sense the presence of any other powerful figures. Just how powerful was their holy son's ancestor? He knew it. With the holy son's terrifying talent, how could his family be anything but simple? Judging from the current situation, the holy son's ancestor was probably even more powerful than their own Tianyu Mountain's ancestor, probably close to breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. Wu Hao, sorry, I'm about to break through to true immortal. However, upon learning that their holy son was safe, Chen Wushuan breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Mo Liangzin and the others, saying, now that this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. The patriarchs of the Golden Saber sect also glanced at Mo Liangzin, the meaning in their eyes self-evident. Although this matter was provoked by your Demon-Slaying Valley's Valley Master, you, as the Patriarch of Demon-Slaying Valley, also bear undeniable responsibility. In short, Demon-Slaying Valley should take care of itself. Mo Liangzin naturally understood this, so after taking his leave, he hurried back to Demon-Slaying Valley. His only hope now was that only Mo Qinren from the entire Demon-Slaying Valley had been involved. If others had been involved, their Demon-Slaying Valley might be accused of colluding with demonic cultivators. At that time, all the righteous sects in the entire Xiantian realm would likely launch a coordinated attack on Demon-Slaying Valley, each wanting a share of its spoils. Therefore, he needed to make all the necessary preparations beforehand. After waiting for a while, the Golden Saber sect's patriarch and the others arrived at the scene, only a few seconds after Mo Liangzin left. Upon arriving, they learned of what had happened from their patriarch, their faces filled with undisguised grimness. Clearly, they hadn't expected Mo Qinren to dare scheme against them. If Mo Qinren hadn't already been killed by the Blood Soul Sect's envoy, they would have certainly attacked him. By the way, what about Wu Dao? Was he killed? Dao Hafuang and the others remembered something and asked their patriarch. Upon hearing this, the Golden Saber sect's patriarch and the others hesitated for a moment, but still recounted what had happened. Upon hearing their ancestor's decision, Dao Hafuang and the others were only momentarily furious. But upon reflection, they realized they had no other choice but to agree. After all, even if Tianyu Mountain became powerful, they wouldn't simply annihilate them. However, if the demonic cultivators grew stronger, they would truly be wiped out. Alright, let's leave it at that. Next time we will absolutely not let Wu Dao escape. A fierce expression appeared on Dao Hahuang's face as he spoke. As for the elders of the Soft Water Holy Land, after seeing the Blood Soul Sect envoy escape, they turned and rushed back to the Soft Water Holy Land. The appearance of a quasi-emperor level demonic cultivator in the central region was a matter that needed to be reported to the Holy Land as soon as possible, otherwise, it would be too late to act once the opponent grew stronger. Moreover, they vaguely sensed a conspiracy in this incident. This demonic cultivator was attempting to break through to the Great Emperor level. Once the opponent reached the Great Emperor level, even with the blessing of an Emperor-level weapon, their Holy Land might not be a match for a Great Emperor demonic cultivator. Although a quasi-Emperor-level cultivator with an Emperor-level weapon possesses the combat power of an early Great Emperor, that's only in terms of raw power. In terms of endurance, a normal Great Emperor is still stronger. In other words, if a Great Emperor demonic cultivator wanted to, he could wear down a Saint Lord level figure. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Yufan, without anyone noticing, took Wu Yudao away, also taking the Blood Emperor pill with him. After all, the Blood Emperor pill looked very rare, and consuming it would definitely bring him great benefit. However, upon obtaining the Blood Emperor pill, Wu Yufan's face was filled with disappointment. He sensed that the power contained within the Blood Emperor pill was extremely chaotic and disordered, something only cultivators of the Blood Soul sect could absorb. If he were to absorb it, it would actually damage his foundation. Although it could raise his cultivation level, his foundation would be damaged in case of forcing growth. Wu Yufan wasn't that kind of person, so he didn't swallow the pill. Just then, Wu Hao appeared before them. Great-grandpa. Wu Yufan addressed Wu Hao, but because Wu Yudao was still unconscious in his arms, it was inconvenient for him to perform the proper greeting. Wu Hao nodded, then spoke. Give me that pill. Yes, great-grandpa. Although he didn't know what his great-grandfather wanted, it was useless to him, so he might as well give it to his great-grandfather. After taking the pill, Wu Hao glanced at it and then stuffed it into Wu Yudao's mouth. Wu Yufan was stunned by this. He hadn't expected his great-grandfather to give the pill to his cousin without a word. Didn't he know that the medicinal power in this pill was extremely impure? As if knowing Wu Yufan's thoughts, Wu Hao smiled and said, "It's all right. Your cousin possesses a chaotic body. These impure medicinal powers have no effect on him. As long as it's energy, your cousin can absorb it and turn it into his own use." Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yufan couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't expected his cousin to possess such a terrifying, bug-level physique as the Chaos Body. The Chaos Body was even more terrifying than his own ancient sacred body. No, it seems I need to work even harder, otherwise, if my cousin surpasses me, what face will I have left as his older cousin? The pride of being the older cousin spurred Wu Yufan to work even harder, vowing to become the number one among the fourth generation of the Wu family. Great-grandpa, I won't be going home yet. I'll go home as soon as I break through to Quasi-Emperor. Wu Yufan handed his cousin to Wu Hao and said earnestly. He was about to turn and leave when he remembered something. He felt it was necessary to tell his great-grandfather about the Blood Soul sect. After all, the Blood Soul sect was even more powerful than the Holy Land. Even his great-grandfather would probably be wary if he knew. Wu Hao, right. Wu Yufan had originally thought Wu Hao would be shocked after learning about the Blood Soul sect, but his great-grandfather seemed to have expected it, which hurt Wu Yufan somewhat. Alright, that's your problem, and it's a trouble you should solve. But if you ask, your great-grandfather can help you deal with the Blood Soul sect, but only if you ask. Wu Hao looked at Wu Yufan and spoke earnestly, making everyone instinctively believe that Wu Hao truly meant what he said, including Wu Yufan himself. But Wu Yufan shook his head resolutely. No need, great-grandpa. Leave this to me. The mere Blood Soul sect will only become a stepping stone on my path to invincibility. Although Wu Yufan's cultivation level was only at the Saint King realm at this moment, he already possessed an invincible aura, causing Wu Hao to nod in approval. Such a person deserved the destiny of a chosen one. Unlike those guys who were deceived by women 3 times and even betrayed their families to be with the woman who deceived them, they didn't deserve to be the chosen one. Wu Yufan left. Only after Wu Yufan left did Wu Hao have time to check the system's feedback, and after seeing it, Wu Hao couldn't help but gasp. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gifting 1 Blood Emperor pill. The recipient has been identified as a chosen one. 1 million Blood Emperor pills have been sent as feedback. Blood Emperor pill can help the recipient advance to the Great Emperor realm, but this is a forced advancement. Subsequent breakthroughs will be much more difficult than for cultivators who normally break through to the Great Emperor realm. Chapter 59 I am a Chaos Body, I shall create my own Chaos Dao. Tisk tisk tisk, I never expected to find such a treasure. Wu Hao couldn't help but marvel at the Blood Emperor pill in his system space. Although he was a peak red dust immortal, cultivating a great emperor wasn't impossible for him, but if he could have a pill to help him quickly become a great emperor, that would be ideal. Thinking this, Wu Hao considered that perhaps it was time to find some people who couldn't cultivate and then cultivate them into great emperors to serve his Wu family. But clearly, now wasn't the most suitable time. He should take Wu Yudao home first. As for why Wu Yudao wanted to go home, Wu Hao had already guessed the reason. It was for the remaining chaos scripture. After all, Wu Yudao had already cultivated to the peak of the Saint Realm, and with the Blood Emperor pill he had just consumed, he only needed to awaken to break through to the peak of the Saint King realm. However, Wu Hao hadn't found any remaining chaos scripture in the entire Xiantian realm. It seemed that the chaos scripture only had chapters cultivated to the Saint King realm. After some thought, Wu Hao decided to take Wu Dao home first, and deal with the rest later. Phew, where am I? Am I dead? Wu Dao woke up as if from a nightmare, looking around in shock. But when he saw that everything around him was his familiar home, he breathed a sigh of relief. The servant at the door, seeing Wu Dao awake, quickly went to report the news to Wu Xianyuan. Shortly afterward, Wu Hao and his entourage appeared before Wu Dao's bedside. Seeing the worried expressions on his family's faces, Wu Dao smiled and said, "Why are you all crying? I'm perfectly fine. You child, why are you always putting yourself in danger? Don't you ever consider the situation before you act?" Li Yulong, having learned the general situation from Wu Hao, looked at Wu Dao with heartache and said, "She was only at the nascent soul stage, rarely even seen a saint, let alone her son facing a quasi-emperor level figure." Seeing his mother crying, Wu Dao panicked. After repeatedly assuring her he would be more careful next time, Li Yulong finally stopped crying. "By the way, did you bring me back, great-grandpa?" Wu Dao asked Wu Hao. Wu Hao shook his head. "Your cousin took you away. I just happened to be nearby, so I brought you back." So it was cousin Yufan. Wu Dao suddenly realized. If any cousin could have taken him away, it could only be the mysterious and unpredictable cousin Yufan. Speaking of Wu Yufan, Wu Dao's eyes were filled with admiration. He had heard Wu Yufan's name many times since leaving the Wu family and knew how extraordinary Wu Yufan's talent was. Wu Dao's wish was to one day reach Wu Yufan's level. "By the way, great-grandpa, what about inside my body?" Wu Dao seemed to remember something, and looked at Wu Hao with a slightly hesitant expression. Wu Hao, without any hesitation, spoke about the Blood Emperor pill and explained it to him. "Your chaotic body can harness all the power in the world. Although the Blood Emperor pill's medicinal power is extremely complex, it won't affect you. You just need to patiently refine it." Hearing this, Wu Dao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. After seeing that Wu Dao was alright, Wu Xianyuan and his wife left the room, and Wu Rolong and the others also left one after another. Only Wu Dao and Wu Hao remained in the room before Wu Dao finally spoke. "Great-grandpa, my cultivation is about to break through to the Saint King realm. If it's not the next chapter of the chaotic scripture, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue breaking through." Wu Dao's face was full of worry. He was not even 30 years old this year. After refining all the medicinal power of the Blood Emperor pill, he would be able to break through to the peak of the Saint King realm naturally. However, without the subsequent chapters of the Chaos Scripture, he would be stuck at the peak of the Saint King realm. Wu Dao naturally didn't want to see this happen, so his tone was full of urgency and anxiety. But Wu Hao simply sighed, then turned his back to Wu Dao and spoke. "Yi Dao, do you know why your great-grandfather named you Wu Dao?" Upon hearing this, Wu Dao pondered for a long time before raising his head, his eyes filled with determination. "I know. My father told me it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to forge my own path, to create a path that belonged to me, that's why he named me Wu Dao." "Good, you're a promising student. Now, let me tell you a story. It's about the first chaos body in the entire Xiantian realm. At that time, there was no such thing as the chaos scripture. That chaos body, with the help of other accomplices, cultivated to the Great Emperor realm. However, after reaching the Great Emperor realm, he discovered that his strength wasn't among the best of his kind among cultivators of the same level. So he made a decision that shocked the entire Xiantian realm. He directly dispersed his cultivation and started anew, creating his own chaos scripture, and then successfully broke through to the realm above the Great Emperor, ascending to the upper realm. So what your great-grandfather wants to tell you is that if you want to create your own path, then you must create your own chaos scripture. The chaos scripture you are currently cultivating is the one cultivated by the former Chaos Emperor. If you continue to cultivate the chaos scripture created by the Chaos Emperor, then you can only reach his limit, and you will not be able to forge your own path of chaos. Do you understand? Of course, if you wish to follow the path of that Chaos Emperor, then your great-grandfather can also help you obtain the remaining chaos scriptures." As he finished speaking, Wu Hao turned to look at Wu Dao with a serious expression, his aura compelling everyone to believe what he said. However, this story wasn't fabricated by Wu Hao, it was recorded in the cultivation history of the Xiantian realm. Even if Wu Dao wanted to investigate, he would only find the same result as what he had described. Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Dao's expression changed, becoming extremely excited and filled with fighting spirit. Yes, he was a chaotic body, possessing limitless potential, but if he followed others' paths, he could only reach their destinations. What Wu Dao wanted was to reach his own destination. Thinking this, Wu Dao no longer hesitated, his tone incredibly firm. "Great-grandfather, I've made up my mind. I am a chaotic body, I shall create my own chaotic path." Chapter 60 Wu Dao's recultivation after dispersing his skills. Hearing Wu Dao's words, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Of course, Wu Hao didn't just casually suggest that Wu Yudao create his own chaos scripture. After all, he wouldn't joke about the million-fold reward of being a chosen one. In fact, as a chaos body, Wu Yudao's deductive abilities were terrifying. Furthermore, Wu Yudao was only under 30 years old, meaning he still had plenty of time to create his own chaos scripture. Just as Wu Hao was thinking about this, Wu Yudao's aura began to weaken rapidly, declining from the peak of the saint realm, through the late, middle, and early stages of sainthood. Then came the tribulation transcending, void refining, deity transformation, nascent soul, directly dropping to chi refining, and finally returning to the realm of mortals. Great-grandpa, I understand. I will begin deducing my own chaos scripture during this time. Wu Yudao's eyes were filled with the feeling of great-grandpa, I've understood, which deeply moved Wu Hao. He then turned and left, letting Wu Yudao cultivate in the room. With the aid of the Blood Emperor pill, Wu Yudao's speed in deduce the chaos scripture would increase significantly, but it wasn't a matter of a day or two. Wu Hao wasn't in a hurry, slow and steady wins the race. On the contrary, Wu Xianyuan and the others were filled with anxiety and worry upon learning that Wu Yudao had lost his cultivation. They wanted to say something, but Wu Hao stopped them. Don't worry, that kid Yudao is no ordinary child. He can succeed. Wu Hao smiled, his face full of confidence. Wu Hao couldn't guarantee success for anyone else, but this was the chosen one. Do you understand the significance of being the chosen one? Success was practically guaranteed. Although Wu Xianyuan and the others were still worried, they couldn't say anything more after hearing Wu Hao's words. They could only hope that Wu Yudao would truly succeed. More than a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Wu Yudao locked himself in his room, his mind filled with thoughts of how to cultivate his chaos scripture. He was almost obsessed. Seeing this, Wu Hao couldn't help but sigh, then went to Wu Yudao's room. Wu Yudao looked rather haggard, his beard unshaven and his hair disheveled. Great-grandpa, do you think it's because I lack the talent to create my own chaos scripture? Why haven't I been able to deduce the Dao that suits me after a whole year of research? Seeing Wu Hao appear, Wu Yudao's eyes were filled with weariness, clearly a huge blow to this once proud son of heaven. Seeing his great-grandson's haggard appearance, Wu Hao sighed helplessly, then offered some words of comfort. This isn't your problem. Sometimes being too attached can become a limitation. Why don't you go out and explore? Sometimes a more open mind makes it easier to gain insights. Right now, you're too attached to appearances. Hearing this, Wu Yudao seemed to grasp something, his eyes lighting up. Thank you, great-grandpa, I understand. With that, Wu Yudao ignored Wu Xianyuan and the others' attempts to stop him, and resolutely left home. Of course, with Wu Yudao's current mortal body, even if he traveled for a lifetime, he wouldn't be able to leave Wu Hao's spiritual sense range. Therefore, Wu Hao kept a close eye on Wu Yudao every moment after he left the Wu family. Then, on the second day after leaving home, Wu Yudao had an epiphany, creating his own chaos scripture, breaking through to the chi refining stage, and with the help of the Blood Emperor pill, directly advancing to the peak of chi refining. And that wasn't all. On the seventh day, he directly comprehended foundation establishment, broke through to the Spirit Sea stage in a month, broke through to the Golden Core stage in 3 months, advanced to the Nascent Soul stage in half a year, and recovered to the Deity Transformation stage in a year. By the 5th year, he had already recovered to the peak of the Tribulation Transcending stage. Wu Hao, seeing this, couldn't help but gasp. He had to admit that the Chosen One was indeed the Chosen One. If he hadn't been a cheat code, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep up with such a terrifying speed of advancement. Although envious, Wu Hao didn't say anything. After all, this was his descendant, and he had given him a million-fold return. In other words, the stronger his descendant, the stronger he would become. A win-win situation. 5 years passed, and Wu Hao had already advanced to the peak of the true immortal realm, just one step away from becoming a golden immortal. During these 5 years, Sukioran had raised Wu Li into an extremely refined young man, strikingly handsome. Great-grandpa, can I start cultivating today? Wu Li approached Wu Hao with great enthusiasm and asked. Every boy dreams of flying on a sword, regardless of age, and Wu Li was no exception. Having been taken flying around by Sukioran since childhood, Wu Li had long wanted to cultivate on his own and experience the thrill of flying on a sword. Seeing Wu Li's expectant eyes, Wu Hao smiled and nodded, reaching out to pat Wu Li's head. Not bad, little Wu Li can start cultivating from today. With that, Wu Hao directly pulled out a cultivation manual from his storage ring, on which were written 4 large characters. The Time-Space Evolution Scripture. This was the cultivation manual Wu Hao could find that was most suitable for his time-space divine body. Taking the time-space evolution scripture from Wu Hao's hand, Wu Li's eyes couldn't help but shine. From today onwards, he, Wu Li, was also a qualified cultivator. Thinking of this, Wu Li opened the time-space evolution scripture, memorizing every word. Then, following the meridian pathways described in the scripture, he began to sense spiritual energy, absorbing it into his body to break through to the chi refining realm. Unfortunately, because Wu Li had a low-grade spiritual root, it took him almost a whole day to break through to the early stage of qi refining. Great-grandpa, are you disappointed with Wu Li's performance? Wu Li felt ashamed of his performance, having only broken through to the qi refining stage after a whole day. But Wu Hao simply shook his head, his expression extremely serious as he comforted him. Wu Li, you must remember one thing, since you possess a low-grade spiritual root, it proves you've obtained your ticket to immortality. So what if it's a low-grade spiritual root? As long as you can cultivate immortality, you're already stronger than many others. Besides, even though I only have a low-grade spiritual root, I still managed to break through to this powerful level, didn't I? Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Li nodded in agreement, vowing to work even harder. Meanwhile, Wu Hao was thinking about when to expel Wu Li. After all, if Wu Li stayed in the Wu family, he wouldn't be able to find his natal immortal artifact. Although Wu Hao had been searching for Wu Li's natal immortal artifact for the past 8 years, it seemed as if its secrets and aura were concealed, and Wu Hao couldn't find it at all. However, it made sense. Wu Li was a reincarnation of an immortal emperor. What if someone else took his natal immortal artifact without some means of protection? Although Wu Li needed to leave the Wu family to find the natal immortal artifact, Wu Hao didn't intend to let him leave so easily. He wanted to at least advance Wu Li's spiritual root to a mid-grade or even high-grade before letting him leave the Wu family. Chapter 61 Wu Li leaves home. Grandpa, are you really going to let Wu Li go too? Inside the Wu family home, Wu Hao had gathered Wu Wangwu and his wife together, asking with extremely reluctant expressions. But Wu Hao nodded resolutely, then explained. Wu Li, like Yi Fan and Yi Dao, is a chosen one. A chosen one needs to experience trials to grow. Keeping him in our Wu family will only hinder his growth. Don't worry, their destinies are special, they'll be fine. Hearing his grandfather say this, Wu Wangwu and his wife, Yu Yuren, could only nod in agreement. Of course, I won't let Wu Li leave like this. Let's upgrade his spiritual root to a high-grade spiritual root first. Wu Hao said, having thought of something. After all, Wu Li is a chosen one, meaning that if he upgrades Wu Li's spiritual root to a high-grade spiritual root, the system will reward him with 1 million mid-grade and high-grade spiritual roots. Hearing this, Wu Wangwu nodded and agreed. I understand, Grandpa. Quickly, Wu Wangwu agreed and began the spiritual root enhancement plan for Wu Li. Ding, congratulations to the host for investing in a descendant of the Chosen One's mid-grade spiritual root. 1 million mid-grade spiritual roots have been returned to the host. The host can gift them to the desired targets. Ding, congratulations to the host for investing in a descendant of the Chosen One's high-grade spiritual root. 1 million high-grade spiritual roots have been returned to the host. The host can gift them to the desired targets. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, with the help of Wu Wangwu and others, Wu Li's low-grade spiritual root successfully advanced to a high-grade spiritual root. As for advancing to a top-grade spiritual root, the Wu family's current resources are not yet sufficient, even though the Wu family is now the wealthiest force in the entire Xiantian realm. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, due to the limitations of Wu Li's own talent, he only managed to break through to the Spirit Sea realm, far inferior to Wu Yufan and Wu Yudao. 10 years later, Wu Li had come of age, and it was time for him to leave the Wu family. Father, mother, do I really have to go? Wu Li looked at his parents, whose faces also showed reluctance, and asked with a wry smile. Wu Wangwu simply smiled and shook his head, his eyes hardening. Child, that's something you must experience. Only by experiencing those things can you become a true cultivator. Besides, the Xiantian realm is so vast, and communication is so convenient now, contacting them will be easy. Hearing this, Wu Li no longer hesitated. He resolutely turned and walked towards the outside of the Wu family compound. But just as he was about to reach an area where Wu Wangwu and the others could no longer see him, he turned back and waved heavily to them before turning and leaving. As for Wu Hao, he stood atop the mountain near the Wu family's residence, watching Wu Li depart. Su Qiuran stayed by Wu Hao's side, her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at Wu Li. After all, Su Qiuran had raised Wu Li. It would be a lie to say their bond wasn't deep, but it was her husband's decision, so even though Su Qiuran was reluctant, she could only agree. In the past 10 years, Su Qiuran had broken through to the Saint King realm, while Wu Hao had successfully advanced to the Golden Immortal realm, with a lifespan of tens of millions of years. After all, with the million-fold feedback from the 3 chosen ones and the cumulative feedback from hundreds of members of the Wu family, Wu Hao would break through to his limit without even realizing it, even if he didn't want to. Husband, so what are you planning to do next? Su Qiuran looked at Wu Hao. From his recent behavior, she could more or less tell that Wu Hao was planning something. Wu Hao shook his head and then looked at Su Qiuran and spoke. I plan to build an Emperor Legion. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Qiuran couldn't believe it. She stood there stunned for a long time before finally speaking, her tone full of doubt and shock. Husband, what are you going to build? An Emperor Legion, why? Wu Hao asked again, somewhat puzzled. Now that Sukioran had heard clearly, she was even more shocked and said, "Husband, are you sure you're not joking? That's a great emperor." As a native of the Xiantian realm and a quasi-saintess of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Sukioran naturally knew that there were currently no great emperors in the Xiantian realm. This meant that if someone broke through to the great emperor level, they could rule the entire Xiantian realm. Unless the 4 holy lands joined forces, they would be no match for a single great emperor. Wu Hao smiled, mysteriously took out a blood emperor pill from his storage ring, and then explained, "Under normal circumstances, I would never dare to talk about forming an emperor legion, but you should experience this pill first." In fact, when Wu Hao took out the blood emperor pill, Sukioran keenly sensed the terrifying medicinal power within it. It's no exaggeration to say that if she had it, she could definitely break through to the emperor level. As if knowing what Sukioran was thinking, Wu Hao shook his head and said, "Although this pill can help ordinary people break through to the great emperor level in a short period of time, it will have a great impact on the cultivator's future cultivation. In other words, the path ahead is almost cut off." Upon hearing this, Sukioran suppressed the urge to swallow the pill, but quickly remembered something and asked curiously, "So, husband, where did you get this pill?" Wu Hao raised an eyebrow and then asked, "Do you remember what happened 11 years ago when you returned with Yi Dao?" Hearing this, Sukioran recalled the incident and nodded. Wu Hao continued, "This pill was left behind by the demonic cultivator who attacked Yi Dao back then. I simply obtained the pill and made some minor improvements. And now, I have about 100 of these blood emperor pills." Hearing that Wu Hao possessed so many blood emperor pills, Sukioran was stunned, but her eyes quickly filled with ecstatic joy. After all, this meant they could cultivate 100 great emperor-level experts for the Wu family. It's no exaggeration to say that a single great emperor would make the Wu family the undisputed overlord of the Xiantian realm. If they had 100, the entire Xiantian realm would likely belong to the Wu family from this day forward. However, what Sukioran didn't know was that Wu Hao actually possessed not just 100 blood emperor pills, but a terrifying 1 million. He only released them all to avoid inflation. After all, great emperor-level experts were currently scarce in the Xiantian realm. If great emperors suddenly became abundant, they would lose their value. As for whether she could control the great emperor she cultivated, that was outside Sukioran's plan. Based on her understanding of Wu Hao, unless he had absolute certainty, he would never have considered creating an army of great emperors. Thinking that Wu Hao's strength might have now surpassed that of a great emperor, Sukioran felt a pang of frustration. It seemed she needed to work even harder. What if her husband one day disliked her for being too weak? Wu Hao hadn't expected Sukioran to have such a wild imagination. At this moment, Wu Hao was preoccupied with how to proceed with the Great Emperor Legion. Since the Blood Emperor pill could allow ordinary people to break through to the Great Emperor level, Wu Hao naturally wouldn't choose someone with spiritual roots to use it. After all, what if that person later repaid kindness with enmity and accused Wu Hao of cutting off their path? Furthermore, and most importantly, absolute loyalty was essential. Intelligence and appearance were secondary, only those loyal to him were worth cultivating. Chapter 62 Wu Yufan, entangled with peach blossoms, encounters the Blood Soul sect envoy again. "Sister, I told you I really didn't mean it. Why are you so determined to get back at me?" At this moment, in the northern region of the Xiantian realm, Wu Yufan looked at the white-clad woman relentlessly pursuing him, his face filled with helplessness. There was no time to mourn the Blood Soul sect's envoy. Now, chasing Wu Yufan was the holy maiden from the Soft Water Holy Land, hailed as a peerless genius, a talent unseen in a million years throughout the entire Soft Water Holy Land. Holy maiden Lin Zixin. Lin Zixin, at only 500 years old, had already broken through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, and was considered the most likely candidate to break through to the Great Emperor realm in the entire Soft Water Holy Land in nearly a million years. Because Wu Yufan had spied on her while she was bathing, causing Lin Zixin's Dao heart to become unstable and preventing her from breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. After learning of Wu Yufan's escape, Lin Zixin used the excuse of petitioning Lin Shuru to personally pursue and kill him. As long as Wu Yufan lives, Lin Zixin cannot break through to the Quasi-Emperor level. Therefore, Lin Shuru, upon learning of this, agreed and taught Lin Zixin various methods to prevent her from suffering at Wu Yufan's hands. Currently, Wu Yufan's realm is only at the peak of the Saint King level. He only manages to maintain a distance from Lin Zixin thanks to the strength of his ancient saint body. While he's not about to be caught by her, shaking her off in the short term is very difficult. No, I must find a way to get rid of her. Otherwise, if she interferes, I might not be able to break through to the supreme level. Wu Yufan originally intended to break through to the supreme level, but Lin Zixin's attention prevented him from doing so peacefully. After all, breaking through to the supreme level requires an extremely safe environment, otherwise, being interfered with could easily lead to a chi deviation. While pondering how to escape Lin Zixin's pursuit, Wu Yufan also observed his surroundings, searching for a way to shake her off. However, Lin Zixin was, after all, a peak supreme level expert. Furthermore, due to her powerful foundation and superior weaponry, even some weaker quasi-emperors might not be able to defeat her. As time unknowingly passed, Wu Yufan and Lin Zixin silently arrived in the western regions. Meanwhile, within a certain power in the western regions, all around were severed limbs and countless drops of blood flowing on the ground, forming a crimson river of blood. Cough cough, damn it. How dare you be so audacious as to destroy an entire sect? Aren't you afraid the 4 Holy Lands will once again purge your demonic cultivators? A middle-aged man clad in golden armor, gripping a broken sword in one hand and bracing himself against the ground, glared furiously at the figure in a blood-red robe before him. This was the Blood Soul Sect envoy who had previously had his Blood Emperor pill refining plan thwarted by Wu Yufan in the central region. After the plan failed, the Blood Soul Sect envoy came to the western region. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, the entire central region would launch a crackdown on demonic cultivators. And indeed, just as the Blood Soul Sect envoy had predicted, shortly after he left the central region, all the Quasi-Emperor level experts in the region swarmed out, determined to find him. Although he believed himself unmatched by anyone at his level, that was only under the condition that no Saint Lord level being intervened. In that situation, if his whereabouts were exposed, he wouldn't have the strength to face 4 Saint Lords working together. Not long after arriving in the western regions, he couldn't resist finding a near top-tier power, annihilating it, and using the blood essence of the entire power to refine the Blood Emperor pill. However, he clearly failed. This amount of blood essence could only bring his strength slightly closer to that of a true Great Emperor. It was useless beyond that. After all, the Blood Emperor pill requires a peak Quasi-Emperor as a catalyst, along with 5 late-stage Quasi-Emperors and a special physique to refine. The power he destroyed clearly didn't meet the requirements. Enough noise. The Blood Soul Sect envoy frowned, then directly slapped the late-stage Quasi-Emperor powerhouse to death. After killing the late-stage Quasi-Emperor expert, the Blood Soul Sect envoy turned to leave. For the Blood Soul Sect's grand plan, he needed to break through to the Great Emperor realm as soon as possible. Just as the Blood Soul Sect envoy was about to leave, he sensed something and his eyes lit up. Special physiques, 2 more. Thinking this, the Blood Soul Sect envoy didn't hesitate and vanished. On the other side, Wu Yufan was still thinking about how to get rid of Lin Zixin, while Lin Zixin was also thinking about quickly killing this lecherous Wu Yufan and then breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. But at that moment, Wu Yufan's hair stood on end, as if he were being watched by some terrifying force. Almost instinctively, he threw a full-force punch forward. Heavenly Emperor Fist. The instant Wu Yufan's fist landed, the Blood Soul Sect envoy appeared in front of him. It must be said that Wu Yufan's terrifying combat awareness was truly astounding. He could even predict the Blood Soul Sect envoy's appearance a step ahead. The Blood Soul Sect envoy was startled, but his excitement grew after he recovered. Wu Yufan's increased strength would greatly benefit his breakthrough to the Great Emperor realm. As for Wu Yufan's full-force punch, the Blood Soul Sect envoy considered it utterly insignificant. It must be said that Wu Yufan's foundation was indeed incredibly strong. Although only a Saint King, his powerful physique and terrifying techniques meant that even a normal early-stage Quasi-Emperor couldn't withstand his full-force punch. However, the Blood Soul Sect envoy before him was a peak Quasi-Emperor, so he simply blew a breath and blocked Wu Yufan's punch. What? Wu Yufan's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't expected his proud, full-force punch to be blocked so easily by the Blood Soul Sect envoy. Then, the Blood Soul Sect envoy flicked his wrist lightly, and in an instant, Wu Yufan felt an immense terror wash over him. The next second, almost before his mind could react, several spiritual shields appeared in front of Wu Yufan. However, in the eyes of a peak Quasi-Emperor, it was all in vain. The 99 layers of spiritual shields that Wu Yufan had erected in an instant were utterly destroyed the moment they came into contact with the spiritual energy shot out by the Blood Soul Sect envoy, like bullets hitting tofu, failing to even hold for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Soul Sect envoy's attack reached Wu Yufan, who could only stare blankly at the scene. This was the first time Wu Yufan had felt such despair. Even when he faced 3 Saint Kings at the Saint Realm, he had managed to escape, but now he truly saw no hope of survival whatsoever. But just then, a beautiful figure appeared before Wu Yufan. Chapter 63. Even in dire straits, there is always a glimmer of hope. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually intervene. Seeing Lin Zixin appear before Wu Yufan and block the attack for him, the Blood Soul Sect envoy couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. After all, he had just seen Lin Zixin chasing after Wu Yufan, their relationship seemingly irreconcilable, yet she had unexpectedly stepped in to protect him. Of course, because the Blood Soul Sect envoy intended to severely injure Wu Yufan without killing him, he didn't use his full strength in this attack. Otherwise, if the Blood Soul Sect envoy had been more serious, Wu Yufan would probably be dead already. Wu Hao, are you serious? Of course, what everyone present didn't know was that Wu Hao had already left numerous protective measures on Wu Yufan, provided that the attack actually killed him, otherwise, it wouldn't be triggered. After all, what good is it for a chosen one to always have cheat codes? They always have to experience some setbacks. We righteous cultivators are different from you demonic cultivators. If we were to fight amongst ourselves under these circumstances, wouldn't we become a laughingstock for you demonic cultivators? Lin Zixin unleashed an extremely powerful aura, but in the eyes of the Blood Soul Sect envoy opposite her, it was still insufficient. As the most likely holy maiden to break through to the Great Emperor realm in the entire Su Rao Shui Holy Land in millions of years, Lin Zixin naturally possessed a special physique, the legendary Profoundian Holy Body. A powerful physique that, according to legend, grants numerous benefits to both parties after dual cultivation with a man. Of course, without losing her virginity, Lin Zixin's cultivation speed was also much faster than that of a normal person. Interesting, but to me, 1 or 2 makes no difference. Let's take you down as soon as possible to avoid further trouble. The Blood Soul Sect envoy shook his head, and the next second, he suddenly attacked Lin Zixin and Wu Yufan. In this life or death situation, Lin Zixin and Wu Yufan couldn't care less about anything else. Their most important task was to hold out against the Blood Soul Sect envoy. Hold on for another hour. I have already notified the Holy Lord, but it will take him an hour to arrive. Lin Zixin transmitted her voice to Wu Yufan, saying that if they could hold out against the Blood Soul Sect envoy for an hour, they would survive. Upon hearing Lin Zixin's message, a bitter smile appeared on Wu Yufan's face. Hold on for an hour. Was Lin Zixin joking? The Blood Soul Sect envoy in front of them was a peak quasi-emperor. The two of them combined could barely defeat a weakling at the mid-quasi-emperor stage. Could they really hold out for an hour? But even if they couldn't hold on, they had no choice but to, or at least spread the word, letting the top powers of the western regions or the Thunderclap Holy Land discover them. Otherwise, they wouldn't last an hour at all. However, this time the Blood Soul Sect envoy had clearly learned from his previous failure. Before making a move, he had already set up an isolation array around them, preventing any commotion from spreading. I'll stall him head-on, you support me from the side. Wu Yufan glanced at Lin Zixin, then resolutely charged towards the Blood Soul Sect envoy, catching Lin Zixin off guard. Seeing Wu Yufan rushing towards him, the Blood Soul Sect envoy's face flashed with disdain. A mere peak Saint King was nothing to fear. Seeing Wu Yufan unleash a full-force punch, the Blood Soul Sect envoy also threw a punch. He wanted to teach Wu Yufan that ants should behave like ants. He wasn't going all out only to keep him alive to refine the Blood Emperor pill. But the instant the Blood Soul Sect envoy's fist collided with Wu Yufan's, a terrifying force emanated from Wu Yufan, leaving the Blood Soul Sect envoy's face filled with shock. Before he could react, he was directly knocked back several steps by Wu Yufan's punch. Seeing this, Lin Zixin was also slightly startled. Clearly, she hadn't expected Wu Yufan to have been holding back. How is that possible? You're just a peak Saint King, aren't you? The moment the Blood Soul Sect envoy finished speaking, Wu Yufan broke through his bottleneck, his aura directly surpassing the peak of the Saint Realm and entering the Supreme Realm. Moreover, after breaking through to the Supreme Realm, Wu Yufan's aura didn't stop, it continued to rise. Mid-Supreme, Late Supreme, Peak. It only slowly stopped when he reached the peak of the Supreme Realm. The real battle has only just begun. Wu Yufan looked at the Blood Soul Sect envoy before him, his fighting spirit soaring. The next second, he took the initiative to attack the Blood Soul Sect envoy. With his realm at the peak of the Supreme Realm and his physical body invincible, Wu Yufan unleashed his full power, and with Lin Zixin's extremely tacit cooperation, the two of them managed to hold off the Blood Soul Sect envoy for a time. But as time passed, the Blood Soul Sect envoy noticed something amiss. Wu Yufan's aura was gradually weakening, albeit slowly. Boy, it seems you must have used some forbidden technique to temporarily break through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, but it looks like you won't last long. The Blood Soul Sect envoy's guess was correct. Under these circumstances, Wu Yufan had no choice but to launch a surprise attack from the very beginning, breaking through to the Supreme Realm the instant he engaged the envoy, and then using the forbidden technique to temporarily reach the peak of the Supreme Realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to last this long. However, forbidden techniques always have side effects, and the longer they are used, the greater the power becomes, and the more terrifying the backlash would be. But Wu Yufan couldn't worry about that now. He already knew the Blood Soul Sect envoy's purpose from his great-grandfather, and could roughly guess that the envoy wanted to capture him and refine him into the Blood Emperor pill. Wu Yufan didn't want to die while being refined into the Blood Emperor pill. He would rather die in a battle against the demonic cultivators. Hearing the Blood Soul Sect envoy's words, Lin Zixin's gaze towards Wu Yufan also held a hint of worry. She knew that besides this method, they couldn't possibly hold out until Lin Shuru arrived. Now, they could only hope that Lin Shuru had already received the news and was on her way. Upon learning of Lin Zixin's situation, Lin Shuru disregarded everything else and, armed with the imperial weapons of the Ro Shui Holy Land, rushed towards the western regions. Before setting off, she informed Lei Wanyun to go to Lin Zixin's location first. Since Lei Wanyun was in the western regions, he would arrive before her, thus increasing Lin Zixin's chances of rescue. Damn demonic cultivator, you'd better pray my daughter is alright, otherwise, I, Lin Shuru, will surely slaughter all demonic cultivators in the world. Lin Shuru thought angrily, her pace quickening. P.S. I really can't think of anything else, so I'm soliciting names. Nice names will be used for the chosen one, and unpleasant names will be used for ordinary members of the Wu family. Please suggest names. Chapter 64 Lin Zixin's touching moment. Damn it, how long can this guy hold out? The Blood Soul Sect envoy's expression darkened as he stared at Wu Yufan, who was still struggling to hold on. He hadn't expected Wu Yufan to hold him off for half an hour. If he couldn't take down Wu Yufan and Lin Zixin soon, things might escalate. Originally, Wu Yufan, possessing the ancient sacred body, was the Blood Soul Sect envoy's ideal target. After all, the Blood Soul Sect envoy could not only help him break through to the Great Emperor realm, but also help the Holy Sun break through to an even more powerful realm. If he could bring Wu Yufan back, the Holy Sun would definitely reward him handsomely. However, it seemed he couldn't take Wu Yufan with him. Thinking this, the Blood Soul Sect envoy glanced at Lin Zixin, who was assisting Wu Yufan, and then attacked her. Wu Yufan realized the Blood Soul Sect envoy's intentions almost the instant he disappeared, his expression changing as he attacked Lin Zixin. Currently, he and Lin Zixin are on the same side. If something happens to Lin Zixin, he'll be next. However, the Blood Soul Sect envoy was too fast, and Lin Zixin didn't have time to react, standing there dumbfounded until Wu Yufan appeared in front of her. Even so, it didn't change the outcome. Seeing this, Wu Yufan could only grit his teeth and push Lin Zixin away. In Wu Yufan's view, Lin Zixin was chasing him because he accidentally saw her bathing. If he hadn't seen it, Lin Zixin wouldn't be here, nor would she be in danger. If Lin Zixin got hurt because of him, Wu Yufan couldn't forgive himself. The price for protecting Lin Zixin was that Wu Yufan was struck by a palm strike from the Blood Soul Sect envoy and sent flying. Lin Zixin finally reacted and caught Wu Yufan, but the terrifying force still inevitably sent them both flying backward. Oh, I didn't expect it to be like this. In that case, come with me. The Blood Soul Sect envoy's eyes lit up, seemingly surprised that Wu Yufan would go to such lengths to protect Lin Zixin. Seeing this, the Blood Soul Sect envoy no longer hesitated and prepared to attack Lin Zixin and Wu Yufan to take them away. But just then, Lin Zixin gritted her teeth, took out a golden talisman from her storage ring, and after channeling her power into it, she and Wu Yufan disappeared. It's actually a 13th tier talisman. The Blood Soul Sect envoy's expression changed slightly. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Zixin to possess such a valuable item. Such things were extremely rare even in the Holy Land. But he quickly realized something, his expression changed again, and the next second, the grand formation he had set up was destroyed. Lin Shui-ro and Lei Wan-yun appeared in the sky. Upon seeing the Blood Soul Sect envoy, Lin Shui-ro's expression turned furious. "You audacious demonic cultivator, how dare you lay a hand on my daughter? Die!" Unable to find her daughter, Lin Shui-ro was heartbroken, believing her daughter had likely died at the hands of the demonic cultivator before her. The Blood Soul Sect envoy's heart skipped a beat upon seeing Lin Shui-ro and Lei Wan-yun. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance against even one Saint Lord, let alone two. Thinking this, the Blood Soul Sect envoy snorted coldly and turned to leave. The Blood Soul Sect envoy had assumed Lin Shui-ro wouldn't pursue him, but to his surprise, she chased after him without hesitation, with Lei Wan-yun close behind. Lin Shui-ro's eyes were red-rimmed, completely immersed in the grief of losing her daughter, utterly oblivious to the lingering presence of her. Lei Wan-yun, as Lin Shui-ro's closest friend, had watched Lin Zixin grow up, sharing a deep bond with her. Now that she was in danger, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. So the Blood Soul Sect envoy could only watch as Lin Shui-ro and Lei Wan-yun chased him across most of the Xiantian realm. Finally, after seeing the Blood Soul Sect envoy enter the Burial God Valley, Lei Wan-yun stopped Lin Shui-ro from following them. "Don't chase them. The Burial God Valley is ahead. It's very dangerous for us to go in." Lei Wan-yun stopped Lin Shui-ro, his expression extremely grave. But Lin Shui-ro immediately broke down, crying bitterly. "What can I do? Zixin is my only bloodline. As her mother, I can't even avenge her. Do I deserve to be her mother?" Lin Zixin wasn't just Lin Shui-ro's only bloodline, she was the only memory that man had left her. Now that her only memory was gone, how could she not break down? Lei Wan-yun was silent for a long time before finally speaking softly. "That's the Burial Valley of Gods ahead. He has no chance of survival once he goes in. Don't worry, he's doomed. The Burial Valley of Gods is extremely dangerous, teeming with ferocious beasts at the Great Emperor level. However, it seems they are restricted by something, unable to escape. Of course, within the Xiantian realm, there are those who enter the Burial Valley of Gods, hoping to find an opportunity to break through to the Great Emperor level. Many quasi-emperor level experts have also entered the Burial Valley, but without exception, they all never reappeared, even their soul lamps went out. Therefore, within the Xiantian realm, the Burial Valley of Gods became the fifth forbidden land, on par with the four great forbidden lands. Just as Lin Shui-ro was still immersed in grief over the loss of her daughter, her phone rang unexpectedly. After seeing that it was Lin Zixin's contact page, Lin Shui-ro was initially stunned, but quickly answered the phone. Only after learning that Lin Zixin was still alive did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. She got up and rushed back towards the western regions with Lei Wanyun. Meanwhile, within the area of the Grand Formation previously set up by the Blood Soul Sect envoy, there existed a cave and a large mountain. Wu Yufan and Lin Zixin's clothes lay scattered haphazardly to one side, a scene of extreme disarray. Lin Zixin slowly rose from Wu Yufan's body, put on her own clothes, and looked at the still sleeping Wu Yufan, her brows furrowed with complex emotions. She didn't know what her feelings for Wu Yufan were. As the holy maiden of the soft water Holy Land, if she were accidentally seen naked, the perpetrator would either die or marry her. Lin Zixin's ambition was to lead the soft water Holy Land to a brighter future. Matters of the heart were never part of her plans. Therefore, after discovering that Wu Yufan had inadvertently seen her body, Lin Zixin's immediate thought was to eliminate him. However, she hadn't expected that Wu Yufan would actually take a direct hit from the Blood Soul Sect envoy to protect her. That blow contained extremely potent demonic energy, and combined with the backlash from the previous forbidden technique, Wu Yufan's already weakened condition worsened. Without immediate medical attention, Wu Yufan would truly die, an outcome clearly unacceptable to Lin Zixin, who had witnessed Wu Yufan save her life. In the end, for reasons unknown, Lin Zixin could only sacrifice herself to ensure Wu Yufan's safety. A first dual cultivation session with the Profoundian sacred body would not only bring immense benefits but also completely eliminate any negative effects, an unparalleled opportunity for Wu Yufan. Once Wu Yufan awakens again, he will be able to smoothly break through to the peak of the Supreme Realm. We're even, you bastard. Lin Zixin looked at the still unconscious Wu Yufan, then resolutely turned and left. Her goal was to lead the entire soft water sacred land to an even more glorious future. Matters of the heart were not what she should be considering now. Chapter 65 Wu Yufan's frustration, joining the immortal sect, feedback synthesis function activated. Strange, what on earth happened? Wu Yufan awoke to find himself in a cave he didn't recognize, his expression turning grave. His memory was still stuck on blocking a palm strike for Lin Zixin. After being struck by the Blood Soul Sect envoy, Wu Yufan had fallen unconscious, and naturally, he knew nothing of what happened during that time. Therefore, he was astonished to find that the aftereffects in his body had disappeared and his cultivation level had successfully broken through to the peak of the Supreme Realm. What on earth happened? Something I don't know about must have happened. Wu Yufan took a deep breath, his expression incredibly serious. But even if he racked his brains, he couldn't fathom why Lin Zixin would make such a sacrifice to save him. After all, in Wu Yufan's mind, Lin Zixin wanted nothing more than to kill him. How could she possibly save him? It seems I'll have to find the answer to this myself. I wonder how Lin Zixin is? Did she sacrifice herself for my safety? Wu Yufan's expression darkened as he realized something. Thinking this, Wu Yufan stood up, took a deep breath, and thought to himself with unwavering determination. Don't worry, Lin Zixin, I will avenge you. Lin Zixin? Wu Li, would you be willing to join my Zhantian sect and become my personal disciple? A white-haired old man stood before Wu Li, speaking with a kind expression. Wu Li hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Disciple Wu Li greets master. After leaving the Wu family, Wu Li went to the Zhantian sect, one of the 4 emperors and 6 sects of the southern region, to become a disciple. Of course, before leaving the Wu family, his parents and others repeatedly warned him not to reveal his Wu family identity to outsiders. When Wu Li asked why, Wu Wang beside and said earnestly, "Son, you must understand, if you reveal your Wu family identity, even if others respect you, it will only be because of the Wu family behind you, not just because of you personally. The glory brought by success is merely due to achievement, but to gain glory even in decline is a glory that truly belongs to you. Your father hopes to see you achieve your own glory." Upon hearing his father's words, Wu Li felt as if a new world had opened before him, firmly remembering his father's words. When the registration elders at the Zhantian sect inquired about Wu Li's background, Wu Li stated that he was merely an unknown rogue cultivator. Shortly after joining the Zhantian sect, Wu Li gained the favor of Chen Ping'an, the peak master of Xiaoao Peak, one of the 8 peaks of the Zhantian sect, and was accepted as a disciple. Seeing this, Wu Li naturally had no reason to refuse and readily agreed. Chen Ping'an, seeing Wu Li's agreement, was inwardly satisfied and nodded. For some reason, Chen Ping'an felt a strange sensation the moment he saw Wu Li. It was as if Wu Li was destined to be his disciple, and Wu Li's talent was also quite high, which was why Chen Ping'an took him in as a personal disciple. Otherwise, Chen Ping'an might not have taken him in. The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment upon seeing that a mere high-grade spiritual root could command the personal acceptance of the peak master of Xiaoao Peak as a disciple. The reason was simple: the peak masters of the 8 peaks within the Zhantian sect were all late-stage quasi-emperor level experts. Chen Ping'an, the peak master of Xiaoao Peak, was even more powerful, having reached the peak of Quasi-Emperor, making him a figure on par with the sect master. It was precisely because of this that the Zhantian sect was the leader of the 6 sections. Ahem, Peak Master Chen, my talent is also quite good. I wonder if it would tempt you. Just then, another prodigy with a high-grade spiritual root approached Chen Ping'an, asking with a hint of anticipation. But Chen Ping'an merely glanced at him before turning to the registration elder and slowly saying, "This person, I dislike very much, you know that, right?" The registration elder, upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, broke out in a cold sweat and sneered at the prodigy. "Get out of here. You're expelled from the Zhantian sect. What kind of nobody is worthy of being Peak Master Chen's disciple?" The registration elder finished speaking and left with the dumbfounded prodigy. The prodigy didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before disappearing. The other disciples lowered their heads, afraid of angering Chen Ping'an and being expelled from the Zhantian sect. Being accepted into the Zhantian sect was an honor for them, but if they were expelled, other forces probably wouldn't accept them either, fearing it would create a bad impression on the section. Thus, Wu Li, who originally wanted to cultivate discreetly after entering the Zhantian sect, was forced to become Chen Ping'an's personal disciple. Of course, if he refused, Wu Li's desire to keep a low profile would be even more difficult to maintain. After all, becoming Chen Ping'an's disciple allowed him to cultivate peacefully under Chen Ping'an's name, but if he refused, people would likely come to cause trouble every day. Meanwhile, after leaving the Wu family, Wu Hao and his wife traveled throughout the entire Xiantian realm, ostensibly on their honeymoon. Of course, Su Qiuran didn't understand the meaning, but as long as she was by her husband's side, that was enough. While on their honeymoon, Wu Hao wasn't idle. He searched the Xiantian realm for suitable targets to build his great emperor legion. However, while searching, Wu Hao suddenly paused. Ding, detected that the system has been bound to the host for 100 years. New function activated. Please check. The system's sudden voice startled Wu Hao. Previously, because the system kept ringing incessantly, Wu Hao had turned off system notifications. This was the first time the system had spoken since leaving the Forbidden Land of Annihilation. What new function? Wu Hao curiously opened the system panel, but when he saw the new function, he froze, overjoyed. New feature enabled, feedback synthesis. The host can choose whether to synthesize the items provided in each feedback request. 100 items can be synthesized into a higher tier item. In other words, 100 yellow rank weapons can be combined to create one profound rank weapon, and 100 profound rank weapons can be combined to create an earth rank weapon. The same principle applies to cultivation techniques and elixirs. Of course, the cultivation feedback remains unaffected by this new function. After all, cultivation is cultivation, it remains cultivation after combination and has no impact. However, Wu Hao quickly noticed a notification below and carefully read it. Ding, the combined item cannot be combined again. Oh, I was planning to give Yi Fan and the others an emperor rank weapon and then combine them infinitely. Wu Hao thought with some disappointment. If he gave Yi Fan and the others an emperor rank weapon, he could get 1,000,000 emperor rank weapons in return. If 1,000,000 emperor rank weapons could be combined infinitely, he wondered what terrifying rank of weapons he could create. Even so, Wu Hao still thought it was pretty good. He could always borrow resources from powerful forces after he became stronger. P.S. I had something to do today, so I'll be missing one chapter. I'll make up for it with an extra chapter tomorrow to apologize to everyone. P.S. Many readers said that without the ability to synthesize, the story wouldn't be interesting. So, this humble author has added it here for you all. I hope you're satisfied. Of course, if the feedback isn't good, I'll revise it later. Please forgive me. Chapter 66 The Holy Bottle. Wu Li, this is your eldest brother, and this is your second senior sister. Including you, I only have 3 disciples. Don't embarrass me. Soon, Chen Ping'an led Wu Li to the top of Xiaoao Peak. Although it was called a peak, its size far exceeded Wu Li's expectations, almost comparable to his own home. Upon arriving at Xiaoao Peak, Chen Ping'an introduced Wu Li to his eldest brother and second senior sister, Cai Tianqin and Nangongyia, respectively. Both were considerably older than Wu Li, several hundred years old, and their cultivation levels were naturally high, both having reached the Saint Realm. Greetings, junior brother. You must cultivate diligently, or master will kick you out. The purple-haired Nangongyia teased Wu Li, clearly realizing he was only at the golden core stage. While this might be considered quite good by ordinary people, it was laughable for someone claiming to be Chen Ping'an's disciple. Hearing this, Wu Li nodded earnestly and bowed in reply. I will cultivate diligently, second senior sister. Ahem, alright, it's getting late. You two should take Wu Li to a peak to settle down first. Wu Li, if you have any problems with your cultivation, you can ask your eldest senior brother and second senior sister. If they can't solve them, then come to your master. Just then, Chen Ping'an coughed and instructed Cai Tianqin and Nangongyia. Hearing their master's words, Cai Tianqin and Nangonya nodded, then looked at Wu Li, and the next second they led Wu Li away from the main peak. I don't know what benefits I'll gain from taking him as a disciple, but I have a feeling that if I take him as a disciple, the benefits will be unimaginable. Watching Cai Tianqin and Nangonya take Wu Li to a side peak to settle down, Chen Ping'an thought to himself. In fact, Chen Ping'an's ability to break through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor in such a short time was partly due to his terrifying talent, but another reason was his strong trust in his intuition. It was precisely this intuition that led him to escape death multiple times and gain tremendous opportunities. After thinking about it, Chen Ping'an stopped dwelling on the matter and turned back to cultivate. He had been at the peak of Quasi-Emperor for 50,000 years, but he had no confidence in breaking through to Great Emperor, and he didn't know when he would be able to. Thank you, senior brother and second senior sister. After leaving the main peak, Nangonya looked at Wu Li and asked, Junior brother, just pick any of the sub-peaks. Of course, you can't choose those two, those are my and your senior brother's dojos. Nangonya looked at two other high mountains with barriers. Wu Li nodded, his gaze searching the territory of Xiaoao Peak. Soon, Wu Li's eyes lit up, and he pointed to a peak not far away without hesitation. Second senior sister, I'll choose that peak. Are you sure? Nangonya asked confirmingly. Wu Li asked curiously. If you've decided, can't you change your mind? No, it's not that. We'll only take you there once. Next time, you'll have to move on your own. After all, Xiaoao Peak is known for having very few disciples, nobody lives there. Nangonya shrugged, looking helpless. Wu Li was speechless, but nodded nonetheless. It's alright, that one will do. For some reason, Wu Li had a strange feeling that this peak was connected to him. Nangonya and Cai Tianqin escorted Wu Li to the peak and then spoke. Alright, junior brother, the rest is up to you. Your senior brother and I will be staying over there. If you have any questions, you can ask us. By the way, your senior brother specializes in swordsmanship, while I specialize in spears. Hearing this, Wu Li's eyes lit up. He also practiced swordsmanship, so it seemed he could spar with his senior brother in the future. After finishing everything, Cai Tianqin and Nangonya planned to leave, but before leaving, they took out their phones and added Wu Li to a group chat, saying that cultivation was now becoming more scientific and that he could contact them if he had any questions. This was the first time Wu Li had witnessed firsthand the immense influence his family's business had in the entire Xiantian realm. After his senior brother and second senior sister left, Wu Li tidied up his belongings on Peak Mountain and then decided to rest. There weren't many things on Peak Mountain, only a residence, everything else needed to be arranged by the disciples themselves. Although Wu Li knew some basic formations, he wasn't an expert, so he planned to have his master and the others help him set them up the next day. However, just as Wu Li was preparing to rest, he sensed something and narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance. In a daze, he seemed to see a flash of green light, but when he looked in that direction again, the green light had vanished. Was it just my imagination? Wu Li wondered hesitantly, but quickly shook his head. Whether it was real or not, he'd find out what it was once he got there, and it wouldn't affect his speed anyway. Soon, Wu Li followed the direction of the green light he'd seen earlier. But upon arriving at the spot, he saw something, and his eyes were immediately drawn to a small bottle with half its contents sticking out from the ground. The small bottle was covered in emerald green patterns and emitted a faint, eerie green glow. What is this? The moment Wu Li saw the small bottle, he knew it was no ordinary object. Thinking this, he stepped forward and dug it out, holding it in his hand. Just as Wu Li obtained the small green bottle, Wu Hao, who had just finished comforting Sukioran and was resting, received a system notification. Ding, congratulations to the host's descendant Wu Li for obtaining the Palm Saint bottle. 1 million Palm Saint bottles have been reported to the host. Would the host like to synthesize it? Oh, so he found his natal immortal artifact so quickly? It seems keeping him in the Wu family only hinders the growth of the chosen one. Wu Hao thought with some surprise. He quickly nodded and pressed the synthesis button. After all, a mere Palm Saint bottle wasn't very useful to him, and even if synthesized, it would yield a terrifying 10,000. Ding, 1 million Palm Saint bottles successfully synthesized. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 Palm Deo bottles. Palm Deo bottle can absorb the power of all Deos for one's own use, but the prerequisite is contact with the power of all Deos. Upon seeing the description of the Palm Deo bottle, Wu Hao couldn't help but gasp. Clearly, he hadn't expected the Palm Deo bottle to be so terrifying, capable of refining the power of all Deos for one's own use. Simply put, the Palm Deo bottle can transform the power of the Great Deo it comes into contact with, generating a corresponding Great Deo within the bottle. When needed, one can use the Palm Deo bottle to unleash the corresponding Great Deo power. In other words, once the Palm Deo bottle evolves to its complete form, it can unleash the true power of the Great Deo. Of course, the power required for the user is also extremely terrifying. Even Wu Hao now doesn't have absolute confidence in unleashing the true power of the Palm Deo bottle, at least he'll have to wait until he becomes an immortal emperor to unleash its full potential. Chapter 67, taking them under one's own control. Knowing that only a celestial emperor could unleash the true power of the Palm Deo bottle, Wu Hao felt a pang of regret. He should have saved some Palm Saint bottles to use now. After all, the Palm Deo bottle required a celestial emperor to unleash its full power, but the Palm Saint bottles could unleash their full power right now. However, the system had a very weak function, it couldn't undo completed actions. So, Wu Hao could only grit his teeth and accept the result. This incident didn't upset Wu Hao. Soon, after waking up the next day, Wu Hao and his wife, Su Qiuran, continued their search for suitable targets in the Xiantian realm to build a great emperor legion. Husband, have you really not found a suitable target? On the way, Su Qiuran looked at Wu Hao's serious expression, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. Mainly because they had been searching for about a month, but hadn't found a single target. Was Wu Hao's target too high, or was it simply impossible to find one? Hearing this, Wu Hao's expression became slightly grave. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Perhaps my requirements are too high. I'll change them." Wu Hao needed people who were absolutely loyal to him, who would never betray him even in his decline, and who would unconditionally obey his orders to die if necessary. After finding those who seemed to fit the bill, Wu Hao created an extremely realistic illusion, granting them emperor-level combat power. Then, he pretended to fall from grace and observed their choices. Of course, everyone betrayed Wu Hao and left immediately after his downfall, otherwise, the leader of the Emperor Legion would have already found suitable replacements. Just as Wu Hao was considering lowering his requirements, not seeking unwavering loyalty after his decline, but only obedience while he was still powerful, he sensed something and his eyes lit up. "Wife, let's go. I saw something interesting." With that, Wu Hao and Su Qiuran vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were standing before ruins. Why are all the things I cherish being destroyed? In the center of the ruins, a disheveled girl collapsed to the ground, her face filled with despair. Just then, rain began to fall, perfectly matching the scene, making the girl's figure appear even more forlorn. Seeing this, Su Qiuran stood beside Wu Hao. Wu Hao must have his reasons for bringing her here, she only needed to observe. Unconsciously, the girl froze in place. Wu Hao acted, trapping the girl in an illusion he had created. In the illusion, Wu Hao learned the girl's name, nameless, without a surname, recently taken in by the Chen family, only to have the Chen family wiped out, leaving her without even a name. The girl had only survived because she had ventured out. Before this, the girl had been taken in by more than a dozen families, but without exception, every family that had taken her in had been wiped out. In the illusion, Wu Hao took in the girl, gave her the Blood Emperor pill, and bestowed upon her a high-grade spiritual root, making her work for him. Then, due to a fortuitous encounter, Wu Hao became a cripple, but the girl didn't abandon him. Instead, she chose to stay by his side. In the illusion, Wu Hao looked at the girl before him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I'm a cripple now, the kind who can never cultivate again. Are you sure you still want to stay by my side?" The girl said earnestly. "My master has given me his whole heart. How could I leave my master when he needs me? My life belongs to my master. If anything happens to my master, I will leave after him." Hearing the girl's words, Wu Hao was stunned at first, but quickly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, found it. Finally found it." As Wu Hao laughed, the girl was also startled, but everything around them slowly vanished like bubbles. Standing before her were Wu Hao and Su Qiuran. Looking at Wu Hao and Su Qiuran, the girl was first stunned, then her eyes lit up. "Master! Yes, get up. That was a test for you, and now you have passed it. From now on, you are mine." Wu Hao nodded, speaking with satisfaction. Because of Wu Hao, Su Qiuran had also learned the contents of the illusion, and couldn't help but think more highly of the girl before her. In the current Xiantian realm, there are not many people who can maintain their original intentions, but those who can maintain their original intentions after becoming powerful are even rarer. Swallow these. This is your Blood Emperor pill, and this is your spiritual root. After speaking, Wu Hao flicked a Blood Emperor pill into the girl's mouth, and at the same time, he implanted a high-grade spiritual root into her body, ensuring that her path would not be interrupted. The girl, sensing the changes within her body, finally raised her head to look at Wu Hao after a long while, kowtowing deeply and speaking with utmost sincerity. "Please bestow a name upon me, master. Since you have no name or surname, then take my surname, Wu. As for your given name, let it be Mendi. Like a butterfly's metamorphosis, it symbolizes a bright future." Wu Hao pondered for a moment, then chose a name he thought was quite fitting. The girl on the ground, from now on called Wu Mendi, shone with renewed light in her eyes, murmuring to herself, "From today onwards, I have a name." Just then, the rain stopped, and a ray of dawn shone upon Wu Mendi, making her appear radiant. With the help of the Blood Emperor pill, Wu Mendi quickly and successfully broke through to the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. Because Wu Hao concealed this aura, no one in the Xiantian realm knew that someone had actually advanced to the Great Emperor realm. After breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, Wu Mendi glanced at Wu Hao, then gritted her teeth and pleaded with him. Master, I have something to say. I know. Go, settle your grudges with the outside world, and then find 99 absolutely loyal people for me throughout the entire Xiantian realm and bring them before me. Wu Hao knew what Wu Mendi wanted to do. Although those dozen or so families hadn't raised her for long, Wu Mendi remembered their kindness. Now that she had the power to avenge those wronged souls, she naturally wanted to avenge them. Wu Mendi glanced at Wu Hao, thanked him deeply, and then turned and left. Su Qiuran stood in front of Wu Hao and sighed. What a pitiful child. Husband, what do you think her background is? Chapter 68 The Body of Calamity. Watching Wu Mendi's departing figure, Wu Hao withdrew his gaze and spoke after a long silence. The Body of Calamity. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Qiuran couldn't help but gasp. She naturally knew about the Body of Calamity. Unlike the abnormally powerful ancient sacred body and chaos body, the Body of Calamity was more like torture, a curse. Anyone with the Body of Calamity would be plagued by misfortune and suffering from birth. Anyone who dared to approach someone with the Body of Calamity would invariably encounter great misfortune. This was why every family that took in Wu Mendi was wiped out. Most importantly, although those who approached someone with the Body of Calamity would suffer misfortune, in reality, the person with the Body of Calamity would not be harmed by their own constitution, or rather, would not die. Once, a quasi-emperor level expert attacked someone with a calamity body, and was subsequently killed by a fragment that fell from the sky, reportedly a fragment of a celestial artifact that had fallen from the upper realm. Furthermore, those with a calamity body cannot cultivate, they lack spiritual roots. Even using methods to generate spiritual roots later in life, they cannot. Only Wu Hao's system is powerful enough to allow Wu Mendi's body to accommodate a spiritual root. Husband, won't taking in someone with a calamity body have any negative effects on you? Su Qiuran asked Wu Hao with a worried expression. Wu Hao simply shook his head, his tone full of arrogance. Don't worry, it's just a calamity body, it can't harm me. This wasn't Wu Hao exaggerating. Even if a calamity body is powerful, how could it be stronger than a system? Besides, even if a calamity body could affect those around them, it would only affect those with weaker cultivation levels. Someone like Wu Hao, at the Golden Immortal Realm, is only one step away from becoming a Great Luo Golden Immortal. He only needs to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm to transcend the 3 realms and be outside the 5 elements, thus becoming immune to the influence of the river of time and space, let alone the effects of the calamity body. Unless Wu Mendi's calamity body reaches a level capable of triggering a world-ending catastrophe. Meanwhile, after leaving Wu Hao's place, Wu Mendi didn't hesitate at all. She found the enemy force that had once sheltered her and, without a word, struck down with a single palm, instantly annihilating the entire force. Although many weren't involved in the plan, in Wu Mendi's view, from the moment they joined the force, they were already complicit, so there was no question of innocence. In just half a day, Wu Mendi destroyed 15 forces, achieving the feat of slaughtering 1 million people. After annihilating all the enemies, Wu Mendi felt no emotion, nor any pleasure. It was simply what she was supposed to do, she had merely accomplished it. After finishing, Wu Mendi didn't immediately return to Wu Hao's side. Instead, she went to the ruins of the 15 families, kowtowed 3 times in a certain direction, and then stood up and turned to leave. Master! Seeing Wu Mendi return, Wu Hao nodded. Is everything settled? Yes, everything. From today onwards, you are a member of the Wu family. Go, do what you should do. Wu Hao waved his hand, and Wu Mendi immediately understood his meaning, turning to leave. Next, she would search for 99 suitable candidates to recruit into her service, then return to Wu Hao's side. With Wu Hao's help, she would break through to the Great Emperor realm and become the Wu family's sword. Wife, let's go back. We'll leave the rest to her. After Wu Hao spoke, Su Qiuran nodded, and the two set off back towards the Wu family. Meanwhile, on the other side, after some exploration, Wu Li finally understood the use of the saintly bottle in his hand. I didn't expect this magic weapon to actually produce a certain amount of spiritual liquid to promote the growth of rare and precious materials. From today onwards, I won't lack the resources I need for cultivation. Wu Li watched as a 10-year-old spiritual herb in his hand grew rapidly after a small drop of spiritual liquid was added, growing to 100 years old in just 1 minute. It's important to understand that a 10-year-old treasure is considered a yellow rank heavenly treasure, a 100-year-old a profound rank, a 1,000-year-old an earth rank, a 10,000-year-old a heaven rank, a 100,000-year-old a supreme rank, and a 500,000-year-old an emperor rank heavenly treasure. In the current Xiantian realm, let alone emperor rank heavenly treasures, even supreme rank heavenly treasures are extremely rare. However, with the help of his magical treasure, Wu Li is confident that he can break through to the Saint realm or even the Supreme realm in a short time. Even the Great Emperor realm might not be out of reach. Meanwhile, in the Soft Water Holy Land, Lin Shuirou gathered all the elders of the Soft Water Holy Land and asked them a question. Everyone, what do you think is wrong with the Holy Maiden? Hearing Lin Shuirou's words, the elders present exchanged glances. The first elder stepped forward and asked curiously, Holy Master, what happened? Nothing, it's just that the Holy Maiden's behavior has been a bit strange lately. Lin Shui-ro frowned slightly, as if she didn't know what had happened, and said. The elders finally understood why Lin Shui-ro had gathered them together. One of them had some understanding of Lin Zixin's recent behavior and had a guess in his mind, though it was somewhat absurd, so he didn't voice it. Holy Lord, what about the Holy Maiden's situation? Perhaps she's still immersed in the fear of being chased by the demonic cultivators that day. After all, she's young, and this was the first time she'd been so close to death. It's normal for her to be afraid. The second elder stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Hearing this, Lin Shui-ro nodded. Although she didn't think that was the case, it seemed there was no other explanation. Surely her daughter couldn't have found someone she liked. Speaking of her daughter's crush, Lin Shui-ro had a suitable candidate in mind. It seemed she would need to talk to her daughter about it later. Meanwhile, Lin Zixin was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, before finally sighing after a long while. For some reason, she had originally intended to forget Wu Yufan and what happened that day. However, ever since returning to the Holy Land, she dreamt of Wu Yufan every day. The most shameful part was that in her dreams of Wu Yufan, they were always doing that, and she was the one initiating it. Ah, Lin Zixin, what are you doing? You are the Holy Maiden of the Soft Water Holy Land. You are the one who is to lead the entire Soft Water Holy Land to its peak. Why are you willingly degrading yourself? Lin Zixin covered her face with her pillow and muttered angrily to herself. But just then, a knock came at the door, followed by Lin Shuru's voice. Daughter, are you free now? Mother has something to tell you. Chapter 69 Lin Shui-ro's keen sixth sense, the bearing of an emperor. Cough cough, mother, I'm fine, come in. Lin Zixin heard Lin Shuru's voice and quickly suppressed the absurd thoughts in her mind, sitting down on the edge of the bed. The next second, Lin Shuru also entered, sitting beside Lin Zixin, her eyes full of gentleness as she spoke. Daughter, did what happened last time leave you with a lot of psychological trauma? Hearing this, Lin Zixin was taken aback at first, but quickly remembered that Lin Shuru was referring to being chased by the Blood Soul Sect envoy, so she shook her head and said calmly, Mother, what happened last time didn't leave me with any psychological trauma. Then what happened to you? Don't lie to your mother, the changes in you these past few days have been witnessed by everyone in the Soft Water Holy Land. Lin Shuru looked at Lin Zixin, her eyes full of worry. After all, her daughter was her precious treasure, and she wouldn't let anything happen to her. Feeling her mother's concern, Lin Zixin smiled slightly, as if she had thought of something happy, but quickly shook her head seriously. Mother, I'm really fine. I just need some time to process what happened that day. As for any psychological trauma, I really don't have any. Seeing her daughter say this, Lin Shuru could only put the matter aside for the time being, and then, as if remembering something, she spoke meaningfully. By the way, daughter, do you remember Lei Jingzhan? Hearing Lei Jingzhan's name, Lin Zixin couldn't help but recall a little boy she had met when her mother often took her to Uncle Lei's house in the Thunderclap Holy Land when she was young. Yes, I remember. Why? It's like this, what do you think of Jingzhan? If he seems suitable, you can try to get to know him. Lin Shuru smiled and then said. But Lin Zixin froze on the spot, and it took her a long time to retort. Mother, you know I have no time for romance. I only want to cultivate and lead the Soft Water Holy Land to glory. But after saying this, for some reason, Wu Yufan's face, a face that evoked both love and hate, appeared in Lin Zixin's mind, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Lin Shui-ro didn't say much upon hearing this. She had only mentioned it briefly. If her daughter had no interest, she wouldn't force her. It was just that Lei Jingzhan's unrequited love would end in failure. Alright, mother, it's time for me to cultivate. You can go out now. By the way, I have a feeling that I'll probably break through to Quasi-Emperor in the next few days. Don't disturb me. After saying this, Lin Zixin stood up and pushed Lin Shui-ro out. Lin Shui-ro didn't even react at first. When she realized her daughter was about to break through to Quasi-Emperor, her excitement was clearly palpable. You should know that your daughter is only a little over 500 years old. She's already broken through to Quasi-Emperor level at just over 500 years old, and has a good chance of breaking through to Great Emperor. Even when I broke through to Quasi-Emperor, I was already 10,000 years old, not to mention now I'm a 300,000-year-old hag, but becoming a Great Emperor is still a long way off. Sigh, I wonder if Zixin can break through to Great Emperor and break the curse that prevents people from becoming emperors in the Xiantian realm. Lin Shui-ro thought to herself, a touch of melancholy creeping onto her face. She knew she had no chance. But just as Lin Shui-ro was about to leave, something occurred to her, and her expression suddenly changed. Wait, didn't my daughter say that if she didn't kill that brat, she wouldn't be able to break through to Quasi-Emperor? Could that brat already be dead? Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Or has something happened that I don't know about? Lin Shui-ro was incredibly frustrated, but she didn't dwell on it. Breaking through to Quasi-Emperor was ultimately a good thing. Lin Zixian wasn't just saying she wanted to break through to Quasi-Emperor to appease Lin Shuirou, she genuinely intended to do so. She was already at the peak of the Supreme Realm, and her dual cultivation with Wu Yifan had greatly benefited her. After all, one possessed the Profoundian sacred body, and the other the ancient desolate sacred body, both powerful physiques. Dual cultivation naturally brought numerous benefits to both of them. Shaking her head, Lin Zixian put Wu Yufan's matter out of her mind and began her secluded cultivation to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Meanwhile, Wu Yufan calmed himself, refining all the remaining power within him from Lin Zixian, thus breaking through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, just half a step away from reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. Next, it's time to find the rare and precious materials that can unlock the 9th layer of the ancient sacred body's restrictions. I remember needing 9 kinds: a Quasi-Emperor level blue claw poison spider venom sac, a 100,000-year-old willow lightning strike wood, a 100,000-year-old blazing sun fruit, a 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor grass, a Quasi-Emperor level moon shadow wolf fang, yellow spring water, and 3 supreme level yang attribute rare and precious materials. Wu Yufan thought to himself. He already had the 3 supreme level yang attribute rare and precious materials, as well as the blazing sun fruit, blue silver emperor grass, and yellow spring water. Now, all he needed was the Quasi-Emperor level blue claw poison spider venom sac, moon shadow wolf fang, and willow lightning strike wood. According to Wu Yufan's understanding, these 3 items were extremely rare even in the entire Xiantian realm. After all, Quasi-Emperor level experts were few and far between, let alone the blue claw poison spider and moon shadow wolf reaching that level. As for the 100,000-year-old willow tree struck by lightning, it naturally refers to a willow tree that had lived for 100,000 years and survived being struck by lightning. This was also extremely rare, but achievable with the right price. Sigh, well, I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Wu Yufan sighed and then set off to search the vast Xiantian realm. After all, there was still the threat of the Blood Soul sect. The Blood Soul sect's envoy had reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor level, indicating that the Blood Soul sect had at least a true Great Emperor level expert within its ranks, perhaps even more than a Great Emperor. Although he didn't know why the Blood Soul sect hadn't sent a Great Emperor to invade the Xiantian realm, Wu Yufan could more or less guess that the Blood Soul sect was currently under some kind of restriction preventing them from leaving the Burial God Valley. Therefore, Wu Yufan had to become as strong as possible before the Blood Soul sect emerged, to the point where he could withstand their powerful members. After all, he carried the weight of the entire Wu family on his shoulders. Master! Seeing Wu Yudao return to his side, Wu Shenna stood up, his face filled with joy. After sensing Wu Yudao's cultivation level, his excitement intensified. Yudao, you've broken through to the peak of the Great Sage realm. Yes, I was fortunate enough to gain some insight and broke through to the peak of the Great Sage realm. Wu Yudao nodded, his expression extremely calm. After receiving guidance from his great-grandfather, Wu Yudao fully understood the importance of humility, so he wouldn't be too high-profile unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, Wu Shenna couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, my disciple Yudao has the potential of a great emperor. Wu Yudao has already broken through to the peak of the Great Sage realm at less than 100 years old. At this rate, he will break through to the Supreme Realm in less than 1,000 years, and will definitely break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm within 10,000 years. It seems that becoming a great emperor is not out of the question. Chapter 70 The Four Saints Competition, Wu Rolong's Imperial Weapon. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go and cultivate now. Wu Yudao had been traveling extensively lately, absorbing too much knowledge. He needed to stop and reflect. Seeing Wu Yudao turn to leave, Wu Shenna suddenly remembered something and said with a very serious expression, "By the way, you should have some time soon, right? The Four Saints competition is about to begin. You'll represent Tianyu Mountain in the competition." The Four Saints competition? A look of confusion flashed across Wu Yudao's face. Wu Shenna was taken aback, realizing that Wu Yudao probably didn't know about this, so he explained. Indeed, the Four Saints Grand Competition. This competition is hosted by the Four Great Holy Lands and held once every 1,000 years. It's open to cultivators under 1,000 years old throughout the entire Xiantian realm. Those who rank highly receive rewards from the Four Great Holy Lands. Our Tianyu Mountain also has a quota to participate. The next Four Saints Grand Competition will be held in 10 years. You will represent Tianyu Mountain then. Upon hearing this, Wu Yudao clasped his hands in a fist and bowed in agreement. I will obey Master's wishes. With that, Wu Yudao turned and went to meditate, preparing to break through to the Saint King realm. Meanwhile, back at the Wu family home, after returning, Sukioran, with Wu Hao's dual cultivation assistance, also broke through to the Saint King realm, becoming the youngest Saint King in the history of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Just as Wu Hao was immersed in his affection for Sukioran, Wu Rolong coughed inappropriately at the doorway. Wu Hao and Sukioran then realized what was happening. What is it? Wu Hao frowned slightly, his gaze towards Wu Rolong filled with scrutiny, as if he were prepared to send Wu Rolong to special training if he didn't provide a reasonable explanation. Wu Rolong remembered his purpose, took out an invitation, and explained. This is an invitation from the Four Holy Lands to our Wu family, inviting us to participate in the Four Holy Lands Grand Competition. Those who rank highly will receive rewards from the Four Holy Lands. The Four Holy Lands Grand Competition? Wu Hao frowned slightly, unfamiliar with this. After all, it was only held once every 1,000 years, and news of it only circulated beforehand, so it was no wonder he didn't know. Su Qioran, however, brightened up. As the former Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, she naturally knew about the Four Holy Lands Grand Competition, and thoughtfully explained. Hearing his wife's explanation, Wu Hao finally understood what the Four Holy Lands Grand Competition was. He pondered for a moment, then spoke. How many spots does our Wu family have? 5. Wu Rolong quickly replied. Hearing this, Wu Hao pondered for a moment before speaking. In that case, let's give Yufan 1 spot, and you can decide on the other 4. The moment Wu Hao finished speaking, Su Qioran immediately said, Husband, can I go? I want to witness the splendor of the Four Saints competition. Wu Hao naturally wouldn't refuse Su Qioran's request, affectionately pinching her nose before saying, Alright, go if you want. Oh, and Rolong, you should go too. Wu Hao knew that many people under 1,000 years old in the Xiantian realm had broken through to the Saint King level, while Wu Rolong was only at the early Great Saint stage. Therefore, sending Wu Rolong to the Four Saints Grand Competition would be very helpful. Wu Rolong naturally didn't refuse, but then, as if remembering something, his eyes lit up, and he tentatively asked, Father, I remember you said you could forge an emperor weapon, is that right? That's right, have you gathered all the materials? Wu Hao looked at Wu Rolong, who quickly nodded. Good, I've gathered all the materials, so father, when would you like to forge an emperor-level weapon for me? Hearing this, Wu Hao pondered for a moment, then held out his hand. There's no time like the present, let's do it today. It's not a time-consuming matter anyway. Hearing his father's words, Wu Rolong's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a storage ring filled with forging materials he had gathered in the Xiantian realm using the resources of the Wu Clan Merchant Guild. After examining the materials inside, Wu Hao nodded. They were indeed suitable for forging an emperor-level weapon. What type of emperor-level weapon do you want? A sword. I want a longsword. Upon hearing his father's question, Wu Rolong answered without hesitation. After all, who wouldn't want to be a sword cultivator? Sword cultivators are so cool. A single sword strike can sweep across 30,000 miles, and all the world's strongest bow down. Hearing this, Wu Hao nodded. Then, in the next second, under Wu Hao's control, materials flew out of his storage ring, all emperor-grade forging materials. In Wu Rolong's expectant gaze, a ball of purple flame appeared in Wu Hao's palm. Wu Rolong couldn't help but gasp when he saw that flame. This is Emperor Fire. Everything in the world has a grade. Even stones can produce Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. It's not surprising that flames also have grades. In the Xiantian realm, flames are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow are collectively called Spirit Fire. Above Spirit Fire is Supreme Fire, and above Supreme Fire is Emperor Fire. However, according to Wu Rolong's understanding, even quasi-emperor level experts couldn't control the so-called Emperor Fire, only great emperors could wield it. Therefore, although he had previously doubted his father's cultivation level, after seeing the Emperor Fire appear, Wu Rolong finally confirmed that his father was at least a great emperor. But Wu Hao ignored the reactions of Wu Rolong and the others. Under Wu Hao's control, all the forging materials flew directly into the Emperor Fire, then melted into a ball under its control. Under Wu Hao's terrifying mental power, it continuously fused and took shape, gradually moving towards the longsword. After about 2.5 minutes, the longsword finally took shape. As Wu Hao withdrew the Emperor Fire, a terrifying pressure erupted from the longsword he had forged, but Wu Hao suppressed it. Feeling the terrifying power within the longsword, Wu Rolong was filled with excitement. He hadn't expected that a great saint in the early stages would be fortunate enough to possess his own emperor weapon. Even a quasi-emperor at the peak might not necessarily have their own emperor weapon. Just as Wu Rolong was excitedly about to take the imperial weapon from Wu Hao's hands, he saw Wu Hao disappear with the imperial weapon. Wait a minute, the imperial weapon still needs to complete some steps before it can be called an imperial weapon. I'll be back soon. And so, Wu Rolong could only watch helplessly as his father led his imperial weapon further and further away, finally disappearing from his sight. Chapter 71 Wu Yufan, What Happened to My Kidneys? Meanwhile, Wu Yufan looked at his great-grandfather, who had appeared before him, with some curiosity. Great-grandfather, what happened? Although curious, Wu Yufan still straightened his posture and asked with some interest. But Wu Hao didn't say much. He simply took out the Emperor's sword and handed it to Wu Yufan, saying slowly, You probably haven't had a suitable weapon lately, have you? This is an Emperor's sword forged by your great-grandfather. You can take it and use it for now." Hearing his great-grandfather say that the longsword was an emperor's sword, Wu Yufan froze on the spot. It took him a long time to react. His face lit up with joy as he accepted the emperor's sword and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, great-grandfather." After Wu Yufan received the longsword, the system's voice rang out. "Ding, detected that the host has gifted a descendant of the Chosen One with an emperor-level weapon. 1 million emperor-level longswords have been reported. Please check. System, synthesize it for me." An emperor-level longsword was useless to Wu Hao. It would be better to synthesize a celestial-level longsword directly. Ding, 1 million emperor-level longswords consumed. 10,000 low-grade celestial-level longswords have been synthesized. Please check. Hearing the system's notification, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Wu Yufan as if he had remembered something, his expression somewhat annoyed. "I almost forgot, Yufan, your physique is the ancient sacred body, so the longsword probably doesn't meet your requirements. Never mind, you should return it to your great-grandfather." "Wu Yufan? No, great-grandpa, I can actually use it." Wu Yufan shook his head, then returned the emperor's sword to Wu Hao. Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Although he already possessed 10,000 immortal-grade longswords, Wu Rolong wanted an emperor-grade weapon, and as his father, how could he refuse Wu Rolong's wish? Wu Rolong, 6. What type of weapon are you skilled with? If there's a chance, great-grandpa can forge one for you. After all, Wu Yufan was the chosen one. With a suitable weapon, he should be able to become stronger quickly. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Yufan was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, his eyes lighting up as he spoke. "Great-grandpa, I want to use the cauldron." "A cauldron? That's an uncommon weapon." "Well, since you want it, great-grandpa will see if I can find one for you." Hearing this, Wu Hao frowned slightly, but still nodded in agreement. "All right, hurry up and become stronger. Your responsibilities have changed. If you're not strong enough before then, you'll regret it." Wu Hao looked at Wu Yufan with a puzzled expression. Before Wu Yufan could ask, Wu Hao disappeared. Wu Yufan could only suppress his doubts. No matter what, he had to strive to become stronger. He hadn't avenged the Blood Soul sect yet. After dealing with Wu Yufan's matter, Wu Hao returned to the Wu family and directly handed the emperor weapon to Wu Rolong. Seeing his father return and give him the emperor weapon, Wu Rolong's eyes were filled with excitement. He, Wu Rolong, finally had his own emperor weapon. With the enhancement of an emperor-level weapon, Wu Rolong was confident he could win the Four Saints tournament, and even a quasi-emperor might not be his match. Furthermore, with the emperor-level weapon, his plan to destroy the entire Li dynasty needed to be put on the agenda. Yes, Wu Rolong hadn't forgotten the Li dynasty's past grudge. In fact, it had deepened. Although he wasn't known for holding grudges, the Li dynasty was threatening to destroy him. If it weren't for his desire for Wu Rolong to eliminate the Li dynasty himself, he probably would have already begged his father to do so. Now, with the emperor-level weapon, Wu Rolong felt that once he broke through to the supreme realm, he could go to the Li dynasty and destroy it directly. Emperor-level weapons were indeed that powerful, granting a supreme-level cultivator the terrifying strength to destroy a top-tier power. After obtaining the emperor weapon and completing his tasks, Wu Rolong returned to his cultivation. During this time, he considered handing over the management of the Wu clan Chamber of Commerce to the rest of the Wu family. After all, as the head of the clan, his cultivation was only at the Great Saint level, which was rather embarrassing. However, Wu Rolong didn't take his age into account. In the entire Xiantian realm, a Great Saint who was over 100 years old was extremely rare, practically non-existent. As Wu Rolong left to cultivate, Su Kioran said earnestly, "Husband, I also need to start cultivating diligently. I want to break through to the mid-stage of Saint King within 10 years. "Yes, I support you." Wu Hao nodded in agreement, then, as if remembering something, spoke up. "If you have any questions, just ask me." Wu Hao is a golden immortal, guiding a Saint King wouldn't be too difficult for him. Su Kioran nodded, but ultimately didn't ask Wu Hao. After all, she was naturally gifted, and with so many resources at her disposal, she wouldn't encounter any difficulties in her cultivation. Meanwhile, as the Four Saints Grand Competition drew closer, many forces throughout the Xiantian realm began to stir. Not only could they make a name for themselves in the Four Saints Grand Competition, but more importantly, the top 100 geniuses would gain access to the Chaos Secret Realm created by the Chaos Emperor. There, they might even receive the Chaos Emperor's inheritance and break through to the Great Emperor level. Currently, the Chaos Realm is controlled by the 4 Great Holy Lands. Therefore, the only way to enter the Chaos Realm is to achieve a top 100 ranking in the Four Saints Grand Competition. Upon learning this news, Wu Yudeo's usually calm expression flickered slightly as he murmured to himself, "The Chaos Emperor might be able to help me perfect my Chaos Deo." Thinking this, Wu Yudeo closed his eyes and began cultivating again. He was certain he would have a place in the top 100 of this year's Four Saints Grand Competition. Of course, the other forces in the Xiantian realm shared this thought, but no one could draw a conclusion before the Four Saints Grand Competition began. Should I also participate in the Four Saints Grand Competition? Upon seeing the message Wu Rolong posted in the family group chat, Wu Yufan's eyes narrowed. He was already at the peak of the Supreme Realm. In the entire Xiantian realm, only a handful of people under 1,000 years old could break through to the peak of the Supreme Realm. Moreover, Wu Yufan felt he would soon break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Wasn't asking him to join just bullying him? But Wu Rolong said it was Wu Hao's request, so even though Wu Yufan was unwilling, he could only agree. Meanwhile, within the Blood Soul sect, a similar conspiracy was brewing. Chapter 72 Blood Essence, the Four Saints Tournament begins. Interesting. You mean you encountered a Supreme Realm Ancient Saint body and a Profoundian Saint body outside? Meanwhile, within the Blood Soul sect, the Blood Soul sect envoy who had escaped the pursuit of Lin Shui-ro and the others had returned to the sect and knelt on the ground, looking at a young man draped in a red cloak with extreme reverence. The young man's face was sickly pale, his lips were blood red, and his hair was an extremely flamboyant red, giving him a surreal appearance. Yes, Holy Sun. Truly interesting. You, a mere quasi-emperor at the peak, actually managed to let two Supreme Realm experts escape, and you even slunk back to the Blood Soul sect. Should I call you a piece of trash, or a piece of trash? The young man was none other than Blood Yuan, the holy son of the Blood Soul sect, the one mentioned by the three Blood Soul sect envoys who had been killed by Wu Yufan. Hearing Blood Yuan's words, the Blood Soul sect envoy trembled violently, almost begging for mercy. My lord, the Profoundian sacred body itself is nothing special, but that ancient sacred body is extremely strange. Although it only temporarily broke through to the peak of the Supreme Realm through a forbidden technique, its foundation is incredibly profound. If things had continued, I would definitely have been able to defeat it. However, the holy masters of the Soft Water Sacred Land and the Thunderclap Sacred Land have arrived, and I was worried about jeopardizing your plans, so I chose to leave. Please forgive my mistake, my lord. Having said this, the Blood Soul sect envoy lowered his head, appearing extremely fearful, his body even trembling slightly. For a long while, Blood Yuan remained silent. Just as the Blood Soul sect envoy was wondering what was going on, the next second, Blood Yuan finally made his move. I, the Holy Sun, have placed so much hope in you, yet you have disappointed me. You have put me in a difficult position. After all, our Blood Soul sect does not tolerate useless people, so you should just die. With that, a terrifying suction force erupted from Blood Yuan's body. The Blood Soul sect envoy's face was filled with terror as he turned to flee. But how could the Blood Soul sect's holy son be a simpleton? In just a few breaths, the Blood Soul sect envoy's blood energy was completely absorbed by Blood Yuan, and he died. Blood Yuan's face showed a look of disgust. Useless is useless. Your blood energy is even a bit tainted. Holy Son, you're angry again? Who has offended you? Just then, a figure in a red dress floated in from outside, and upon seeing the scene, couldn't help but tease. Although Blood Yuan was somewhat angry at the red-clad woman's behavior, he didn't say anything. After all, the person before him was an elder of the Blood Soul sect, or more precisely, his protector. Elder Hua is joking again. Never mind, let's leave that aside for now. So, how is Blood Soul Holy Yuan's preparation going? I don't want to be trapped in the lower realm forever. Blood Yuan took a deep breath and asked. When the topic turned to business, Elder Hua became serious and said with a solemn expression, the Blood God's essence is almost ready. We'll need about 5 more special physiques worth of blood essence to complete it. Then we can break free of the Xiantian realm's restrictions and transcend the boundary. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuan nodded, then, as if remembering something, spoke. I remember the Four Saints tournament is in 10 years, right? All the geniuses of the entire Xiantian realm will appear then. Perhaps we can find 5 geniuses with special physiques among them. I understand, but we're short-handed right now. Too few beings in the Xiantian realm can withstand the power of our blood clan and break through to the Quasi-Emperor level. Even now, we only have 5 peak Quasi-Emperor level beings from the Xiantian realm who can go out. Elder Hua paused, then spoke hesitantly, but Shui Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. If things succeed, then we can leave this hellish place. I understand. Elder Hua nodded in agreement and went to prepare for the operation. After Elder Hua left, Shui Yuan narrowed his eyes, looked up at the crimson sky of Burial God Valley, and muttered to himself. Father, I don't know what happened to you, but those 4 guys probably can't do anything to you. Just wait, I'll go back and kill them. Time always passes silently during cultivation. During this time, Wu Hao's cultivation level advanced to the peak of the Golden Immortal realm, bringing him closer to the eternal Grand Luo Golden Immortal. Su Qiuran also successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Saint King realm. After all, with Wu Hao giving her extra help, how could her breakthrough not be fast? As for the other 2, Wu Rolong had already chosen Wu Qinkan and Wu Qishan. Both were now at the Saint realm, perfect for participating in the Four Saints Grand Competition to gain combat experience, which would ultimately benefit their future cultivation. Wu Qinkan and Wu Qishan both agreed, and then made plans, arranging to meet at the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Since Wu Qishan was with the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce in the northern region, meeting at the Myriad Flowers Holy Land was definitely the best option compared to going together. The Wu family still lacks too many things, such as a clan-protecting monument. Wu Hao sat atop the back mountain of the Wu family compound, with a lazy little fox lying beside him. Wu Hu. After returning to the Wu family, Wu Hao had left Wu Hu there to cultivate. Under Wu Hao's fervent nurturing, Wu Hu had already unlocked its 7-tailed form, reaching the peak of the Saint King realm. Once all 9 tails were fully unleashed, it would rival a great emperor. However, it was unclear whether there were any other forms beyond the 9-tailed fox. Master, so you're planning to build a clan-protecting monument? Wu Hu asked curiously. Wu Hao nodded and explained his idea. The Wu family has grown increasingly powerful, and it's time for things to have a clear order. Many 4th-generation descendants haven't married or had children, but 6th and 7th-generation descendants have already emerged. Therefore, I've decided to erect a clan-protecting stele within the Wu family to suppress our family's fortune. Wu Hao said slowly, also recalling Wu Yufan's earlier request for a cauldron. This would be a good opportunity to complete the clan-protecting stele project. After all, a cauldron and a stele have similar effects, and a cauldron also has the effect of suppressing fortune. It can also be used for sacrifices during festivals. Furthermore, he definitely won't stay in the Xiantian realm in the future. His potential is too high, while the Xiantian realm's limit is the Great Emperor. He will definitely have to leave the Xiantian realm eventually. Upon hearing this, Wu Hu nodded in agreement. However, Wu Rolong is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the mid-stage of the Great Saint realm, so let's discuss it later. Chapter 73. The Immortal Cauldron suppresses the Wu family's fortune. What? Father, you plan to forge a cauldron to suppress the Wu family's fortune? Wu Rolong had just emerged from seclusion when he heard Wu Hao's words, and his expression immediately showed surprise. After all, based on his understanding of his father rarely worried about family affairs. In fact, since Qinkan and the others were born, Wu Hao had rarely interfered in the Wu family's affairs. Wu Hao nodded. That's right. Now our Wu family can be considered a slightly more powerful family, so naturally we need something of a higher grade to suppress our Wu family's fortune and ensure our prosperity in the immortal path. Powerful dynasties or forces all have things to suppress their dynasty's fortune to ensure its eternal prosperity, such as the Strong Dynasty and the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Moreover, only spiritual treasures of at least the supreme artifact level can suppress fortune. But Wu Rolong sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. Father, it's not that I don't want to, but last time it took me a long time to gather all the materials needed to forge an emperor-level longsword. If I were to search again now, it would probably take a very long time as well. Hearing this, Wu Hao paused for a moment, then sighed. Do your best. I'll also go searching for materials. Once we have them all, we'll forge a spiritual treasure to suppress the family's fortune. Concerning the Wu family's fortune, Wu Rolong naturally wouldn't take it lightly. He quickly gave orders to search for materials suitable for forging an emperor-level weapon in the Xiantian realm. However, for some unknown reason, not only was there no great emperor in the Xiantian realm, but even the materials needed to forge emperor-level weapons had become extremely scarce. Even the powerful Wu Clan Merchant Guild spent a full year collecting the necessary materials. Now, Wu Hao naturally needed to spend a considerable amount of time forging a new emperor-level weapon. Soon, only 5 years remained until the Four Saints tournament. At this moment, within the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Lin Tianyi, who had been in seclusion for a long time, finally emerged. With Wu Hao's help, Lin Tianyi finally broke through to the quasi-emperor realm he had longed for. Although Lin Tianyi was only a mere early-stage quasi-emperor, everyone in the Myriad Flowers Holy Land knew that they absolutely could not let Lin Tianyi be unhappy. After all, Lin Tianyi had Sukioran behind him, and behind Sukioran was that man. Holy Lord, the Four Saints tournament is about to be held again. I wonder if you will go this time. The Grand Elder approached Lin Tianyi, asking with a hint of hesitation on his face. Seeing the Grand Elder's expression, Lin Tianyi understood the Grand Elder's thoughts. Previously, Nurong Huang had represented the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, but now it was his turn as an early-stage quasi-emperor. If he went, he might be looked down upon by Li Teibei and the others. Lin Tianyi simply shook his head slightly upon hearing this, then slowly said, "It's irrelevant. After all, I'll have to appear sooner or later, and the news of Emperor Murong's fall will soon spread throughout the entire Xiantian realm. At that point, it will be impossible to keep it a secret. It's better to take this opportunity to inform the entire Xiantian realm that I have replaced him as the Holy Master of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land." Hearing Lin Tianyi's words, the Grand Elder sighed and could only agree. He figured that man wouldn't let Lin Tianyi get hurt, right? Soon, Lin Shuirou, Li Teibei, and Lei Wanyan arrived from their respective Holy Lands. After all, the Chaos Secret Realm was located in the central region, so it was naturally best to hold the Four Saints Grand Competition there, and also to discuss related matters at the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Soon, Lei Wanyan appeared before the Myriad Flowers Holy Land with a torrent of lightning. The lightning on Lei Wanyan subsided only after he entered the area. With Lei Wanyan's arrival, the next second, a green figure appeared from the east, rushing towards the Myriad Flowers Holy Land at incredible speed. It was Li Teibei flying on his sword. After Li Teibei's arrival, from the north, a turquoise water sphere appeared almost instantly around the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. The graceful figure within it was none other than Lin Shui-ro. Seeing the others arrive, Li Teibei smiled and said, "Fellow deists, long time no see. Indeed, the last time we met was that time." Lei Wanyan smiled and said, but for some reason, the expressions of the three of them were somewhat unnatural. However, they quickly forgot about this little incident. The entire Xiantian realm was so vast, surely they wouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter Wu Hao again. "Where's that old fellow, Nirong Huang? Why haven't we seen him?" Lei Wanyan said casually, as if he had just thought of something. After all, normally, given their high-profile appearance, Nirong Huang should have appeared long ago. Just as Li Teibei and the others were wondering, Lin Tianyi slowly appeared before them, bowing and greeting them. "Greetings, fellow deists. I am Lin Tianyi, the new Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land." Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Li Teibei and the others were stunned. Clearly, they hadn't expected the Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land to change so quickly. Becoming human was one thing, but why was he only a quasi-emperor in the early stages? "You're the new Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land? Where's Emperor Murong?" Li Teibei frowned slightly, asking with some confusion. Lin Tianyi replied with a composed smile. "Holy Lord Murong passed away some time ago due to certain matters, so I assumed the position of Holy Lord. Do you three have any further questions?" Although Lin Tianyi was inwardly nervous, he outwardly maintained a relaxed demeanor. He represented the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, he couldn't afford to disgrace it. Several guardian elders were also secretly observing everything. If anything went wrong, they would immediately rush out to support Lin Tianyi. They absolutely could not allow Lin Tianyi to be injured. Li Teibei and the other two exchanged glances, all able to see the shock in each other's eyes at Murong Huang's passing. After all, Murong Huang was a peak quasi-emperor, and with the help of the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, he could even contend with an early-stage great emperor. Who could possibly have caused his death? Although Lin Tianyi claimed that Emperor Murong had passed away peacefully, it was clear to everyone that his death was accidental, and deliberately so. After all, Emperor Murong was less than 300,000 years old, while a quasi-emperor level expert had a lifespan of 600,000 years. Thinking of this, Li Teibei and the other two felt a heavy weight in their hearts. If someone had truly killed Emperor Murong, wouldn't that mean they could also kill them? Chapter 74 The Golden Age? Although they felt a slight sadness at the fall of Emperor Murong, it was only fleeting. Emperor Murong was, after all, a powerful figure from their own era. His demise naturally caused them some distress, given that the four holy lords were all roughly equal in strength. "Alright, Lin Tianyi, is that it? Can you represent the entire Myriad Flowers Holy Land now? Or should we send out the other quasi-emperor peak experts?" Li Teibei spoke first. Lin Tianyi smiled calmly and said, "I said I am the Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, so naturally I can decide all matters concerning the Myriad Flowers Holy Land." Although Lin Tianyi was only a minor early-stage quasi-emperor, Li Teibei and the others didn't believe that the Myriad Flowers Holy Land would be so destitute after the fall of Emperor Murong that it would appoint an early-stage quasi-emperor as its Holy Lord. Therefore, it was more likely that Emperor Murong's death was closely related to Lin Tianyi, or even that Lin Tianyi had ordered his assassination. In any case, it was still necessary to be cautious when dealing with Lin Tianyi. "Alright, since that's the case, let's go inside and talk," Lei Wanyan said slowly. Then, the three of them, led by Lin Tianyi, entered the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. The reason they dared to enter was because Li Teibei and the others were carrying their respective Holy Land's imperial weapons. With 3 emperor-level weapons in hand, they didn't believe the Myriad Flower Holy Land would dare to attack them. After some discussion, the 4 Holy Lands quickly decided on the rewards they would offer, as their aim was to stimulate the interest of all the geniuses in the Xiantian realm in participating. There were only 2 ways to participate in the Four Saints Grand Competition: either one had a force backed by a quasi-emperor level expert, or one was a genius who had broken through to the Saint realm before the age of 1,000. Meeting either one of these conditions was sufficient to participate. The top 100 winners would enter the Chaos Secret Realm. Mentioning the Chaos Secret Realm, the expressions of the 4 present became slightly solemn, as the Chaos Secret Realm was the oldest existing realm in the entire Xiantian realm. It was said that this secret realm was created by the first great emperor of the Xiantian realm, the Chaos Great Emperor, when he left the Xiantian realm, precisely to select a successor. However, it was clear that since the Chaos Secret Realm opened, no one had been able to obtain the Chaos Great Emperor's inheritance. I wonder if anyone in the Xiantian realm will actually receive the Chaos Emperor's inheritance this time. Li Teibei sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he murmured to himself. Those who become Saint Lords are all prodigies who break through to the Saint realm before the age of 1,000. Therefore, Li Teibei and others had also entered the Chaos Secret Realm, but without exception, none of them received the Chaos Emperor's inheritance. Yes, there are more and more prodigies in the Xiantian realm these days. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing. I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. Lei Wanyun also sighed beside him, his brows furrowed. In their era, very few people could break through to the Saint realm before the age of 1,000, but in recent years, quite a few have broken through to the Great Saint or even Saint King realm before the age of 1,000. Therefore, Lei Wanyun keenly sensed that something might be about to happen. Just then, Lin Tianyi smiled and said, "What bad thing could it be? More geniuses aren't necessarily a bad thing for our Xiantian realm. More geniuses mean perhaps someone can break through to the Great Emperor realm, proving to us that the path to emperorship isn't broken." Hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Li Teibei and the others were first taken aback, then smiled and bowed. "Fellow deist Lin is right, we were mistaken. Alright, now that the grand competition has been decided, my Myriad Flower Holy Land will begin releasing information throughout the Xiantian realm starting tomorrow, informing them of the Four Saints grand competition." Seeing Lin Tianyi speak, Li Teibei and the others also stood up, took out their phones, and posted the news of the Four Saints grand competition on Weibo, immediately causing a huge uproar throughout the entire Xiantian realm. Although many people have joined major powers, there are still quite a few who are completely unaware of the Four Saints tournament, much like a rural boy who has never even heard of a youth palace, including the author. After Li Teibei and the others posted the news, the comments section quickly reached 99+, all expressing shock and excitement. For many independent cultivators, participating in the Four Saints tournament was clearly a golden opportunity to make a name for themselves. What's the Four Saints tournament? How come I know nothing about it? Upstairs, you're so out of touch. The Four Saints tournament is a competition for the most talented cultivators in the Xiantian realm, organized by the Four Great Holy Lands. Those who achieve a top 100 ranking in the Four Saints tournament can enter the legendary Chaos Secret Realm. Wait, what's the Chaos Secret Realm? Never mind, just search it on Baidu, you can find everything there. Soon, the online cultivators who were just watching the drama unfold all knew about this news and became incredibly excited. After all, it was a super event that could affect the entire Xiantian realm. "I'm a 500-year-old Saint Realm cultivator, may I participate?" "Upstairs, you're too inadequate. I broke through to the Saint Realm at 300 years old. I should be able to achieve a decent ranking in the Four Saints Grand Competition. You're all too weak. I reached the peak of the Saint Realm at 150 years old. Who else can compare?" It was precisely this explosion of the Four Saints Grand Competition that brought out many geniuses from the Xiantian realm. They were all under 1,000 years old, having broken through to the Saint Realm, leaving Li Teibei and the others speechless. After all, normally, if one could break through to the Saint Realm before 1,000 years old, breaking through to the Supreme Realm wouldn't be a problem, and even the Quasi-Emperor realm only required some effort. Judging from the current situation tonight, at least tens of thousands of people claim to have broken through to the Saint Realm before 1,000 years old. While some of these might be false, a large portion are likely telling the truth. I'm really looking forward to the Four Sages competition 5 years from now. A hint of anticipation flashed in Li Teibei's eyes, but deep within them also lay a trace of worry about the future. Meanwhile, after discussing the matters related to the Four Saints Grand Competition, Lin Shuirou returned to the Ro Shui Holy Land. Upon her return, she saw the Grand Elder approaching her. The moment she saw the Grand Elder, a bad feeling arose in Lin Shuirou's heart. Sure enough, the Grand Elder couldn't help but speak upon seeing her. "Holy Lord, you've finally returned. Go see the Holy Maiden, she says she wants to see you now." "Yes, I know. I'll go right now." Hearing that it was indeed about her daughter, a trace of helplessness flashed across Lin Shuirou's brow, as if she had remembered something terrible. But ultimately, she was her daughter. She could only sigh and walk towards the forbidden area of the Ro Shui Holy Land. Chapter 75 Lin Dong. When Lin Shuirou arrived at the forbidden area of the Ro Shui Holy Land, she saw a small world within it, created by herself. Countless arrays surrounded the small world, seemingly imprisoning something. And clearly, Lin Zixin was inside one of these arrays. Upon arriving at the small world, Lin Shuirou waved her hand, dispelling the arrays that bound it, and then entered. Within the small world, Lin Zixin was sitting cross-legged deep within, cultivating. Judging from her aura, she had clearly broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. As if sensing Lin Shuirou's arrival, Lin Zixin slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with apology, yet her tone remained firm as she spoke. "Mother, I want to see Donger." Hearing Lin Zixin's words, Lin Shuirou frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. "You can't even hold out for this 10-year period? You should know that 10 years of imprisonment was a very short time for your mother to protect your position as holy maiden. But 10 years have passed, and Donger will have grown up. I can't let my child's childhood be missed. Lin Zixin, radiating maternal love, spoke without hesitation. But Lin Shuru's face suddenly darkened, and she snapped. Nonsense! Donger possesses an innate Dao embryo. He will be the one to lead our Ro Shui Holy Land to glory. And you also need to know that you can't spoil Donger too much. He needs to lay a solid foundation before he turns 8 so that he can soar to great heights once he begins cultivation. Lin Zixin had never seen her mother like this before. A bitter smile appeared on her face, and her thoughts drifted back to what had happened earlier. Shortly after preparing for her seclusion to attempt to break through to quasi-emperor status, Lin Zixin felt unwell. Upon examination, she discovered she was pregnant. Lin Zixin had originally intended to abort the fetus. After all, she was destined to lead the entire soft water Holy Land to a brighter future. How could she possibly care about such matters of personal affection? But just as Lin Zixin was about to terminate the pregnancy, she hesitated. The child was innocent, she couldn't let the child die because of her. She at least wanted to give the child a choice. So, by some strange twist of fate, Lin Zixin gave birth during her seclusion. Looking at the adorable infant in her arms, eyes still closed, Lin Zixin froze. It was the first time she had held a child, her own child. A surge of maternal love unconsciously filled her heart. Because she didn't know Wu Yufan's name, Lin Zixin could only give the child her surname, naming him Dong, hoping he would be a lively and active person. Thus, he was named Lin Dong. However, this happy period didn't last long. Soon, Lin Zixin successfully broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, and during her tribulation, the commotion here could no longer be suppressed. Lin Shui-ro and the others, who had arrived, also saw Lin Dong and were immediately enraged. Lin Zixin was the holy maiden of the Ro Shui Holy Land. If word got out that the holy maiden was pregnant out of wedlock, it would be a disgrace to the entire Holy Land. Therefore, after unanimous discussion, Lin Shui-ro and the others decided on a 10-year prison sentence for Lin Zixin, during which she was forbidden from seeing her child. This was undoubtedly a huge torment for Lin Zixin, but there was no other way. It was already considered a very lenient punishment. If it were any other holy maiden, such a thing would probably have resulted in their disqualification. No matter where you are, reputation is paramount, and the Holy Land is no exception. However, they soon discovered that Lin Dong's physique was the legendary innate Dao embryo holy body, the physique said to be closest to the Dao. This meant that if Lin Dong began cultivating, the great emperor realm would definitely not be the pinnacle for him. Therefore, after discovering this, the Ro Shui Holy Land secretly began to nurture Lin Dong, striving to make his cultivation journey smoother. But I don't want my son to become a tool of the soft water Holy Land. Lin Zixin's eyes reddened involuntarily. At this moment, she spoke no longer as the holy maiden of the soft water Holy Land, but as a mother, an incredibly innocent mother. Lin Shui-ro also turned her head away, feeling somewhat reluctant, but still spoke firmly. Just bear with it a little longer. There are only 5 years left. You'll be out in 5 years, and you'll represent our soft water Holy Land in the Four Saints Grand Competition. Having said that, Lin Shui-ro ignored Lin Zixin's reaction and left the small world. The soft water Holy Land wasn't her personal fiefdom. She also needed to consider the other elders and give them face. Therefore, 10 years of imprisonment was already the lightest punishment. After all, Lin Zixin had just broken through to the quasi-emperor level, and 10 years would be a good time for her to recuperate. Lin Zixin watched her mother's departing figure, her heart filled with guilt towards Lin Dong. My child, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not being able to stay by your side. Wait, I'll go find you soon, and I'll always be with you then. But then Lin Zixin seemed to remember something, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. I don't know how you're doing, but you probably don't know we have a child. If you did, I hope you'd come looking for me. Forget it, no way. Your mother is too powerful. You're no match for her. Just live well. As if remembering something, Lin Zixin felt a wave of despair. Judging from her mother's protectiveness, if Wu Yufan really appeared before her mother would truly destroy him. Of course, unless Wu Yufan had some power backing him that could rival the soft water Holy Land, but Lin Zixin had dismissed that possibility from the start. After all, if Wu Yufan truly had a power backing him that could rival the soft water Holy Land, he wouldn't be being hunted down by her. Meanwhile, after leaving the small world, Lin Shui-ro sighed, seemingly lost in thought, and headed towards a certain part of the Holy Land, soon arriving at a large mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, a smile appeared on Lin Shui-ro's face. She quickly arrived at a mansion, where 2 Saint King realm guards stood respectfully. Upon seeing Lin Shui-ro, they immediately greeted her. Greetings, Holy Lord. How is the Holy Sun now? Lin Shui-ro waved her hand and asked calmly. After learning that Lin Dong possessed the innate Dao embryo holy body, Lin Shui-ro overruled objections and appointed Lin Dong as the Holy Son of the Ro Shui Holy Land. Holy Lord, the Holy Sun is very quiet today, playing by himself. One of the Saint King Realm experts quickly reported. Lin Shui-ro nodded and then went inside. Chapter 76. Do my older brothers and sisters know where my father is? After Lin Shui-ro entered the courtyard, she saw a small figure running quickly, chased by two others who were warning him as they ran. Holy Sun, be careful. Seeing this, Lin Shui-ro sighed helplessly and spoke. Dong-er. Hearing Lin Shui-ro's voice, Lin Dong's smile vanished, his face fell, and he looked at Lin Shui-ro with a fearful tone. Grandma. Soon, Lin Shui-ro came to Lin Dong, knelt down, and placed her hand on his shoulder, speaking softly. Dong-er, you're an adult now. You need to know what you can and cannot do. You bear the future of the entire Ro Shui Holy Land on your shoulders, so remember, you must work harder than others, understand? I understand, Grandma. Lin Dong lowered his head, his voice trembling with fear. Seeing this, Lin Shui-ro felt somewhat helpless, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was the Holy Master of the Ro Shui Holy Land, and everything had to be considered for the future of the Holy Land. After meeting Lin Dong, Lin Shui-ro looked at the two Saint King level experts she had arranged to take care of Lin Dong and give him a medicinal bath, and slowly said, You two must ensure the Holy Sun's safety. If anything happens to the Holy Sun, I will hold you responsible. Yes, Holy Master. The two Saint King level experts nodded quickly in agreement upon hearing Lin Shui-ro's words. Lin Shui-ro herself was already very busy, and after meeting with Lin Dong, she left. After seeing Lin Shui-ro leave, Lin Dong visibly relaxed and looked at the two figures beside him, speaking softly. Sister Lin Yu, Sister Chen Yu, I'm tired. Shall we go back and rest? If the Holy Sun is tired, then go back and rest first. But there's another medicinal bath in 3 hours. You can't cancel it, Holy Sun. Lin Yu said firmly to Lin Dong. Hearing this, Lin Dong's face showed a hurt expression, but he could only agree. But quickly, something occurred to him, and a mischievous glint appeared in Lin Dong's eyes as he looked at Lin Yu, speaking in a slightly coquettish tone. Sister Lin Yu, could I play with one of your phones for a bit? What do you need that for? Lin Yu frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although they were all Saint King level experts, the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce's advertising was so effective that they couldn't resist buying one, and then, they became addicted. Lin Shui-ro didn't make any demands, so they all brought their phones with them. Lin Dong was bored and saw them playing with their phones, which led him to think of an excuse to get a phone from them to achieve his goal. Isn't it too boring? All I do is take medicinal baths and exercise all day. I'm almost at my limit. If I don't relieve this, I feel like my mind will become clouded. If it affects my cultivation path, can you take responsibility for that? Lin Dong's face was full of pitifulness, making it extremely heartbreaking. But Lin Yu, a shrewd and experienced man, wouldn't fall for Lin Dong's tricks. Just as Lin Yu was about to firmly refuse, Chen Yu spoke up, her tone nonchalant. Lin Yu, if the Holy Sun's mind isn't open-minded and his cultivation is affected, the Holy Lord will surely punish us. Besides, it's not a big deal. It's just a phone, let the Holy Sun play with it for a while, it's insignificant. Hearing Chen Yu speak up, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but could only agree. It's just a short while, it won't cause any trouble. Alright, you can only play for a while. You can't play anymore after an hour. In the end, Lin Yu gave in and unlocked the phone, handing it to Lin Dong. Upon receiving the phone, Lin Dong was overjoyed, hugging Lin Yu and Chen Yu and showering them with kisses, acting coquettishly. I knew Sister Lin Yu and Sister Chen Yu were the best. Alright, hurry up and play. We'll get it back in an hour. After saying this, Lin Yu and Chen Yu went downstairs to prepare the things needed for the medicinal bath, leaving Lin Dong alone playing on his phone. After Lin Yu and Chen Yu left, Lin Dong quickly swiped through his phone screen, soon finding Douyin, TikTok, and tapped on it, muttering to himself as he operated it. I remember it should work like this, okay. Soon, Lin Dong found what he wanted to do and started the live stream. Perhaps because Lin Yu was already an internet celebrity with a certain fan base, a considerable number of viewers joined the stream immediately after it started. Of course, they all came because of Lin Yu. However, the Lin Yu he was so eager to see didn't see him. Instead, he saw an incredibly cute little child. I've entered the wrong room. Isn't this Lin Yu's live stream? Why is there a little child here? Something's not right. Why is there a little child? And a child is cute too. I want to hug and kiss him. Wait, this child is in Lin Yu's live stream, which means he's using Lin Yu's phone to stream. This proves he must be someone Lin Yu knows, so the mystery is solved. This is Lin Yu's child. What? Lin Yu has a child? Heartbroken. Seeing the number of viewers in the live stream reach a terrifying 100,000 plus, Lin Dong knew his time had come, so he deliberately acted cute and said, No, everyone, you've guessed wrong. I'm not Sister Lin Yu's son. I have my own parents, and my name is Lin Dong. After learning that the child wasn't Lin Mu's child, the male cultivators in the livestream breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Mu's online persona was that of a single goddess. If Lin Dong really were her child, the viewers would feel deceived. Just as they were wondering why Lin Dong was using Lin Mu's phone to start a live stream, Lin Dong spoke up. Actually, I'm doing this live stream to ask you all for a favor. My father is missing, and my mother is imprisoned. I want to know where my father is. Can you please come and rescue my mother and me? My mother is the holy maiden of the soft water holy land, Lin Zixin. As soon as Lin Dong revealed this news, the entire internet exploded. P.S. Let me clarify the setting. The Xiantian realm is a complete continent, so you don't need to compare it to the covering the sky genre. The idea that a great emperor can destroy a star field is ridiculous. The Xiantian realm is, in the setting, the size of the entire Milky Way galaxy, which is 12,000 times larger than the solar system. A great emperor could easily destroy an area the size of the solar system with a full-force attack. So please stop saying that great emperors are weak. It's just the author's description that makes you feel that way. Also, there's the technology stuff, but that's not the main plot. It's more of a side plot, or even less. It's just the author's quirky humor, or perhaps just for the protagonist's daily entertainment. Or perhaps the author would also vigorously develop technology if they were to travel to a similar world someday, so please stop focusing on this point, thank you. Chapter 77 Wu Hao received the news. What? The Holy Maiden of the Soft Water Holy Land actually has a child. What the hell? Isn't the Holy Maiden of the Soft Water Holy Land Lin Zixin? Wasn't her dream to lead the entire Soft Water Holy Land to glory? How come she had a child without saying a word? Now I'm really curious, who could possibly make the proud and arrogant Holy Maiden Lin Zixin have a child for him? When Lin Dong revealed that he was Lin Zixin's child and pleaded for everyone's help to find his father, the entire internet exploded. Everyone was speculating about who Lin Dong's biological father was, assuming Lin Dong wasn't lying. However, soon a disciple of the Soft Water Holy Land stepped forward to say that their Holy Maiden had indeed not appeared for a long time, leading everyone to speculate, could Lin Zixin really have given birth? Meanwhile, Lin Dong, upon seeing Lin Mu and the others return, quickly ended his live stream, pretending nothing had happened. What are you playing at? Lin Mu walked over and asked curiously. Lin Dong casually displayed the screen of a match 3 game. A casual little game. Lin Mu didn't think much of it. After all, Lin Dong was just a 4-year-old child. What bad intentions could he possibly have? However, she didn't know that Lin Dong had many hidden agendas. Meanwhile, Lin Shui-ro received the news quickly after leaving Lin Dong's side. Upon seeing Lin Dong's livestream, Lin Shui-ro was instantly furious and stormed back to his side. Lin Dong was about to take a medicinal bath when he saw Lin Shui-ro arrive. Upon seeing her, Lin Mu and Chen Yu immediately felt a sense of unease. After all, normally Lin Shui-ro rarely came here, usually only once every 2 weeks. But today, she had just left and then returned immediately. Clearly, something had happened. Holy Lord, what happened? Lin Mu stepped forward, asking curiously, but was immediately suppressed to the ground by Lin Shui-ro, as was Chen Yu beside her. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Lin Shui-ro's face darkened as she said, "Who gave Lin Dong the phone to play with and even started a live stream?" Hearing Lin Shui-ro's words, Lin Mu and Chen Yu inwardly cried out in alarm. Something had indeed happened. Holy Lord, it was me. Lin Mu took the blame. She and Lin Shui-ro shared the same surname, Lin, indicating a blood relationship, but Chen Yu had absolutely no blood relation to Lin Shui-ro. If she confessed herself, she would only receive some punishment, not death, but if Chen Yu confessed, Lin Shui-ro would show no mercy. Hearing Lin Mu's confession, Lin Shui-ro became even angrier, letting out a cold snort as the oppressive aura surrounding Lin Mu intensified. Do you know what happened? It's because you handed your phone to Lin Dong that he started a live stream, and now the whole internet knows that the Holy Maiden of my soft water holy land is pregnant out of wedlock. Hearing this, Lin Mu's shock deepened. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Dong to be so thoughtful, even remembering how she started the live stream and using his phone to search for his family. But it was too late to undo the damage. Thinking this, Lin Mu sighed helplessly. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Dong, who was preparing for his medicinal bath, jumped down and blocked her way. Grandma, this was my own decision. It has nothing to do with Sister Lin Mu and the others. If you're going to punish someone, punish me alone. With that, Lin Dong stood tall and proud, radiating an aura of fearlessness that made Lin Shui-ro sigh helplessly. After all, he was her grandson, and a peerless genius with an innate Dao embryo saint body. How could she possibly punish Lin Dong? So, with a sigh of relief, Lin Shui-ro said helplessly, Lin Mu, you've neglected your duty to protect Lin Dong. Your punishment is 100 years of imprisonment at Gale Cliff. Hearing Lin Shui-ro's words, Lin Mu realized something, a flicker of fear crossing his face, but he could only sigh and agree. 100 years of imprisonment was already quite lenient, it was better than death. However, Gale Cliff was no pleasant place. Terrifying gales constantly swept through it. A normal Saint King wouldn't be afraid to enter. But upon entering Gale Cliff, one's cultivation would be suppressed, meaning one would have to endure the gales for 100 years with a mortal body, a tremendous torment. Lin Dong was on the verge of tears and even considered pleading for mercy, but Lin Shui-ro was clearly unmoved. This was already a very light punishment, any lighter and she wouldn't be able to explain it to the elders of the Ro Shui Holy Land. As for Chen Yu, she was also transferred away. Because of this incident, Lin Dong's situation needed to be reorganized, such as supervising his training with strong individuals and medicinal baths. Don't hold a grudge against your grandmother. When you grow up, you'll understand that she did all this for your own good. Lin Shui-ro said, then turned and left, leaving Lin Dong alone, crying. This incident quickly caused a huge uproar online. After all, the holy sons and daughters of the four holy lands are always heavyweight figures, let alone top-tier geniuses like Lin Zixin. At this time, in the Wu family, Su Qiuran had just emerged from seclusion after breaking through to the mid-stage of the Saint King realm. She saw Wu Hao scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, but Wu Hao's brows were slightly furrowed, as if something had happened. What's wrong, husband? Approaching Wu Hao, Su Qiuran spoke. Wu Hao then reacted, his expression grave as he turned the screen towards Su Qiuran. On it was a picture of Lin Dong. Upon seeing Lin Dong's photo, Su Qiuran was initially curious, but Wu Hao spoke up the next second. This is the bloodline of our Wu family. What? Su Qiuran froze, clearly not expecting anyone in her Wu family to do such a thing, abandoning his wife and child. If she found out who had done this, she would definitely expel him from the Wu family. Hey, what happened? Damn it! In the eastern region, Wu Yufan looked on with a grim expression as the Moon Shadow Wolf relentlessly pursued him. The Moon Shadow Wolf roared angrily. Damn human! You ambushed me while I was resting. Die! Hey, I only took one of your teeth. Is it really necessary to be so angry? Wu Yufan fled in panic. After all, the Moon Shadow Wolf behind him wasn't an ordinary one, it was a Moon Shadow Wolf that had broken through to the mid-stage of Quasi Emperor. By chance, Wu Yufan discovered this Moon Shadow Wolf while it was resting. He needed the Moon Shadow Wolf's tooth to unlock the 9th layer of the ancient sacred body's restrictions, so he decided to attack. However, he hadn't expected the Moon Shadow Wolf to be so vengeful, relentlessly chasing him from the western region to the eastern region. Chapter 78. Come with me, we need people. Phew, finally got rid of the Moon Shadow Wolf. If it had caught up, it would have been a tough fight. After a little while, Wu Yufan finally shook off the Moon Shadow Wolf's pursuit. But just then, his phone vibrated in his storage ring. Wu Yufan was curious who had sent him the message, but after seeing the screen, he froze. The screen showed a video sent to him by Wu Hao, in which Lin Dong said his mother was Lin Zixin and that he didn't know who his father was. The moment he saw Lin Dong, Wu Yufan felt an inexplicable surge of warmth and affection, as if Lin Dong were his own child. Lin Dong is my child? How could such a strange thought come to me? Lin Zixin and I aren't close at all. She practically wants to kill me. How could she possibly have a child with me? And I don't even feel anything. Wu Yufan thought to himself, puzzled. Just as he was about to suppress this absurd thought, Wu Hao called. After hesitating for a while, Wu Yufan answered. However, what he saw on the other end were the extremely gloomy faces of Wu Hao and Su Qiuran. This gave Wu Yufan a bad feeling. His great-grandfather wouldn't contact him casually, much less send him a video of a child for no reason. Could this child really be his? The next second, Wu Hao spoke, directly confirming Wu Yufan's suspicions. You should have seen it, the child is indeed of the Wu family bloodline. But great-grandpa, I didn't feel anything at all. How could I suddenly have a child? And with Lin Zixin no less. Wu Yufan's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief. The main problem was that he suddenly had a child, and he hadn't felt anything at all. He felt like he'd become a father without even realizing it. Wu Hao shook his head, then said seriously. That's of the Wu family bloodline. What do you plan to do? Although he didn't know why he suddenly had a child, Wu Yufan knew he had to shoulder this responsibility and at least find out what had happened. Great-grandpa, I want to go and bring Lin Dong back. In that case, go ahead boldly. Great-grandpa will personally take you there. Wu Hao spoke calmly, his tone full of domineering authority. Upon hearing this, Wu Yufan breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't truly confident facing the soft water Holy Land, as he was currently missing a 100,000-year-old willow lightning struck with the rare and precious material needed to remove the 9th layer of the ancient sacred body's restrictions. Once he gathered the final treasure, he could remove the 9th layer of the ancient sacred body's restrictions, achieving the terrifying power to fight an emperor with his bare body. At that time, even if the soft water Holy Land wanted to stop him, they wouldn't be able to. Thank you, great-grandpa. In that case, I'll trouble you. Wu Yufan didn't hesitate and readily agreed. His main concern was the overwhelming power of the soft water Holy Land, by the time he reached a level comparable to them, it would be too late. Wu Hao nodded and then hung up the phone. Lin Zixin, what exactly happened back then? Why did we end up with a child? Wu Yufan lowered his head, his expression extremely grave. It has to be said that while heaven bestowed upon Wu Yufan extraordinary talent, it also made him a rather clueless man. He couldn't even understand something so simple. Meanwhile, Wu Hao, after hanging up, looked at Sukioran. Sukioran naturally knew what Wu Yufan intended to do, so she nodded. Husband, I will go with you. In that case, let's go. Wu Hao nodded, and in an instant, he and Sukioran disappeared from the Wu family estate. With Wu Hao's current peak golden immortal cultivation, he could go anywhere in heaven and earth. It's no exaggeration to say that he could destroy the entire Xiantian realm with a single strike. Soon, Wu Hao brought Sukioran to Wu Yufan's location. Wu Yufan, who was in the western regions at the time, immediately greeted them upon seeing them. Great-grandpa, great-grandma. Yes, although we don't know exactly what happened, the most important thing right now is to bring Lin Zixin and Lin Dong back and find out what happened. Our Wu family bloodline cannot suffer outside. Wu Hao's expression was calm, his tone indifferent, but his demeanor carried an unwavering determination. Wu Yufan naturally nodded in agreement. How could he not care about his son? In the blink of an eye, Wu Hao brought Wu Yufan to the front of the soft water Holy Land. This scene startled Wu Yufan, as they were in the western regions, while the soft water Holy Land was in the northern regions. Wu Hao transported them from the western regions to the northern regions in the blink of an eye, catching even Wu Yufan completely off guard. Perhaps even a great emperor couldn't accomplish such a feat. Thinking this, Wu Yufan hesitated, looking at Wu Hao with a hint of doubt, and asked, "Great-grandfather, what is your cultivation level?" "Don't ask. Just a little stronger than a great emperor." Wu Hao replied calmly. He would never reveal his true cultivation level to anyone. This was called holding back. In case someone attacked him, he could catch them off guard. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Yufan remained silent for a long time, but wisely refrained from asking further. However, Wu Yufan's fighting spirit was not extinguished. His goal was to become the strongest member of the Wu family. Upon arriving at the soft water Holy Land, Wu Hao made no attempt to conceal his power, revealing even a fraction of his aura, instantly causing the entire soft water Holy Land to tremble. What? This aura is terrifying. Just what kind of powerful being has descended upon my soft water Holy Land? Hiss. Even I, a late-stage quasi-emperor, feel powerless and even desperate. Could it be a great emperor? How is that possible? Where would a great emperor come from in the current Xiantian realm? Even among our 4 holy lands, there isn't a single great emperor. The elders of the soft water Holy Land trembled with fear at Wu Hao's aura, including Lin Shui-ro. Clearly, she hadn't expected such a powerful figure to exist in a small realm like the profound heaven realm, and it was obvious he was targeting the soft water Holy Land, leaving them with no way to avoid him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shui-ro looked at the elders before her and slowly said, "Elders, please follow me to meet this senior." Chapter 79. Lin Shui-ro's shock. Release them. Release them right now. Soon, after Wu Hao and the others had waited for less than 10 seconds, the powerful figures from the soft water Holy Land, led by Lin Shui-ro, appeared opposite Wu Hao. Lin Shui-ro even took out the water-stabilizing divine pearl, ready to attack at any moment. "You are? Senior Wu. Greetings, Senior Wu." The moment Lin Shui-ro saw Wu Hao, the terrifying memory of being utterly defeated by Li Teibei and the others flashed through her mind, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The elders of the soft water Holy Land, seeing their holy lord's reaction, assumed she knew the other person and hurriedly inquired, "Holy Lord, do you know this senior before you?" "No, I only had the good fortune to meet Senior Wu once. Senior Wu's stature is something we can never catch up to in all our lifetimes." Lin Shui-ro shook her head, speaking sincerely. Her words caused the elders of the soft water Holy Land present to gasp in shock. They knew their holy lord, empowered by the imperial weapon, could even rival an early-stage great emperor, yet they still held Wu Hao in utmost awe. Just how terrifying was Wu Hao's strength? Lin Shui-ro glanced at the surrounding elders and said softly, "All right, put away your weapons. There's no need for us to fight in front of Senior Wu." Lin Shui-ro was telling the truth. She had initially thought she had a fighting chance, but after seeing Wu Hao, she knew that even all of them combined wouldn't be a match for him. After all, Wu Hao's strength was simply too extraordinary. Hearing the Holy Lord's words, although some elders hesitated, most of them put away their weapons. Soon, Lin Shui-ro turned to Wu Hao and asked respectfully, "Senior Wu, may I ask what important matter brings you to our soft water Holy Land?" Lin Shui-ro knew that Wu Hao wouldn't come to their soft water Holy Land without a reason. As for the previous incident, Lin Shui-ro and the others guessed it was over, otherwise, Wu Hao wouldn't have let them leave alive. Hearing Lin Shui-ro's words, Wu Hao glanced at Wu Yifan beside him before speaking softly, "Lin Dong is of Wu family blood. Hand him over." "What? Hearing Lin Dong's name from Wu Hao's mouth, Lin Shuirou inwardly cried out in alarm. Then, hearing that Lin Dong was of Wu family blood, she froze on the spot. Could it be such a coincidence? Lin Dong had just been diagnosed with the innate Dao embryo holy body, and Wu Hao came to demand him right afterward. Was this really not a pre-planned scheme? Just as Lin Shuirou hesitated, Wu Hao, as if guessing her thoughts, sneered and said, "If I wanted to scheme against your Ro Shui Holy Land, I would simply destroy your entire territory and forcibly take Lin Dong away. Why waste words with you? I won't say the same thing twice. Bring Lin Dong out." With Wu Hao speaking again, Lin Shuirou finally couldn't hold back any longer and quickly turned around to give the order. "Bring Lin Dong here." After giving her instructions, Lin Shuirou bowed respectfully to Wu Hao and said, "Senior Wu, I believe you wouldn't deceive me, but I need to know who Lin Dong's biological father is." "Here, this is him." Wu Hao glanced at Wu Yifan beside him and then spoke. Seeing this, Wu Yifan also stepped forward decisively. He needed to know what had happened back then, why he had suddenly become a father. Just as Wu Yifan stepped forward, the three quasi-emperor level elders who had previously chased after him stepped forward and hurriedly said to Lin Shuirou, "Holy Lord, this is the thief who spied on the holy maiden bathing." "Oh, so it's you." Upon hearing that Wu Yifan was the thief who had spied on her daughter bathing, Lin Shuirou was filled with rage. If Wu Yifan hadn't been standing next to Wu Hao, Lin Shuirou probably would have already killed him. Even so, this didn't stop Lin Shuirou from glaring fiercely at Wu Yifan. If Wu Hao hadn't been there, Lin Shuirou might actually have attacked him. "Holy Lord Lin, what happened back then wasn't intentional. I simply accidentally wandered into your Ro Shui Holy Land's territory. Please forgive me." Wu Yifan took a deep breath, bowed to Lin Shuirou, and sincerely apologized. But Lin Shuirou didn't forgive Wu Yifan. Instead, she snorted coldly and continued to stare at him fiercely, which made Wu Yifan uncomfortable. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Lin Shuirou was Lin Zixin's mother. No matter how angry Wu Yifan was, he couldn't possibly lay a hand on Lin Zixin's mother. Doing so would only make Lin Zixin hate him. Just as the surrounding air grew increasingly suffocating, the elder finally arrived with Lin Dong. The moment Wu Yifan saw Lin Dong, he could finally feel that the blood flowing in Lin Dong's veins was his own. The Lin Dong before him was truly his son. Lin Dong, held by the soft water Holy Land, seemed to sense something as well, looking at Wu Yifan and excitedly reaching out his hands. "Father, you are my father." The quasi-emperor elder holding Lin Dong looked at Lin Shuirou with some hesitation, clearly struggling with whether or not to hand Lin Dong over to Wu Yifan. Lin Shuirou took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and gave a meaningful look. The elder had no choice but to hand Lin Dong over to Wu Yifan. Lin Shuirou knew that if she didn't hand Lin Dong over, with Wu Hao's strength, not even the combined forces of the four great Holy Lands, let alone their soft water Holy Land, would be a match for him. Moreover, under her observation, Wu Yufan's foundation was extremely terrifying. Although he was only at the peak of the Supreme Realm, his true strength could probably threaten a quasi-emperor. Taking Lin Dong from the elder's arms, Wu Yifan was filled with mixed emotions. Clearly, he hadn't expected to become a father so soon. After being held by Wu Yifan, Lin Dong refused to let go, his face beaming with joy. I, Lin Dong, have finally found my father. Donger, where's your mother?" Looking at Lin Dong in his arms, Wu Yifan hesitated for a moment before asking. But upon hearing mother, Lin Dong froze, his little face immediately drooping, looking like he was about to cry, and said with extreme grievance, "Daddy, they've locked mommy up. Please save mommy, okay?" Chapter 80. Hand over the person to me. Hearing Lin Dong's words from his arms, Wu Yufan's expression turned grim. Although he didn't have a deep emotional bond with Lin Zixin, the fact that she was Lin Dong's birth mother meant he absolutely couldn't stand by and watch her suffer. Thinking this, Wu Yufan's eyes hardened as he looked at Lin Shuirou and said, "Where's Lin Zixin? Let her out." Lin Shuirou's face was pale. She clearly hadn't expected to be treated this way by a junior, but with Wu Hao standing beside Wu Yifan, watching her intently, she dared not say anything. She could only turn and instruct the elders to go to the small world and bring Lin Zixin out. After giving the instructions, Lin Shuirou looked at Wu Hao, hesitated several times, and then asked him, "Senior Wu, may I ask who this is?" "This is my great-grandson, how about it?" Wu Hao calmly revealed Wu Yufan's identity. Upon learning Wu Yufan's identity, Lin Shuirou couldn't help but gasp. Clearly, she hadn't expected Wu Yifan to be such a powerful junior. Many of her thoughts vanished in an instant. Most importantly, Wu Yifan was her grandson's biological father. Thinking of this, Lin Shuirou looked up, about to speak, when the elder arrived with Lin Zixin. Lin Zixin looked somewhat confused. Based on her understanding, her mother's decisions were usually unchangeable. However, upon seeing Lin Dong and Wu Yifan not far away, everything seemed to become clear. Could it be that he found out about the situation here and came looking for me and the child? For some reason, this possibility crossed Lin Zixin's mind, but she quickly remembered that her mother possessed an emperor-level weapon. Even if Wu Yufan broke through to the quasi-emperor level, he wouldn't be a match for her. Thinking this, Lin Zixin gritted her teeth and stepped forward to cover Wu Yufan and Lin Dong's escape, but unexpectedly, Lin Shiru appeared in front of her and grabbed her, her face bearing a smile Lin Zixin had never seen before. "Daughter, I agree to your marriage with young friend Wu." Lin Zixin? Wu Yufan? Most of the people present were stunned upon hearing Lin Shiru's words. Clearly, they hadn't expected to hear such an answer from Lin Shiru, especially since Lin Shiru had previously been extremely insistent that Lin Zixin stay in the Roshui Holy Land. Now that Lin Shui-ro has said this, isn't she essentially sending Lin Zixin and Lin Dong to someone else? Lin Zixin is the most talented prodigy of their Roshui Holy Land, a quasi-emperor at just over 500 years old, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she's the most likely to succeed in becoming a great emperor. Lin Dong possesses an innate Dao embryo saint body, a rare find throughout history, making him even more terrifying than Lin Zixin as he grows. How could the elders of the Roshui Holy Land possibly agree to Lin Shui-ro giving them away so easily? Just as the elders were about to object, Lin Zixin spoke first. "Mother, you don't need to worry about my marriage yet. Lin Dong, come to mother." After speaking, Lin Zixin looked at Lin Dong, who was nestled in Wu Yufan's arms. Lin Dong, however, refused to leave Wu Yufan's embrace and continued to whine. "Mother, I want to be with father. Isn't it good for our family to be together?" Hearing his son's words, Wu Yufan felt a little shy. After all, he and Lin Zixin weren't very close. Although they had a son, it didn't change the fact that they weren't familiar with each other. Lin Zixin glared at Wu Yufan. She knew that Lin Dong had been the closest to her before, but she hadn't expected that he would be so easily charmed by Wu Yufan so soon after meeting him. But she couldn't worry about that now. The most important thing was to bring her son back first. However, before Lin Zixin could speak, Wu Hao spoke up first. "Lin Zixin, Lin Dong is of the Wu family bloodline, that's an undeniable fact, whether you acknowledge it or not. Furthermore, I believe a child's healthy development requires ample companionship from both parents. Therefore, I would like to request that you live with Lin Dong and Yi Fan in my Wu family until Lin Dong turns 18. After Lin Dong turns 18, you can leave my Wu family, I won't stop you." Wu Hao's idea was that Wu Yifan and Lin Zixin currently have no feelings for each other, so he wanted to create opportunities for them to develop a relationship. Besides, based on his understanding of Wu Yifan, he believed that if Lin Zixin spent time with him, she would likely fall for him. After all, isn't that what the chosen one is like? Absurdly good luck with women. If all else fails, then let time and time develop feelings. As Wu Yifan finished speaking, Lin Dong, nestled in his arms, couldn't help but act coquettishly. "Yes, mother, if father and mother can't be with me at the same time, I'll be unhappy." Wu Yufan was about to say something, but Wu Hao stopped him with a look. Wu Yufan was a straightforward man. If he spoke, things would definitely go wrong. Lin Zixin hesitated upon hearing this. Clearly, she was tempted, but still conflicted. The next second, Lin Shuru sighed and said, "Daughter, you're grown up now. You should have the right to pursue your own happiness. As for the Roshui Holy Land, this old woman can still handle it. Go ahead and rest assured." As Lin Shuru finished speaking, Lin Zixin's gaze hardened, and she looked at Wu Yufan, saying each word clearly. "For the sake of the child, I'll stay with you for a while, but you can't do anything reckless. If you do, I'll leave." Wu Yufan really wanted to say that there was no need to put himself in such a difficult position, but after glancing at his great-grandfather, whose eyes seemed to say that if he dared to refuse, he would be expelled from the Wu family. Plus, Lin Dong in his arms looked extremely pitiful, so he could only nod in agreement. "Don't worry, I will respect your decision. If you are not satisfied with me, I won't force you." Seeing that Lin Zixin was finally going to marry into the Wu family, Lin Shuru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the elders present were puzzled as to why Lin Shui-ro would send Lin Zixin and Lin Dong away, only Lin Shui-ro herself knew Wu Hao's power. If she didn't hand Lin Zixin and Lin Dong over, Wu Hao, with his strength, would definitely annihilate the entire Roshui Holy Land before taking Lin Zixin and Lin Dong away. While the truth may be somewhat exaggerated, it was enough to illustrate Wu Hao's power. Chapter 81. This immortal weapon will serve as the betrothal gift. Senior Wu, while I'm very happy that Zixin is marrying into your Wu family, shouldn't the wedding be a bit more grand? Lin Shui-ro looked at Wu Hao and pleaded. Wu Hao glanced at Lin Shui-ro, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Wu Hao naturally knew Lin Shui-ro's ulterior motives. She simply wanted to make the wedding a grand affair, letting all the powers in the Xiantian realm know that their Roshui Holy Land had allied itself with the behemoth that was the Wu family. Wu Hao didn't dislike Lin Shui-ro's actions, she simply wanted to make the Roshui Holy Land stronger, which wasn't shameful. After thinking for a moment, Wu Hao looked at Wu Yifan. "What do you think about this?" "Great-grandpa, I want to formally marry Lin Zixin and bring her home. Wu Yufan stated his decision earnestly. No matter what, after Lin Dong's arrival, he and Lin Zixin were bound together by an unbreakable bond, so he was determined to bring her home and marry her properly. Of course, most importantly, although they hadn't known each other for long, he could tell Lin Zixin was a good girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped him when they encountered the Blood Soul Sect envoy, she could have simply left. That's why Wu Yufan planned to try dating Lin Zixin. Upon hearing Wu Yufan's unwavering answer, Lin Zixin's ears flushed slightly, she was clearly shy. Wu Hao nodded and looked at Lin Shuru, saying, "In that case, let's set the date for 7 days from now. 7 days later, members of my Wu family will come to fetch the bride. Also, this is the betrothal gift from my Wu family." The Wu family always provides betrothal gifts and dowries when marrying off daughters, even for premarital pregnancies. With that, Wu Hao tossed Lin Shui-ro a storage ring. Upon seeing the contents of the ring, Lin Shui-ro froze, her breathing quickening. After putting the storage ring away, Lin Shui-ro's gaze towards Wu Hao changed completely. If it was previously one of utmost respect, now it was absolute awe. "Senior, no, Ancestor Wu, from this day forward, my Ro Shui Holy Land is willing to follow your Wu family's lead. If the Wu family needs anything, just give the order, and my Ro Shui Holy Land will absolutely not stand idly by." Hearing Lin Shui-ro's words, the elders present immediately became restless. "Holy Lord, you mustn't. Our Ro Shui Holy Land is the overlord of the Xiantian realm. If word gets out, wouldn't we lose face? Yes, we beg the Holy Lord to retract his decree." Most of the elders pleaded with Lin Shui-ro to retract her decision. Only a few quasi-emperor level elders looked at Lin Shui-ro with solemn expressions. They all knew that Lin Shui-ro had made this decision without any reason, so there was only one possibility: there was something extremely precious in her storage ring, something that could make their Ro Shui Holy Land the leader of the 4 great holy lands. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui-ro frowned slightly, and with an imposing aura, growled, "Shut up! Are you the Holy Lord or am I? If you disagree with my decision, you are welcome to leave my Ro Shui Holy Land. I will not pursue the matter." Hearing this, the elders who had been objecting wisely shut their mouths. They were joking. While they could easily leave the soft water Holy Land, if word got out, which force would dare risk offending the Holy Land and take them in? After reprimanding the elders behind her, Lin Shui-ro looked at Wu Yifan with a satisfied smile and said, "Since that's the case, from today onwards you are my good son-in-law. If Zixin makes you angry, just tell your mother-in-law, and she'll teach her a lesson." "Lin Zixin?" Wu Yifan shook his head, his face serious. "Mother-in-law, since I've accepted Zixin, I won't have any complaints about her. Don't worry." It must be said that Wu Yifan was quite adept at reading the room, immediately changing his address to mother-in-law. At this moment, Wu Hao spoke up. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll take Wu Yufan back first. We'll come to your soft water Holy Land in 7 days to marry Lin Zixin." Hearing his great-grandfather speak, Wu Yufan looked at Lin Dong in his arms and said softly, "Son, stay with your mother. Father will come to take you home in 7 days." "No, I want to stay with Daddy," Lin Dong said reluctantly. Hearing this, Wu Yufan was truly reluctant to part with him, but seeing Lin Zixin's murderous expression, he hardened his heart and continued, "Good boy, mother needs you too. Father will come to take you home in 7 days." Under Wu Yufan's sincere words, Lin Dong could only loosen his grip on Wu Yufan, looking pitiful. "Father, mother and I will be waiting for you to come and take us home in 7 days. Please don't forget." "Yes, I promise." Wu Yufan nodded earnestly and then left with his great-grandfather and great-grandmother. After seeing Wu Hao and the others leave, Lin Shuro finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 quasi-emperor peak elders from the Ro Shui Holy Land then approached Lin Shuru, their expressions grave as they looked at her. "What exactly is inside that storage ring? It made you make such a decision on the spot." A celestial weapon above the emperor level. Lin Shuru took a deep breath, calming her shock, before speaking each word carefully. Upon hearing Lin Shuru's words, the 4 quasi-emperor elders immediately became restless, looking at her repeatedly and asking questions. "Holy Lord, that's a celestial weapon. Could it be that you've sensed something wrong, and it's actually an emperor weapon?" The second elder hesitated slightly, then looked at Lin Shui-ro, but then seemed to realize something and fell silent. "Yes, if it wasn't a celestial weapon but just an emperor weapon, so what? You must know that the Xiantian realm currently only has 4 emperor weapons. This is even before Lin Shui-ro and the others know that the emperor weapons of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land have been destroyed. If Wu Hao can produce an emperor weapon as a dowry, it means that Wu Hao possesses more than 1 emperor weapon, or perhaps there's an even more terrifying possibility that emperor weapons are nothing to Wu Hao. Lin Shui-ro, however, looked serious and shook her head. "No, that's definitely not the power of an emperor-level weapon, it's absolutely a celestial weapon. I feel that if the water-stabilizing pearl were to collide with that celestial weapon, it would absolutely shatter and be destroyed. Hearing Lin Shui-Ro's serious words, the others fell silent. Lin Shui-Ro continued. Previously, this holy lord and the other 3 holy lords encountered Senior Wu in the southern region. Even with all our power unleashed by our emperor-level weapons, we were still no match for him in a single move. That's why I returned with injuries. Hearing Lin Shui-Ro's words, the other 4 elders recalled the miserable state Lin Shui-Ro had suffered upon her return several years ago. When they inquired, Lin Shui-Ro remained silent. They hadn't expected the reason to be this. Moreover, if we want to break through to the Great Emperor realm, perhaps relying on Senior Wu and forming a marriage alliance with the Wu family will allow us to achieve this. Upon hearing this, the 4 elders' breathing quickened. In truth, no one desired to break through to the Great Emperor realm more than they did, and now that the opportunity was before them, how could they not be excited? Chapter 82. Can you call it cheating if your own family members help you? Meanwhile, Wu Hao brought Wu Yufan back to the Wu family home and explained the situation to Wu Qinqin and the others. So, you're saying you got pregnant out of wedlock and have a 4-year-old child? Wu Qinqin looked at Wu Yufan, preparing to pull off his belt as he spoke. Seeing this, Wu Yufan quickly said, Dad, listen to me first. I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know anything at the time. It just happened in a blur, and then she left without a word. Brother, don't just stand there watching the show. Looking at his 3 younger brothers who were watching the drama unfold, Wu Yufan quickly spoke up. P.S. After Wu Qinqin and his wife had Wu Yufan, they didn't stop there. They each had 3 more children, named Wu Yujian, Wu Ili, and Wu Yaishan, all with top-grade spiritual roots and no special physiques. Brother, we can't help it. We can't beat father. You'd better watch yourself. Wu Yujian sighed and looked at Wu Yufan. Wu Qinqin had already broken through to the peak of the tribulation transcending realm. His 3 younger brothers were clearly not as monstrous as Wu Yufan, so when they saw the enraged Wu Qinqin, they obviously didn't dare to step forward to stop him. Although Wu Yufan's cultivation was unmatched in the Wu family except by Wu Hao, how could Wu Yufan possibly lay a hand on his father? So he could only try to dodge. But just then, Wu Hao spoke up. Alright, stop it. What kind of behavior is this? Grandpa has spoken. Otherwise, I would have made sure you learned your lesson. Wu Qinqin snorted coldly and then pulled back his belt. Wu Yufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was powerful, how could he possibly lay a hand on his father? Grandpa, how should this be resolved? Wu Qinqin asked Wu Hao. Wu Hao explained his plan. Although the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce is known as the #1 chamber of commerce in the entire Xiantian realm, in reality, few people know of our existence as the behind-the-scenes power holders. Therefore, I plan to have Yifan marry Lin Zixin in a grand and public manner, which will also allow our Wu family to appear in the open in the Xiantian realm. Wu Hao wasn't one to like being low-key. Being low-key when his strength was lower was understandable, but now that he was about to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, it wouldn't be appropriate to remain low-key. Hearing Wu Hao's decision, Wu Qinqin and the others nodded. Although their other sons were all married, as their first son, Wu Qinqin and the others were still very concerned about Wu Yifan's marriage. Now that they knew Wu Yifan's bride was the Holy Maiden of the Holy Land, they naturally wouldn't object. You brat, if you dare to hurt Zixin's feelings, I'll be the first to punish you, Bai Yu said to Wu Qinqin with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Wu Yufan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had already guessed the pitiful future where his status in the family would plummet after Lin Zixin came to live with him. Fortunately, Wu Yufan's current focus was still on rapidly improving his cultivation. Therefore, he estimated that shortly after the wedding, he would use this as an excuse to leave the Wu family and search for the final rare treasure to unlock the 9th layer of the ancient sacred body seal. As if anticipating Wu Yufan's thoughts, Wu Hao said calmly, "This is what you need." With that, Wu Hao directly produced a piece of charred wood, blackened and crackling with lightning. Upon seeing this piece of charred wood, Wu Yufan's breathing quickened. This is a 100,000-year-old willow lightning-struck wood. Yes, this was specially found for you by my great-grandfather. With this 100,000-year-old willow lightning-struck wood, the 9th layer of the restriction on your ancient sacred body can be broken. So, within these 7 days, first break the restriction on your ancient sacred body, then go and bring back my good great-grandson, Wu Hao said slowly. If Wu Yufan were to search at his own pace, it would probably take a very long time to find this 100,000-year-old willow lightning-struck wood. Therefore, Wu Hao used his abilities to artificially create a 100,000-year-old willow lightning-struck wood. Anyway, it was destined that Wu Yufan would be able to break the 9th layer of the restriction on his ancient sacred body. Giving Wu Yufan this opportunity a little earlier shouldn't be a big deal, right? Ding, congratulations to the host for gifting a descendant of the chosen one a 100,000-year-old willow lightning struck wood. 1,100,000-year-old willow lightning struck would have been returned. Do you wish to synthesize it? Synthesize. Wu Hao silently thought to himself, I can artificially create 100,000-year-old willow lightning struck wood. 1,000,000 pieces of willow lightning struck wood are just a matter of time, I might as well synthesize them directly. Ding, synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 pieces of divine lightning wood. Divine lightning wood can help cultivators practicing the great Dao of lightning quickly comprehend the great Dao of lightning. It is an excellent product. Divine lightning wood is indeed a good thing, but I have no use for it. Wu Hao shook his head, putting the divine lightning wood out of his mind. He could give it to a chosen one of the lightning element later. I understand, great-grandpa. I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely lead our Wu family to the peak. Wu Yufan was deeply moved. After saying this to Wu Hao, he turned and went down to prepare for the 9th level of the ancient sacred body's restrictions. Wu Hao was initially bewildered, but a knowing smile appeared on his face after he realized what was happening. Good, everyone work hard. How can I be invincible if you don't work hard? Meanwhile, after the matter was settled, the Soft Water Holy Land announced that its holy maiden, Lin Zixin, would soon be marrying into the Wu family. Lin Zixin and Wu Yufan simultaneously logged onto their Weibo accounts and announced the news. When asked by netizens, Lin Zixin explicitly stated, yes, we have a child. This immediately confirmed the matter, breaking the hearts of the many geniuses in the Xian Tian realm who secretly admired Lin Zixin. After all, Lin Zixin was beautiful, kind-hearted, and talented. It was hard not to love her. But their heartbreak quickly turned to despair. The Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce released a statement declaring Wu Yufan to be the prodigy of their Wu family, specifically mentioning that Wu Yufan, not yet 100 years old, had already reached the supreme realm. The netizens' anxieties finally subsided. They were a perfect match. What right did these rogue cultivators have to object? Now, all they could do was wish Lin Zixin happiness. Chapter 83 The Shock of Li Bai and Lei Wanyun. Is this for real? At this moment, within the Azure Lotus Holy Land, Li Teibei had gathered the elders of the Azure Lotus Holy Land. Upon hearing Li Teibei's words, one of the elders stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Holy Lord, after extensive investigation, it has been confirmed that this matter is true. Hearing this, Li Teibei sighed and murmured, then things are difficult. After returning to their respective holy lands, the 4 holy lords tacitly refrained from mentioning that they, even when united, were defeated by Wu Hao in a single move. After all, if the news spread that the 4 holy lords combined were no match for Wu Hao, would they still be able to maintain their standing in the Xian Tian realm? However, none of them expected that Lin Shuru would send her daughter to the Wu family without a word. They were naturally aware of Lin Zixin's talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was destined to become a great emperor. That makes sense, they say. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Although Lin Zixin is a potential great emperor, Wu Hao is a genuine great emperor. If they could get Wu Hao to become the backer of their soft water holy land, it would be a huge win for them. This is troublesome. Perhaps we should also have our holy son and holy daughter from the Azure Lotus Holy Land try to seduce the Wu family? Li Teibei sighed and then looked at the elders present. The marriage of the Soft Water Holy Land's holy daughter is an extremely important event for the Soft Water Holy Land. Our Azure Lotus Holy Land has a good relationship with the Soft Water Holy Land, so naturally we should send a congratulatory gift. I, the Holy Lord, will bring the gift to the Soft Water Holy Land. Yes, Holy Lord. Meanwhile, in the Thunderclap Holy Land, Lei Wanyun sighed and made the same decision. After all, they all knew the Wu family's power, and it seemed they had no other choice but to maintain good relations with the Soft Water Holy Land. Just after Lei Wanyun left the temple, a figure rushed up to him, his face filled with disbelief. Father, tell me this isn't true, okay? It's fake, isn't it? Looking at his son, Lei Jingzhan, Lei Wanyun sighed helplessly, then spoke with a gentle tone, his words utterly cruel. Son, accept it, it's true. No, I won't accept it. Zixin and I are in love, why should we be separated? Hearing his son's words, Lei Wanyun sighed again. I told you to make the first move, but you were incredibly reserved, seemingly unwilling to pursue Lin Zixin. Now she's about to get married, just give up on that idea. No, I absolutely won't accept it. I'm going to find that guy and fight him to the death. Zixin probably likes me too. Lei Jingzhan turned to head to the southern region to challenge Wu Yufan, but the instant he turned, Lei Wanyun suddenly attacked, imprisoning him. Seeing his father's actions, Lei Jingzhan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He clearly hadn't expected his father, who had always doted on him, to turn against him. Lei Wanyun's face was full of helplessness as he spoke earnestly. Son, stop. You're no match for Wu Yufan, and neither is our Thunderclap Holy Land. All you can do now is offer your blessings to Lin Zixin. No, I won't accept this. I love Lin Zixin so much. She's being forced to marry him. I absolutely won't let that happen. Father, please, let me go. Lei Jingzhan's face was full of pleading, but clearly, Lei Wanyun wouldn't let his son risk the entire Thunderclap Holy Land by offending the Wu family. With a resolute expression, Lei Jingzhan turned to an elder not far away and said, "Take the holy son away. Don't let him leave the Thunderclap Holy Land." "Yes, Holy Lord." Soon, an elder came and took Lei Jingzhan away. Watching his son struggle, Lei Wanyun silently prayed, "I'm sorry, son. Please forgive me." On the other side, after obtaining the 100,000-year-old willow lightning-struck wood, Wu Yufan began his seclusion, skillfully refining the precious elixir and quickly fusing all the necessary ingredients. Looking at the precious elixir radiating terrifying energy before him, Wu Yufan took a deep breath and resolutely jumped in. The instant he entered the elixir, Wu Yufan felt an incomparably terrifying power coursing through his body, ravaging and destroying it, then rebuilding it. This pain caused Wu Yufan to grit his teeth, constantly encouraging himself. "Come on, Wu Yufan. You are destined to become the strongest of the Wu family, the man who will lead the entire Wu family to the pinnacle. How can you fall now?" With this belief, the ninth layer of the ancient sacred body's restriction within Wu Yufan's body slowly dissipated, while Wu Hao's physical body on the other side was also rapidly becoming stronger. Judging from the current situation, it seems my physical cultivation will break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm before my cultivation level. Wu Hao thought to himself. With the system's concealment, he wasn't worried about his aura being hidden. At the same time, Wu Hao had also set up restrictions while Wu Yufan was attempting to break through to the ninth level of the ancient sacred body's restrictions to prevent Wu Yufan's aura from leaking out. After all, the Blood Soul sect was still eyeing him covetously, so he naturally wanted to keep a few more trump cards for Wu Yufan. Meanwhile, Wu Yudao, in Tianmia Mountain, learned that his cousin was getting married and hesitated whether to go back to see him, but he quickly shook his head. Anyway, the path to immortality was long, and there would be opportunities to meet again in the future. His most important task right now was to break through to the Saint King realm and participate in the Four Saints Grand Competition 5 years later. Wu Li was in a similar situation. With the help of the sacred bottle, his breakthrough speed increased dramatically during this period. In just over a decade after joining the Free and Unfettered Peak, he broke through from the Golden Core stage to the Nascent Soul stage. Although his speed couldn't compare to some prodigies, it was still quite impressive among ordinary cultivators. Wu Li, Mom and Dad, I won't be going back for my cousin's wedding. Please include my wedding gift in the bill. Wu Yudao, me too. 6 days passed quickly and silently, and Wu Yufan's breakthrough to the ninth level of the ancient sacred body's restrictions reached its most crucial moment. Chapter 80 for the ninth level of the ancient sacred body. At this moment, Wu Yufan was immersed in his own world, oblivious to the passage of time. He only knew that his physical body, nourished by the precious elixir, had become inconceivably powerful. Bang! With a crisp sound, Wu Yufan abruptly opened his eyes, only to see Wu Hao standing before him. "Great-grandpa, can you hurry up? Tomorrow is the day you're supposed to bring Lin Zixin and the others back." Hearing his great-grandfather's reprimand, Wu Yufan finally snapped out of his daze and quickly nodded. The ninth layer of the ancient sacred body's restriction within his body simultaneously dissipated, unleashing a terrifying aura that caused the entire barrel to explode, unable to withstand Wu Yufan's power. Seeing this, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction before disappearing from Wu Yufan's cave. Because of Wu Hao's prior precautions, the terrifying phenomenon of Wu Yufan's ancient sacred body breaking through to the ninth level of the restriction didn't spread. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge uproar throughout the entire Xiantian realm. This power is terrifying. I should be able to defeat a great emperor with just my physical body now, right? But the most powerful beings in the Blood Soul sect are probably not just great emperors. I still need even greater power. Wu Yufan thought to himself, then felt a chill in his lower body, realizing he was still almost naked. Thinking this, Wu Yufan quickly took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and changed. After changing, he walked out of his cave. At this moment, the Wu family residence was already decorated with a festive atmosphere. After all, tomorrow wasn't just the day Wu Yufan would marry Lin Zixin, it was also the day their Wu family would officially emerge from the shadows in the Xiantian realm. Naturally, a grand ceremony was necessary. Seeing this scene, Wu Yufan simply shook his head, not paying much attention. The next day arrived quickly. At Wu Hao's decision, the wedding procession would consist of 9 dragons with cultivation levels reaching the early quasi-emperor stage. This was mainly due to the urgency of the situation and the fact that there were no true dragons in the Xiantian realm, so dragons had to be used as a temporary substitute. As for why the dragons willingly became the Wu family's vehicles, it was because Wu Hao displayed terrifying personal charisma, strength, and, under a touch of coercion, the dragons agreed. Of course, Wu Hao also had another idea, to train these 9 dragons into true dragons. In that case, their Wu family would indeed be a powerful force with a certain prestige. According to Wu Hao's knowledge, even in the upper realm, true dragons were considered extremely powerful beings, born at the tribulation transcending stage and reaching true immortal status upon adulthood. It seems I need to find an opportunity to go up to the upper realm and take a look. But speaking of which, system, if I go to the upper realm, can I come back down? Ding, once your cultivation reaches the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, you can freely travel between the upper and lower realms. Hearing this, Wu Hao made up his mind. Anyway, he would soon break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. He would go up and take a look after he reached that level. A Great Luo Golden Immortal should be considered high-end combat power up there, right? On the other side, Wu Yufan finally realized just how powerful his Wu family truly was, managing to acquire 9 Quasi-Emperor level dragons. This was the first time Wu Yufan felt that perhaps he didn't need to strive to become stronger, being a spoiled brat might not be so bad. However, Wu Yufan quickly shook his head, rejecting the idea. He, Wu Yufan, wanted to be a man of integrity, a true hero born between heaven and earth. How could he remain subservient to others for long? Soon, Wu Yufan arrived atop the 9 dragons. With a command from Wu Yufan, the 9 dragons flew in unison towards the northern region, their terrifying forms blotting out the sky, causing countless cultivators who witnessed them to take out their phones to take pictures and post them on social media. Holy crap, guess what I saw today? 9 unfathomably powerful dragons, and there's even someone on top of their heads. Is this the Wu family's foundation? They can even control dragons at the Quasi-Emperor level. Hiss, I feel that from now on, the Xiantian realm will no longer be the domain of the 4 great holy lands. Perhaps the Wu family's strength far surpasses that of the 4 great holy lands. Someone made a very bold guess, but it was quickly refuted by others. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The 4 great holy lands possess emperor-level weapons. No matter how powerful the Wu family is, they could never be a match for them unless, of course, the Wu family also possesses an emperor-level weapon. After all, the 4 great holy lands have been famous throughout the Xiantian realm for a long time, deeply rooted in the hearts of Xiantian realm cultivators. Naturally, no one would believe that anyone could be a match for them. It wasn't that there weren't Quasi-Emperor level experts who challenged the majesty of the 4 great holy lands before, but the result was that they were suppressed and killed by the holy lords of the 4 great holy lands in less than 3 days. Since then, no one has dared to challenge the majesty of the 4 great holy lands. Meanwhile, in the soft water holy land, Lin Zixin and Lin Dong had everything prepared, waiting for Wu Yufan to take them home. Of course, Lin Zixin swore she was only temporarily with Wu Yufan for the sake of the child. Her relationship with Wu Yufan was completely innocent. Sitting beside Lin Zixin, Lin Dong blinked his big eyes and asked curiously, "Mom, when is Dad coming to pick us up?" "Strange, he'll be here soon." Lin Zixin smiled, tapping Lin Dong's nose, but then, as if remembering something, she said, "Donger, starting tomorrow you shouldn't be called Lin Dong anymore. You should take your father's surname and be called Wu Dong from now on." "Yay! Starting tomorrow I'll be called Wu Dong," Wu Dong said happily to Lin Zixin, and seeing her made him happy too. Just then, a figure arrived in front of Lin Zixin's room and spoke. "Holy maiden, your fiancé is almost here. You should get ready." "Yes, I know." Lin Zixin nodded, then looked at Wu Dong and said softly, "All right, get ready. Your father will be here to pick us up soon." "Yes, yes." Wu Dong nodded as well. At that moment, both of them were unconsciously immersed in the joy of Wu Yufan coming to take them home. Chapter 85. Wu Yufan instantly defeats Lei Jingzhan. Trying to trap me, Lei Jingzhan, won't be so easy. At this moment, the soft water holy land was decorated with lanterns and streamers in a festive atmosphere. After all, as one of the 4 great holy lands of the Xiantian realm, the soft water holy land naturally had countless allied forces. Lin Shuru also intended to use this incident to show everyone that the soft water holy land had aligned itself with the Wu family, so she invited many guests. However, what Lei Wanyan didn't expect was that Lei Jingzhan had actually escaped from the elder's imprisonment and arrived at the soft water holy land. At this moment, Lei Jingzhan looked at everything around him, his eyes filled with deep anger. "Don't worry, Zixin. They want to force you to marry someone you don't love. I, Lei Jingzhan, will absolutely not allow that to happen. I, Lei Jingzhan, will show everyone that only I am worthy of you." Meanwhile, Wu Yufan was unaware that someone had designs on his wife and planned to steal her away. At that moment, he arrived at the soft water holy land riding 9 dragons. Seeing the 9 incredibly powerful dragons, all the guests present couldn't help but gasp. While dragons were easy to find, Quasi-Emperor level dragons were not, especially 9. With 9 Quasi-Emperor level dragons, the Wu family's strength was likely at least at the Holy Land level, no, perhaps even stronger. After all, even the 4 great Holy Lands didn't have 9 Quasi-Emperor level dragons. On the other side, after sensing the aura of the 9 quasi-emperor level dragons, Lei Jingzhan, hidden among the crowd, also gasped. He was only at the peak of the Supreme Realm, and even then, just an ordinary peak Supreme Realm. Even among demonic beasts, the dragon was considered a powerful being, naturally putting immense pressure on Lei Jingzhan. However, Lei Jingzhan was not discouraged. The dragon's strength is its own business. Wu Yufan and I are both at the peak of the Supreme Realm. In a battle, he might not be my match. Lei Jingzhan thought to himself. He didn't know where Zixin was, so his plan was to wait until Lin Zixin appeared before stepping forward to fight Wu Yufan, defeating him, rescuing the damsel in distress, and taking Lin Zixin away. He wanted to show everyone present that only he was worthy of Lin Zixin. Furthermore, he believed he could defeat Wu Yufan because he and Lin Zixin were childhood sweethearts. However, Lei Jingzhan was unaware of one crucial truth: childhood sweethearts are often no match for those who appear out of nowhere. Besides, Lin Zixin had never considered herself and Lei Jingzhan to be childhood sweethearts, so from the beginning, it was impossible for Lei Jingzhan to win her over. Meanwhile, upon seeing Wu Yufan arrive, Lin Shuru, accompanied by the elders of the Soft Water Holy Land, approached him with a smile and said, "My dear son-in-law, you've arrived. Zixin is already waiting for you in the bridal chamber with the child." "I know, mother-in-law." Wu Yufan smiled and nodded, then, led by an elder, hurried towards the bridal chamber. Meanwhile, Lei Jingzhan followed silently. Wu Yufan sensed Lei Jingzhan's presence the instant he caught up, but he didn't take it seriously, or rather, he didn't believe Lei Jingzhan posed any threat. Soon, led by the elder, Wu Yufan arrived at the bridal chamber. "Young master, the rest is up to you. This old servant will not disturb you any longer." The elder tactfully turned and left. Wu Yufan took a deep breath, calming himself before pushing open the door and entering. The instant he stepped inside, Wu Yufan saw Wudong rushing towards him. "Father! Hey, be careful!" Wu Yufan was startled at the sight and quickly caught Wudong. After holding Wudong in his arms, Wu Yufan walked to Lin Zixin and extended his hand. "Come with me." Lin Zixin hesitated for a moment, but still extended her hand, letting Wu Yufan take it. The moment their hands touched, Lin Zixin could keenly sense Wu Yufan trembling slightly, showing that he was actually somewhat nervous. Seeing this, Lin Zixin tightened her grip on Wu Yufan's hand. Soon, Wu Yufan led Lin Zixin outside the bridal chamber, but just outside, he saw Lei Jingzhan blocking his way. "Who are you?" Wu Yufan asked Lin Zixin curiously, somewhat puzzled. Before Lin Zixin could speak, Lei Jingzhan spoke first, his voice filled with excitement. "Zixin, don't worry, I absolutely won't let you marry someone you don't love today. I will prove to the entire Xiantian realm that only I, Lei Jingzhan, am worthy of you." "Lin Zixin? Wu Yufan?" But before Lin Zixin and Wu Yufan could say anything, Lei Jingzhan launched his attack, lunging at Wu Yufan. Seeing this, Wu Yufan didn't hesitate any longer. As soon as Lei Jingzhan approached, he delivered a powerful slap. The young man's physique was impressive, he fell asleep instantly. With Wu Yufan's slap, Lei Jingzhan was knocked unconscious. "Do you know him?" Wu Yufan asked Lin Zixin curiously. Lin Zixin then remembered something and said calmly, "Yes, he knows him. He's the son of Lei Wanyun, the Holy Lord of the Thunderclap Holy Land. But I haven't seen him for hundreds of years. Let's go. There's no need to let unimportant people spoil our fun today." Wu Yufan shook his head, ignoring the unconscious and severely injured Lei Jingzhan lying on the ground. In fact, if it weren't for not wanting Lin Zixin and his son to see his rude side, Wu Yufan would have slapped him to death long ago. He wouldn't have had the chance to be alive and kicking. Meanwhile, Lei Wanyun also received news of Lei Jingzhan's escape, and his face immediately turned ashen. That unfilial son, could he be causing trouble here? Just as Lei Wanyun was pondering the likelihood of this, Wu Yufan emerged hand in hand with Lin Zixin. The surrounding guests, seeing this, all stood up and raised their glasses to Wu Yufan. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us toast fellow deist Wu and fellow deist Lin to a happy marriage. Congratulations on your marriage, fellow deist Wu and fellow deist Lin." After learning that Wu Yufan was a member of the Wu Clan Chamber of Commerce, everyone present felt the urge to curry favor with him. Of course, the most important factor was Wu Yufan's talent. A supreme being under 100 years old, anyone with common sense would know he was absolutely worth befriending. Wu Yufan smiled and responded to each of them, then approached Lei Wanyun and said calmly, "Your son is lying in front of the bridal chamber right now. I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again." Chapter 86 Twins, Children of Destiny? Upon hearing Wu Yufan's words, Lei Wanyun swallowed hard. For some reason, he felt an extremely strong threat emanating from Wu Yufan. This feeling told him that if he dared to lay a hand on Wu Yufan, he would be dead. Thinking this, Lei Wanyun was shocked. Had Wu Yufan achieved such terrifying strength in less than 100 years of cultivation? But he quickly recovered, taking Wu Yufan's words to heart, and hurriedly said respectfully, "Young Master Wu, this won't happen again." With that, Lei Wanyan hurriedly turned and left, quickly arriving at the bridal chamber, where he saw Lei Jingzhan lying on the ground. Lei Jingzhan's condition could only be described as miserable. Lei Wanyan sensed that Lei Jingzhan's injuries were extremely horrific. If he had arrived any later, Lei Jingzhan's life would likely be over. However, Lei Wanyan didn't harbor resentment towards Wu Yufan because of this. Based on his understanding of his son, he suspected Lei Jingzhan had attacked Wu Yufan, causing such severe injuries. What Lei Wanyan didn't know was that if Lin Zixin and his son hadn't been there, Lei Jingzhan's condition probably wouldn't be so good. Thinking this, Lei Wanyan sighed and left the soft water Holy Land with Lei Jingzhan. As for Wu Yufan, after picking up Lin Zixin and his son, he listened to Lin Shuru's long, earnest advice, urging him to treat Lin Zixin well. Only after Wu Yufan repeatedly assured her did she allow him to leave. Finally, Wu Yufan successfully led Lin Zixin and his son away from the soft water Holy Land, heading back to the Wu family. Meanwhile, at the Wu family home, Wu Hao and the others were waiting for Wu Yufan to return with Lin Zixin and Wu Dong. In this tense moment, Wu Hao sensed something and suddenly vanished. When Wu Hao reappeared, he was in the courtyard of his fourth grandson, Wu Qinlong. Wu Qinlong was pacing anxiously back and forth in front of a room. When he looked up and saw Wu Hao, his expression changed, and he quickly approached. "Greetings, Grandpa. What happened?" Wu Qinlong knew that Wu Hao wouldn't have come without a reason. Wu Hao's expression was extremely grave as he looked at the room behind Wu Qinlong and slowly said, "Your children are extraordinary." Hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Qinlong took a long time to react, looking at Wu Hao with barely suppressed excitement. "Grandpa, do you mean my children will be as powerful as Yi Fan and the others?" "Yes." Wu Hao nodded. In his perception, Wu Qinlong's offspring were twins, a boy and a girl, and both were chosen ones by heaven. The instant he sensed this, Wu Hao intervened to conceal the heavenly secret, otherwise, the terrifying phenomenon would have already been noticed by all the powerful figures in the Xiantian realm. Upon receiving Wu Hao's affirmative answer, Wu Qinlong's excitement intensified. He paced back and forth outside the room, his tension dissipating only when the clear cries of two infants echoed from within. Soon, two midwives emerged, each carrying a baby, their faces beaming with joy as they looked at Wu Qinlong. "Master, it's a young master and a young lady." "Excellent! Excellent! Pass it on. A great reward awaits." Wu Qinlong was overjoyed and waved his hand, giving the order. The midwives were naturally thrilled upon hearing this and thanked him repeatedly. Wu Qinlong, however, couldn't care less about such things. He quickly took the two babies from the midwives' arms and learned that the older one was a brother and the younger one a sister. The two babies had been crying when they came out, but they stopped crying after being held by Wu Qinlong. They stared at him with wide eyes, causing Wu Qinlong's paternal instincts to reach their peak. Wu Hao stood to the side, watching this scene unfold. Information about the two infants appeared before him. Name, tentative. Gender, male. Identity, reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Talent, top-grade spiritual root. Physique, pure Yang's sacred body. Name, tentative. Gender, female. Identity, reincarnation of the demon emperor. Talent, top-grade spiritual root. Physique, devouring demon body. This pair seems to be a bickering couple. Wu Hao thought to himself as he looked at their information. Meanwhile, the two infants in Wu Qinlong's arms were equally unsettled. "What? I didn't die? What's going on? Reincarnated? I wonder how that demon emperor is doing. When I reach the peak again, I will make him pay the price." The elder brother, seeing the scene before him, quickly understood what had happened. He was a celestial emperor powerhouse from the upper realm, named Chen Chuiang. As the youngest celestial emperor in the entire upper realm, Chen Chuiang had cultivated to the celestial emperor level in just 3 million years, and was hailed as the most likely genius in the entire upper realm to break through to above the celestial emperor level. However, his good fortune didn't last long. His extraordinary talent soon attracted the attention of a demon emperor, and in the end, he was forced to self-destruct, perishing together with his opponent. He wondered what the demon emperor's current situation was. However, it probably wasn't much better. Next to him, the devouring demon emperor was equally shocked. "What's going on? I've actually been reincarnated? That damned immortal Emperor Chu Yang attacked me for no reason, and I only retaliated, yet he self-destructed and took me with him." From the devouring demon emperor's perspective, he had merely encountered immortal Emperor Chu Yang outside, and then Chu Yang attacked him without a word. But the devouring demon emperor had been at the immortal emperor level for a long time, and naturally, he was no match for Chu Yang, who had only recently broken through to the immortal emperor realm. He just hadn't expected that Chu Yang would get so desperate that he would self-destruct. Since everyone was at the early stage of immortal emperor, the devouring demon emperor naturally couldn't withstand it and was directly taken away by Chu Yang's self-destruction. "Oh well, what's done is done. Besides, the devouring demon body has returned with me, which means I have a new opportunity to reach an even higher peak this time. Well, what's done is done. The pure yang holy body came back with me too. In my previous life, I broke through too quickly, which resulted in my foundation not being solid enough. Otherwise, that demon emperor wouldn't be a match for me. Just wait, I will definitely break through to the immortal emperor level and then go back to kill him. At this moment, Shu Yang immortal emperor and devouring heaven demon emperor thought to themselves, but the next second, Wu Qinlong spoke up and looked at Wu Hao with great seriousness, asking him, "Grandpa, please name my 2 children." Chapter 87 I want to be a big sister. Looking at the 2 infants in Wu Qinlong's arms, Wu Hao pondered for a moment before speaking. In that case, the older brother will be named Wu Xianyi, and the younger sister will be named Wu Mo. Hearing the names Wu Hao had given them, Shu Yang immortal emperor and devouring heaven demon emperor inwardly complained, "What kind of names are these?" However, since they were just infants, even though they were immortal emperor level powerhouses in their previous lives, they had to start from scratch now. So, despite their extreme dissatisfaction, they could only utter babbling sounds. But in Wu Qinlong's eyes, it seemed the 2 children were very satisfied with the names Wu Hao had given them, and they were excitedly waving their arms and legs. "Grandpa, they are very satisfied with the names you gave them." Wu Hao nodded as well. Although Chu Yang immortal emperor and devouring heaven demon emperor were terrifying in their previous lives, so what? Now that they were his grandsons, they were destined to be suppressed by him. "Immortal emperor, I'm really looking forward to it." A hint of anticipation flickered in Wu Hao's eyes. Meanwhile, in Wu Qinlong's arms, immortal emperor Chu Yang and devouring demon emperor, seeing their protests were ineffective, could only helplessly accept the name. But Wu Mo quickly realized something and inwardly cried out in alarm. As the devouring demon emperor, she was superior to everyone, no matter where she was. Even in reincarnation, she couldn't possibly be someone's younger sister, she wanted to be the older sister. However, it was clear that her protests had absolutely no effect. Instead, Wu Qinlong mistakenly thought she was hungry and excused himself from Wu Hao to go and feed the 2 children beast milk. Within the current Wu family, a female demon beast with cultivation reaching the quasi-emperor realm provides milk to the newborn infants, aiming to solidify their talents and make them even stronger. Compared to Wu Mo, Wu Xianyi chose to accept this arrangement. "In my past life, I ascended to the position of immortal emperor alone. With the help of my family in this life, I might not be unable to reach even greater heights. As for my younger sister, I'm quite looking forward to it." Wu Xianyi thought to himself, then was grabbed by Wu Qinlong to be fed milk. After Wu Qinlong left, Wu Hao looked into the distance and saw Wu Yufan returning to the Wu family with Lin Zixin and Wu Dong. In an instant, Wu Hao was back in the clan hall. Seeing Wu Hao disappear and reappear, So Kioran asked with some confusion, "Husband, what happened?" "Nothing, it's just that Qinlong's 2 offspring have some impressive talents, so I went to check on them," Wu Hao explained, and Su Kioran immediately understood. For her husband to care, Qinlong's 2 offspring must be exceptionally talented, at least capable of breaking through to the great emperor realm. This little incident didn't affect what happened later. After Wu Yufan returned with Lin Zixin and the others, Wu Qinkan and the others looked at Lin Zixin and Wu Dong with loving eyes, but their gazes towards Wu Yufan were filled with reproach. After all, if it weren't for Wu Yufan, Lin Zixin wouldn't have suffered for 5 years in vain. "Miss, you've had a hard time these past years." Bai Yu came to Lin Zixin and took her hand, her face full of self-reproach. Lin Zixin was also taken aback by Bai Yu's enthusiasm, but she quickly recovered and shook her head. "Mother-in-law, it's alright, I did all this willingly. Look at you, what a wonderful girl. If Yufan dares to bully you, just tell your mother, and I'll teach him a lesson." Hearing Lin Zixin's words, Bai Yu felt even more heartache, her eyes filled with reproach as she looked at Wu Yufan. Wu Yufan also touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly, but quickly looked at everyone present and said solemnly, "Everyone, I, Wu Yufan, swear here today that I will never betray Lin Zixin in this life. If I break this vow, may all my cultivation be destroyed." Hearing Wu Yufan's words, everyone was shocked. Clearly, they hadn't expected Wu Yufan to be able to do such a thing, and they were all deeply moved. Hearing this, Lin Zixin was deeply moved, and her gaze towards Wu Yufan changed slightly. "Daddy, Mommy, what's wrong?" Just then, Wu Dong looked at Wu Yufan and Lin Zixin, holding their hands and asking innocently. Lin Zixin looked at Wu Dong, smiling. "Nothing, just thinking about something happy." "Mommy and Daddy, you must be happy. If you're not happy, I'll be unhappy too." Wu Dong's earnest words, spoken on his childish face, made Lin Zixin and Wu Yufan nod in agreement. "Alright, as the patriarch of the Wu family, I hereby declare you officially husband and wife from this day forward. Do you consent?" At this moment, Wu Hao stood up and spoke to Wu Yufan and Lin Zixin with utmost seriousness. At this moment, Wu Hao seemed to emanate a majestic aura, making his words instantly believable. Wu Yufan and Lin Zixin exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of emotion in each other's eyes. Perhaps there was love between them, but it was far from reaching the point of marriage. However, for the sake of their child, they were both willing to try. Thinking of this, Wu Yufan and Lin Zixin said in unison, "I do." Thus, Wu Yufan and Lin Zixin were officially united as one, becoming husband and wife. This matter concluded there, and Wu Hao, after this incident, began searching for suitable cultivation techniques for Wudong, Wu Xianyi, and Wu Mo'o. Wudong's physique is the innate Dao embryo saint body, Wu Xianyi's is the pure yang saint body, and Wu Mo'o's is the devouring heaven demon body. There might not be suitable cultivation methods for them in the Xian Tian realm. We'll probably have to go to the upper realm. Let's wait until we break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm before heading there. Furthermore, before going to the upper realm, we need to wait until Wu Mendi brings 99 servants to be trained into great emperors so they can remain in the shadows to protect the Wu family. After searching without finding suitable cultivation methods for the three of them, Wu Hao gave up the search. He figured he would also need to go to the upper realm to place backup plans after breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, so he would wait until then. Wu Hao didn't have to wait long. A year later, Wu Mendi arrived before him with 99 subordinates. "Master, these 99 mortals were carefully selected by me. They are absolutely loyal to you." Wu Mendi looked at Wu Hao earnestly and spoke, while Wu Hao looked at the 99 mortals standing behind Wu Mendi, men and women, but without exception, their eyes were filled with loyalty when they looked at Wu Hao. Wu Hao didn't know how Wu Mendi had made them so loyal to him, nor did he want to know. He only knew that Wu Mendi could control them. Chapter 88 Wu Family's Exclusive Emperor Guard Corps. Wu Hao slowly rose and walked before them. The 99 mortals behind Wu Mendi also looked at Wu Hao, their eyes filled with awe and loyalty. Wu Hao ignored them and spoke calmly. "From this day forward, your lives will not belong to yourselves, but to me, to the Wu family. If anything happens to the Wu family, you may commit suicide. Moreover, I require you to be prepared to sacrifice yourselves at any time for the Wu family. Are you willing? If not, you may leave this place." His voice was soft, but it was clear he was unconvinced. The 99 mortals shouted without hesitation, "Master, from this day forward, we are the slaves of the Wu family. If anything happens to the Wu family, it will come over us first." "Good. Since you have all made up your minds, this Blood Emperor pill will help you become great emperors in a short time. Moreover, now that you have become the guards of the Wu family, I promise you that becoming a great emperor is not your final goal. One day, when my Wu family ascends to the pinnacle of the immortal realm, you will all become immortals." Wu Hao's ambition was boundless, and his aura instilled a fervent desire in the 99 servants below, making their gazes towards him grow even more fervent. Soon, Wu Hao took out 99 Blood Emperor pills and handed them to Wu Mendi. "From this day forward, you will obey her orders. Whatever she tells you to do, you must do." "Yes, master." As the 99 guards shouted, Wu Hao also handed the 99 Blood Emperor pills to Wu Mendi, speaking earnestly. "From this day forward, you are the commander of the Wu family's guard. Can you guarantee the safety of the Wu family?" "Master, if the Wu family is in trouble, I am willing to pay the price with my life to ensure its safety." Wu Mendi knelt on both knees, her eyes filled with utmost seriousness as she agreed. Hearing this, Wu Hao nodded, then looked at Wu Mendi and said, "All right, I'm leaving things here to you. You decide the duties of these 99 guards, but the condition is that they must not be exposed in the open. Apart from me and Kioran, no one else in the Wu family needs to know of your existence. Understand?" "Yes, master." Soon, having finished giving his instructions, Wu Hao left. Wu Mendi watched him leave, muttering to herself, "Master, I will absolutely not let you down, absolutely not." Wu Hao, unaware of Wu Mendi's inner turmoil, returned to Su Kioran's side after giving his instructions and explained the matter of the Emperor's guard. Su Kioran nodded, but then, as if remembering something, she looked at Wu Hao with a strange expression. After hesitating for a while, she finally decided to speak. "Husband, are you really only a little over 100 years old? What's wrong?" Wu Hao nodded, somewhat puzzled. "Nothing, it's just that I feel a little unworthy of you. I'm also over 100 years old, but I'm only a mid-stage Saint King." At this point, Su Kioran felt a pang of inferiority. She was already quite proud of being a mid-stage Saint King at over 100 years old, but learning that her husband was already a great emperor at that age 100 shattered her pride. Sensing his wife's inferiority complex, Wu Hao hugged her tightly and gently comforted her. "Who says you're not good enough for me? No one in the entire Xian Tian realm is more worthy of me than you. Love isn't about cultivation levels. If it were, would the strong and the weak not be worthy of each other? So don't think so much. My only love in this life is you." Hearing Wu Hao's words, Su Kioran felt a sweet warmth in her heart and nodded. But just then, Wu Hao sensed something, said something to Su Kioran, and left, leaving her completely bewildered. However, he returned very quickly, just a few minutes later. "Husband, what happened?" "Nothing, just a small breakthrough." Wu Hao's extremely calm tone shattered Sukioran's hard-won confidence once again. She decided she must cultivate diligently and reach the Supreme Realm no, the Great Emperor Realm as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Wu Hao had already broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. After all, the Wu family now had more than just the three chosen ones Wu Yufan, Wu Yudao, and Wu Li providing feedback to Wu Hao. Wu Rolong and others were also receiving feedback. Although not as much as the chosen ones like Wu Yufan, every little bit helps. Under these circumstances, Wu Hao finally broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, officially proving the Dao of immortality. The Great Luo Golden Immortal is indeed incredibly powerful. I feel I could easily destroy the entire Xiantian realm with a single blow. However, there seemed to be some strange things about the Xiantian realm. When he was still a Golden Immortal, Wu Hao hadn't noticed anything amiss, but after breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he vaguely sensed something strange about the Xiantian realm. However, Wu Hao thought about it and realized it was normal. After all, normally only one chosen one would appear in a place, but the Wu family now had a full 5 chosen ones. No one would believe the Xiantian realm was an ordinary world, but there's been no movement from those strange places. I guess we'll have to wait for Yi Fan and the others to deal with them. I, as their ancestor, don't need to worry so much. I'll just step in to support them when they can't hold on any longer. Shaking his head, Wu Hao stopped dwelling on it. Erasing the experiences that the chosen one should have gone through would only hinder their growth. It was better to be their support, and only step in when they couldn't hold on any longer. However, now that they have broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, it is time for them to make a trip to the Upper Realm. Wu Xianyi and Wu Mo's cultivation techniques can wait for a while, since they are only recently born and need to nurture their bodies until they are 8 years old before they can start cultivating. However, Wu Dong will begin his cultivation in 3 years, so his cultivation method needs to be arranged as soon as possible. The cultivation method for the innate Dao embryo saint body cannot be chosen casually. Although the innate Dao embryo saint body is powerful, allowing for rapid breakthroughs with any cultivation method, finding the most suitable method for his physique is naturally the best approach. Thinking of this, Wu Hao looked at Sukioran and said softly, "Wife, I may have to leave the Wu family for a while." Chapter 89 The Upper Realm, as expected, is for mining. Where are you going? Hearing that Wu Hao was leaving for a while, Sukioran immediately woke up, climbing out of Wu Hao's arms with a worried expression. After all, knowing Wu Hao as she did, if he were taking her with him, he probably wouldn't have said it in such a tone. Wu Hao gently stroked Sukioran's hair and said, "It's nothing. I just need to find the cultivation techniques of Wudong, Xianni, and Nemo Wu, so it will take a while. Don't worry, it won't be more than 4 years. I promise I'll come back and go to the Four Saints tournament with you then." With Wu Hao's repeated assurances, Sukioran, though still worried, agreed. "You must be careful. No matter what, your safety must come first, understand?" "Yes, I understand." Wu Hao nodded, taking Sukioran's words to heart. Then, he disappeared from Sukioran's sight. When Wu Hao reappeared, he was already beside Wu Mendi and the others. "Master!" Upon seeing Wu Hao, Wu Mendi immediately knelt on one knee, as did the other 99 guards. Wu Hao nodded. In less than 3 days, those 99 guards had consumed the Blood Emperor pill and become genuine great emperors. "I need to leave the Xiantian realm for a while. Protect the Wu family during this time. If anything happens to the Wu family, you should know what to do." Wu Hao directly stated his purpose. Hearing this, Wu Mendi said solemnly, "Don't worry, master. If anything happens to the Wu family, I will commit suicide." After giving his instructions, Wu Hao left several restrictions within the Wu family, ensuring that even a golden immortal expert couldn't harm them. After doing all this, Wu Hao carefully assessed the situation, then tore apart the space in front of him and disappeared from the Xiantian realm. When Wu Hao appeared at the other end of the spatial rift, he had already arrived in the upper realm. Is this the upper realm? Wu Hao sensed it. Upon arriving in the upper realm, he immediately felt an energy unlike anything in the profound heaven realm, called immortal qi. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in the upper realm was significantly higher than in the profound heaven realm. No wonder it was relatively easy for someone born in the upper realm to break through to the great emperor level. In fact, one could say that in the upper realm, becoming a great emperor was merely the beginning. Alright, let's find a nearby sect and gather information about the upper realm. The divine sense of a great Luo golden immortal instantly spread from Wu Hao's body, covering an area of approximately tens of thousands of profound heaven realms, and quickly located a suitable section. With this in mind, Wu Hao took a step and arrived before the sect in just a few breaths. The Blazing Liang Sect. Sensing that the strongest member of the Blazing Liang Sect was only an early-stage golden immortal, Wu Hao stepped inside. Meanwhile, inside the Blazing Liang Sect, an elder with a cultivation level of late-stage true immortal stood before the sect leader. Sect Master, in the past 100 years, only 300 cultivators from the lower realms under our control have ascended. The amount of immortal crystals mined from the immortal mines has decreased drastically. If this continues, it will likely affect the development of our Qi-Liang sect. Upon hearing this, the Qi-Liang sect master frowned slightly. It wasn't a secret in the upper realm that forces would ambush ascending red dust immortals near the ascension points in the lower realms to mine them. In fact, everyone did it, so it wasn't surprising. After all, immortal mines were difficult to mine even for those with insufficient cultivation, and red dust immortals ascending from the lower realms were perfect for this purpose. Of course, they wouldn't exploit them to the point of death. They would only allow them to mine immortal or in the Qi-Liang sect's immortal mines for 10,000 years before leaving. For a red dust immortal, 10,000 years was only equivalent to 5 years for an ordinary person. Therefore, in order to survive from the Qi-Liang sect, they had no choice but to agree, no matter how angry they were. Since there are few cultivators ascending from the lower realms, let's recruit some. Mining yields 1 top-grade spirit stone a day, with cultivation levels ranging from supreme to quasi-emperor. With a sigh, the Qi-Liang sect master could only issue the order. The elder agreed and left. Shortly after the elder left, Wu Hao, his aura completely concealed, appeared in the Qi-Liang sect master's room. Who is it? The Qi-Liang sect master only noticed Wu Hao a short distance away when he looked up, and his heart was filled with shock. Unexpectedly, even a golden immortal like himself could be approached so closely without him noticing. Just what was Wu Hao's cultivation level? Meanwhile, Wu Hao was inwardly surprised. He hadn't expected the forces of the upper realm to actually be lying in wait near the ascension point, capturing ascending cultivators to mine. However, this wasn't relevant to him. When he arrived, he had noticed that there was no one lying in wait near the ascension point of the Xiantian realm. After all, the Xiantian realm had lost all its great emperor laws, and no one had ascended for countless years. The forces of the upper realm naturally assumed that the Xiantian realm had declined, and therefore hadn't sent anyone to wait at the ascension point. Shaking his head, Wu Hao didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he looked at the sect master of the Qi-Liang sect and said in a hoarse voice, "I have something to ask you. You just need to cooperate, and I won't make things difficult for you. Please speak, senior." Upon hearing this, the sect master of Qi-Liang sect hurriedly nodded and inquired. Even a fool could see that he was no match for Wu Hao. It was better to cooperate obediently, perhaps he could still survive. "I want to know the situation in the upper realm, and where in the upper realm can I obtain the cultivation technique specifically for the innate Dao embryo holy body, the pure Yang holy body, and the devouring heaven demon body." Wu Hao spoke hoarsely. Upon hearing this, Qi Liangzong pondered for a moment before unhesitatingly revealing the entire current situation of the upper realm. Of course, given Qi Liangzong's strength, he didn't know much useful information. From him, Wu Hao learned that the upper realm was now similar to the Xiantian realm, also divided into 5 domains. These 5 domains were each controlled by a holy land, the 5 elements holy land, the chaos holy land, the time-space holy land, the ancient desolate holy land, and the reverse holy land. The holy lords of these 5 holy lands were all late-stage immortal emperors. When these 5 holy lands were mentioned, the sect master of the Qi-Liang sect couldn't help but feel a longing in his eyes. The founders of these 5 holy lands were all peak immortal emperors, but unfortunately, they all disappeared due to certain events. Therefore, there are no peak immortal emperors in the upper realm now. The strongest are the 5 holy lords, all late-stage immortal emperors. As he spoke, a hint of disappointment crept onto the Qi-Liang sect master's face. Although it wasn't directly related to him, he was still happy to see peak immortal emperors in the upper realm. Hearing this, Wu Hao's expression also became serious. An immortal emperor with his current strength, he would be utterly defeated. Even with the blessing of the heavenly emperor's myriad Dao scripture, he couldn't overcome the chasm. After all, he was still 4 major realms away from becoming an immortal emperor, immortal king, immortal emperor, and immortal venerable. No matter how powerful his cultivation techniques were, he couldn't reach that level, especially now that he had already reached the late stage. The difference in combat power was difficult to overcome with advanced cultivation techniques. Therefore, although Wu Hao is only at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he can only barely defeat an immortal king in a fight. Chapter 90. Sorry, you know too much. Later, Wu Hao learned from the sect leader of the Qi-Liang sect that there were approximately 100 immortal emperors openly existing in the upper realm, further solidifying his resolve to develop his power discreetly. With my current strength, I still need to keep a low profile. I need to reach at least the immortal emperor level before the Wu family can be more high profile in the upper realm. No, the immortal emperor level isn't enough to handle everything. I should cultivate to a level above immortal emperor first. Wu Hao thought to himself, but whether it was because he hadn't yet reached the immortal emperor level or due to unforeseen circumstances, the author's explanation, Wu Hao still didn't know what the realms above immortal emperor were. After explaining the general situation of the upper realm, the sect leader of the Qi-Liang sect looked at Wu Hao with a serious expression and said, "Senior, if you wish to obtain the most suitable cultivation techniques for the innate Dao embryo saint body, pure Yang saint body, and devouring demon body, then my suggestion is to go to the Rufeng Pavilion. As long as the price is right, they can get you anything." Upon learning the name Rufeng Pavilion from the Qiliang sect master, Wu Hao frowned. Was this a coincidence? There was also a Rufeng Pavilion in the central region. However, Wu Hao had previously gone to the Rufeng Pavilion in the Xiantian realm to inquire, but unfortunately, the Rufeng Pavilion in the Xiantian realm did not have any cultivation techniques for the innate Dao Embryo Saint Body, Pure Yang Saint Body, or Devouring Demon Body. I understand. Wu Hao nodded slowly. He was currently in the southern region of the Upper Realm, and the Rufeng Pavilion of the Upper Realm was also in the central region. However, with his current cultivation level, it would definitely be too late to go to the Rufeng Pavilion in the central region. Perhaps I can deduce a suitable cultivation method for them myself based on the characteristics of the innate Dao Embryo Saint Body, the Pure Yang Saint Body, and the Devouring Heaven Demon Body, and then directly synthesize them. It might be better than the method I obtained from the Rufeng Pavilion. Wu Hao thought to himself. With his current strength as a great Luo Golden Immortal, deduce a cultivation method sufficient for reaching the Golden Immortal level wouldn't be difficult, and after synthesis, it might even lead to the Immortal Emperor level. Of course, most importantly, given Wu Hao's cautious nature, he would absolutely not reveal the existence of Wudong and the others without absolute certainty. Even in the vast Upper Realm, the physiques of the three of them were extremely rare. Even if the 5 great holy lands discovered them, they would definitely be highly sought after and recruited. Wu Hao didn't want to confront the 5 great holy lands before he possessed the strength to rival them. Senior, I've told you everything I know. What do you think? The sect master of the Qiliang sect spoke cautiously at this moment, and only then did Wu Hao remember the other party's existence. After a moment's thought, Wu Hao looked at the Qiliang sect master and spoke again. I'll ask you one more question. If you answer correctly, I'll let you go. Please speak, senior. The Qiliang sect master quickly replied. Very good. My question is, what does 1 + 1 equal? 2. The Qiliang sect master answered without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at the Qiliang sect master. Sorry, you know too much. Before the Qiliang sect master could react, Wu Hao struck with his sword, instantly killing him without a sound. The Qiliang sect master died without ever realizing how swiftly and cleanly Wu Hao had acted, and he even posed a strange question. He hadn't anticipated that Wu Hao had never intended for him to live. What if, after he left, the Qiliang sect master revealed that he had been there and was searching for cultivation techniques for the 3 major physiques? Even one of these 3 physiques would move the 5 holy lands, let alone possessing all 3. Although the chances were slim, Wu Hao wouldn't allow that to happen, not even slightly. After killing the Qiliang sect master, Wu Hao collected his storage bag, then surveyed the surroundings of the Qiliang sect, wondering if he should simply annihilate the entire section. After some thought, Wu Hao made up his mind. Let's do it. The Qiliang sect actually captured red dust immortals who ascended from the lower realm to mine. Destroying the Qiliang sect will be a good deed for the cultivators of the lower realm. Wu Hao swore that he absolutely didn't want the storage rings of these powerful beings from the upper realm, nor was he coveting the Qiliang sect's mid-grade immortal mine. He simply couldn't stand the Qiliang sect's actions and wanted to act on behalf of heaven. As for their storage rings, those were his spoils of war. What was wrong with taking them? With this in mind, Wu Hao began to act. Driven by his great Luo Golden Immortal level cultivation, he quickly moved around the Qiliang sect and set up an array. Wu Hao never let his actions leak out unless his cultivation reached an invincible level. Therefore, even if he were to destroy the entire Qiliang sect, Wu Hao would make sure there were thorough preparations, ensuring that not a single member of the Qiliang sect escaped. Just as Wu Hao activated the formation, the entire Qiliang sect was instantly enveloped by several invisible pillars of light. The true immortal elders within the sect sensed this aura, their expressions changing drastically. Wu Hao, ruthless and taciturn, immediately activated his immortal sword. In an instant, the sword swept through the Qiliang sect at terrifying speed, annihilating any powerful members it touched. Even the disciples of the Qiliang sect showed no mercy. Having joined the sect, they had been colluding with it and deserved no pity. Soon, Wu Hao had slaughtered everyone within the Qiliang sect, sparing not even dogs, slicing earthworms into pieces, and scattering egg yolks. Having done all this, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. Then, under his divine sense, his spoils, the storage rings of everyone from the Qiliang sect, flew into his palm and were stored in his inner world. Meanwhile, the lower realm cultivators captured by the Qiliang sect were clearly unaware of what had happened. They thought the Qiliang sect had offended some powerful figure and been wiped out, even trembling with fear that they would be implicated. However, Wu Hao paid no attention to them, instead looking towards the mid-grade immortal mine behind them. Mines that produce spirit stones are called spirit mines, and those that produce immortal crystals are called immortal mines. While spirit and immortal mines can be taken away directly, doing so would affect future production, so no one would choose to take them away unless absolutely necessary. However, Wu Hao had no other choice now. He couldn't stay in the Qiliang sect, so taking the immortal mine was clearly the best option. Rise! As Wu Hao uttered that word, a violent tremor shook the Qiliang sect instantly, and the immortal mine, stretching for several kilometers, rose from the ground under Wu Hao's control. Chapter 91, Technique Deduction Function Unlocked. What on earth happened? The entire vast Qiliang sect is completely wiped out, not a single survivor. Even their mid-grade immortal minds were taken away? Hiss, the Qiliang sect master was a golden immortal, yet not a trace of his aura emanated from him. Could the one who made the move be a Grand Luo golden immortal? I wonder where the Qiliang sect offended such a powerful figure, to end up being annihilated. About half a month after Wu Hao destroyed the Qiliang sect, a few forces with friendly relations with the sect noticed something amiss, as their spies within the sect hadn't contacted them for a long time. When they arrived at the Qiliang sect, they were horrified to find it utterly destroyed. There wasn't a single trace of life in the sect. The eeriness emanating from it was enough to explain what had happened. So, should we reveal the annihilation of the Qiliang sect? The one who arrived at the Qiliang sect ruins was Qing Feng, the sect leader of the nearby Demon Blade sect, a sect with close ties to the Qiliang sect. Qing Feng calmly looked at the others. There were 5 golden immortals present, including Qing Feng, but they all avoided the topic, shaking their heads after a long silence. Let's forget it. This matter might involve a Grand Luo golden immortal. Our sun-conquering sect will not get involved. Me neither. If a Grand Luo golden immortal wants revenge, the combined power of our 5 major sects is completely insufficient to stop him. In that case, let's pretend the Qiliang sect suffered an unspeakable horror, and that we know nothing, merely passing by. Soon, the 5 major sects reached an agreement, pretending nothing had happened, and left. As for Wu Hao, he was unaware of this scene. Before leaving the Qiliang sect, he deliberately concealed his aura. Regarding the secrets of heaven, Wu Hao didn't belong to this realm, and with the system's existence, even a celestial emperor couldn't possibly deduce his origins. Therefore, anyone wanting to stand up for the Qiliang sect was powerless. As for the red dust immortals captured by the Qiliang sect, Wu Hao mercifully released them. Of course, before releasing them, he made them swear an oath to the heavenly Dao, forbidding them from revealing their existence, otherwise, Wu Hao would never have let them leave. Wu Hao swore that he didn't let them leave because they were so poor they had nothing to exploit him for. Absolutely not. Let's go back first. We can calculate the cultivation technique after we return to the Wu family. Anyway, we still have 4 years. Wu Hao thought to himself. He was currently standing in the upper realm of the Xiantian realm. He gently stretched out his hands and with a slight effort, a spatial rift appeared before him, a rift between the upper and lower realms. Given the immense strength of the upper realm space, unless one's cultivation reaches the level of a celestial venerable, it's impossible to tear apart the upper realm space. Wu Hao didn't think too much about it, and simply vanished from the upper realm in a single step. When he reappeared, he was already back in the Xiantian realm. Although less than 2 months had passed, Wu Hao felt an extreme sense of melancholy, as if he had been away from home for a long time. When Wu Hao returned to the Wu family, Sukioran's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. "Husband, you're back." "Yes, there's a problem with the cultivation technique. I think I'll have to do it myself." Wu Hao nodded. He had nothing to hide from Sukioran. Hearing this, a worried expression appeared on Sukioran's face, and she said with concern, "Don't push yourself too hard. Just do your best." "Yes, I will." Wu Hao gave a forced smile, then explained a few things to Sukioran before turning around and going inside to prepare to deduce the cultivation techniques for the innate Dao embryo saint body, pure yang saint body, and devouring heaven demon body. Watching Wu Hao's departing figure, Sukioran's eyes were filled with heartache, but she was powerless to help. She could only turn around and diligently cultivate, hoping to provide Wu Hao with the assistance he needed when he required it. As for Wu Hao, after entering the cave, he began to deduce the cultivation techniques for the innate Dao embryo saint body, pure yang saint body, and devouring heaven demon body. Just as Wu Hao began his deductions, the system's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Ding, detected that the host has a need to deduce cultivation techniques. The cultivation technique deduction function has been activated. Detected that the host is deducing cultivation techniques needed for the innate Dao embryo saint body, pure yang saint body, and devouring heaven demon body. Assistance has been provided to the host. Please check. Hearing the system's words, Wu Hao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the system to pop up. He had thought the system would just provide simple feedback. After seeing the system's functions, Wu Hao understood its general meaning. The cultivation system, which he had deduced, could act as a platform to help him find cultivation techniques that matched his special physique. The higher the compatibility, the faster the cultivation speed. If combined, it would definitely be better than the original cultivation techniques for his special physique. Thinking this, Wu Hao became very enthusiastic and worked day and night in his cave, deducing the cultivation techniques needed by Wu Dong and the other two. Outside, Wu Xianyi and Wu Mowo also displayed talent far exceeding their peers. They could speak within a month, run within 2 months, and handle most things independently within 3 months. Of course, whether due to unforeseen circumstances, the author's interpretation, or the cultivation environment, Wu Ziyi and Wu Moa did not begin cultivation immediately, waiting until they were 8 years old. However, perhaps because they were both chosen ones, they were exceptionally competitive in their daily lives, always striving to outdo each other in everything. However, Wu Moa lost to Wu Ziyi every time, because Wu Ziyi always suppressed her with his status as her brother. Furthermore, Wu Ziyi's talent was indeed top tier, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an immortal emperor in just 3 million years. Even the devouring demon emperor spent nearly 5 million years cultivating to become an immortal emperor. However, both of them were confident in this life, drawing on their past experiences to quickly break through to the immortal emperor realm. As for Wu Yufan, his ancient sacred body had advanced to the 9th level, and his recent marriage to Lin Zixin had allowed him to stay with the Wu family for a rare period. However, Wu Yufan estimated that he would need to leave the Wu family after the Four Saints tournament to find a way to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Currently, Wu Yufan's physical body was comparable to that of a great emperor, but his cultivation level had not yet reached that level. Therefore, he still needed to find a way to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, the Blood Soul sect was lurking in the shadows, ready to make its move, preventing him from indulging in happiness for too long. It was precisely in this quiet happiness that the time for the Four Saints tournament drew ever closer, and the long-silent Xian Tian realm began to gradually become lively again. Chapter 92, Deducing the Great Dao Scripture, Returning to the Primordial Scripture. Ha ha ha, I did it. I finally did it. A month before the Four Saints Grand Competition, just as Wu Dong was about to begin his cultivation, Wu Hao, through frantic deduction, finally deduced a cultivation technique most suitable for the innate Dao embryo saint body. Great Dao Scripture, 100% compatibility with the innate Dao embryo saint body. Looking at the Great Dao Scripture he had deduced in the system space, Wu Hao revealed a satisfied expression. He would then send the Great Dao Scripture into the Wu family's current cultivation technique pavilion, where he would receive feedback on the technique. After combining them, he would definitely obtain a cultivation technique even more terrifying than the Great Dao Scripture. Glancing at the Pure Yang Saint Body and Devouring Demon Body cultivation techniques, which had only reached 70% compatibility, Wu Hao shook his head. Cultivation required moderation, and so did the deduction of cultivation techniques. It couldn't be rushed. It's about time. I should go out first. I promised to accompany my wife to the Four Saints Grand Competition. Thinking this, Wu Hao took a step forward, leaving his cave dwelling and arriving at the Wu family's cultivation technique pavilion. The disciple guarding the Wu family's cultivation technique pavilion was named Wu Zhiqiang. His cultivation level was at the refining void realm, and his talent was a high-grade spiritual root. The cultivation technique pavilion was established after discussions between Wu Hao and Wu Rolong. After all, the Wu family was gradually growing stronger, and the number of clansmen was increasing. The existence of the cultivation technique pavilion could help clansmen find the cultivation techniques they wanted to practice. Upon seeing Wu Hao appear, Wu Zhiqiang was startled and quickly stood up. Greetings, ancestor. Enter this cultivation technique into the Wu family's cultivation technique pavilion. Wu Hao calmly presented the Great Dao Scripture to Wu Zhiqiang. Although it was called the cultivation technique pavilion, it was essentially similar to an ebook. One only needed to enter the name to find it. Wu Zhiqiang nodded and took the Great Dao Scripture from Wu Hao's hand, recording it into the Wu family's cultivation technique pavilion. Ding, detected host sending out the Great Dao Scripture, acquired 1,000 copies. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. Ding, synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation technique, the Primordial Scripture. Primordial Scripture, what? There's actually a cultivation technique even more compatible with the innate Dao embryo saint body than the Great Dao Scripture? Compatibility reaches 200%. Seeing the Primordial Scripture synthesized by the system, Wu Hao showed a satisfied expression, then looked at Wu Zhiqiang and said, "Include this cultivation technique as well." Having said that, he handed the Primordial Scripture to Wu Zhiqiang and turned to leave, leaving Wu Zhiqiang alone with a bewildered expression. Why did the ancestor give him the cultivation technique in 2 separate sessions? But this wasn't something he should worry about. The ancestor must have his own reasons for doing this, he just needed to follow them. After leaving the cultivation technique pavilion, Wu Hao went straight to Wu Yufan's house. Wu Yufan was about to instruct his son in cultivation when he saw Wu Hao arrive, stopping and looking at him respectfully. "Great-grandpa, what brings you here?" "I've deduced a suitable cultivation technique for Wu Dong, so I brought it to him." Wu Hao waved his hand and handed the Primordial Scripture to Wu Yufan. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Yufan's eyes lit up. In fact, he had been quite troubled by his son's cultivation situation. After learning that his son possessed the innate Dao embryo saint body, Wu Yufan searched the Xian Tian realm for suitable cultivation techniques for such a body. Unfortunately, while all the techniques were cultivable, they couldn't unleash the true power of the innate Dao embryo saint body. Due to time constraints, Wu Yufan could only choose a slightly better one from a pile of unsuitable ones for Wudong to cultivate with initially, intending to replace it with a more suitable one later. But now that Wu Hao had brought a suitable cultivation technique for his son, Wu Yufan naturally wouldn't be picky. Even though his current strength rivaled that of a great emperor, he still couldn't gauge Wu Hao's true power. However, a voice in his heart kept reminding Wu Yufan that if he dared to make a move, he would surely die. Donger, why don't you quickly thank your great-grandpa Gao? Lin Zixin stepped forward and spoke to Wu Dong. Wu Dong looked at Wu Hao sweetly and said, "Thank you, great-grandpa Gao. Alright, cultivate diligently and become stronger as soon as possible. That's the best reward for great-grandpa Gao." Wu Hao reached out and patted Wu Dong's head, then told Wu Yufan to remember to participate in the Four Saints Grand Competition in 7 days before turning to leave. But just then, Lin Zixin spoke up, her tone hesitant. "Great-grandpa, can I go back to the soft water Holy Land and represent it in the Four Saints Grand Competition?" However, she quickly remembered something and hurriedly replied, "I just promised my mother that I would represent the soft water Holy Land in the Four Saints Grand Competition this time." Hearing this, Wu Hao didn't think twice and waved his hand in agreement. Anyway, Lin Zixin was already the holy maiden of the soft water Holy Land, even marrying into the Wu family wouldn't change that identity. Furthermore, Lin Shui-ro won't be representing the Wu family in this Four Saints competition. Since that's the case, sending her back to the Ro Shui Holy Land to participate in the competition isn't a problem. Hearing this, Lin Zixin nodded excitedly. Wu Hao simply smiled and left. Meanwhile, Su Qiao Ran's cultivation hadn't improved much. After all, only 4 years had passed, and even a genius of Wu Yufan's caliber would find it difficult to make significant progress. Judging from the current situation, I'll probably have to come out of the Chaos Secret Realm before I can break through to the late Saint King stage. At this rate, becoming a great emperor seems a long way off. Su Qiao Ran's face was full of disappointment, and she couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Wu Hao appeared behind Su Qiao Ran and hugged her tightly. Su Qiao Ran was startled at first, but quickly realized it was Wu Hao behind her. "Husband, do you think I'm a failure? I haven't even broken through to the late stage of Saint King yet." "Where? Who dares say my wife is a failure? My wife is clearly the #1 genius in the Xiantian realm. Who dares to say my wife is a failure? Step forward," Wu Hao said earnestly, feigning seriousness, which made Su Qiaoran's melancholy disappear at that moment, and she couldn't help but laugh. Of course, Wu Hao was telling the truth. Su Qiaoran's comparison was with Wu Hao. In fact, aside from chosen ones like Wu Hao and Wu Yufan, Su Qiaoran's talent was indeed top tier in the Xiantian realm. According to Wu Hao's estimation, Su Qiaoran could probably break through to Quasi-Emperor before the age of 300 and attain the Great Emperor realm before the age of 1000. This was far more than the geniuses of the Xiantian realm. But soon Wu Hao remembered something and said with a serious expression, "Wife, I have something to give you." Chapter 93 Gift of the Immortal Sword and the Imperial Cauldron. "Husband, are you sure you want to give me such a terrifying weapon?" Looking at the immortal sword Wu Hao took out of his storage ring, Su Qiaoran's breathing quickened. As a quasi-saintess of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Su Qiaoran could naturally sense that the immortal sword before her was at least an emperor-level weapon, or even more powerful. Wu Hao gently shook his head, his tone indifferent. "You are my wife. This sword is only for your temporary use. Once you become stronger, I will replace it with a better one." After all, even if Su Qiaoran were given a better weapon now, her cultivation level wouldn't be able to unleash its true power. The immortal sword is sufficient. Moreover, the immortal sword in Su Qiaoran's hand is currently sealed. With her cultivation level, she can only unleash the power of an emperor-level weapon, but even so, it will still give her an absolute advantage in the Four Saints tournament. How could my wife possibly get a low ranking in the Four Saints Grand Competition? She'll at least get a high ranking. Wu Hao thought to himself. With Wu Yufan and the others participating this time, Wu Hao wasn't very confident his wife would win. Of course, unless Wu Yufan and the others went easy on her because of Su Qiaoran's status as a great-grandmother. Moreover, the reward for the top 100 this time was entry into the Chaos Secret Realm, which was said to contain the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. Based on Wu Hao's speculation, and considering Wu Yudeo's Chaos body and status as the chosen one, there was a high probability that he would obtain the Chaos Emperor's inheritance this time. Just then, Wu Rolong, having learned of Wu Hao's emergence from seclusion, rushed excitedly to his side. "Father!" Wu Rolong's face was filled with excitement, which piqued Wu Hao's curiosity. What had happened to make Wu Rolong so happy? The next second, Wu Hao also felt a surge of joy. Wu Rolong had gathered all the materials needed to refine the Emperor Cauldron. "Father, so when do you plan to forge the Emperor Cauldron?" Wu Rolong inquired. Because Wu Hao was no longer involved in affairs, Wu Rolong was currently the patriarch of the Wu family. Forging the Emperor Cauldron and recording the names of those who had made outstanding contributions to the Wu family would greatly boost morale. Furthermore, Wu Hao had proposed holding a competition among the Wu family members every 100 years, selecting the most talented to have their names inscribed on the cauldron. This news would undoubtedly greatly encourage the Wu family members to cultivate. In addition, the Emperor Cauldron also had the benefit of suppressing the Wu family's fortune, ensuring the family's long-term prosperity. This was naturally a good thing for Wu Rolong. Hearing this, Wu Hao smiled and then said, "Now." As he spoke, countless extremely rare forging materials slowly flew out from the storage ring in Wu Hao's hand. Emperor Fire was also released from Wu Hao's palm, melting and fusing the materials together. Then, under Wu Hao's divine sense control, they gradually took on the shape of Wu Hao. Less than 3 minutes later, about 2.5 minutes later, a cauldron about 3 meters in size appeared in front of the three of them. Its magnificent appearance exuded a faint sense of pressure, which excited Wu Rolong and the others. Furthermore, this cauldron not only suppresses the Wu family's fortune, but its internal space is also infinitely large, capable of containing and refining living beings. Moreover, its hardness is unbelievable. If Wu Rolong's Emperor's sword were to strike it, it wouldn't damage the cauldron. In fact, the recoil would reflect the damage back onto Wu Rolong. "Father, is that all right?" Wu Rolong reached out to take the cauldron and place it in the Wu family square to suppress the clan's fortune, but Wu Hao shook his head. "Wait, there are still some formalities." The next second, Wu Hao disappeared, reappearing at Wu Yufan's house. At this time, Wu Dong, under Wu Yufan's guidance, had already reached the early stage of qi refining. Of course, Wu Yufan had also adopted Wu Hao's methods, otherwise, with his innate Dao embryo saint body talent, he would never have only broken through to the early stage of qi refining. "Great-grandpa, is there something you need?" Seeing Wu Hao's return, Wu Yufan asked curiously. But the next second, upon seeing the Emperor Cauldron in Wu Hao's hand, his breathing quickened, and his eyes filled with eager inquiry as he looked at Wu Hao, until Wu Hao spoke. "That's right, you told your great-grandfather you wanted a cauldron, so your great-grandfather got it for you." With that, Wu Hao directly handed the cauldron to Wu Yufan. Taking the Emperor Cauldron from Wu Hao's hands, Wu Yufan still felt that all of this was unreal. After all, according to Wu Yufan's knowledge, Emperor weapons were extremely rare, with only 4 in the entire Xiantian realm. "Thank you, great-grandfather," Wu Yufan said with a grateful expression, but Wu Hao waved his hand, saying in a nonchalant tone, "When you ascend to the upper realm, your great-grandfather will get you an even better one." "Yes, great-grandfather." Wu Yufan secretly vowed to cultivate diligently and never disappoint Wu Hao's expectations. Ding, congratulations host for gifting 1 Emperor Cauldron, obtaining 1 million Emperor Cauldrons. Would you like to synthesize them? Yes. Wu Hao clicked synthesize without hesitation. Ding, synthesis successful, obtaining 10,000 Immortal Cauldrons. Immortal Cauldron, the best choice for suppressing fortune, striking enemies, and refining them together to resist attacks. The Immortal Cauldron didn't offer a significant functional upgrade over the Emperor Cauldron, but its effects were more than twice as powerful. After all, the author couldn't have come up with so many novel and unusual functions. Alright, you cultivate well. I won't disturb you any longer, I'll be leaving now. After leaving Wu Yufan's side, Wu Hao returned to Sukioran's side. When Sukioran and the others saw that Wu Hao was holding not the previous Emperor Cauldron, but the even more terrifying Immortal Cauldron, their expressions changed. Sukioran could sense that what Wu Hao held was at the same level as the sword he had given her earlier. In other words, had Wu Hao just upgraded the Emperor Cauldron? "Father, what are you doing?" Wu Rolong looked at Wu Hao with a questioning gaze, but Wu Hao waved his hand and said, "Nothing, just upgraded the Emperor Cauldron. Take it, and settle things as soon as possible. I won't show myself again." After receiving a positive answer from Wu Hao, Wu Rolong approached Wu Hao with a fawning expression and acted coquettishly. "Father, how about you upgrade my Emperor sword too?" Seeing Wu Rolong, a grown man, acting like a spoiled child, Wu Hao couldn't help but punch him, sending him flying. Watching Wu Rolong scream as he flew away, Sukioran spoke with some concern. "Husband, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "Don't worry, I controlled my strength. I just kicked him out. He's so old, why is he still acting like a spoiled child?" Wu Hao waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Sukioran could only suppress her worries. Indeed, seeing Wu Rolong acting like a spoiled child, even she, let alone Wu Hao, almost couldn't resist punching him. "Wu Rolong, so, there's no love between us anymore?" Chapter 94 The Cultivation Frenzy of the Wu Family. "However, I forgot to find a celestial flame in the upper realm last time I went there. That was my mistake. I'll deal with it next time I go," Wu Hao thought to himself. Judging from his current situation, he probably wouldn't be able to go to the upper realm until he broke through to the celestial venerable level. Otherwise, if he encountered a celestial emperor, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. As for Wu Rolong on the other side, after being punched away by Wu Hao, he crashed into several mountains before coming to a stop. After stopping, Wu Rolong rubbed his sore buttocks, his eyes full of resentment. "If you won't give it to me, then don't give it to me." why did you have to hit me? Although he complained, Wu Rolong didn't say anything. After adjusting himself, he stood up to explain the matter of the celestial cauldron and to give instructions on the Wu family's next policy. Soon, following Wu Rolong's message, the current high-ranking members of the Wu family, including Wu Qianqian, arrived at the Wu family hall. Seeing Wu Rolong's somewhat disheveled appearance, Wu Qianqian asked curiously, "Father, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Wu Rolong coughed, then said seriously. He then took out the immortal cauldron. "Our Wu family is now considered a powerful force in the Xiantian realm, so naturally we need something to suppress our family's fortune. This is a celestial cauldron forged by your grandfather. From now on, it will remain in our Wu family's plaza to suppress our family's fortune. Furthermore, after discussion between your grandfather and me, we have decided that those who have made outstanding contributions to the Wu family will have their names inscribed on the celestial cauldron. Moreover, our Wu family will hold a competition for its members every 100 years, limited to those under 100 years old. The top 3 winners will also have their names inscribed on the celestial cauldron." Upon hearing this, Wu Qianqian and the others' breathing quickened. If their names could be inscribed on the celestial cauldron, they would leave an incomparably magnificent image in the hearts of the Wu family's future generations. Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian and the others nodded in agreement without hesitation. Seeing them all nod in agreement, Wu Rolong nodded in satisfaction, then added something else. "The first Wu family disciple grand competition will be held after the Four Saints grand competition. Pass this message down." "Yes, we understand, Father." Upon hearing this, Wu Qianqian and the others immediately went to spread the word throughout the Wu family. Within an hour of this news spreading, the Wu family disciples became frenzied, uttering wild pronouncements that they would leave their names on the immortal cauldron. However, they seem to have forgotten that Wu Qianqian and the others were not yet 100 years old, although they would likely be 100 by the time the Four Saints grand competition concluded. Remembering this, Wu Qianqian and the others went to Wu Rolong without hesitation to plead for the family grand competition to be moved to before the Four Saints grand competition, but Wu Rolong refused. "As meritorious contributors to the Wu family's expansion, you are already entitled to have your names on the immortal cauldron, so you do not need to participate in the family grand competition." Although they couldn't experience the thrill of battle, they were content to leave their names behind, so they didn't demand anything more. At that moment, Wu Rolong also made his move. He flew directly above the Wu family compound, formed hand seals, and after a series of movements, the immortal cauldron rapidly expanded under his control. In just a few hours, it grew from the size of a fist to 100 meters in size, then descended towards the Wu family's plaza. Boundless and mysterious, ever-changing in its energy, with this immortal cauldron, I will suppress the fortune of my Wu family. Activate. The instant Wu Rolong finished speaking, a mysterious and profound power emanated from the immortal cauldron, spreading outwards towards the Wu family. Although invisible, the Wu family members could feel something intangibly influencing them. This was fortune invisible and intangible, yet undeniably present. Without the immortal cauldron to suppress their fortune, the Wu family's peak wouldn't have been very high, or it would have been limited to a certain level. But now, with the immortal cauldron suppressing their fortune, the Wu family's peak would reach a new height. After finishing everything, Wu Rolong showed a satisfied expression, then looked at Wu Hao not far away. Wu Hao also observed everything. Given the Wu family's current situation, the immortal cauldron was sufficient to suppress their fortune, but once they ascended to the upper realm, it would be insufficient. Of course, the immortal cauldron would be enough for the rest of the Wu family, except for Wu Hao, before they reached the immortal king level. Later, they would need to replace it with a more powerful immortal artifact to suppress their fortune, but that was a matter for later. The most urgent task was the Four Saints Grand Competition. Time quickly arrived for the registration for the Four Saints Grand Competition. Before setting off, Wu Hao gathered Sukioran and the others. "I don't expect you to win the championship in this Four Saints Grand Competition. I only ask that you obtain the qualification to enter the Chaos Secret Realm. Do you have confidence?" Wu Hao's expression was serious. He knew that there were many opportunities within the Chaos Secret Realm, and if Sukioran and the others could obtain them, it would be extremely beneficial for them. Seeing this, Wu Qianqian replied without hesitation, "Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely qualify for the top 100. You should just forget about it. Just do your best." Sensing that Wu Qianqian's cultivation was only at the peak of the Saint Realm, Wu Hao fell silent, then spoke earnestly. The damage wasn't great, but the insult was extremely strong. Wu Qianqian simply felt deeply hurt. According to Wu Hao's perception, those who could participate in the Four Saints Grand Competition this time were absolute geniuses of the Xiantian realm. Saints were nothing special, there were many great saints, and quite a few saint kings. Alright, it's about time to set off. Let's go. Just then, Wu Rolong stepped forward to smooth things over. The Wu family's 5 spots in this year's Four Saints Grand Competition were for Wu Qianqian, Wu Yufan, Wu Rolong, Sukioran, and Wu Qishan. Wu Hao did meet the qualifications to enter the Chaos Secret Realm, but he had no intention of going in. After all, with his current strength, he no longer cared about the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. Moreover, it would be too bullying for Wu Hao to make a move, so after careful consideration, he decided against entering. Meanwhile, inside the Zhan Tian sect, Wu Li looked at his master with some hesitation and asked, "Master, do I really have to go to the Four Saints tournament with my senior brothers? P.S. Revenue has been halved, please give me gifts, thank you everyone." Chapter 95 Registration, Anomalies in the Xian Tian Realm. Wu Li, you must understand, as my disciple Chen Ping'an, you are destined to be someone of high standing in this life. Your two senior brothers and sisters have already reached the Great Saint Realm, so they will represent our Zhan Tian sect in the Four Saints Grand Competition. And because of your age, you cannot participate in the Four Saints Grand Competition, which is a good opportunity for you to observe the prowess of the geniuses of the Xian Tian realm, Chen Ping'an said solemnly. Hearing this, Wu Li could no longer refuse and could only agree. Although Wu Li's talent was not as terrifying as Wu Yufan's or Wu Yudao's, it was still quite good compared to ordinary people. After receiving the help of the saintly bottle, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the refining void realm in a very short time. It was estimated that he would break through to the tribulation transcending stage soon. Meanwhile, Wu Yudao also emerged from his seclusion, opened his eyes, looked around, and muttered to himself, "I've now broken through to the Saint King realm. I should be able to achieve a good ranking in the Four Saints Grand Competition." When Wu Yudao returned to Tianyu Victory, he was already at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Now, after some time of consolidation, he has broken through to the Saint King realm. Disciple, it's time to prepare to depart. After Wu Yudao emerged from seclusion, Wu Shenna appeared outside Wu Yudao's cave and said softly. Hearing this, Wu Yudao released the restrictions on his cave and stepped out. Dressed in white, Wu Yudao's aura became even more ethereal and outstanding. Wu Yudao nodded slightly, then followed Wu Shenna out of the cave and arrived before Chen Wushuan. Beside Chen Wushuan stood 4 disciples, all of whom were representing Tianyu Mountain in the Four Saints Grand Competition, 3 men and 1 woman. They were all people Wu Yudao didn't recognize. After all, given Wu Yudao's status, he didn't need to know many people within Tianyu Mountain. Although Wu Yudao didn't know them, they all knew him, so their eyes lit up when they saw him, and they quickly stepped forward to introduce themselves. "Greetings, Holy Sun. My name is Kang Shifu. Holy Sun, you may call me Shi Yuji. Holy Sun, you may call me Ji Boda. My name is Lu Ruyan." Soon, Wu Yudao also learned their names and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In Wu Yudao's perception, all 4 were great saints, with Lu Ruyan being the strongest, at the peak of the Great Saint realm. Next were Ji Boda and the other 2, all at the late Great Saint stage. "Holy Sun, these 4 will accompany you to this Four Saints Grand Competition. You can speak directly to them if you need anything." Chen Wushuan also spoke up from the side. Wu Yudao nodded, then looked at his master beside him and asked softly, "Master, are you not coming with us?" Upon hearing this, the martial saint paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Master belongs to Tianyu Mountain, and I will not leave Tianyu Mountain unless absolutely necessary." Having said this, Wu Yudao did not insist on saying more. Soon, Wu Yudao, led by Chen Wushuan, left Tianyu Mountain and headed towards the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Martial Saint Na stood atop the mountain, watching the direction Wu Yudao had left in, his eyes filled with melancholy, as if deep in thought. But the next second, Wu Shenna's expression changed slightly, and he stomped his foot grimly. "You beast, how dare you be so insolent!" With Wu Shenna's stomp, a low growl echoed from beneath Tianyu Mountain, sounding incredibly eerie, but only Wu Shenna could hear it. After suppressing the beast, Wu Shenna sighed and muttered to himself, "Disciple, you must grow stronger quickly, because your master's cultivation can no longer suppress this beast for long." Unfortunately, Wu Yudao didn't witness this scene. On the other side, Wu Yufan and the others, led by Wu Hao, arrived outside the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. They saw that large venues had been built outside the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, and within these venues were small worlds created by the powerful figures of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land specifically for the geniuses of the Four Saints Grand Competition. After all, the Four Saints Grand Competition included many saints and even great saints, and the destruction caused by such powerful individuals fighting in the Xian Tian realm would not be underestimated. Therefore, out of necessity, saint-level and above experts would fight within their own small worlds. When Wu Hao and his group arrived, a considerable number of prodigies heading to the Four Saints Grand Competition had already gathered around the venue. "Alright, you can handle the rest yourselves. I won't intervene unless absolutely necessary." Wu Hao glanced at Wu Yufan and the others before leaving. Although he was an ancestor, he didn't handle everything personally. Furthermore, he sensed some interesting changes occurring in the Xian Tian realm. "Alright, let's go confirm our identities first." After Wu Hao left, Su Qiuran took on the role of leader, leading Wu Rulong and the others to confirm their registration. Each faction's quota was issued in the form of invitations. They only needed to bring their invitations to the registration desk. After arriving at the competition venue, Lin Zixin bid farewell to Wu Yufan and headed back towards the soft water Holy Land. At the registration area, Wu Yufan suddenly sensed something. He frowned slightly and looked into the distance, but after carefully examining the area, he found nothing unusual and could only shake his head, assuming it was his imagination. What Wu Yufan didn't see was that, out of his sight, 5 cultivators dressed exactly like the Blood Soul sect envoys he had previously killed were constantly moving around the competition grounds. As they stopped and left, a deep red mark appeared on the ground before disappearing into the earth, leaving no trace. These were none other than the Blood Soul sect envoys sent by the Blood Soul sect's Holy Son to attack the Four Saints competition. The Grand Formation has been set up. All we need to do now is wait for the Four Saints Grand competition to begin, then activate the formation and teleport them all to the Valley of Burial Gods. Soon, with the final formation base in place, from the sky above the Four Saints Grand competition venue, one could see streaks of crimson light emanating from the base, connecting together a truly eerie sight. Unfortunately, Wu Yufan and the others were unaware of the Blood Soul sect's presence. Since Shui Yuan had chosen to make his move during the Four Saints tournament, he had naturally made foolproof preparations. Even a true Great Emperor, let alone a Quasi-Emperor, might not be able to detect the Blood Soul sect's envoy. Of course, Wu Hao was an exception, but he wasn't currently at the Four Saints tournament. He had already arrived in the center of the central region, or rather, the center of the entire Xiantian realm. Chapter 96. The Three Chosen Ones appear together for the first time. Interesting. Is this the Chaos Secret Realm? Looking at the slowly emerging gate of the secret realm before him, Wu Hao's deep gaze seemed to try and see everything within, but he quickly shook his head. He could sense that the Chaos Secret Realm was constantly evolving, meaning that its current grade was no longer that of an ordinary Great Emperor-level secret realm. However, such secret realms were extremely rare, even in the upper realm. There was only one possibility for this to occur. It was set up by the Chaos Emperor himself. I wonder if this Chaos Emperor is the same person as the Chaos Emperor who founded the Chaos Holy Land in the upper realm. It's just that the timeline is too long, otherwise, I could take a look. Wu Hao shook his head. He had learned from the sect master of the Qiliang sect in the upper realm that the Chaos Holy Land had existed for at least 100 billion years, while the Chaos Emperor had only ascended to the upper realm 5 billion years ago. Therefore, based on the timeline, it was unlikely that they were the same person. Of course, unless the Chaos Emperor of the Xiantian realm is a reincarnation of the Chaos Emperor of the upper realm, though that's highly unlikely. Well, this should be Wu Yudeo's opportunity. I hope he can seize it. After sensing the general situation within the Chaos Secret Realm, Wu Hao turned and left. Although the Chaos Secret Realm was evolving, due to the limitations of the Xiantian realm, the strength of the demonic beasts within hadn't increased significantly. It was more about increased opportunities than increased risks. However, upon returning to the Four Saints Grand competition venue, Wu Hao noticed the array surrounding it, which surprised him. Clearly, he hadn't expected the Blood Soul sect envoys to be so audacious as to disrupt the Four Saints Grand competition. But after sensing the array's function, Wu Hao understood their confidence. So they're planning to teleport everyone away? The destination seems to be the Valley of Burial Gods. There must be some great terror lurking within. Wu Hao looked towards the Valley of Burial Gods in the western regions from afar, his expression growing solemn. Clearly, he hadn't expected that there would be places within the Xiantian realm that even his great Luo Golden Immortal level couldn't fathom. But thinking about it carefully, with 5 chosen ones now, the Xiantian realm couldn't possibly be simple. After accepting this, Wu Hao sensed the formation again. Having learned its specific effects, he abandoned the idea of destroying it himself. This was the chosen one's moment. How could he, as the ancestor, possibly steal the limelight from his grandson? As for Wu Yufan, he sneezed, rubbed his nose, and wondered why he was sneezing all of a sudden. Was his wife missing him? Brother Yufan, what's wrong? Wu Yudeo, noticing Wu Yufan's unusual behavior, asked curiously, as did Wu Li. Wu Yufan simply shook his head, then looked at the two of them and asked curiously, "Nothing. But you two, are you both here to participate in the Four Saints Grand competition?" "Yes, I'm representing Tianyu Mountain." Wu Yudeo readily admitted it, while Wu Li gave a wry smile. "Brother Yufan, please don't tease me. With my current cultivation level, I probably wouldn't even last a single round. I'm just accompanying my senior brothers and sisters to watch." Hearing this, Wu Yufan and Wu Yudeo both nodded. Indeed, in their perception, Wu Li was only at the peak of the void refinement stage, while the lowest cultivation level among those participating in the Four Saints competition was the tribulation transcending stage. If Wu Li went up, he was guaranteed to lose. This was also the first time the 3 chosen ones of destiny had met together. Wu Li looked at Wu Yufan and Wu Yudeo before him, his eyes filled with longing. After all, Wu Yufan and Wu Yudeo were often away training, so Wu Li had never had the chance to meet them. He had only heard stories about them frequently within the Wu family. Now, after meeting them, Wu Li could only say that they were indeed the face of the Wu family. Both were over 100 years old, yet their cultivation levels were a height he could never reach even with 100 years of hard work. Wu Yufan and Wu Yudao were unaware of Wu Li's thoughts. The three of them had simply come to see him after learning he was participating in the Four Saints tournament. Alright, it's about time. Go back and rest. See you in 3 days. If it's your turn, I won't hold back. Wu Yufan stood up and teased Wu Yudao. Wu Yudao's eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Me too. However, with Wu Yudao's current cultivation level, he was far from being a match for Wu Yufan. After all, Wu Yufan had cultivated for over a decade longer than Wu Yudao, and with his profound foundation, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary prodigies. Not far away, Wu Rolong watched the scene and gently shook his head. His 3 grandsons were the pride of the Wu family. It was only because of their age that Wu Li couldn't participate in the Four Saints Grand Competition. Otherwise, Wu Rolong would have loved to see all 3 of them achieve a top 100 ranking. Wu Rolong had already learned the rules of the Four Saints Grand Competition earlier, a 3-day registration period. Registrations after 3 days would be ignored. After registration, there would be a day for random opponent assignments, battles, and eliminations, followed by another round of random assignments, battles, and eliminations. This process continued until only 100 prodigies remained. These 100 prodigies continued their battle to determine the ultimate king of prodigies, who would then receive generous rewards from the 4 Holy Lands. Meanwhile, within the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, Lin Yaowan hesitated for a moment before looking at Lin Tianyi before finally asking, "Holy Lord, am I truly unable to participate in this Four Saints Grand Competition?" Looking at Lin Yaowan before him, Lin Tianyi sighed and shook his head. You should know that in the 4 Great Holy Lands Grand Competition, no one can afford to fall below the top 100. Your cultivation is only at the late stage of the Saint Realm. This year's Grand Competition has over 200 great saints. If you participate, you'll only be eliminated. Although Lin Yaowan worked very hard after becoming a saintess, her talent had become a shackle limiting her. Therefore, Lin Yaowan, at only the Saint Realm, could not participate in this year's Grand Competition. Although Lin Yaowan was deeply frustrated, she had no choice but to accept the decision. Watching Lin Yaowan's dejected figure, Lin Tianyi sighed helplessly, but then, as if remembering something, he spoke to her. Chapter 97 Duxuan Continent. If you wish to improve your strength, I have a good suggestion. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Tianyi spoke. As the Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, he naturally wouldn't ignore his disciples' desire to become stronger. Hearing Lin Tianyi speak, Lin Yaowan's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, "What is the Holy Lord's suggestion? Come with me." After saying this, Lin Tianyi turned and walked towards the back mountain of the forbidden area of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Seeing this, Lin Yaowan followed without any hesitation. With 2 such monstrous saintesses as Su Qiuran and Murong Shui ahead of her, if she didn't work hard, she might find it difficult to win over the masses. Soon, following Lin Tianyi, Lin Yaowan arrived at a large mountain. A cave entrance appeared within the mountain, and seeing Lin Tianyi enter, Lin Yaowan gritted her teeth and followed. Seeing Lin Yaowan follow, Lin Tianyi then began to explain. Do you know why our Myriad Flowers Holy Land is called the Myriad Flowers Holy Land? Lin Tianyi's sudden question startled Lin Yaowan, but she quickly searched her memory for relevant information and soon found it. I remember that the founder of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land wasn't from our Xiantian realm, but came from another world. That's right. Our Myriad Flowers Holy Land's founder was a peerless powerhouse named Tang Yan, from a world called Duxuan Continent. He accidentally arrived in our Xiantian realm during a great battle with other powerful beings. Because there's no way to return for the time being, that's why we established the Myriad Flowers Holy Land in our Xiantian realm. Hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Lin Yaowan nodded, but then, as if remembering something, a look of curiosity crossed her face. But I remember our founding ancestor passed away due to the exhaustion of his lifespan, didn't he? Holy Lord, why did you bring me here? Lin Tianyi stopped in his tracks, then turned to look at Lin Yaowan, his expression extremely serious. That's right, our Myriad Flowers Holy Land's founding ancestor did indeed pass away due to the exhaustion of his lifespan, but before he passed away, he left a legacy for the descendants of our Myriad Flowers Holy Land. Only by passing his test can one obtain his legacy. I only learned of this after becoming the Holy Lord. It's a pity that after our founding ancestor passed away, our Myriad Flowers Holy Land sent many people to try and obtain his inheritance, but all attempts ended in failure. So, over time, our Myriad Flowers Holy Land has come to regard it as a joke left by our founding ancestor, and no one has tried anymore. A tremendous thought suddenly occurred to Lin Yaowan. The Holy Lord brought her here to have her participate in the trial and obtain the inheritance. Sure enough, Lin Tianyi continued the next second. This Holy Lord also saw that you felt extremely eager to improve your strength, so I wanted you to give it a try. Thank you, Holy Lord. I will definitely do my best to obtain the founding ancestor's inheritance for the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. As she said this, Lin Yaowan's eyes were filled with excitement. As the Holy Maiden of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, she naturally possessed the power of its founder. It's no exaggeration to say that the founder was once the #1 figure in the Xiantian realm, the most powerful emperor, suppressing countless geniuses. The Myriad Flowers Holy Land was once hailed as a force that countless people dreamed of joining. However, after Tang Yan's passing, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land lost its former glory. Well, just do your best. Lin Tianyi nodded, but from his tone, it was clear that he didn't hold much hope for Lin Yaowan. After all, countless people possessed far more terrifying talent than Lin Yaowan, yet none had received the founder's inheritance. Lin Yaowan's chances were slim, but Lin Tianyi didn't utter any discouraging words. He quickly led Lin Yaowan to the entrance of a small world. Sensing the emanating energy from the small world, Lin Yaowan's heart filled with anticipation. She knew everyone doubted her, but she was determined to surprise them all. She, Lin Yaowan, was truly deserving of the title of Holy Maiden. Arriving at the entrance to the small world, Lin Tianyi formed hand seals, and the Holy Lord token within her body floated out. As Lin Tianyi channeled her power into the Holy Lord token, wisps of dark red energy emerged from it and floated towards the entrance of the small world. Upon contact with the power within the Holy Lord token, the restrictions on the entrance to the small world were lifted. Although the people of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land were skeptical about the existence of their founder's legacy within due to the passage of time, what if? Therefore, for safety's sake, and also to prevent outsiders from obtaining the power of their Myriad Flowers Holy Land's founder, a great Emperor Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land had personally placed a restriction, making it impossible to enter unless a great Emperor intervened or a Holy Lord token was used. As the restriction was lifted, Lin Tianyi looked at Lin Yaowan and said, "Alright, the restriction has been lifted. You can go in now." "Yes, Holy Lord, I will certainly live up to your expectations." Lin Yaowan nodded solemnly, then resolutely stepped into the small world. Lin Tianyi only stayed there briefly before turning and leaving. As the Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, he naturally had to be present for the Four Saints Grand Competition. Meanwhile, as time passed, the participants' information was quickly filtered, and their corresponding opponents were assigned. However, the assignment was somewhat too fair. Early-stage opponents of the same realm could only be matched against opponents of the same realm. There wouldn't be situations where a Saint King would fight a great saint, or a great saint would fight a saint. Many people couldn't help but groan after seeing their opponents. Either their opponents were too strong, or they themselves were too weak. However, there was nothing they could do. The Four Saints tournament, being the most impartial of all tournaments, couldn't tolerate any misconduct. Therefore, no matter how much they objected to the assigned opponents, the four Holy Lands wouldn't reassign them. Interesting. My opponent is a mid-stage great saint named Wu Hao. On Tianyu mountainside, Cai Tiankan's expression showed a hint of surprise upon seeing his opponent. After all, he was a peak great sage. Logically, he should have been matched with peak great sages in the early stages, so why was he matched with a mid-stage great sage? But a weakling like this shouldn't be wasted. At least he could get into the Chaos Secret Realm. However, Wu Li's lips twitched involuntarily when he saw Wu Rolong's name. Clearly, he hadn't expected his senior brother to face his grandfather in the first round. One was his senior brother, who had taken such good care of him, the other was his grandfather. This made Wu Li feel a true dilemma. After a long while, Wu Li sighed and spoke up, offering a warning. "Senior brother, you should be careful. The opponent is not simple." "It doesn't matter, junior brother. Didn't you want to see senior brother's sword? This time, senior brother will show you." Cai Tiankan said nonchalantly, patting his chest confidently. Seeing this, Wu Li couldn't say anything more and could only hope his senior brother had good luck. Chapter 98 Running in the Sunset, My Lost Youth. In the blink of an eye, the day of the preliminary round arrived. "Do you all have confidence?" Wu Hao approached Wu Yufan and the others, offering his usual pre-competition encouragement. Wu Yufan patted his chest, speaking with extreme confidence. "Don't worry, great-grandpa, I have absolute confidence." Wu Qianqan and the others nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Wu Hao then let them set off. When they arrived at the Four Saints Grand Competition venue, many people had already begun their matches. After all, the competition was scheduled to be completed on the same day, with no time limit. Wu Yufan and Lin Zixin had very few opponents. In the Xiantian realm, very few geniuses could break through to the supreme level before the age of 1,000, let alone reach the quasi-emperor level. Therefore, at the beginning, Lin Zixin had no opponents, only being matched with a supreme peak genius. That supreme peak genius originally thought that making it into the top 10 in this Four Saints Grand Competition was a sure thing. However, upon learning that his opponent was Lin Zixin, a quasi-emperor in the early stages, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. But he didn't give up, and was instantly defeated by Lin Zixin in one move. Wu Yufan's opponent was also a supreme peak contestant, a prodigy named Feng Taishan. When he saw Wu Yufan enter, his eyes were full of scrutiny, but he quickly said disdainfully, "You're no match for me. Are you going to go down yourself?" or should I send you down? Oh, interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. Wu Yufan was taken aback by Feng Taishan's words. No one had ever spoken to him like that before, in all his years since his debut. Hey, you've seen it today. Feng Taishan slowly stood up. He could tell Wu Yufan had no intention of leaving. He was determined to see what would happen next. Since that's the case, then let him see who the true prodigy is. With that thought, Feng Taishan walked towards Wu Yufan step by step, speaking as he went. I, Feng Taishan, could speak from birth, walk within a week, and run within a month. I began cultivating at 8 and reached the peak of qi refining in just 1 week. Foundation establishment at 10, Spirit Sea at 15, Golden Core at 25, Nascent Soul at 40, Deity Transformation at 60, Void Refinement at 70, Tribulation Crossing at 90, Saint at 110, Great Saint at 150, Saint King at 200. And now, at 930, the peak of Supreme Being. With such talent, tell me, how can you be my opponent? How? Before Feng Taishan could finish his last sentence, he was startled by Wu Yufan suddenly appearing before him. But before he could react, Wu Yufan's fist, which was growing larger and larger, appeared before him, and then the world went dark. Enough nonsense. Let's fight. What's with the talk? The winner is Wu Yufan. The referee in charge of the fight was an elder at the mid-stage of Quasi-Emperor level. Upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but gasp. Even with his abilities, he couldn't figure out how Wu Yufan made his move. Wu Yufan is terrifyingly powerful. Just after Wu Yufan left, Feng Taishan slowly awoke from his unconsciousness, collapsing onto the cold ground. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the sky, finally managing a bitter smile. Looks like I lost. I remember running under the setting sun that day that was my lost youth. Wu Yufan, is it? I'll remember you. Once I break through to Quasi-Emperor, I'll definitely find you and have another match. Unfortunately, Feng Taishan's words didn't reach Wu Yufan's ears. Even if he knew, Wu Yufan wouldn't care. Before him, Feng Taishan's achievements were nothing. By the time Feng Taishan broke through to Quasi-Emperor, Wu Yufan might already be a great emperor. On the other side, Cai Tiancan lay on the ground, his eyes lifeless. He couldn't understand how a mid-stage great saint could wield an emperor-level weapon, shattering his prized swordsmanship with a single strike. It seems I still need to become stronger, Wu Rolong, right? Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely get my revenge on you. Watching his senior brother's miserable state, Wu Li couldn't help but silently mourn for him for a few seconds. As for Sukioran and the others on the other side, they didn't encounter any problems either. After all, their inherent talent was extraordinary, and with Wu Hao's guidance, winning a match was no problem. Husband, I won. After defeating her opponent, Sukioran ran to Wu Hao, smiling and boasting, like a child who had gotten a perfect score on a test and wanted a candy reward. Wu Hao smiled and patted Sukioran's head, saying, "Not bad, my wife is indeed the best." Hearing Wu Hao's words, Sukioran was extremely pleased, but her face flushed as she spoke. Hey, what are you doing? So many people are watching, aren't you ashamed? Ashamed of what? You're my wife. Wu Hao said matter-of-factly, making Sukioran feel incredibly happy. Fortunately, Wu Rolong spoke up at this moment. Father, mother, let's go back first. After all, it's not good to be seen in broad daylight. Wu Hao frowned slightly, about to say something, when he looked towards the outside of the Four Saints Grand Competition venue. The next second, several pillars of light rose from the ground around the Four Saints Grand Competition venue, forming scarlet barriers that surrounded all the geniuses participating in the competition. Everyone's expression changed upon seeing this, because they all felt the power of this formation. Who dares to make this move? How dare they? The four holy masters were also present, appearing above the arena almost instantly when the formation activated, but they were too late to stop it before it was complete. Given the blood-soul-sex methods, it was understandable that the four holy masters couldn't intervene in time. As the formation solidified, a sense of panic gripped everyone present. The four holy masters hadn't been able to stop it. Were they about to perish? However, the four holy masters weren't overly worried. Firstly, they still possessed imperial weapons. Although the formation before them was powerful, with the aid of their imperial weapons, they might be able to break it. Secondly, they all knew that there was a genuine great emperor, or even more, present, who could definitely break the formation if they intervened. Gentlemen, how about we join forces to break the formation? Li Teibei looked at Lin Shuru, Lei Wanyun, and Lin Tianyi and said. But Lin Tianyi gently shook his head. The three of you, the imperial weapon of my Myriad Flowers Holy Land was damaged in an accident some time ago, so please forgive me for being unable to intervene. Hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Li Teibei and the others were once again shocked. They knew that imperial weapons were not only renowned for their terrifying offensive power, but their defensive capabilities were also not to be underestimated. Unless a great emperor intervened or another imperial weapon was used, it was impossible to damage another imperial weapon. So, the Myriad Flowers Holy Land had truly encountered a great emperor? Chapter 99. The expressions of the four holy lords changed. Although the Myriad Flowers Holy Land no longer possessed an imperial weapon, Li Tebe and the others had no intention of attacking it. Firstly, attacking the Myriad Flowers Holy Land would not benefit them much. Secondly, the powerful figure who killed Emperor Murong might have already taken over the Myriad Flowers Holy Land, and Lin Tianyi might be a puppet put forward by him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the new Holy Lord of the Myriad Flowers Holy Land with only the cultivation of an early quasi-emperor. Therefore, without absolute certainty, Li Tebe and the others would not attack the Myriad Flowers Holy Land. But I wonder, how does the powerful figure who killed Emperor Murong compare to the powerful figure on my father-in-law's side? Lin Shui-ro couldn't help but consider this possibility. However, they didn't have time to think about this carefully now. After the formation was completed, they had to destroy it as soon as possible, otherwise, they didn't know what would happen after the formation took effect. In that case, let the three of us make our move. As Li Tebe finished speaking, the Emperor's sword within his body emerged, imbued with terrifying azure sword energy. Seeing this, Lei Wanyun and Lin Shuru also summoned their respective emperor weapons. Although Lin Shuru now possessed a more powerful immortal sword, it was a trump card. She wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. Go! As the three of them controlled their emperor weapons and hurled them towards the array barrier, they collided instantly. The terrifying shockwaves swept outwards, and the quasi-emperor level experts present immediately stepped forward to defend against the aftershocks. However, this terrifying power caused the faces of the defending quasi-emperor level experts to turn pale. The three holy lords were now unleashing genuine emperor level combat power. Although there's only a one-realm difference between a quasi-emperor and a great emperor, the difference in combat power is worlds apart. 100 peak quasi-emperors combined might not even be a match for a single early-stage great emperor. This is merely an aftershock. If the three holy lords were to unleash their imperial weapons at them, they'd be lucky to withstand even a second of that. Under such a terrifying attack, everyone present believed the formation should be broken, since it was a well-known fact that there were currently no great emperors in the Xiantian realm. However, the next second, a scene that shocked them beyond belief unfolded. After a brief stalemate, the three imperial weapons were actually bounced back. What? How is this possible? The three holy lords' intervention is still proving insurmountable. Hiss, could it be that unless a true great emperor intervenes, this formation is simply unbreakable? Seeing the three holy lords still failing, everyone's heart sank. After all, if the holy lords couldn't resolve this, they would likely perish here. Seeing this, Li Tebe and the others also wore extremely solemn expressions. Clearly, they hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Damn it, who dares to attack so many powerful figures from our Xiantian realm? As far as I know, there shouldn't be such a powerful force in the Xiantian realm. Lei Wanyun was filled with rage and couldn't help but curse. Li Tebe shook his head. I don't know, but since an array has been set up here, the person who set it up should be here. Please come out and meet them. He, as expected of the Holy Lord of the Azure Lotus Holy Land, truly clever. As Li Tebe finished speaking, 5 envoys dressed in Blood Soul Sect attire appeared outside the array in the next second. Upon seeing the Blood Soul Sect envoys, everyone present was astonished. They had no idea which force in the Xiantian realm would dress like that. But soon, Lin Shuru spoke, her tone calm and composed. You've set up an array targeting cultivators of the Xiantian realm, and this array is filled with demonic power. You must be demonic cultivators, right? However, I can sense that this array has no destructive power. I'm quite curious about your intentions. Considering you're all about to die, I wouldn't mind telling you. Unfortunately, the person behind me forbids me from telling you, so you'll find out soon enough. One of the Blood Soul Sect envoys let out a grating laugh, making everyone feel uneasy. Li Tebe and the others felt a chill. Although the array isolated them, they could still sense that the 5 people outside were at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Even in the Xiantian realm, a peak quasi-emperor was enough to create a top-tier power, yet such strength was backed by others, demonstrating the power of that person. And for a peak quasi-emperor to willingly serve them, they must at least be a great emperor. This means the person behind them had at least reached the great emperor level. I wonder if that person is even a match for them. Lin Shui-ro and the others couldn't help but consider this possibility, but they quickly dismissed the thought. The most important thing right now was to break the formation first. Although they didn't know the formation's specific purpose, if it continued unchecked, a situation they couldn't control would definitely arise. Thinking of this, Li Tebe sneered. I admit your plan is very meticulous. Even if we 3 holy lords were to intervene, we couldn't break the formation. But according to my estimation, if we just used a little more power, we could break it, right? Although the imperial weapon was bounced back, Li Tebe and the other 2 still realized that if their power were just a little stronger, the formation could be shattered. However, they had already used their maximum power just now, but still couldn't break the formation. So now they could only pin their hopes on Wu Hao. Hearing this, the 5 Blood Soul Sect envoys couldn't help but sneer as well. Indeed, you could break the formation if you were just a little stronger, but once it's complete, it's impossible to break unless you have the power of a mid-stage great emperor. So just wait for the formation to teleport you away, and then face your inevitable death. Hearing the Blood Soul Sect envoy's words, Li Tebe and the others' eyes lit up. The Blood Soul Sect envoy clearly realized he had let something slip, so he shut up and said nothing more. All they need to do is wait for the Blood Soul Sect to appear, and then, as apostles of the Blood Soul Sect, they will definitely be the focus of the Blood Soul Sect's attention and rise to great heights. Chapter 100. Please, Senior, exorcise the demon. Grandpa, can you break this formation? After the formation was completed, Wu Qinkan approached Wu Hao and asked curiously. Although the scene before him looked extremely terrifying, as a member of the Wu family, he naturally knew how powerful his grandfather was. The formation before him should be nothing to fear. Even Wu Rolong and the others weren't too worried. After all, Wu Rolong had personally witnessed his father forge an emperor-level weapon single-handedly, meaning his strength was at least that of a great emperor. So Kioran, having spent every day with Wu Hao, naturally knew the strength of the man before her. Hearing this, Wu Hao nodded slightly. Of course I can break it, but it doesn't require my formation to be broken. Grandpa, what do you mean? Is there someone here stronger than the four holy lords? Wu Qinkan's expression was somewhat puzzled. Wu Hao simply smiled and then remained silent. Anyway, Wu Qinkan would find out what was going on soon enough. Wu Yufan, after hearing Wu Hao's words, became restless, clearly realizing his great-grandfather wanted him to take action. Meanwhile, in Wu Yudeo's group, Lu Ruyan and the others were terrified by the sudden turn of events. I just came to participate in the Four Saints competition. Why did this happen? Ji Boda scratched his head, his emotions running high. Kang Shifu and the others also looked grim, clearly convinced they were doomed. After all, even the four Saint Masters hadn't broken the formation, and they had heard the 5 Blood Soul Sect envoys outside. They were there to kill them. Lu Ruyan, though inwardly panicked, couldn't help but glance at Wu Yudeo, only to see his calm expression. Curious, she stepped forward to ask him something. Holy Son, aren't you afraid of the current situation? Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? We'll be fine anyway. Wu Yudeo spoke, his tone utterly calm, as if the situation before him were commonplace, posing no threat to their lives whatsoever. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan was about to retort, arguing that even the 4 holy lords couldn't resolve this, so how could it possibly be resolved peacefully? But Wu Yudeo glanced at Lu Ruyan, the confidence in his eyes silencing her. Well, now they could only leave it to fate. Besides, perhaps the Holy Son truly had some confidence to say such a thing. Meanwhile, facing the sudden turn of events, Cai Tianqin and Nangonya's expressions turned panicked. They both cried out, "We're going to die. We're going to die. I haven't even lost my virginity yet." Hearing their vulgar words, Wu Li sighed and then spoke. "What's the use of being afraid? You should think about how to survive. Who knows where the formation will take us?" Although he said this, Wu Li wasn't too worried. He had just seen his great-grandfather and figured he would help if necessary. Although his great-grandfather had never fought in front of them, Wu Li still felt that his great-grandfather was very powerful. This wasn't for any other reason than his own intuition. Even when facing his master, a quasi-emperor at the peak of his cultivation, Wu Li hadn't felt any pressure from his great-grandfather. Wu Li's growth to his current level was not only due to his intelligence and talent, but more importantly, his sixth sense. Thinking of this, Wu Li couldn't help but look in Wu Hao's direction, hoping to witness Wu Hao's attack. At this moment, in the sky above the venue, Lin Shui-ro and the others were still confronting the 5 envoys of the Blood Soul Sect, trying to extract more information from them. Unfortunately, the Blood Soul Sect envoys were all bound by restrictions. Speaking out would mean death. Unless it was a situation like what Wu Yifan had encountered earlier, they would never reveal any information about the Blood Soul Sect. Don't waste your time. Just wait, you'll soon know the truth, but that will also be your death day. One of the Blood Soul Sect envoys sneered, his tone full of disdain. Hearing this, Lin Shui-ro and the others couldn't help but sigh, a look of disappointment appearing on their faces. But they couldn't worry about that now. They could only ask their senior to break the formation and exorcise the demon to prevent a worse situation from occurring. Thinking of this, Lin Shui-ro looked at the Blood Soul Sect envoys outside the formation and spoke, her tone full of mockery. "You guys are really quite interesting, actually managing to scheme against so many powerful figures in our entire Xiantian realm. It's just a pity, there's still a variable involved." Variable? What do you mean? The Blood Soul Sect envoy frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Lin Shui-ro, however, sneered. "What do you mean?" "It means that a true great emperor exists among us." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Shui-ro's words, not only the 5 Blood Soul Sect envoys, but everyone present was shocked, because they had absolutely no idea that a great emperor still existed in the Xiantian realm. The Blood Soul Sect envoy was stunned for a moment, then inwardly startled, but quickly recovered and sneered. "Are you kidding me? The Emperor's laws of the Xiantian realm have been sealed. How could a great emperor possibly appear? Hearing this, Lin Shui-ro and the others were also surprised. What did it mean that the emperor's laws were sealed? But they couldn't care less now. Lin Shui-ro glanced at Li Teibei and the others, and the next second they spoke in unison, their tone extremely respectful. Please, senior, exorcise the demon. Although they didn't know if Lin Shui-ro and the others were fooling the Blood Soul sect envoys or if a great emperor truly existed, the others knew they had to comply. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Soon, everyone present shouted in unison, their attitude extremely devout. Please, senior, exorcise the demon. Hearing their words, Wu Rulong and the others couldn't help but look at Wu Hao behind them. Unexpectedly, Wu Hao gently shook his head and then spoke. This crisis doesn't require my intervention, Yi Fan can resolve it. Hearing his great-grandfather's words, Wu Yifan's eyes lit up. Indeed, he was to take action. Wu Qincan, however, hesitated for a moment, somewhat doubtful. Grandpa, it's not that I don't trust Yufan, but can Yufan really handle the current situation? Whether he can or not, we only need to verify it by taking action, right? Wu Hao's tone was calm, his eyes full of trust as he looked at Wu Yufan. Wu Yufan also took a deep breath, as if he had taken on a heavy burden. In that case, great-grandpa, I'll take action.